Chapter 1. Just broken up and already pursued by a classmate. There are plenty of people chasing after me. Now that we've broken up, I hope you won't cling to me anymore. Beneath a dormitory building at school, a woman clad in a strappy dress, with striking features, carried her bag with evident impatience. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, her figure was alluring and her beauty undoubtedly scored above 80. Beneath her pure and aloof exterior, however, lay a restless heart. She was none other than Song Shian's girlfriend, no, rather his ex-girlfriend, Li. They were classmates, having been together for 2.5 months. Initially, under Li's ardent pursuit, Song Shian had finally consented to their relationship. Yet, unexpectedly, this romance had succumbed to an early demise after merely 2.5 months. Regarding the breakup, Song Shian felt a mix of surprise and inevitability. If we must part, so be it. This suits me perfectly. Let's part amicably and go our separate ways. Thank you for initiating the breakup. I feel immensely relieved. For reasons unknown, although it was he who had proposed the split, witnessing Song Shian's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Li's frustration. I was truly deceived by your handsome facade, thinking you had a house and a car. In reality, all you have is an electric bike. What a penniless wretch. You flaunt yourself like a big shot. How foolish I was to have been with you. With that, she stormed off, her disdain palpable, as if remaining in Song Shian's presence for even a second would suffocate her. Her departing figure was replete with contempt. Song Shian inhaled deeply, feeling as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, leaving him inexplicably lighthearted. This was a failed romance. Its conclusion did not evoke the sorrow he had anticipated. Instead, he found himself in high spirits. Song Shian resolved to treat himself to a cup of bubble tea, celebrating his newfound single status. He was now a senior in college, serving as the class representative. In addition, he participated in various clubs, and due to his handsome appearance, he was quite popular among female classmates. Li was in the same year and shared membership in the same school clubs. Approximately 4 months ago, she had fervently pursued him. 2.5 months prior, Song Shian had finally been swayed by her persistence and agreed to be with her. Initially, they were inseparable, passionately in love. However, as time passed, their relationship began to wane. With the onset of internships for their senior year, he observed classmates pairing off with wealthy suitors, adorned in luxury and whisked away in lavish cars. Li began to disdain the meager income Song Shian earned from his part-time job, which amounted to a mere 1,000 or 2,000 yuan each month. The earnings from a year of toil barely sufficed to buy even half of a designer handbag. Before their relationship, Li had been drawn to the air of affluence she believed Song Shian possessed, assuming he was a low-key heir to a wealthy family, which prompted her fervent pursuit. However, she soon discovered that while he had an attractive physique and charming demeanor, his financial situation was dire. If she continued to be with such a pauper, how long would it take for her to attain the lavish lifestyle she desired? In this day and age, being poor is a sin. This was, indeed, the reason for her decision to part ways. Handsomeness alone could not provide the life she yearned for. Reality is indeed, as such Li perceives it with remarkable clarity, fully aware of her desires. Near the school, there exists a bustling bubble tea shop. Not long after exiting the school gates, Song Shian was approached by a swiftly advancing pink BMW, which came to a screeching halt beside him. As the window lowered, a strikingly beautiful face emerged. The woman, approximately 21 years of age, possessed a neat shoulder-length chestnut bob. It appeared that this short-haired girl was quite familiar with Song Shian, as she greeted him with an involuntary, charming smile. The girl, Gu Yinyan, was a member of the same club as Song Shian and had often flirted with him under the pretense of gaming. Humans are inherently visual creatures. Men are drawn to beauty, and women naturally gravitate towards handsome men. With his tall and dashing demeanor, complemented by a sunny smile, Song Shian was particularly appealing to female university students. What does it matter if he is already taken? A married man can indeed possess a certain allure. However, in that moment, Gu Yinyan appeared anxious, as though pressed by pressing matters. Song Shian, could you do me a favor? It's urgent. Gu Yanyan's tone was rapid and frantic, revealing that she was genuinely in distress. Yet, even faced with a beautiful woman's request, he was reluctant to acquiesce without understanding the circumstances. Gu Yanyan was nearly in tears, insisting, "This is truly urgent, a matter of life and death. Please, get in the car, there's no time to explain." Feeling the weight of the urgency, Song Shian hastily opened the door and took his seat. No sooner had he fastened his seatbelt than Gu Yanyan pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward at an alarming speed, causing Song Shian to grip the handrail tightly. "Song Shian, I saw Lily storming out of the school earlier. People are saying you two have broken up. Is that true?" "Yes," he replied, shrugging resignedly. "She said I couldn't afford to support her, and that I was unworthy of her." Breaking up is hardly a matter of shame. Song Shian accepted it with composure. Gu Yanyan, while speeding, exclaimed in delight, "Oh, finally! Does this mean the opportunity has come for me?" Faced with Gu Yanyan's infatuated expression, Song Shian found himself at a loss for words. Was there truly a matter of life and death at hand, or had he been deceived? Had Gu Yanyan merely invited him into the car to flirt with him? After a considerable time, Gu Yanyan regained her composure, exclaiming, "Goodness, I almost lost myself in your captivating beauty. By the way, Song Shian, you must know Lin Shiyu, right?" Lin Shiyu, the belle of their school, possessed exquisite features, a statuesque figure, and skin as fair as cream. Every boy in the school was well aware of her existence. If Song Shian was the idol of all the girls, then Lin Shiyu was the dream girl of all the boys. Beyond her stunning appearance, rumors circulated that she hailed from a wealthy family, with several enterprises under her family's name, including prominent corporations and conglomerates. Song Shian was not unfamiliar with Lin Shiyu. They had crossed paths a few times, even sharing drinks at a school social gathering last year. A matter of life and death indeed. Could it be that Lin Shiyu has encountered some trouble? Song Shian furrowed her brow. In response to Song Shian's probing inquiry, Gu Yanyan displayed an expression of distress, hesitating to articulate her thoughts, unsure of where to begin. After a moment of inner turmoil, she finally stammered, "Well, this matter is rather private, and I must ask that once you learn of it, you refrain from sharing it with others." Song Shian's confusion deepened. What could possibly warrant such secrecy that a third party must remain uninformed? Noticing the pleading look in Gu Yanyan's eyes, Song Shian ultimately nodded slowly, indicating her promise to keep it confidential. With a sigh of relief, Gu Yanyan revealed the purpose of her visit. Lin Shiyu. She is pregnant and preparing to give birth. She is currently at the Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. Chapter 2. The campus belle is about to give birth, yet the father is absent. Due to certain circumstances, the family of the father remains oblivious to the fact that she is about to give birth. Currently, I find myself alone in the hospital, and there are matters beyond my capability to assist with. I am seeking help. Song Shian, could you lend us a hand? Song Shian was bewildered, questioning if this was truly a matter of life and death. After all, this was childbirth. What could a man possibly contribute? Moreover, even if the father's family was unaware, there was still the Lin family and others who could assist. Such a significant event. Song Shian could not fathom that they would not come to care for her. Seemingly aware of Song Shian's thoughts, Gu Yanyan hurriedly clarified. Her parents knew she was pregnant, but remained unaware of the father's identity. They had always urged her to terminate the pregnancy. However, she was resolute in her desire to give birth, which led to a rift with her family. Now that the child was born, she had no intention of informing them. Presently, I am the only one by her side, but as she is about to give birth today, I believe it would be better to have a male presence for support. After much contemplation, I concluded that you, Song Shian, are the most reliable choice, possessing the finest character. Additionally, you are remarkably handsome. I have heard that babies tend to be attracted to beauty. Perhaps if Lin Shiyu gives birth to a boy and he sees you at birth, he too may grow up to be exceptionally attractive. As Gu Yanyan continued to drive, her tone gradually filled with earnest pleading. With no choice, Song Shian reluctantly agreed. Having just ended a relationship, he had not even savored a celebratory bubble tea before being summoned to the hospital to accompany a woman in childbirth. It felt surreal. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of providing assistance, which was not entirely unacceptable. Haha, Song Shian, Shiyu is quite a catch, a beauty from a wealthy family. I believe you two would make a splendid match. Have you ever considered stepping up? Song Shian was taken aback, perplexed by the term stepping up. Gu Yanyan quickly cleared her throat, retracting her jest. No, no, I didn't say anything. But remember to keep this confidential, Song Shian. Rest assured. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan District Maternal and Child Health Hospital, room 808 on the 8th floor, Lin Shiyu lay pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Weakly resting on the hospital bed, her long legs dangled over the edge of the bed, resting on medical equipment. Two doctors were examining her cervix. Typically, one reaches their due date at 40 weeks, but you are currently at 39 weeks and 2 days. It appears your recent emotional instability and frequent activity have led to some bleeding and the descent of the fetus. The cervix is now dilated to 6 centimeters. Once it reaches 10, you will be ready to enter the delivery room. By the way, you are carrying multiples, and given the circumstances, a cesarean section will be necessary. As this is your first pregnancy, the risk associated with delivering multiples is considerably elevated. Please have a family member come in to sign the consent forms. In a formal hospital setting, the father or a direct relative must be present to sign, as childbirth carries significant risks that require acknowledgement and acceptance of responsibility by family members. Thus, in the event of any complications, the family would not have to engage in unpleasant disputes with the hospital. Lin Shiyu, valiantly enduring the pain of labor, mustered her strength and, gritting her teeth, asked the doctor, "Excuse me, doctor, may I sign myself? I will take full responsibility." Upon hearing Lin Shiyu's words, the two doctors instantly comprehended her predicament. Typically, when this is stated, the male counterpart is unlikely to be present. Furthermore, no relatives from his side were in sight. They both sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for Lin Shiyu. Such a beautiful woman, with an exquisite figure and remarkable grace. How unfortunate it was that she had encountered a scoundrel. The unfortunate truth was that this young lady was also rather naive, stubbornly insisting on bringing the child into the world. If only she had chosen to terminate the pregnancy upon discovering it. Now, not only was the father absent, but no family members had arrived either. The doctors speculated that there must have been a falling out with her family. Alas, it was too late to lament. How would she manage as a single mother with a child in tow? Both doctors felt a deep sense of regret for Lin Shiyu. In reality, since no one from the other party could come to sign, the child must still be delivered. The hospital could not simply neglect the well-being of both mother and child. However, this placed a significant burden of risk on the hospital. Unless absolutely necessary, the hospital would not proceed under such circumstances. It was best to seek assistance. "Miss Lin, is there truly no immediate family member available?" Immediate family? None of her direct relatives resided in Sioux City. Moreover, given the short notice, even if she informed them, they would not arrive in time. Lin Shiyu felt distressed, not anticipating that her cesarean section required a family member's signature. Now, she was filled with regret. In the lobby of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Gu Yinyan hurriedly ushered Song Shian inside. The first order of business being to rush to the nurse's station and inquire, "Nurse, there is a stunningly beautiful pregnant woman who came in earlier, who had experienced bleeding. How is she now? Has she been moved to another room?" The nurse at the station appeared puzzled. Oh yes, there was indeed such a woman, exceptionally beautiful. "Let me check. Her name is Lin Shiyu, correct? She is still on the 8th floor, room 808. She is preparing for delivery, but there is no family member to sign." The nurse then glanced at Song Shian, noticing the urgency with which they had entered, and thought they must be related to Lin Shiyu. Given that Lin Shiyu was expecting multiples and required a cesarean section, he must be the father. "Hurry and sign. There is still time. Don't delay too long." Song Shian, with the striking looks and charming demeanor, was indeed a perfect match for Lin Shiyu. It was no wonder the nurse assumed he was the father of the child. The offspring of such a beautiful couple would surely be a darling of the heavens. The nurse felt an intense envy. Upon learning that Lin Shiyu's cesarean section required a signature from the father or an immediate relative, Gu Yinyan pulled Song Shian along into the elevator. Lin Shiyu was on the verge of entering the delivery room. She could not afford to wait another moment. As they reached the door of the ward, Song Shian noticed 2 hospital beds inside, each occupied by a mother. He paused at the entrance. As a newcomer, he felt it was rather inappropriate to intrude abruptly, fearing that his sudden appearance might startle them. Thus, he decided to wait at the door for the time being. Inside the hospital room, Gu Yinyan approached the bedside, her countenance etched with concern upon seeing her friend his anguished expression. Shiyu, how are you? The doctor mentioned that you're ready to give birth. Are you in pain now? Lin Shiyu's cervix was dilating increasingly, causing her to tremble with discomfort. The beads of sweat forming on her forehead indicated her distress. I feel like I'm about to give birth. But the hospital requires the male partner or a family member to sign. What should we do? Chapter 3. Activating the system. Am I the father? This was Lin Shiyu's first experience with childbirth, and she was on the verge of tears. She was carrying multiples, which posed a greater risk than for an ordinary mother. Gu Yinyan, lacking experience in this area, was in a state of frantic anxiety. Your parents can't make it. Why don't you call that scoundrel to come over? At such a critical moment, it's a matter of life and death. If you want to call, then let me do it. Just give me the number. With a sigh, Lin Shiyu was about to disclose the identity of her child's father when she caught sight of a familiar figure standing outside the door. The man, standing at approximately 6 feet tall, possessed an upright posture, handsome features, and an aura of elegance and warmth. Even his profile was captivating. Noticing Lin Shiyu gazing out the door, Gu Yinyan explained that as Song Shian. You remember him, right? You met during the social gathering. I invited him to help. But wait, family members can't sign. A boyfriend can, though. I reckon that scoundrel won't show up, and since you're about to give birth, even if he comes, it would be too late. How about we have Song Shian pretend to be your boyfriend and sign? Huh? Have him impersonate the father? Lin Shiyu was taken aback. What a coincidence. He didn't need to pretend. He was indeed the father, albeit unbeknownst to the others. Hearing Gu Yinyan's suggestion, Song Shian was momentarily stunned. Pretending to sign could place him in a position of responsibility if anything were to go wrong with Lin Shiyu. When he had arrived, Gu Yinyan hadn't mentioned anything about needing someone to sign. Song Shian, you can see how urgent the situation is. Could you possibly lend a hand? Just sign, and you want to be held accountable. Gu Yinyan pleaded. Please, we want to let you do this for free. Name your price. Wait, are you serious? Giving birth and pretending to be a family member is all about money? Song Shian thought anxiously. The potential consequences of such a decision weighed heavily on him. However, seeing Lin Shiyu in pain tugged at his heartstrings. Just then, a strange voice resonated in his mind. Beep. The perfect daddy system is binding. Beep. System binding successful. The host only needs to cherish his wife and child to receive generous rewards. A system? Song Shian was filled with confusion upon hearing the voice in his head. He glanced at Gu Yinyan and Lin Shiyu. They showed no signs of hearing anything, indicating that he was the sole recipient of this peculiar message. The system. Could it be that the legendary novel system has manifested into reality? He had previously indulged in novels, particularly enjoying those centered around systems. So he was no stranger to the concept. Indeed, host, this system has come to life. I am the fabled system. Truly astonishing. Song Shian was overwhelmed with excitement. System, could you kindly elucidate your functions? The system responded, as long as the host cherishes his wife and child, substantial rewards shall be bestowed. Song Shian silently pondered, system, is it really that simple? Just cherish my wife and child? Yes, it is as simple as that. Suddenly, Song Shian realized he was not yet married. Where would a wife and child come from? Thus, binding with the system would render him unable to receive rewards. What if the system, feeling neglected over time, decided to abandon him? System, I currently have no wife or child. May I dote on someone else's wife? No, the system replied succinctly. It detected that the baby within Lin Shiyu was genetically related to the host and automatically designated Lin Shiyu and her unborn child as his wife and child. Henceforth, as long as the host cares for them, he shall receive ample rewards. Upon initial binding, the system rewards a starter package of 100,000 yuan in cash. As the system's voice faded, Song Shian's mobile banking notified him of a deposit of 100,000 yuan. He took a deep breath. Indeed, the system was real. The legendary system had truly bound to him, and a storm of emotions surged within Song Shian. Simultaneously, he quickly noted another statement from the system. The child within Lin Shiyu was genetically linked to him? Did this imply that the child she bore was his? Could it be that an unexpected encounter at a gathering a year ago had led to this? Everything aligned perfectly in terms of timing, and no wonder Lin Shiyu had looked at him strangely just moments ago. He was, after all, the father of the child she was carrying. Observing Song Shiren lost in thought, Gu Yanyan feared he might refuse, nearly in tears. "Please, Song Shiren, I implore you to help." Her tone was filled with desperation. Lin Shiyu was her dearest friend, and she wished for nothing but smooth sailing for her, especially during childbirth. "Fine, I will sign." With that, Song Shiren fixed an intense gaze on the weakened Lin Shiyu on the hospital bed. Noticing his attention, Lin Shiyu cast him a grateful glance. Gu Yanyan, seeing his agreement, was nearly overwhelmed with joy. "Thank you, Song Shiren. You are truly a wonderful person." In his heart, Song Shiren silently felt grateful. He ought to be thanking her instead. For this duration, it had been she who had been by Lin Shiyu's side, caring for her during pregnancy. At that moment, Lin Shiyu's cervix had dilated fully, and she was about to enter the delivery room. The doctor, surprised to see the male party present for the signature, felt a wave of happiness for her. Carrying the documents to him for signature, I cast a disapproving glance his way. "At last, you have arrived. We were beginning to think you would not show up. With such a beautiful girlfriend, expecting quadruplets no less, how could you bear to let her endure so much alone? Young man, whatever you do, you must take responsibility for yourself and for others, especially when it comes to childbirth, which profoundly impacts a woman's life." Song Shiren felt a pang of guilt. "I understand. Doctor, you understand? If you truly did, you wouldn't have arrived at this moment. Alas, I shall say no more. Your girlfriend is about to give birth, and I hope you will take good care of her moving forward." Once Song Shiren finished signing, he gestured for several nurses to escort Lin Shiyu towards the delivery room. Walking beside her, he reassured Lin Shiyu on the hospital bed, "Fear not. I will remain by your side throughout this journey. Focus on bringing our child into the world. Leave everything else to me." Before the door to the delivery room closed, Lin Shiyu cast a deep gaze at him, absorbing his words. As she was smoothly ushered into the delivery room, Gu Yanyan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, although her worry remained palpable. It is said that childbirth is akin to walking through the gates of the underworld. The danger is significant, and it is only natural for Gu Yanyan to feel anxious. However, the process had finally begun. To alleviate her own anxiety, Gu Yanyan purposefully engaged Song Shiren in conversation to distract herself. "You are quite convincing just now. Even the doctor did not see through your facade. I almost believed you were that scoundrel Lin Shiyu encountered." Chapter 4. Joyful news from the delivery room. Quadruplets are born. Song Shiren felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wasn't that scoundrel indeed himself? Yet, this was not the time for explanations. After all, Lin Shiyu was giving birth to their children in the delivery room, and he felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Was this what it felt like to become a father? An inexplicable anxiety gripped him, worrying about the safety of both the mother and the children. Gu Yanyan noticed Song Shiren's unease, attributing it to his concern over potential complications and the responsibility that came with signing the documents. Outside the delivery room, apart from Song Shiren's anxious demeanor as he paced the corridor, the other expectant fathers were also eagerly watching the door. When it swung open, they collectively turned their gazes, hoping for news of their own child's birth. He observed the father of a baby girl beaming with joy, while the grandparents of a boy were especially elated. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and when the delivery room door opened once more, all eyes turned, hoping a nurse would call their name. "Room 8 has delivered. Lin Shiyu has given birth to quadruplets. Are Lin Shiyu's family members present?" The nurse called out. As soon as the quadruplets emerged, envious glances filled the room. Who among the fathers was so fortunate? Upon hearing the nurse call for Lin Shiyu's family, Song Shiren and Gu Yanyan hurried to the delivery room entrance. Hooray! Judging by the nurse's tone, mother and children are safe. Quadruplets. My goodness, Lin Shiyu is remarkable. Song Shiren, upon hearing the news of the quadruplets, could not contain his joy, feeling enveloped in a warm embrace of happiness. The nurse congratulated the couple. Lin Shiyu had given birth, and both mother and the newborns were safe. 2 boys and 2 girls. Prepare yourselves, as I will take you shortly to see the babies and the mother after we ensure proper sanitation. Following the nurse, Song Shian and Gu Yanyan arrived beside a crib where 4 plump little beings lay. These tiny ones resembled 4 adorable little dumplings, swaddled snugly in their blankets. The nurse beamed as she introduced them. The firstborn is a brother, the second is a sister, the third is a brother, and the fourth is a sister. Though the little ones were slightly smaller than other infants, this was entirely normal for multiples. You needn't worry. At that moment, the four tiny beings were wailing in unison, their cries harmonizing like a quartet, full of vigor. Another nurse stood nearby, tending to them. Upon seeing the four cherubic bundles, Shian felt his heart soften. Ah, these are his children, so utterly delightful. Was this the feeling of becoming a father? How marvelous! A smile crept onto his lips. He glanced around the delivery room, but did not see Lin Shiyu, prompting him to inquire, "Nurse, where's the mother?" The nurse replied, "The mother is still stitching up her wounds. Once she is finished, she can see the babies." Shian nodded. The thought of Lin Shiyu undergoing such a painful ordeal to bring forth their four little ones made his heart ache. This woman had endured so much for their children. Approximately 20 minutes later, the curtain shielding the delivery bed was finally drawn back. A woman, pale and exceedingly weak, appeared before everyone. She lay delicately on the bed, straining to gaze toward the crib. The nurse quickly understood and urged Shian, "Hurry, bring the babies over for the mother to see." Coming back to his senses, Shian cautiously pushed the stroller to the bedside. As the stroller moved, the four little ones, feeling insecure, began to whimper. Yet, as Shian lifted them and placed them beside Lin Shiyu, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously wailing infants gradually ceased their cries, instinctively nuzzling toward their mother. It was as if they understood she was their mother. With her presence came a sense of security. Lin Shiyu beamed with joy. "My child, you have safely arrived. Babies, Mommy is here," she cooed. Hearing their mother's voice, the quadruplets settled down, quietly nestling against her, absorbing her scent. Recently delivered, Lin Shiyu felt extremely weak. Due to her incision and the effects of anesthesia, she was unable to use her hands normally, relying instead on her cheek to touch her babies. At this moment, the doctor interjected, "All right, you've all had your closeness with the babies. Let us allow the mother some time to rest." Shian nodded and gently returned the little ones to the stroller. Oh, the soft, fragrant little dumplings were incredibly delightful. Lin Shiyu looked at Shian, opening her mouth as if to say something. Shian bestowed upon her a reassuring gaze, saying, "Let us discuss everything once you've had your rest. I shall remain here to accompany you and the little ones. I won't go anywhere." At that moment, Gu Yinyan chimed in, "Indeed, Shiyu, you should rest first. We will take good care of the babies, so do not worry." Lin Shiyu managed a faint acknowledgement, for the ordeal of childbirth had drained her of vitality and strength. After ensuring the well-being of her children, she swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. Once Lin Shiyu was asleep, Shiyan requested Gu Yinyan to look after the babies for a while and hurriedly departed. Observing Shiyan's frantic figure, Gu Yinyan appeared bewildered. "Why is he asking me to watch the babies for a moment? It sounds as though they are his children." "They are, after all, my best friend has children. Shouldn't he be the one taking responsibility?" Confusion flooded Gu Yinyan's mind, pondering whether Shiyan had become too immersed in his role, truly believing himself to be the father. Just a signature, and he stepped into the role of a dad? Meanwhile, after entrusting the babies to Gu Yinyan, Shiyan made his way to the hospital's inpatient department. Lin Shiyu required a tranquil environment for recovery, especially after giving birth to quadruplets, which heightened the need for a serene setting. Since Lin Shiyu had been admitted on short notice due to an unexpected complication, they had not pre-selected a room. They were currently in a shared room. The limited space of the shared room, coupled with the frequent presence of visitors from both families, proved to be quite inconvenient. Shiyan resolved to secure a better room for Lin Shiyu and the babies. "Excuse me, doctor. May I inquire if there are any private rooms available that offer a quieter environment?" The doctor at the inpatient department was immediately struck by Shiyan's stunning visage. Wow, one extraordinarily handsome face. Recovering from his astonishment, the doctor quickly cleared his throat and replied, "Yes, we have both standard and luxury rooms available. The luxury rooms provide a more serene and comfortable environment, albeit at a higher price. The luxury room features not only a master bed, but also an additional guest room, allowing relatives and friends to stay together. Furthermore, it includes a private bathroom and a kitchen balcony. However, such accommodations are quite expensive, costing 5 yuan per day. Moreover, access to these rooms is not solely dependent on wealth. Prior reservations are required. The doctor, having never encountered such a striking young man before, was exceedingly enthusiastic. Our rooms are currently full, but it seems there has been a cancellation today. Let me check. As the doctor gazed at Song Shiyan's handsome profile and his eyes, which seemed to hold the universe within them, a pang of regret struck him. How unfortunate that such a charming young man was already married. Nevertheless, while flirting was off the table, engaging in conversation was a delightful experience. After a flurry of operations on the computer, the doctor soon discovered that Song Shiyan was in luck. A maternity patient had just vacated a room that was now available. There is one more room available. The other party has canceled today, allowing you to check in tomorrow. Would you like me to assist with the reservation? Yes. Song Shiyan eagerly interjected. The daily rate is 5,000 yuan, and a cesarean section typically requires at least a week's stay in the hospital. This means a minimum expenditure of 35,000 yuan. Previously, such an amount would have been unattainable for Song Shiyan, but having recently bound to the system, he received a beginner's gift pack that included a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. Now, with funds readily available, he can manage the 35,000 yuan. After presenting his identification, completing the forms, and paying the fees, the procedures were swiftly concluded. Song Shiyan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, doctor. You're truly kind." The doctor, flattered by such praise from a strikingly handsome young man, beamed with delight. "It's no trouble at all. I find joy in being able to assist every patient. In truth, many individuals inquire about the hospital rooms daily, yet most are turned away with a simple, all booked. Hospital accommodations are predominantly reserved for those with connections or resources, or require formal procedures and advance reservations. Otherwise, securing a room on short notice is quite challenging." However, Song Shiyan managed to charm his way in. When Song Shiyan next encountered Gu Yanyan, she had just emerged from the delivery room with Lin Shiyu and the newborns. Fortunately, the quadruplets were all asleep at that moment, or she might have struggled to manage. Newly born infants spend most of their time sleeping, waking only when hungry for nourishment. Seeing Song Shiyan return in a rush, Gu Yanyan curiously inquired, "What's the rush about?" "I just reserve a room. We can move as soon as Shiyu wakes up." He replied. Gu Yanyan looked at him in surprise. "Wow, Song Shiyan, you're quite close calling her Shiyu already. You've truly stepped into your role. I made the right choice bringing you along. You and Shiyu should just be together. You'd also gain 4 lovely, plump babies." Song Shiyan smiled. "That sounds wonderful. I shall be their father." "Really?" Gu Yanyan questioned, skeptical. She dismissed it as a jest, believing that a man of his stature could have any woman he desired. It seemed improbable that he would assume the responsibility of raising children, especially 4 of them, even though Lin Shiyu was the school beauty and came from a well-off family. Others might consider stepping in for her beauty and background, but Song Shiyan would not, as it was unnecessary and unworthy of his time. Thus, Gu Yanyan was convinced he was merely joking. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Song Shiyan was quite considerate. He had thoughtfully reserved a hospital room, concerned that Lin Shiyu and the babies might be affected by their surroundings. This realization made Gu Yanyan regard him with renewed admiration. Song Shiyan merely smiled in silence, for he was not jesting. When he spoke of being a father, he meant it. He was certain that the quadruplets were indeed his children, not only due to the system's verification, but also because the little ones bore an uncanny resemblance to him in his youth. Coupled with Lin Shiyu's gaze before entering the delivery room, though unspoken, it conveyed a profound understanding. He knew he was the father of those quadruplet babies. For little bundles of joy slumbered peacefully in the crib, their tiny hands no larger than a thumb, radiating an irresistible charm that captivated Song Shiyan more and more with each passing moment. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until Lin Shiyu, awakening languidly from her slumber on the hospital bed, felt the parchness of her cracked lips, a consequence of the extensive fluid loss during childbirth. Having rested, she regained a semblance of vitality and was able to speak slowly. Noticing Lin Shiyu's dry lips and evident thirst, Gu Yanyan quickly poured her some water. "Here, Shiyu, have a sip." However, Song Shiyan swiftly interjected, warning her that post-cesarean patients must wait 6 hours before consuming any liquids. Given that Lin Shiyu had just undergone surgery, her body was still in a delicate state, and the anesthesia had yet to fully dissipate, making it imperative to avoid drinking water at this time to prevent complications with gastrointestinal motility. Gu Yanyan was taken aback, hastily setting down the cup. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Her expression mirrored that of a child caught in a misstep. Lin Shiyu managed a faint smile, reassuring her friend not to fret. Unbeknownst to Gu Yanyan, Lin Shiyu was equally unaware of the 6-hour restriction. As she awoke to see Shian still present in the hospital room, tending to her and the babies, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. There were countless words she yearned to express to him, yet she found herself at a loss for how to begin. After much contemplation, she ultimately opted for silence. "It's all right. The babies are safe now. Surely, I can manage them on my own," she thought. However, as Lin Shiyu chose to remain silent, Shian spoke up. "Shiyu, the babies are mine, aren't they?" His words made Lin Shiyu's eyes widen in disbelief. How could he possibly know? At that moment, Gu Yanyan also looked at Shian in shock. "Are you out of your mind? How could you be the father of Shiyu's babies?" But just as she uttered those words, a realization dawned upon her, and her eyes widened with astonishment. "Oh my gosh! Shian, you can't be serious about taking responsibility, can you? Are you really considering being a father to the babies and caring for Shiyu? Could it be that Shian truly intended to take on such a role? A handsome man of such divine looks, contemplating fatherhood?" Gu Yanyan could hardly fathom it. Shian shook his head, his tone earnest and serious as he continued. "I must be the scoundrel Gu Yanyan referred to. I am the father of the babies. I still remember the unexpected turn of events from a year ago during our blind date. If we calculate, the timing of the baby's birth aligns perfectly. Am I mistaken, Shiyu? I am indeed their father." Upon hearing Shian's words, tears welled up in Lin Shiyu's eyes and began to cascade down her cheeks. Chapter 6. What? You are truly the father of the child. Seeing the tears glistening at the corners of Lin Shiyu's eyes, Gu Yanyan gasped as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. Her mouth agape in disbelief, she stared at Lin Shiyu. You mean Shian is really the father of the child? Shiyu, is what he said true?" With tears still glistening in her eyes, Lin Shiyu nodded silently, affirming yes. "He is indeed the father of the babies. Oh my goodness, it's true." This news came as an utter shock to Gu Yanyan, who found it hard to accept. She never anticipated that the person she sought assistance from upon returning to school would be the father of her child. What an extraordinary twist of fate. Upon hearing Lin Shiyu's response, Shian was not surprised at all. It turned out he truly was the father of Quadruplets. Tears streamed down Lin Shiyu's face, and although she felt frail from just giving birth, she defiantly gazed at Shian. "So what if the child is yours? I brought them into this world, and I will care for them myself. Thank you for signing the documents. You may leave now." Her resolute expression revealed the immense courage it took for her to utter those words. However, Shian remained steadfast, his gaze serious as he looked at her. "I will not leave. I'm the children's father, and I have a duty to care for them. Have you considered their future? When they grow up and seek out their father, what will they ask you when they see other children with their dads? How will you explain their absence? Can you bear to let them grow up without a father? Don't you want them to experience a complete childhood and family?" Lin Shiyu remained obstinate. "I have thought about all of this, but what does it matter? You are with Lily now and have your own life. I can manage well with the children on my own. When they are older, I will simply tell them their father went far away. Rest assured, we will not disturb your life." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. She was acutely aware of how unfortunate children without fathers could be. But perhaps this was simply fate. Realizing her concerns, Shian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then spoke slowly. "I have already broken up with Li. Therefore, you need not worry about it affecting me. Shiyu, if you are willing, I hope to care for the babies with you. After all, they are so small and need a father." Lin Shiyu stared at him in disbelief. "What did you say? You and Lily were doing well. How could this be?" At that moment, Gu Yanyan finally regained her composure from shock and timidly interjected, Shiyu, Shian really did break up with Li today at school. Many people are aware of it." "Really?" Lin Shiyu looked at both Shian and Gu Yanyan with incredulity. Shian nodded, Lily found me lacking in financial means to provide the life she desired, and thus we parted ways. Now, I feel unburdened. So, Shiyu, you need not worry about anything. Grant me a chance to shoulder the responsibilities of fatherhood. I will take good care of you and the babies. Song Shuren's words were filled with sincerity. His children were right before him, for tiny beings just entering the world, innocent and fragile. As their father, who else would care for them if not him? The news of Song Shuren's breakup with Li was entirely unexpected for Lin Shiyu. Now, with the revelation of the babies' identities, he expressed his desire to care for them, leaving Lin Shiyu at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Yinyin stepped forward. Poetry, you may allow Song Shian to take care of the babies during this time. Given that you are hospitalized and have not fully recovered, it would be inconvenient for you. And as for me, I lack the skills to care for others. It would be quite a challenge for me to look after 4 infants. With Song Shian present, being their father, he surely can provide the care they need. Moreover, since the babies have just entered the world and require a sense of security, it is best for both parents to be by their side. Regardless of your plans, it is essential that Song Shian looks after the babies until your discharge. After your recovery, further decisions can be made. Lin Shiyu remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating the validity of Gu Yinyin's words. It is indeed preferable for the parents to be beside the newborns. Finally, she lifted her gaze towards Song Shian, expressing her gratitude. He smiled gently, reassuring her that it was no trouble at all. At that moment, a notification chimed in Song Shian's mind, congratulating him on the birth of his quadruplets, along with a reward of 400,000 yuan. He marveled at the system's generosity, believing that with its assistance, he could provide a good life for Lin Shiyu and the babies. Raising children is inherently expensive, and having 4 is even more so. The cost for formula, clothing, shoes, toys, diapers, and more accumulates significantly. One should not underestimate the expenses associated with the little ones. For instance, although children's clothing appears small and consists of minimal fabric, the prices are surprisingly high. Furthermore, with 2 boys among the quadruplets, considerations for their future, such as housing for their eventual marriages, must also be made. At the very least, 2 homes will be necessary. To ensure fairness, if they wish to provide for both sons and daughters equally, for homes must be prepared. Reflecting on the needs of the babies and the housing situation, Song Shian observed that the parents in the adjacent hospital bed were well prepared for their little ones. In contrast, Lin Shiyu and her babies had arrived at the hospital unexpectedly without adequate supplies. Unable to leave, and with Gu Yinyin attending to Lin Shiyu, he promptly called his roommate Mantu, asking him to assist in purchasing some essentials. Mantu was taken aback by the request and questioned, "Brother Song, aren't these items for small children? Why do you need me to buy them?" Song Shian replied, "I need them for my babies." Mantu, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Song, you become a father? Is this for real? So sudden. Who is the mother? But wait, isn't there talk of you breaking up with Lili? How could you become a father right after?" Song Shian chuckled, "I'll explain later. Right now, please help me buy the items. I'll send you the address via WeChat. If you have trouble finding the hospital, just call me." Chapter 7. A flustered and clueless new father Mantu shared a close bond with Song Shian. The task he entrusted was swiftly completed. Half an hour later, Song Shian's phone rang outside the hospital entrance. Mantu, still incredulous, gazed at Song Shian. "Wait, Brother Song, did you just say you have 4 children with the campus beauty Lin Shiyu? When did you 2 ever have a story together? How come I knew nothing about this?" Song Shian chuckled, "It's a long story. But weren't you previously with Li? How did you suddenly become a father? You aren't playing the role of a stepfather, are you?" Mantu found the news too sudden to digest. In a serious tone, Song Shian replied, "They are indeed my children." Mantu struggled to believe it. However, Song Shian was pressed for time and needed to return to care for Lin Shiyu and the babies. "Thanks, brother. You should head back now. Another day, I'll treat you to a meal." "Don't go, Brother Song. I've come all this way. I must at least catch a glimpse of my little nephews and nieces." Mantu was visibly displeased, unwilling to leave without seeing the quadruplets and the campus beauty. Seeing Mantu's stubborn demeanor, Song Shian had no choice but to take him along to the hospital room. "Once we arrive, please refrain from speaking out of turn. Rest assured, brother, I won't utter a word more than necessary." I'm the tightest-lipped. Manta nodded earnestly. However, he was more like a walking megaphone. Upon entering the room and spotting Lin Shiyu, he forgot all previous restraint. Campus beauty. Hello, sister-in-law. Lin Shiyu felt a touch of embarrassment at being addressed as sister-in-law. Shian quickly nudged Mantu with his elbow, signaling him to keep quiet. Didn't you have something to attend to? Hurry along and don't waste time here. Manta grinned. I'll just take a quick look at my nephews before I leave. At that moment, the 4 chubby babies were sound asleep in their crib. Oh my heavens! The instant Manta laid eyes on the quadruplets, his heart melted. Truly, the offspring of Brother Song and the campus beauty were stunningly adorable. The newborns, mere moments old, had left Mantu utterly enchanted. These babies are so precious. Brother Song, you've done well, bringing forth such delightful little angels with the campus beauty. Congratulations. When will you hold a banquet? Quadruplets with the campus beauty. Don't forget to invite us for the celebratory feast. Mantu, aware of the gravity of the situation, spoke softly, careful not to disturb the slumbering infants. Hearing Manta praise the baby's cuteness, a smile played on Song Shian's lips. When the banquet happens, I will certainly extend an invitation to you all. After bidding farewell to Mantu, Song Shian began to organize the items he had purchased for the babies. Suddenly, sounds of cooing emanated from the crib, causing the new parents and Gu Yanyan to tense up. Fortunately, a neighboring parent alerted them that the babies had soiled their diapers. Generally, newborns expel their first stool within 24 hours after birth and should clear out completely within 34 days. If they fail to do so within 24 hours, it indicates an abnormal situation. Thankfully, their little ones were perfectly normal. Upon hearing the neighboring parents, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu were filled with joy. Oh dear, the little ones have made a mess. Thankfully, Song Shian, you had your classmate bring diapers, Gu Yanyan exclaimed with delight. Initially, they had secured a hospital room, and now they had diapers. Gu Yanyan felt that Song Shian was quite considerate. However, her joy quickly turned to disarray. Despite having the diapers, they were all inexperienced and unsure how to change the little ones. Just as the 3 of them were at a loss, a nurse appeared like a timely rain, ready to offer guidance. Have you prepared the diapers? Bring over the size. The little ones are still small, and this is the size you will need as they grow. Remember to adjust the size accordingly. As the father, Song Shian was the first to learn from the nurse. With a smile, the nurse instructed, "This is how you hold a newborn. Yes, just like that. Keep your grip gentle, and don't apply too much force. But don't be too relaxed, or the baby might slip." As she demonstrated, Song Shian followed the nurse's instructions meticulously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Nurse, is it correct to lift the bottom like this?" he asked, while Lin Shiyu, lying on the hospital bed, watched nervously, her heart warmed by Song Shian's carefulness. The nurse cradled the second baby and provided a demonstration. "Yes, you're doing well. Just be a bit gentler." It was indeed miraculous how the quadruplets seemed to be in sync. As one baby made a mess, the others followed suit. Now they had to tend to all 4 little ones. After the nurse had attended to the second baby, she instructed Song Shian and the others to manage the remaining 3 themselves. Observing the nurse's meticulous process, Gu Yanyan was alarmed to see that the mess on the change diaper was green. "Nurse, why is it green? Is something wrong with the baby?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with concern. Her tone startled Lin Shiyu, who gasped, "Green? Nurse, what is wrong with my child?" Seeing their anxious expressions, the nurse reassured them. "Do not worry. The babies are fine. This is perfectly normal. It is their meconium. It will be cleared in 3 to 4 days, and after they start feeding, the color will gradually return to normal." Hearing this, Lin Shiyu and Gu Yanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, Song Shian felt a quiet sense of relief wash over him. As long as the babies were well. After the nurse had finished with the second baby's diaper, she turned to Gu Yanyan and said, "Please fetch a basin of warm water. We need to wash the babies since they are a bit soiled." Gu Yanyan hurriedly went to prepare a basin of warm water. Observing the nurse's actions, Song Shian emulated her movements. By the time he finished tending to the eldest baby, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead had transformed into a full-blown perspiration. He felt that changing a diaper was even more nerve-wracking than taking the college entrance examination. After attending to the first 2, he still had the third and fourth babies who were whimpering in discomfort. Gu Yanyan hurriedly fetched warm water, assisting Song Shian in changing their diapers and cleaning them. Chapter 8. Bathing the babies. The anxious fathers. Once the babies were cared for, the nurse offered some advice. It is important not to fasten the diapers too tightly, as this can cause discomfort. Conversely, if they are too loose, there is a risk of leaks during bowel movements or urination. On sunny days, it is advisable to take the babies out for some sunlight, which aids in vitamin D absorption, helps reduce jaundice, and possesses disinfecting properties. The hospital even has designated areas for sunbathing babies. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Shian committed the nurse's instructions to memory. Now, place the babies on the bed. I will check their health. The newly born infants undergo a physical examination, where the nurse will look for birthmarks or wounds. "Oh dear, these are such fragrant little ones, exceedingly healthy," she exclaimed. There were no birthmarks or wounds, which was splendid. The 4 tiny infants were turned over one by one in the nurse's capable hands. Gu Yanyan felt a pang of concern watching such delicate and tender little beings. Was it truly safe to handle them this way? Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself, acknowledging the nurse's professionalism. Upon hearing there were no injuries or marks, the novice parents were overjoyed. The safety of their little ones was paramount. Just then, a chime echoed in Song Shian's mind as the system informed him, "Congratulations. You have successfully changed diapers for the first time. Reward, 200,000 cash and 4 baby hats." He was astonished that such a generous reward could come from changing diapers. The system was indeed lavish. Not to mention, the 4 baby hats would be useful as newborns are prone to catching a chill, and it would be wise to adorn them with these hats when necessary. Song Shian surmised that the hats produced by the system would surely offer excellent warmth. Meanwhile, the nurse, having completed her examination, bent down with a smile, playfully engaging with the babies. "Oh my, this little glutinous rice ball is the most adorable and beautiful baby I have ever seen. Such sweet, soft babies. One could never tire playing with them." She then turned to Song Shian. "By the way, remember to take the little ones for a bath shortly. Don't forget to bring their clothing." "Understood. Thank you, nurse." Song Shian replied. He knew that the newborns required not only a bath but also needed to be taken for vaccinations. After the nurse departed, seizing the opportunity while the little ones were still lively, Song Shian asked Gu Yanyan to look after Lin Shiyu in the hospital room while he took the babies for a bath. As they had 4 babies, the hospital room lacked a suitable stroller for them. Fortunately, the cribs they slept in were mobile and could be wheeled along. Song Shian decided to push the baby stroller to bathe the little ones. Along the way, he observed numerous parents cradling their infants. Dads, mostly carrying daughters, appeared joyful, while grandfathers, holding sons, radiated happiness. Song Shian also spotted a newborn weighing an impressive 8 pounds and 6 ounces, much to the pride of the parents, who boasted exuberantly. The infant was notably larger than his own 4 little treasures, which tugged at Song Shian's heartstrings. "Wow, look, it's quadruplets," exclaimed one onlooker. "Goodness, they truly are quadruplets. Is that their father? He is quite handsome. Excuse me, are you the father of the quadruplets?" "Indeed," he replied. "How wonderful. Congratulations on becoming a father at such a young age, especially to quadruplets. You are truly blessed." Other parents chimed in with admiration. "Young man, you are so handsome. It's no wonder your children are so adorable. They'll surely grow up to be quite striking." "Absolutely. Just look at those sparkling eyes like precious gems. And those long lashes. I'm envious. Oh dear, why do our babies have such short lashes and single eyelids? Quadruplets are rare. Is there a secret to it? Ah, that pair of quadruplets at the hospital today must be yours." Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Song Shian relished his new identity as a father. Hearing compliments about his children filled him with an undeniable pride. It was even more gratifying than receiving accolades for himself. "Have you heard? The mother of those quadruplets is already 6 centimeters dilated, and she has no family by her side. The father arrived late. Do you think he had an emergency? Or is he just shirking responsibility? Hey, isn't that the father of the quadruplets? Could it be him?" Song Shian, who had been basking in others' admiration moments ago, found himself at the center of scrutiny. It seemed Lin Shiyu's exceptional beauty, coupled with the rarity of their quadruplets, had made her story well known at the maternity hospital, inadvertently casting him as the subject of gossip among the crowd. Fortunately, it was finally time for the babies to bathe. All newborns in the hospital bathed in a designated area. A small pool was set up where two nurses worked in tandem, one undressing the babies while the other washed them. The nurses displayed impressive skill, yet the watching parents remained anxious. They likened the nurses' methods to washing piglets, finding the approach rather harsh despite the apparent expertise. Couldn't they be gentler? One concerned parent implored. What if they hurt our baby? Unfazed by the parents' concerns, the nurse, accustomed to such queries, replied without turning her head. I have been in this profession for over a decade and have cared for countless babies. Not a single one has ever encountered an issue. You can rest assured. The questioning parent was left speechless. He wished to gently convey his request. Yet he feared her impatience and the possibility of her being too rough with their precious little ones. Helpless, he could only stand by, trembling with anxiety. Fortunately, the two nurses worked in perfect harmony, drawing upon their years of experience. Moments later, a fragrant, neatly attired baby reappeared before the parents. It was time for the quadruplets. Shian stood nervously to the side. When the nurse mentioned clothing and diapers, he promptly handed them over. Thankfully, his four little darlings were exceptionally well behaved. They only murmured a few times during their initial bath, but thereafter remained calm and cooperative. As he cradled the little ones once more, his heart ached with tenderness. This was his first glimpse of his babies during bath time. Remarkably, it resembled the washing of piglets or radishes, and the efficiency of the nurses was commendable. As they wheeled the little treasures back to the ward, Gu Yanyan was engaged in conversation with Lin Shiyu. In Chapter 9, they contemplated names for the babies. Upon seeing Shian return with the babies, Gu Yanyan stood up and exclaimed, "You're back." Did the babies cry during their bath? Reflecting on the well-behaved little ones, Shian smiled and replied, "Not at all. They were very good." The four little ones, having returned from their bath, were wide awake and curiously observing their surroundings. Gu Yanyan beamed at them, her heart swelling with warmth. "By the way, Shian, Shiyu and I are discussing names for the babies." "Names?" he echoed, realizing the significance of naming their newborns had momentarily escaped him. Lin Shiyu, lying in the hospital bed, turned to him and said, as their father, "You should choose their names." "Me? Is that all right?" He hesitated, feeling inexperienced in this important matter. Lin Shiyu nodded earnestly. "Of course. You are the father of these little ones." It was true. Even the most subtle expression from a beautiful woman could stir one's heart. After a moment of contemplation, Shian suggested, "You've carried them for so long, you must have thought of names already. Why don't you choose?" He believed that whatever he could conjure up on the spot would pale in comparison to the names Lin Shiyu had thoughtfully considered. How about Daba being named Zishi, Erba as Yicheng, Samba as Zilin, Xiaoba as Yitong? These names had all been previously considered by her, each imbued with beautiful meanings. Song Zishi, Song Yicheng, Song Zilin, Song Yitong, Song Shian found them lovely. Thus, the names for the babies were settled. Upon hearing that her best friend and Song Shian had chosen names for the babies, Gu Yanyan's face lit up with joy. "Babies, did you hear? Your parents have named you. You have names now. Aren't you happy?" However, just as Gu Yanyan finished speaking, the four little cherubs suddenly began to whimper. Gu Yanyan's heart raced. Was it discomfort after their bath? She keenly noticed that the sound of their cries was different from the earlier cries when they had soiled themselves. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu, equally inexperienced, were thrown into a state of panic. Fortunately, the kind woman in the adjacent hospital bed reminded them, "Why don't you check if the babies are hungry and in need of milk? If they are, then it's time to feed them." The speaker was the mother-in-law of the woman in the next bed. Concerned that they might not know what to do, she continued to explain with enthusiasm. Before feeding the babies, one should first check if the mother has milk. If not, a little can be expressed to provide nourishment for the little ones. If the babies are unable to latch on, one might consider using a breast pump purchased from outside. However, I personally do not recommend this approach, as it is preferable for the babies to suckle directly. If there is still no milk later on, it is advisable to seek the assistance of a lactation consultant. After all, breastfeeding is the best option for newborns. Breast milk is highly nutritious and can significantly enhance the baby's immunity. "Thank you, Auntie." Song Shian expressed her gratitude before hastily drawing the bed curtains. Then she inquired, Shiyu, have you started producing milk? Lin Shiyu weakly nodded. Yes, I have milk. The four little ones cried loudly, and Gu Yanyan, being inexperienced in caregiving, left the task of feeding the babies solely to Song Shian. Before feeding the babies, it was essential to prepare adequately. I will fetch a warm towel to wipe your nipples first, she said. Oh, okay. Thank you, Lin Shiyu replied, momentarily stunned, but quickly regaining her composure. She already envisioned what was about to unfold, constructing her psychological defenses. Yes, this is all for the babies. Lin Shiyu reassured herself. Don't be shy. You can do this. Meanwhile, Gu Yanyan felt this was a moment to deepen their bond, quietly supporting the babies in a discreet manner. This was the first time the novice parents were feeding their little ones. Despite their mental preparations, they still felt quite awkward. However, they had to face this reality. Lin Shiyu, though, blushed deeply, her ears turning crimson. Song Shian was far more adept at managing his emotions and expressions than Lin Shiyu. Yet, when he saw Lin Shiyu unfasten her hospital gown, his pupils dilated in surprise. Wow, this is quite substantial. Lin Shiyu noticed the change in Song Shian's gaze and instinctively closed her neckline, her face aflame with embarrassment. I didn't see anything, Song Shian stammered awkwardly. You're lying. That is quite obvious. Lin Shiyu's face was as red as an apple. Just as the novice parents were still feeling bashful, the baby's whimpers grew louder. The little one seemed to say, Mommy and Daddy, you're shy, but we're hungry. Of course, the newborns could neither speak nor think. And this interpretation was entirely Gu Yanyan's imaginative deduction based on the situation. Upon hearing the baby's cries, Lin Shiyu decided to cast aside her shyness completely. Could you please bring me the warm towel to cover myself? I'll be able to feed the babies soon. Lin Shiyu had a good constitution, having already produced colostrum shortly after giving birth. Unlike some mothers who struggle to produce milk, leaving their newborns to rely solely on formula. The quadruplets were indeed fortunate in this regard. Song Shian gently wiped the edges of the mask with a warm towel before covering it for a moment. He then picked up the babies one by one. The four little treasures bore such striking similarities that they could only be distinguished by the different colors of their information rings and small blankets. The eldest cried the loudest, so he would be fed first. With great care, Song Shian lifted the eldest. The little one wailed, his cherubic face resembling a dumpling, with skin as tender as pink petals. As Song Shian brought the eldest to the bedside, he found himself perplexed. How was he to feed the baby? Should he hold him while feeding? Were there prescribed positions for nursing? He was utterly clueless. Both were first-time parents, with almost no parenting experience. Fortunately, at that moment, Gu Yanyan's role came into play. Observing their struggle, she hurried off to find nurse. Excuse me, nurse. My friend, our baby is crying. He must be hungry. How should we feed him? Could you teach us? The nurse followed Gu Yanyan into the room, pulling aside a corner of the curtain. Has the milk been prepared? Yes, it has. How should we feed the babies? Is there anything we need to be cautious about? I'm worried about them choking. No worries. Just bring the baby close to the milk. He will drink on his own. Unable to suppress a smile at Song Shian's clumsiness, the nurse reassured him, Don't be nervous. I'll demonstrate for you. Chapter 10. Feeding the baby. A magical reward. As the nurse observed Song Shian's awkward attempts, she couldn't help but chuckle. However, her amusement faded when she beheld Lin Shiyu's figure. Goodness, why must we women be so different? Look at that development. The mother of the quadruplets possessed a figure that was nothing short of stunning, with skin as fair as snow and all the right curves. Unlike herself, who had dealt with insecurities since childhood, the nurse shook off her envious thoughts, reminding herself that there are advantages to every body type. At least she saved on fabric and expenses. Regaining her composure, she continued to guide Song Shian on how to feed the little ones. Support the baby like this, and let him feed himself. The mother's milk is quite powerful. Just be cautious not to spill on their faces after they finish. If one baby cries from hunger, you can also hold two at once. A strong mother can manage to nurse two. Noticing that 3 other babies were also crying, she instructed, Sir, why not bring over another baby to feed alongside the eldest? One for each side. Hearing the nurse's words, he brought over the second baby to join the first. As they nestled close to their mother, The second baby struggled to find the milk, his little nose sniffing eagerly. Seeing this, Songshan gently guided Lin Shiyu's milk towards the second baby's mouth. Ah! Lin Shiyu was startled by the sudden movement. I'm sorry, did I pinch you? She shook her head, glancing at the second baby as she softly remarked, he bit me. Does it still hurt? No, I can endure it. Although the babies had just been born and had no teeth, their hunger made them surprisingly strong when feeding. During the Song dynasty, Sang's expression was gentle as he comforted Lin Shiyu, saying, you've worked hard. Once the baby finishes eating, the pain will subside. Lin Shiyu responded with a soft acknowledgement, determined to endure any discomfort for the sake of their little ones. The two infants, one on each side, were merrily indulging in their meals. Watching the babies heartily devour their food filled the novice parents with immense joy. Before long, a nurse's swift action caused Lin Shiyu to blush deeply. It turned out that the elder baby had finished eating and, as he turned his head to spit out the remnants, the nurse deftly caught the food to prevent any spillage. Although she understood that all this was for the babies, the presence of Sang made the situation rather awkward. At this stage, the babies had particularly small stomachs and could only eat a few bites before feeling full. They were still too young to speak, expressing their disinterest through their actions. For instance, the elder baby turned his head away when he had had enough. The experienced nurse quickly pressed down on Lin Shiyu's food to avoid it landing on the baby's face. Once the elder and younger siblings finished their meals, they swiftly fell into a peaceful slumber. With their previous experiences, feeding the third and fourth babies became much more proficient. Soon, the little ones were sleeping soundly, just like their older siblings, exuding a delightful scent of milk. The nurse, observing the slumbering bundles of joy, softly inquired, have you named the babies? Yes, Lin Shiyu replied. Good. When the babies wake up, come find me to fill out the paperwork, and once completed, we can take them for their vaccinations. Thank you, nurse. After the nurse departed, Sang approached the crib, gazing tenderly at the four sleeping angels. He cautiously extended his hand, and as soon as he touched the elder baby's palm, the little one instinctively grasped his finger. Could this be considered holding hands with his son? Sang's heart swelled with delight. Ding! The system announced. The host has successfully fed the babies for the first time, earning a cash reward of 20,000 yuan and the skill of a master chef. Just as the elder baby held his hand, the voice of the system echoed in Sang's mind. Skills? A master chef? While he was familiar with the cash reward, he was puzzled by the master chef designation. As if reading his thoughts, the system clarified, host, the master chef skill will enhance your culinary abilities, allowing you to create even more delectable dishes. Ah, so that was it. Sang was both surprised and elated. With this skill, he could prepare delicious meals for the babies once they grew teeth. Meanwhile, the babies slept soundly. On the other side, Lin Shiyu, having finished feeding the babies, soon succumbed to drowsiness herself. The physical toll of childbirth weighed heavily on her, leaving her still quite fatigued. Gu Yanyan sat quietly by the bed, silently watching over Lin Shiyu, occasionally glancing at Sang and the babies, lost in her own thoughts. Time passed unnoticed. Before long, the little ones opened their bright, curious eyes, looking at Sang with wonder. The adorable babies were awake. Sang interacted with them for a while before seeking out the nurse to obtain the necessary forms for completion. Once everything was filled out, they could take the quadruplets for their vaccinations after the little ones woke up and regained their composure. Prior to the vaccinations, it was necessary to input the children's information into the hospital system. Details such as the baby's names, birth certificates, birth permits, and the adults' identification cards and household registration documents needed to be prepared. Song Shiran discovered that a marriage certificate was also required. However, he and Lin Shiyu had yet to obtain one. What to do? Song Shiran awkwardly inquired of the nurse. We do not have a marriage certificate. Can we still vaccinate the babies? Yes, you can provide it later, the nurse replied. Thank you, nurse. After completing the paperwork and returning, Lin Shiyu had still not awakened. Song Shiran instructed Gu Yanyan to take good care of Lin Shiyu and once again pushed the infant cart outside. The little ones lay in their beds, cooing softly as they gazed up at their father. Babies, Song Shiran smiled, we're going to play. Daddy will take you to get your shots, all right? After this, you can grow up safe and sound. The little ones, still too young to comprehend the concept of injections, whimpered as they followed their father outside. First, they arrived at the information entry room, where the doctor began inputting the baby's details and complimented. This young man is quite impressive. Not only does he possess good looks, but he also writes exceptionally well, truly a rarity. Wow, quadruplets. The mother must have endured much to bring forth such adorable children. You must treat them well in the future. The baby's information was swiftly recorded, and once everything was completed, the doctor returned the documents to Song Shian. All right, you may now take the babies for their vaccinations. Little ones, grow up quickly. I hope you can visit Annie's house to play sometime. The 4 small bundles, soft and rosy-cheeked, were simply irresistible. As they left the information desk, the doctor gazed fondly at the little ones. The injection room was not far. Song Shian pushed the infant cart through a few corridors until they arrived. The newly born babies expressed curiosity about their surroundings. Along the way, the babies observed the unfamiliar and fascinating world with wide, inquisitive eyes. Chapter 11. Vaccinations and Rich Rewards. Soon, they reached the injection room, which was bustling with other babies. There were already a dozen people ahead of them. Song Shian joined the queue. Fortunately, the doctor was swift, and after a short wait, it was their turn. The doctor initiated the process by requesting the children's names, then rolled up the baby's sleeves to facilitate the injections. Song Zishi, Song Yicheng, Song Zilin, Song Yitong. Upon hearing the 4 names, the doctor paused, looking up in surprise. Indeed, they were quadruplets. Meanwhile, the nurse prepared 4 vaccine syringes. Song Shian carefully picked up each baby, rolling up their sleeves. Feeling anxious whether he might inadvertently hurt them or if they would cry out in pain during the injections, the eldest took the lead, and the nurse skillfully injected the vaccine into the baby's tender arm. The little one displayed no reaction, gazing vacantly at the nurse. Seeing his son remain expressionless filled Song Shian with joy. The baby is truly brave. However, before he could finish his thought, the previously quiet eldest suddenly burst into tears. Seeing his son cry with such distress, Song Shian quickly comforted him. Baby, be good. It's all over now. We have triumphed. The nurse chuckled. The baby needs 2 vaccine shots, you know. There's still one more, the BCG vaccine. Please continue to hold your baby securely, sir. Just as Song Shian had sighed in relief, his heart sank again upon witnessing the baby's sorrowful tears. Alas, for the sake of the children's health, he had no choice but to cooperate with the nurse to expose the other arm. The nurse skillfully administered the second shot. The baby, who had almost quieted down, began to wail once more. Gently, Song Shian patted the little one, soothing him softly. After calming the eldest, it was time for the younger siblings to receive their shots. Following the order, Song Shian lifted each child, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, to allow the nurse to complete the vaccinations. The room was filled with the sound of wailing. The power of the 4 babies was indeed remarkable, and Song Shian felt somewhat overwhelmed as he comforted each one in turn. Fortunately, the little ones were quite well behaved. After a while, their cries gradually subsided. Once the vaccinations were completed, the nurse filled out the vaccination book and handed it to Song Shian. She instructed him that this document would be essential when the children began school, emphasizing the importance of keeping it safe. She also noted the schedule for subsequent vaccinations, advising him to bring the babies back on time. After receiving the hepatitis B and BCG vaccines, he was reminded to avoid getting the injection sites wet for 24 hours. Upon hearing the nurse's instructions, Song Shian wheeled the babies back to the ward. Inside the ward, the babies were not present. Lin Shiyu had fallen asleep again due to exhaustion. After settling the children, Song Shian tidied up around the bed and gently tucked Lin Shiyu's blanket. Lin Shiyu, who had been sleeping lightly, was startled awake. Their eyes met, and for the first time, Song Shian observed her closely, marveling, "You are so beautiful even without makeup." Lin Shiyu shyly turned her head away. "Did the babies finish their vaccinations?" she asked. "Oh, yes, they have," Song Shian replied, aware of the subtle tension in the air. Awkwardly attempting to ease it. To lighten the mood, he shifted the conversation. Noticing that 6 hours had passed, he suggested that Lin Shiyu prepare something to eat. "Prepare something to eat?" Gu Yanyan exclaimed in surprise. She had assumed Song Shian would grab a meal from the hospital cafeteria, but was taken aback when he mentioned cooking for himself. Could it be that Song Shian knew how to cook? Lin Shiyu on the bed also cast a look of astonishment. With a smile, Song Shian assured them he could whip up a few dishes that tasted decent. Confident in his culinary skills, thanks to a special cooking talent awarded by the system, he felt optimistic about the outcome. However, a new dilemma arose. He lacked a cooking space. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Shiyu, does your home have a kitchen? Lin Shiyu nodded. A thought struck Song Shian. Could I borrow your kitchen? I'll prepare something to bring back for you. The idea of Song Shian cooking for her warmed Lin Shiyu's heart. After learning where Lin Shiyu lived and glancing at the well-behaved babies in the crib, Song Shian instructed Gu Yinyan to take care of the children and Lin Shiyu, assuring her that he would return shortly after preparing the meal. As Song Shian prepared to leave, Gu Yinyan suddenly reminded him, by the way, you are heading to Shiyu's place. Don't forget to bring her some change of clothes and daily necessities. All right, Song Shian replied before departing from the hospital. On his way back, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the vaccinations for the little ones. You are rewarded with a nanny vehicle and a cash prize of 40,000 yuan. Note, the nanny vehicle will be coordinated by a dedicated staff member. Please be patient. Upon hearing the system's reward, Song Shian felt a surge of joy. Hooray, a nanny vehicle. It will be so much more convenient to take the children out in the future. The system is truly thoughtful, delivering exactly what I need. Regaining his composure, Song Shian made a stop at a nearby market to purchase some groceries. This must be the garden community, he thought, observing the neighborhood before him, which starkly contrasted with his expectations. Surely, the young lady shouldn't reside in such surroundings. Could it be that Lin Shiyu faced financial difficulties while renting? Yet, Gu Yinyan appeared quite affluent, so he doubted she would neglect her. Could there be some hidden circumstances? He pondered, but soon shook his head, deciding to contemplate this later. What mattered most was preparing a delicious meal for Lin Shiyu. Following the door number provided by Lin Shiyu, he arrived at room 502 of Building 7, struggling with the key for several attempts before it finally turned, revealing a door that had evidently aged. Just as he opened the door, a girl from across the hall was also unlocking her door, her gaze lingering on Song Shian. Excuse me, where's the beautiful sister who used to live here? Song Shian looked at the girl, who possessed a completely different style from Lin Shiyu, though she was undeniably charming and cute, resembling a quintessential neighborly sister. Oh, she's at the hospital today with the baby. And who might you be? The girl inquired, her eyes studying the handsome Song Shian, sensing an unusual connection to the beautiful sister. I'm their father, Song Shian replied bashfully, scratching his head. I see. Well, you carry on. I'll head inside, she said, feeling a pang of disappointment. Oh no, to meet such a handsome guy, and he is already married. Upon entering the apartment, Song Shian noted that although the community appeared somewhat dated, the layout was quite orderly. It was a two-bedroom unit, and the first thing that caught his eye was the cozy living room, revealing Lin Shiyu's emphasis on quality of life. One room resembled a guest room, showing signs of having been occupied, likely by Gu Yinyan during her late pregnancy to care for Lin Shiyu. The other room must be Lin Shiyu's master bedroom, filled with numerous baby items and small garments. As Song Shian opened the wardrobe, he hesitated momentarily, considering whether to take the lingerie. Should I grab these? It seems unnecessary during the nursing period, yet I feel a bit shy. Never mind, I'll take them anyway. He hastily selected a few pieces of undergarments and some loose-fitting clothing, then gathered toiletries from a bathroom, placing everything on the coffee table in the living room. With everything organized, he decided it was time to cook. Entering the kitchen, he surveyed his surroundings, familiarizing himself with the arrangement of items before donning an apron and rolling up his sleeves, ready to embark on his culinary endeavor. Chapter 12. Tears of Joy. A handsome man who cooks. How do others live? Upon returning, Song Shian purchased crucian carp, lean meat, and fruits. Soon, he planned to prepare crucian carp soup, mushroom, and lean meat porridge, along with a fruit dessert for Lin Shiyu. Remarkably, when he activated his culinary skills, it seemed as if the knife was an extension of his hand. The dishes were prepared swiftly and efficiently. Song Shian found it astonishing. The aromas wafting from the freshly cooked meals were exceptionally delightful. He neatly packed the dishes into a thermos, gathered the daily necessities he had already prepared, and hurried back to the hospital room. By this time, 6 hours had passed since Lin Shiyu's delivery, and she would soon be able to eat after expelling the gas. Just as fate would have it, upon entering the hospital room, Song Shiran encountered Lin Shiyu in the midst of her recovery process. Lin Shiyu froze momentarily, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment at being caught in such a vulnerable moment. Song Shiran remained composed, as if he hadn't heard anything, refraining from mocking her. He approached the bedside, opened the thermos, perfectly timed for a warm meal. As the lid was lifted, the fragrant aroma of the dishes filled the air, leaving Gu Yanyan, who was nearby, utterly envious. He placed the food on the bedside table, brought over a chair, and prepared to feed Lin Shiyu. "Come, Shiyu, eat something. Allow me to feed you." Song Shiran scooped a spoonful of mushroom and lean meat porridge, blowing gently to cool it before bringing it to Lin Shiyu's lips. I'll open wide. Having just undergone surgery, Lin Shiyu was too weak to feed herself. When she noticed Song Shiran's intent to feed her, her heart raced, and a slight blush graced her cheeks. After the first bite, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Song Shiran. The flavor exceeded her expectations. She had suspected it would be delicious from the aroma, but tasting it revealed just how youthful she still was. The aunt in the adjacent bed observed their affectionate interaction and couldn't help but exclaim, "My dear girl, you are truly blessed. Your husband is not only handsome, but also an amazing cook. In all my years, I have never encountered such delightful aromas." The neighboring aunt referred to Song Shiran as Lin Shiyu's husband, and the public praise caused her to feel a wave of shyness. Song Shiran heard the aunt's comment, but was entirely focused on Lin Shiyu as he continued to feed her. He offered her another spoonful of cushion carp soup, asking nervously, "How's it taste?" The dishes, prepared using his newfound culinary skills, were indeed fragrant, yet he worried whether they would suit Lin Shiyu's palate. Perhaps the exertion of childbirth had drained her energy, or perhaps the enticing aroma had stirred her appetite. She did not respond immediately. After a moment, she nodded vigorously. "It's incredibly delicious." "Thank you, Song Shiran." The aunt chimed in playfully, "My dear, you've already given birth to your baby. Why still so polite?" Hearing the aunt's words, Lin Shiyu felt a wave of embarrassment. Typically reserved, she found herself at a loss for words, lowering her gaze to continue eating. It must be said that Song Shiran's cooking was extraordinarily delectable. Due to her family's circumstances, Lin Shiyu had tasted a myriad of exquisite dishes throughout her life. Yet this was the first time she had experienced such unforgettable flavors. The more she ate, the more she craved. Lin Shiyu never expected his cooking to be so delightful. Perhaps he was too hungry to pay attention to his image. Embarrassed, Lin Shiyu lowered his head again, his cheeks flushed, exuding a charming allure. Song Shiran chuckled softly, ruffling his hair, and said, "Don't rush, take your time, and be careful not to choke." Lin Shiyu responded with a quiet continuing to eat. Unfortunately, having just undergone surgery, he couldn't indulge too much. After finishing the meal, Lin Shiyu wore an expression of lingering satisfaction. Meanwhile, in addition to preparing a meal for Lin Shiyu, Song Shiran had also made a portion for Gu Yanyan. This thrilled Gu Yanyan. "Wow, I didn't expect to have my own share," she exclaimed. Song Shiran was truly wonderful as she watched her best friend eat. She had already swallowed an uncountable amount of saliva, and now this unexpected joy showered upon her. Gu Yanyan was overjoyed and eagerly dug into her food. Once the meal was over, Lin Shiyu blissfully squinted his eyes. Nearby, four little angels in the crib slept soundly. Seizing the moment, Song Shiran took out his phone and was astounded by the flood of messages, particularly in the dormitory group chat, which was unusually lively. While other group chats were inundated with notifications, 99 unread messages. These messages were not about any urgent matters, but rather gossip concerning him and the campus beauty. It was evident that his relationship with Lin Shiyu had become common knowledge among his roommates and classmates. Without a doubt, it was the ever-gossipy Mantu who had let it slip. As the news spread from 10 to 100, nearly the entire school was now aware of his connection with Lin Shiyu. Song Shiran scrolled through the group chat messages, and just then, a new notification popped up. "Brother Song, Manta said you and the campus beauty have 4 babies. Is that true? Hey, did you break up with Lili because you got together with the campus beauty?" Why didn't you tell us about your big news? The messages kept refreshing, confirming that it was indeed Mantu, the human megaphone, who had spread the word. Song Shian was not one to shy away from responsibility and replied openly in the chat. Yes, I have 4 children with a campus beauty. He maintained a good relationship with his roommates, often supporting each other during tough times, particularly given their shared experiences with part-time jobs. Congratulations, Brother Song, on being with the campus beauty and having children. If you ever need assistance, just let us know. Absolutely, Brother Song. You've always helped us out. We'll be there for you, even if it means selling everything we own. Brother Song, you're so happy now with the campus beauty. Breaking up with Li was the right choice. I always sensed you wasn't a good person. Reading through the group messages, Song Shian contemplated a pressing question. While he did not understand why Lin Shiyu chose to live in an older community, he felt that once she and the babies were discharged from the hospital, a change in living environment would be beneficial. If Lin Shiyu was willing to vacate her current place, he wished to rent a new apartment to provide a comfortable upbringing for the children. At present, he possesses a considerable sum of money, enabling him to rent a more suitable residence temporarily for the little ones. Once he accumulates sufficient wealth in the future, he intends to purchase a home of his own. With a system in place, he is confident that acquiring a house should be feasible. Generally, after a cesarean section, one can be discharged after 7 days. So it would be prudent to begin searching for rental properties now. Without further ado, Song Shian messaged in the group, Mantu, Dahu, and Nijo, when you have some free time, please assist me in finding a rental. Once the babies are discharged, I will bring them directly to our new abode. Upon receiving the message, Mantu and Nijo eagerly responded, Of course, Brother Song. We will ensure everything is arranged beautifully. Dahu chimed in, So, Brother Song, are you planning to cohabit with the campus belle? How would be a bit? At that moment, Dahu queried, Brother Song, do you have enough money for the rent? If not, I still have a little on hand. I can transfer it to you. Others echoed his concern, asking, Do you have enough funds, Brother Song? Subsequently, Dahu and the others each privately sent him 2 to 3,000 yuan. Song Shian was aware that this money was originally set aside for concert tickets, and he was pleasantly surprised that these 3 friends had chosen to send it to him. Feeling a warmth in his heart, he reflected on how these usually carefree brothers were now so supportive. Are you not worried I might be unable to repay you for such a generous sum? He jested. If you can't pay us back, just sell the kids. We could be their fathers. They joked in return. Indeed, 4 of us means 1 for each, they laughed. Hearing this, Song Shian's typing speed quickened. Enough with the jesting. Being a godfather is acceptable, but being a father is out of the question. Chapter 13. After discharge. Let us cohabit. Having entrusted the matter of finding a rental to his 3 roommates, time flew by swiftly. Before long, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, and darkness enveloped the sky. Lin Shiyu awoke groggily. Having likely been lying down for too long and feeling uncomfortable, she thought to sit up for a moment. Typically, after a cesarean section, it is inadvisable to sit up within the first 6 hours, but after that, one may gradually assume a seated position. She could slowly elevate the hospital bed to about 30 degrees and observe for 5 minutes. If no abnormalities arose, she could gently sit up. Seeing this, Gu Yinyan approached to carefully adjust her friend's bed. While doing so, she cautiously inquired, Shiyu, how do you feel? Is there any pain? Lin Shiyu shook her head, indicating she felt no discomfort. Upon seeing this, Gu Yinyan finally relaxed. After adjusting the bed, she could not help but yawn. After a long day of busyness, she was quite fatigued. Noticing this, Song Shian remarked, Perhaps you should return to rest. You've had a long day. I can take care of things here. Gu Yinyan still harbored some concern. After all, her dear friend had just given birth, and she felt uneasy. At that moment, Lin Shiyu, in a weak voice, said, Yinyan, thank you for today. You should go and rest. Song Shian will look after us. Upon hearing her good friend's words, Gu Yinyan reconsidered. Indeed, returning to rest would allow them to have some private time together, which could foster the development of their relationship. As she departed, Gu Yinyan expressed her worry, saying, Song Shian, please do not sleep too soundly tonight. Ensure the baby isn't taken away. Previously, I encountered a disturbing video on Douyin showcasing a child abduction. Given the adorableness of our little ones, one must remain vigilant against ill-intentioned individuals. Song Shian chuckled, asserting that in the 21st century, how could anyone dare to steal a baby from a hospital? However, Gu Yinyin, with a look of concern, cautioned against the unexpected dangers. Song Shian confidently patted his chest, reassuring her that he would vigilantly watch over the babies, especially with the multitude of surveillance cameras in the hospital and the nurses on duty during the night. Furthermore, these children were his own, and he would ensure their utmost safety. Observing the earnest expression on Song Shian's face, Gu Yinyin fell silent, feeling reassured enough to depart. Not long after Gu Yinyin left, Song Shian began discussing rental arrangements with Lin Shiyu. It was at this moment that Song Shian learned of Lin Shiyu's estrangement from her family due to her determination to give birth, which resulted in her parents terminating her financial support. Due to her pregnancy, she found it inconvenient to continue residing at the school, thus opting to rent an apartment nearby. Gu Yinyin later discovered that her friend had lost her financial backing following the fallout with her parents. Due to her nature, Lin Shiyu had always been reluctant to burden others, so she chose a modestly priced apartment close to the school. During the early stages of her pregnancy, she attended classes, but once her belly began to show, she took a leave of absence to rest at home. Once her mobility became limited, she planned to hire assistants for her care. Subsequently, upon learning of her situation, Gu Yinyin continuously offered her support. During this time, Gu Yinyin suggested renting a new place, but Lin Shiyu declined, preferring to stay put for the time being. After a prolonged silence, Song Shian spoke earnestly. Once you and the babies are discharged from the hospital, we shall move into a new home together. I have already found a suitable place. However, Lin Shiyu noted that her current lease had not yet expired. Now that she had given birth to quadruplets, the prospect of relocating stirred concerns about finances. Song Shian seemed to grasp her apprehension, taking her hand and asserting, money is not an issue. Moreover, the babies deserve a nurturing environment to grow up in. The security at your place is lacking, and there is no elevator. Given that you are still recuperating, it would be inconvenient to navigate stairs. His eyes radiated sincerity. Besides, if you move in with me, it will be easier for me to care for you and the babies. Lin Shiyu pondered for a moment. Would it be all right for us to live together? Song Shian smiled gently. We both have children now. What could be wrong with that? The best scenario is for our families to unite. The thought of jointly raising their children, akin to cohabitation, made Lin Shiyu shyly lower her gaze, her cheeks flushing. Their conversation was interrupted as the babies began to stir, with the eldest letting out a wail, presumably hungry again. Song Shian gently took the little one and handed him to Lin Shiyu for feeding. Since his initial experience, this new father had become increasingly adept at the task. After the baby was fed, he suddenly recalled the nursing pads that Mantu had delivered and retrieved one to place under Lin Shiyu. Initially, it was quite embarrassing for her to nurse in front of him, and now, with Song Shian having provided her with nursing pads, her cheeks flushed in even deeper shade. Observing Lin Shiyu's face, which resembled a ripe apple, Song Shian found her utterly adorable and couldn't resist the impulse to gently caress her cheek. Your face is burning, he remarked. Lin Shiyu, playfully swatting his hand away, retorted with a touch of feigned annoyance. With such intimate gestures, which girl wouldn't feel shy? Song Shian shrugged with a mischievous grin. Then why not take the initiative? I'm not one to impose on others. Flustered and indignant, Lin Shiyu replied. I never implied that about you. Song Shian chuckled softly. Lin Shiyu often sensed that he was merely entertaining himself at her expense, though she had no concrete evidence to support her suspicion. Meanwhile, the curtain of the adjacent bed was drawn as someone prepared to rest. He then approached Lin Shiyu and assisted her in lying down, saying, It's getting late. You should get some rest. After she settled, he tenderly tucked her hand back under the covers and gently patted her head, murmuring, Sleep well. At that moment, the doctor entered for rounds, providing instructions for the examination scheduled for the following morning before departing. As night fell, Lin Shiyu, utterly exhausted, drifted into a deep slumber, while the twins beside her peacefully suckled on their tiny hands. Reminded by Gu Yinyin's advice, Song Shian took the precaution of locking the ward door. After all, he could not bear the thought of losing any of those precious little ones. The night stretched on, and eventually fatigue overtook Song Shian, leading him to doze off beside Lin Shiyu's bed, his hand instinctively clasped around the edge of the infant crib. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was jolted awake by the sound of rustling. Relieved to see the baby still present, he exhaled softly. "Phew, you startled me." It turned out to be a family member from the adjacent bed, changing a diaper. "My apologies for waking you," he said. "It's quite all right. I was just a bit anxious," came the reply. Noticing Lin Shiyu had kicked her covers aside, he hurried to cover her again. The neighbor smiled and advised, "You might want to check if your little ones need a diaper change. Waiting too long can lead to diaper rash." Song Shian then checked each baby's bottom, grateful for the neighbor's timely reminder, as he had been oblivious to their needs. Feeling somewhat sheepish, he scratched his head. "This is my first time as a father, and there's still so much for me to learn from you." With newfound experience, he noticeably changed the baby's diapers much more swiftly. The next day, just after Lin Shiyu finished feeding the twins, Dr. Chen arrived for rounds. This was the same doctor who had assisted in the delivery. Holding a notepad, Dr. Chen inquired, "Are you feeling any discomfort today?" "My incision still hurts a bit, but otherwise, I haven't noticed anything unusual," she replied. "How is the lochia?" "The flow is still somewhat heavy." "Did the babies fuss during the night? Any unusual occurrences?" Song Shian, standing beside her, responded, "The babies slept quite well last night. There were no disturbances." The doctor quickly noted this before examining the incision from the cesarean section. "In a moment, I'll have a nurse change your dressing, and then we'll conduct another ultrasound. Currently, the recovery is quite satisfactory. Should there be no significant issues, a few days of rest will suffice for discharge." Song Shian replied, "Thank you, doctor." Soon after, a nurse arrived to change her bandages and subsequently wheeled her away for an ultrasound. Chapter 14. The shy new mother. After Dr. Chen recorded Lin Shiyu's condition, he proceeded to inquire about the recovery status of the patient in the adjacent bed. Upon completing his inquiries, Dr. Chen exited the ward. Hardly had he left when a throng of relatives arrived to visit the neighboring patient, instantly filling the modest room to capacity. The relatives engaged in animated conversation, their voices creating a cacophony. At that moment, the baby from a neighboring bed let out a loud wail. The sound of the infant's cries proved contagious, prompting the four little ones to join in. Noticing this, Song Shian hurried over to comfort the babies, gently patting them. "No more tears. Daddy is here." One child was relatively easy to soothe, but with four babies crying simultaneously, she found herself at a loss as to whom to cradle first. Observing that the influx of relatives from next door was disrupting Lin Shiyu and the baby's rest, Song Shian was relieved when a nurse from the maternity ward entered. Seeing the noisy scene, she gestured for the relatives to quiet down, emphasizing the need to allow other patients to rest. "Are Lin Shiyu's family members present?" Song Shian stood up and replied, "Yes, we are here. The room you reserved yesterday is now ready for you to move into." Upon hearing this, Song Shian's eyes lit up. Relocating to a new room would not only enhance the environment, but, most importantly, would prevent the babies from being disturbed. Eagerly, Song Shian inquired of the nurse, "Can we move now?" The nurse affirmed, "Yes, just gather your belongings and you can follow me." After organizing her items, she placed a maternity hat on Lin Shiyu and covered her with a blanket. The nurse then called two colleagues to assist in pushing the babies. The family of 6 promptly made their way to the new ward. Song Shian pushed Lin Shiyu while 3 nurses maneuvered the baby carriage and carried their belongings. As they passed through the corridor, they turned heads. The men exuded charm, the women radiated beauty, and even the babies were irresistibly adorable. While handling the paperwork at the nurse's station, relatives of other new mothers were drawn over, gathering to admire the 4 chubby little bundles in the stroller. "How precious! Are all 4 babies yours?" Song Shian proudly nodded. "Quadruplets? How impressive!" exclaimed one. "Oh my, they're all so beautiful," another remarked. "Look at the baby's father, tall and handsome. Even the mother, fresh from childbirth, looks stunning compared to many." Truly, this was perhaps the liveliest day in the maternity ward. A jealous father remarked, "That man is just average. I believe I'm more handsome." A passerby shot him a disdainful look, retorting without a mirror, "One can always find a puddle." This elicited laughter from the crowd. Despite their tender age, the babies sensed the vibrant atmosphere and broke into smiles. Indeed, Their grins resembled those of little angels, offering a soothing balm to all present, melting hearts in the process. After completing the necessary formalities, the family departed under the gaze of onlookers and arrived at the hospital room. The ward comprised 2 chambers adorned with bright, exquisite chandeliers and furnished with complete amenities. A significant improvement over the previous room. Importantly, the soundproofing here was commendable and the environment was pleasant, ensuring that Lin Shiyu and the babies could rest undisturbed. Following a thorough examination, the nurse advised Lin Shiyu that it was common to perspire considerably post-delivery and suggested that she might feel more comfortable with a gentle cleansing. Shian laid down the maternity pad and assisted Lin Shiyu in reclining slowly before heading to the restroom to fetch a basin of water for her. Just as he was about to lift Lin Shiyu's garment, she instinctively reached out to cover herself, her cheeks flushing with a deep crimson hue. "What are you doing?" she asked playfully, fully aware of his intentions. With an innocent expression, Shian replied, "I'm simply helping you with your back. As the nurse recommended, it would make you feel better." Understanding the nurse's counsel, Lin Shiyu bit her lip, gradually relaxing her grip, and turned her head aside, tightly shutting her eyes. Observing her bashfulness only made Shian find her more endearing. The way her loose hospital gown barely concealed her fair skin, though she had just given birth, revealed a slender waist aside from the scar on her abdomen. His heart raced fervently as he continued to tend to her. He could not help but notice her captivating figure, whether it was the fragrance of the body wash or Lin Shiyu's natural scent. His outward calm belied the tempest raging within. Finally, as he completed the task, Lin Shiyu's face was entirely flushed, her ears and neck tinged with a noticeable pink, her eyes darting around in a flustered manner. Just then, Gu Yanyan entered, breaking the intimate yet awkward atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity, Shian said, "Please stay with Shiyu for a moment. I shall return shortly to prepare breakfast." After entrusting Lin Shiyu to Gu Yanyan, he exited the hospital, his heart gradually settling as he stepped outside. On his way back, he received a message from Mantu. "Brother Song, I found a house. Are you still interested in renting it? Send me the pictures, and I shall take a look," he replied. Mantu sent several images along with a video, and after reviewing them, Shian felt quite satisfied and instructed Mantu to proceed with the rental. Upon returning to Lin Shiyu's rented residence, Shian unleashed his culinary prowess, swiftly preparing breakfast before hurrying back to the hospital. After they had eaten, he informed Lin Shiyu, "I have secured a house. May we move in early? We can transfer our belongings, and when you and the babies are discharged, you can settle in right away." Lin Shiyu nodded slightly. "All right, thank you for your hard work." With her consent, Shian enlisted Mantu to assist with the move. Lin Shiyu resided on the 5th floor, and as Manta climbed up, he gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Brother Song, I can hardly keep up. I do need to catch my breath after such a climb." I wholeheartedly support sister-in-law in this endeavor. Upon opening the door, Mantu's fatigue vanished in an instant as he eagerly explored the surroundings. "Wow, so this is how the campus belle's room looks." Shian turned his head and shot a glare at Mantu, warning him to mind his conduct lest he face repercussions. Mantu, realizing his misstep, chuckled nervously, apologizing for his exuberance. Shian kicked Manta lightly, urging him to get back to work. Mantu, with a theatrical salute, complied in a rather comical manner. Lin Shiyu was naturally an organized individual, her belongings meticulously arranged, making the task at hand rather effortless. It merely required placing daily essentials into boxes for packing. Before long, they had made significant progress. As Manta surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a small fish tank on the balcony housing 2 tiny crabs. He contemplated carrying the tank outside, but, in his clumsiness, tripped over some clutter, causing the tank to shatter and the crabs to scuttle across the floor. Hearing the commotion, Shian stepped out to witness the scene, the crabs crawling on the ground and Manta chasing after them. "Mantu, enough of the games. The moving company is waiting downstairs." Indeed, though it was usually just the 2 of them, the apartment felt surprisingly cluttered once they began the cleanup, revealing an abundance of items that would require another day to tackle. Chapter 15. The handsome guy would never be bald. In the south-central Century Flower City, they arrived at their new rental community. Stepping out, Shian surveyed the area, thoroughly pleased with the environment. The decor was exquisite, embodying a minimalist style favored by the youth, predominantly featuring warm tones. Moreover, the apartment was newly rented, with the furniture and appliances still in pristine condition. Once they had moved their belongings into the new home, Manta glanced around and remarked, "Song-gu, don't you think the place feels a bit empty?" Pausing in his organizing, Song Shian frowned slightly. While the environment is delightful, it does seem to lack a sense of warmth. Should we consider redecorating? The campus belle, being a young lady of privilege, had previously lived in an older residence that, although aged, was evidently arranged with care and warmth, reflecting her appreciation for quality of life. Song Shan fell into contemplation as Manta chimed in, "Don't hesitate, Song-gu. If the campus belle sees this desolate scene, she might think you're indifferent, and then she won't even be interested in your looks." After pondering, Song Shan acknowledged the apartment's starkness and agreed that a refresh would be beneficial. Suddenly, he caught himself in a thought. What did Manta mean about the campus belle being attracted to his looks? Did he possess no other merits beyond his appearance? "Mantu, what do you mean by that?" Song Shan exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Mantu. After finishing the decor, Song Shan found himself yearning for his babies and hurried back to the hospital. Mantu, stubbornly insisted on accompanying him. "Song-gu, take me with you." Song Shan was reluctant, but Manta clutched at his sleeve, feigning a dramatic plea. "Come on, please take me along." The sudden display of affection from Mantu sent a shiver down Song Shan's spine. Pointing sternly at Mantu, he said in a serious tone, "You can come, but don't speak out of turn." Mantu pounded his chest in assurance, vowing with utmost sincerity that he would never betray her trust. Upon entering the hospital room, however, his old habits resurfaced, revealing his exuberant nature. "My dear campus belle, you have grown even more exquisite since our last encounter." Lin Shiyu responded with a polite smile, expressing her gratitude. Unfazed, Manta made himself comfortable on a nearby stool, grinning as he continued, "You have no idea what our dormitory friends have been saying about you." Before he could finish, Song Shan swiftly kicked the stool leg, casting him a disapproving glance. "Mantu, please speak appropriately." Realizing his misstep, Manta quickly retracted his words. It's nothing serious, really. We merely remarked on your beauty and grace. It is a well-known fact throughout the school. Right, Song-gu?" Satisfied, Song Shan affirmed, "Indeed, Manta speaks the truth." Fortunately, his intervention had come in time. Otherwise, tales of past roommates indulging in gossip about the campus belle would have surfaced, complicating his future interactions with Lin Shiyu. One should not underestimate the gossip-loving nature of boys. When they begin to chatter, it can lead one to question their very existence. In the midst of Mantu's chatter, he had completely forgotten about Gu Yanyan, who, after exchanging pleasantries, received a call. Upon hanging up, Gu Yanyan informed them that her mentor needed her for a matter and that she had to return to school. Song Shan seized the opportunity, addressing Gu Yanyan. "Could you kindly escort my rather foolish roommate away?" Mantu, glancing around in confusion, asked, "Are you referring to me?" Gu Yanyan, suppressing a smile at Mantu's antics, recognized the need to create space for her friend and Song Shan to cultivate their relationship. "All right, let us go," she said, pulling Mantu along as he protested. "Slow down. Why must you be so rough, young lady?" His cries echoed in the hallway as they departed. Once they were gone, Song Shan requested a clean hospital gown from the nurse and retrieved a fresh pad from the delivery bag. Drawing the curtain, he prepared to assist Lin Shiyu in changing into clean attire. With a shy demeanor, Lin Shiyu lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. "Why didn't you let Yin Yin help me change earlier? You only mentioned it after they left," she murmured. Song Shan smirked. "Well, Mantu is still here. Should I call them back for you?" Lin Shiyu bit her lip in protest. "No." Leaning slightly closer, Song Shan was met with her gentle push. "I think I can manage for now. Perhaps Yin Yin can assist me next time. After all, there's no great urgency. I can wait," she reassured herself, knowing that Gu Yanyan would return. Seeing Lin Shiyu's reluctance, Song Shan respected her wishes and proceeded to the restroom to wash the clothes she had changed out of during labor. He settled on a small stool beside the basin, engrossed in his task. After finishing, he hung the garments on the balcony just as a nurse entered to check on the patients. Observing his efforts, the nurse cheerfully remarked to Lin Shiyu, "Your husband is truly wonderful, tall, handsome, and even willing to wash your clothes." Throughout this time, Song Shan's actions had indeed been commendable, and Lin Shiyu could genuinely feel the warmth of his care for her. However, she couldn't help but worry whether his kindness stemmed from the recent breakup and the sudden revelation of having for little ones. With this thought, Lin Shiyu felt a twinge of grievance in her heart. Once Song Shian finished hanging the laundry, the nurse had already departed. After such a long flurry of activity, she could finally sit down and play with the babies. Watching Song Shian joyfully engage with the little ones, Lin Shiyu inquired, without looking at their wristbands, "Do you know how to distinguish between the babies?" Observing the 4 tiny bundles, Song Shian confidently replied, "Absolutely, I can." "And you?" Lin Shiyu declared proudly, "Of course, I can tell them apart. It's a mother's instinct." Although the children bore a striking resemblance to one another, their feeding habits were distinct. As soon as a tiny mouth opened, Lin Shiyu could identify each one. Song Shian smiled subtly, articulating the subtle differences among the babies. The eldest was the largest, with a pronounced nose ridge, exuding the aura of a strong older brother. The second was a girl, smaller in stature compared to the eldest, with finer, softer hair. The third was a porcelain doll, her skin more luminous and fair than the others, perhaps inheriting her mother's beauty. The fourth was particularly petite, her small face making her eyes appear larger than those of her siblings, and she loved to clench her tiny pink fists. Lin Shiyu was pleasantly surprised by his keen observations. Watching him earnestly entertain the babies, she suggested, now that they have their formal names, why not give them nicknames? After a moment of contemplation, Song Shan cheerfully addressed the 2 boys, "I hope they will always be happy. Let us call the eldest Kwaikua and the third Lele." Then, turning with warmth towards the 2 girls, he added, "You 2 little darlings complete our family. We shall name the second Tuanchuan and the fourth Yuan Yuan." Lin Shiyu was quite pleased with the nicknames, finding them both melodious and meaningful. She gazed at the babies and smiled gently, asking Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, Kwaikua and Lele, "Do you like the names your father has chosen for you?" The little ones, seeing their mother smile, burst into giggles, seemingly delighted with their new nicknames. Ding! Congratulations to the host for naming the babies, earning the title of Eternal Hairline. Eternal Hairline? Does the system fear I might go bald in the future? The handsome gentleman shall never lose his hair. What a superfluous concern from the system. Chapter 16. I need to use the restroom. After a long day of moving and doing laundry, coupled with a restless night, Song Shian began to feel fatigued. He settled into the chair beside the crib and dozed off. At that moment, his phone on the table buzzed incessantly. Without glancing, he casually answered the call. "Song Shian, is what the school said true?" The voice on the other end was loud, prompting Song Shian to instinctively hold the phone further from his ear. He recognized that voice all too well. It was his ex-girlfriend, Li. "You just broke up with me, and now you have 4 children with the campus belle. Is that true?" Song Shian had no desire to engage further with such a person. Without hesitation, he blocked and deleted her number. Switching his phone to silent and returning to his rest, Li dialed the number once more, only to discover that she had been blocked. In the past, Song Shian would never have dared to treat her this way, and Li seethed with anger, her teeth clenched. At that moment, her entourage gathered around, inquiring, "What did he say? Is he really with the campus beauty?" Li feigned indifference, stating, regardless of whether it's true or not, "The fact remains that he is devoid of wealth, and no amount of good looks can change that. After all, he is nothing but a pauper." A hint of regret surfaced as she lamented the loss of such a handsome face. Had he possessed even a modicum of wealth, she would never have considered parting ways with him. Her followers chimed in, "There are plenty of rich and handsome men around, with our Jia's qualities. Finding someone with both wealth and looks is merely a matter of time." Li, flattered by their praise, found herself momentarily disoriented, heavily relying on the inexplicable confidence her entourage instilled in her. However, she had no time to dwell on Song Shian, for she had an invitation from a wealthy heir for dinner that evening. Li approached her vanity, applying layers of powder, donning false eyelashes and colored contact lenses, clearly indicating the significance she placed on the occasion. After completing her makeup, she admired herself in the mirror, indulging in self-adoration and a touch of vanity. "It's so tiresome, dining at upscale restaurants every day. I'm quite tired of it. I wonder if he saw the post I made yesterday about wanting that handbag." One of her followers, meticulously applying eyeliner, remarked, "Sister, your hints have been so obvious. If he still doesn't buy it for you, it suggests he lacks the means and is reluctant to spend on you. He likely intends to take advantage of you, so it's best to cut ties." Lily expressed her doubts. That shouldn't be the case. After all, he did treat me to several days of fine dining. Once she was ready, she prepared to leave. "Sister, wishing you success." As afternoon fell, within the hospital, a nurse entered Lin Shiyu's room to remove her catheter. "You can move around a bit now. Just be cautious when using the restroom." Song Shian, astonished, observed Lin Shiyu's frail condition. "Is she really able to get up now? She still seems quite weak." The nurse nodded, explaining that some movement would benefit her recovery post-delivery. However, walking to the restroom may still pose some difficulties, so family members should assist her. She advised maintaining a regular diet, avoiding spicy foods, and sticking to lighter meals. Song Shian affirmed, "Understood, we will remember that." The nurse, concerned about Song Shian's feelings for Lin Shiyu, added, "The postpartum patient in the next room had a natural delivery and just returned from ultrasound. Following medical advice, she is recovering well and will be discharged once her test results come back clear. That new mother can now get out of bed and use the restroom independently." She continued, "Natural delivery mothers recover faster, while those who undergo cesarean sections take considerably longer and often endure pain from their incisions. They require careful attention from their families for a quicker recovery." Song Shan assured her, "I will take good care of Lin Shiyu." It seemed she had consumed too much water earlier. As soon as the nurse left, Lin Shiyu felt the urge to use the restroom. Slowly, she attempted to prop herself up from the bed. Upon noticing, Song Shan immediately supported her back down, feigning seriousness as he said, "Don't move around too much. The nurse said you can get out of bed, but there is no need to rush." Lin Shiyu's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling helpless at Song Shian's insistence to assist her back down. Due to the recent removal of the catheter, her wound had yet to heal properly. The act of rising and then lying back down seemed to have strained it. Already frail, she was in such pain that words escaped her. It was akin to assisting an elderly woman who had already crossed the street back to her original position. With a face full of despair, Lin Shiyu gazed at Song Shian and managed to utter, "I need to use the restroom." Song Shian, suddenly enlightened, replied, "Oh, let me help you over there. But be cautious." He carefully assisted Lin Shiyu to the restroom's entrance, worried that she might struggle alone, and almost attempted to enter with her. However, Lin Shiyu halted him at the door. "Can you manage by yourself? Don't worry, it's just a toilet. There shouldn't be any issues. Besides, it would be quite embarrassing for a grown man to accompany me into the restroom. I would surely lose face in front of Song Shian." Uncertain if it was due to the tightness of her hospital pants, she found herself unable to loosen them for what felt like ages. Lin Shiyu's patience waned, and her restlessness grew until, at the last moment, she finally undid her belt. Unfortunately, the sudden movement aggravated her wound, and, coupled with the discomfort from the recent catheter removal, the pain intensified. Song Shian, waiting at the door, grew concerned as silence lingered. "Are you all right? Do you need assistance?" "No, I'm fine. I can manage. Please don't come in." After finishing, Lin Shiyu struggled to tidy herself, deliberately leaving her belt a bit loose. Song Shan paced anxiously outside the door. When it finally opened, he scrutinized her with concern, asking, "Are you feeling unwell? If so, please tell me." Lin Shiyu couldn't admit that her belt had been stuck and that she had pulled at her wound in her haste. "It's nothing. I just need to lie down for a bit." Yet, after only a few steps, her complexion paled, and with every step, the incision in her abdomen felt as if it were tearing apart, ultimately causing her to crouch down on the floor. Alarmed, Song Shan swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry and returned her to the bed. He then called for the doctor, who administered a pain relief injection. "Wait, let me fetch a box of pain relief suppositories for you. If the pain persists, you may take another one for relief. Additionally, family members should prepare a restraint belt for you to wear when getting out of bed in the future." Fortunately, no serious complications arose, prompting Song Shian to exhale in relief. Just then, the babies began to stir, their soft sounds filling the room. He took one of the babies to Lin Shiyu for breastfeeding and prepared a fresh nursing pad nearby. Watching the seamless execution of these tasks, he resembled a quintessential super dad. Once the babies finished their milk, they contentedly drifted off to sleep. observing their healthy growth. Lin Shiyu felt that any hardship endured was worthwhile. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere of the hospital room was shattered by a loud gurgle from Song Shian's stomach. He scratched his head and laughed. Oops, that was my stomach. Realizing that it was about time for a meal, he concluded that Lin Shiyu must be hungry as well. I'll step out to buy some groceries and cook for you. Please wait for me. Just then, Gu Yanyan arrived like a timely rain. Chef, why don't you take a break tonight? Allow me the chance to shine. With both hands grasping two large bags, she playfully shook them in front of her chest. Everyone must be hungry, right? Tonight, allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Chapter 17. You can't mistake it. The handsomest one is indeed you. This heartfelt dinner was meticulously prepared by Gu Yanyan, following an online tutorial for quite some time, nearly causing a culinary disaster in the kitchen. She specially prepared a nutritious meal for Lin Shiyu, while Song Shian's portion was of the standard variety. Gu Yanyan had some basic cooking skills, but she had devoted considerable effort to learn for Lin Shiyu's sake. After taking a bite, Song Shian found the flavor acceptable. It was commendable for a girl to produce a dish of this caliber. Before they could finish their meal, the babies began to stir. Oh, it seems someone needs a change. Song Shian promptly set down his utensils and fetched a basin of warm water to clean the little ones. Soaking a towel in the warm water, he gently cradled a baby on his lap with one hand, while the other delicately wiped the child. His movements were extraordinarily tender, and the little darlings appeared to relish the care, quickly settling down in tranquility. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Gu Yanyan noticed that darkness had enveloped the sky. I still have my thesis to complete, so I shall take my leave to work on it. I trust you to look after things here. Of course, the excuse of finishing her thesis was merely a pretext. She sought to create a little more space for the two of them. He didn't wish to remain and hinder the blossoming connection between them. That night, Song Shian kept vigil. In the latter part of the night, Lin Shiyu began to experience a dull ache from her wound. As the pain intensified, her complexion paled, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. In a flurry, Song Shian pressed the call button, and the doctor arrived shortly thereafter. Doctor, please take a look at her. Something seems amiss. She just started to feel pain, and now it appears to be worsening. Seeing Lin Shiyu in distress heightened Song Shian's anxiety. The doctor approached to examine her wound and offered reassurance. There's nothing serious. The pain is a normal reaction after the removal of the pain pump. However, Song Shian's brow remained furrowed, worry evident in his eyes. Doctor, please think of a solution. Can you alleviate her pain? The doctor shook his head. Since your baby is breastfeeding, she cannot take too much medication. Feeling pain is normal. This is a typical postoperative response. The wound hasn't torn, and there are no significant issues. Father, please help soothe the mother's emotions. For now, she must endure. If it becomes unbearable, I can prescribe medication, but the baby will need to switch to formula temporarily. On the bed, Lin Shiyu shook her head vigorously, biting her lip. Her soft voice barely a whisper. Doctor, there's no need. I can endure. She had already faced immense suffering prior to giving birth. She had persevered through it all. Even during her cesarean section, she had withstood the pain of 8 layers being cut and then meticulously stitched back together. How could she fear this minor discomfort? Song Shian's tightly drawn brow showed no signs of easing, tears glistening in his eyes. If it truly becomes too much, do not force yourself. If only he could bear the pain for Lin Shiyu, but he could only watch as she silently endured her suffering. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accompanying the baby for a second day. Reward: 1 bottle of pain relief medication. Note: no side effects, can eliminate postpartum wound pain. Upon hearing the system's reward notification, Song Shian's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and the corners of his eyes and brows revealed an unmistakable joy. This was precisely what he needed, as well as what Lin Shiyu required. After consuming the analgesic, Lin Shiyu soon succumbed to a deep slumber due to its effects. Song Shian remained quietly by her side, guarding her and their little ones. As dawn broke, gentle rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, awakening Song Shian. Observing the peacefully slumbering infants, he couldn't help but reflect on their rapid growth. Each day, they appeared to change, leaving him uncertain whether they resembled him more or their mother. Regardless of their resemblance, the babies had already secured an advantage in the beauty department. The sunlight gracing the little ones evoked feelings of warmth and hope. Time passed, and a new day arrived. Gu Yanyan came bearing breakfast to relieve him. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Song Shian's pronounced dark circles. He glanced at the meal she brought. "Ah, you are in for a treat. I rose early to prepare this, and I assure you, it will be delightful." Lin Shiyu, while nursing the child, couldn't help but chuckle. She appreciated having Song Shian and her best friend by her side during the delivery. Once the babies finished their meal, it was the adults' turn to eat. After breakfast, Lin Shiyu felt the urge to relieve herself, specifically for a bowel movement. "Allow me to assist you," Song Shian offered. Lin Shiyu waved her hand in refusal. "No need. Yan is here. She can accompany me. Besides, I need to use the restroom for a more substantial matter, and it would be more convenient with her assistance. You can take the babies out to bask in the sun." With Gu Yanyan's support, Lin Shiyu made her way to the restroom, while Song Shian wheeled the babies into the corridor to enjoy the sunlight. Shortly after they stepped outside, a young woman approached, a camera dangling around her neck. Upon spotting Song Shian, she smiled sweetly and handed him her business card. "Hello, I'm the chief photographer at Golden Fairy Tale Studio. I heard that this hospital has a remarkably attractive couple with 4 adorable babies. Our studio has just opened, and we are in need of client photos for promotion. May I take some pictures of you for free? I will deliver the prints once they are ready." With so many people coming and going in the hospital, the chance for passersby to upload photos online had created quite a buzz about the handsome couple and their charming children. A photo shoot could certainly draw considerable traffic to their studio. Song Shian took the card, perplexed. "How did you know they were referring to me?" The photographer beamed. "You must be the most handsome one. It must be you without a doubt." He pocketed the card, contemplating the idea of capturing moments with the babies. However, they were still quite young, and he could take pictures with his phone for now. Professional studios could wait until the children were older. Sensing Song Shian's interest, the woman proposed to take a few free shots of the babies now, and once the images were developed, he could decide whether to engage their services. With a nod and a smile, Song Shian agreed. "That sounds good." The photographer, elated, began snapping away with her camera. As soon as the photographer departed, Song Shian observed the family members of a patient in the adjacent ward engaged in the discharge formalities. A considerable number of relatives had arrived to assist with packing, and the palpable joy of impending discharge filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Shiyu had just completed her visit to the restroom, and, leaning on Gu Yanyan for support, began to move about the ward. Drawn by the commotion outside, she emerged to join the delightful scene. At the doorway, she beheld the new mother from the neighboring room, accompanied by her relatives, who were bustling with bags as they processed the discharge. The new mother, cradling her baby, was the first to greet her. "Hello, I'm being discharged today. Wishing you a swift recovery," she said, waving the tiny hand of her baby in farewell. Lin Shiyu affectionately replied, "Goodbye, little one, and farewell to you, dear mother." Once the family from the adjacent ward departed, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu discussed the recent photo session the female photographer had conducted for the babies. As afternoon descended, a nurse made her rounds and mentioned that a new expectant mother had arrived next door, appearing even younger than Lin Shiyu. The thought that someone could be younger and yet about to give birth intrigued her deeply. Curiosity compelled her to wish to meet this new mother. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the door. Upon entry, a young woman clad in a bear-themed maternity outfit peered in, followed by an older woman, perhaps her mother or mother-in-law. The expectant mother immediately approached the babies. "I heard there's a beautiful sister next door with 4 incredibly adorable babies. I simply had to come and see for myself," she exclaimed, gazing at the infants with envy. "Wow, I wish my baby could be as cute as yours," she remarked, gently caressing her own belly, hoping to absorb some of the charm and aura emanating from the beautiful sister and her handsome brother. Chapter 18. Oh dear, the babies are visiting. The woman found the quadruplets exceptionally charming, and their high aesthetic appeal made her yearn for her own child to be just as lovely upon birth. It was evident she was quite sociable, as she had chosen to visit their ward on her very first day. This was fortuitous for Lin Shiyu, as she now had another companion to share conversations and alleviate her boredom. Being fellow mothers, they would undoubtedly find common ground in their discussions. After chatting for a while, the woman and her accompanying relative returned to their own room. Not long after their departure, A well-mannered man entered the neighboring ward. He stood approximately 7 meters tall, dressed in a checkered shirt and donning black-rimmed glasses, carrying an assortment of bags filled with baby supplies and essentials for the expectant mother. The middle-aged woman took the items from him and invited him to sit down, pouring him a glass of water. "Look at you, sweating so much. You must hydrate," she said. The man drank the water in one gulp, while the woman continued to tidy up. Observing her husband seated, she called him to assist with the packing. The middle-aged woman quickly intervened. "Oh dear, he must be exhausted from his journey, and besides, he doesn't know how to handle these things. I've always been the one to pack for him." The man's inaction is intolerable to the woman, yet it is inappropriate for her to voice her thoughts in front of her mother-in-law. Observing her mother-in-law occupied with chores, she approached to lend a hand. The middle-aged woman, displaying impatience, remarked, "What are you doing here? I can manage on my own. Just be careful around my precious grandson." From the conversation among the three, Shian gleaned the nature of their relationships. The following day, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the adjacent hospital room. The middle-aged woman was jolted awake by her daughter-in-law's cry. "I think my amniotic fluid has broken." As a first-time mother, she realized that her water had indeed broken, signaling that labor was imminent. It was imperative to notify the doctor immediately to enter the labor stage. Any delay could pose significant risks of miscarriage or intraamniotic infection for both the baby and the mother. The woman, uncertain of when exactly her water had broken, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Upon waking, her mother-in-law promptly pressed the call button to summon the doctor. The nurse arrived swiftly, inquiring about the situation before attaching the fetal heart monitor. The on-duty physician entered to conduct a thorough examination. Once assured that everything was normal, he instructed the woman to lie down and await contractions. Gradually, the woman began to experience contractions, her intermittent cries leading Shian to believe something was amiss, prompting him to step outside for a check. It turned out that the laboring woman in the adjacent room was simply enduring the pains of childbirth. When Shian arrived, he coincidentally encountered the doctor finishing an internal examination. The middle-aged woman asked the doctor, "How long until my grandson is born?" "You will have to wait a bit longer. The mother is only 3 centimeters dilated at the moment. Once she is fully dilated, we could begin the delivery," he replied. The woman, contemplating the fact that she was only 3 centimeters along and would face much more pain ahead, cried out in exasperation, "Hurry up and give birth. Once it's over, I won't feel this pain anymore. This is far worse than working." Observing the woman in her current state, devoid of the vitality she had exhibited upon their first meeting, Shian pondered that Lin Shiyu must have experienced similar trials. He understood the challenges of childbirth, and witnessing it again left him profoundly moved. The doctor informed them that he would check in periodically and that preparation for the delivery room were underway. Upon returning to the ward, Shian shared the developments with Lin Shiyu, who felt a pang of anxiety for the expectant mother, fully aware of the agony associated with childbirth. At 5 in the afternoon, the woman was wheeled into the delivery room. Lin Shiyu prayed for her and the baby's safety from her hospital bed. Moments later, after a brief nap, she awoke to see the mother-in-law returning, beaming with joy while cradling a child in her arms. Shian and Lin Shiyu exchanged incredulous glances. They had not anticipated that the birth would occur in merely half an hour. Lin Shiyu, in disbelief, asked, "Did she really give birth?" The delighted woman nodded, exclaiming, "Yes. A big, healthy grandson." Shian, astonished, observed that this baby was larger than his own, and the speed of the delivery was remarkable. Indeed, comparisons could evoke envy. The two followed the ecstatic grandmother into the hospital room. Upon entering, the new mother urged them to find their own seats without hesitation. The woman stretched languorously, truly feeling liberated after giving birth. It had only been a brief moment, and she had already reverted to her previous state from yesterday's visit. Such a remarkable condition. All had experienced natural births, yet the previous mother took several days to reach a similar state. As for this mother, if not for her reclining on the bed, one would hardly believe she had just welcomed a new life. Lin Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of envy, wishing she could somehow transfer this vitality to herself. Consequently, upon returning to her own ward, she couldn't help but express her admiration from time to time. At mealtime, Gu Yinyan brought food and noticed a new baby in the adjacent room. What was happening? Had a birth occurred next door? The two exchanged nods. In just half an hour, she had emerged from the delivery room. Could be true. Half an hour. Gu Yanyan was even more astonished than the two of them. Song Shiran gave a thumbs up, indicating how impressive it was. They had only been in the delivery room for half an hour, and by the time they came out, the grandmother next door was already cradling a plump little boy. Gu Yanyan let out a squeal, exclaiming how brilliant it was to give birth quickly and endure less suffering. She then cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Shiyu, who had been quite anxious during her labor, though fortunately, everything ended well. While everyone was dining, a knock echoed at the door, revealing a small head peeking in. Slowly, the woman stepped inside, this time without anyone behind her, but cradling a tiny bundle. The trio paused in their meal, captivated as the woman approached, utterly stunned. You? Already able to walk? Lin Shiyu gazed at the approaching figure in astonishment. Yes, I feel fine, so I thought I'd come for a little stroll. The baby wanted to find some playmates, and playing with a lovely baby might make her even more adorable. Of course, the newborn was incapable of speech or expressing desires. The notion of wanting to visit the Quadruplets was merely her own wish. Song Shiran invited the woman to join them for a bite. I'll pass on eating. Just bringing the baby to play is sufficient. Consider it a little exercise to aid in digestion. Although natural births do not necessitate waiting to digest before eating, the woman believed it better to wait until she felt comfortable. Chapter 19. The babies expressed their fondness for the toy car bought by Baba. A new day dawned. Lin Shiyu wished to visit the young mother next door for a chat. Concerned, Song Shiran hurried to assist her. Today, Lin Shiyu was already able to rise independently and walk at a leisurely pace. Seeing Lin Shiyu walking alone brought happiness to Song Shiran. Upon reaching the entrance of the adjacent ward, they spotted a man feeding porridge to the young mother. A middle-aged woman nearby, witnessing her son attending to his wife. Couldn't he help but comment sarcastically, "It's just childbirth. Why be so dramatic? When I had my children, I was up and working the very next day. You need someone to feed you porridge? Don't forget my grandchild hasn't eaten yet." The woman wore an expression of distress, exclaiming, "Mother, I currently lack milk. I have suggested that we could initially provide formula for the baby. Furthermore, last night, when there was no milk, the baby began to consume formula." The mother-in-law quickly retorted, "Formula contains additives and preservatives. My precious grandson has been consuming it since birth. What if it harms him? Only breast milk can nurture intelligence." Unable to counter her mother-in-law's argument, the woman glanced at her husband, yearning for his support. The man looked at the middle-aged woman and declared, "Listen to mother. She has experienced this and knows best." Frustrated, the woman gulped down the congee before her. "I shall purchase a breast pump. The nurse mentioned it might be helpful," she suggested. Rather than mediating the tension between the two women, the man sought to escape this battlefield devoid of weapons, thus using the excuse of buying a breast pump for the baby. Outside the door, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu, who had initially planned to visit, paused in their tracks at the sight before them. They had not anticipated witnessing such a scene, yet it was evident that the woman was unable to nurse, while her mother-in-law was unwilling to continue feeding the baby formula. The relationship between the neighboring mother-in-law and daughter-in-law appeared tense. The woman's husband gave off an air of indifference. In contrast to the neighboring mother, Lin Shiyu felt remarkably fortunate. Her own milk had come in shortly after giving birth, and despite nursing 4 babies, she occasionally felt discomfort from engorgement. Upon hearing the man's intention to buy a breast pump, Song Shian suddenly recalled that he had secured a new rental property but had yet to purchase cribs and strollers for the babies. Now that Lin Shiyu was recovering well and could walk, she would likely be discharged soon. To facilitate the baby's discharge, it would be prudent to acquire a stroller in advance. It was impossible for him to carry all 4 little ones at once when Lin Shiyu was released. Therefore, upon returning to the hospital room, Song Shian instructed Gu Yanyan to look after Lin Shiyu and the babies while he went out for supplies. Nearby, there was a mother and baby supply store. Song Shian wandered through the aisles, only to find no 4-seater strollers available. The market offered few double strollers, making 4-row strollers exceedingly rare. Discovering that this store lacked what he sought, he proceeded to another. After visiting numerous establishments, he finally located a stroller designed for 4 at a shop specializing in baby carriages. The proprietor eagerly provided details, boasting, "Observe the quality. Even if you scour the entirety of Sioux City, you won't find another like it." Sensing Song Xian's refined demeanor, the owner surmised he was a wealthy heir, thus recommending only the most expensive items. He extolled various products, emphasizing that this model featured the finest shock absorption system, ensuring the utmost comfort for the baby within. Moreover, it boasted a dual brake system, which provided stability while also minimizing the risk of the stroller rolling downhill and endangering the child. Furthermore, I shall refrain from mentioning the built-in sun and mosquito protection. Observe this safety harness. It is a 5-point harness that effectively secures the upper body of the infant, preventing them from slipping out of the stroller. The safety of the child is paramount, is it not? This sentiment resonates deeply with Song Xian. May I inquire about the price? The original price is $998, but currently, we have a promotion for first-time buyers at $888. Song Xian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it really that expensive?" He had not researched the prices of baby strollers beforehand, believing they would be comparable to standard strollers, hence his surprise at the cost. The proprietor initially assumed he was from a wealthy background, which is why he introduced this model to him. Observing Song Xian's reaction to the price, the owner felt a jolt of concern. Could he have misjudged the situation? "It's not expensive at all, my young friend. This price is actually quite competitive in the market. Moreover, the quality and aesthetics speak for themselves. You'll find it perfectly suitable for your baby until they reach 1 year old. Let me consult with my wife first." Song Xian opened his phone, feigning to send a message, while discreetly comparing prices on a shopping platform. To his surprise, he discovered that the discounts here were indeed substantial, surpassing even the grand subsidies offered elsewhere. "Sir, I would like to purchase 2 units. Can you offer any additional discounts?" Although he had not yet exhausted the rewards money from the system, he felt it prudent to save for the future. The owner pondered momentarily. "All right, tell me if you need anything else. If your total reaches 5,000, I can offer you an additional 800 off." "Excellent. Please recommend a crib for me as well." Song Xian thought it prudent, as his home was still in need of a crib, and he agreed without hesitation. After half an hour, the owner showcased numerous options, and ultimately, Song Xian selected the finest model. At checkout, including the crib, the total reached precisely 5,000 yuan, and Song Xian happily completed the transaction. Soon after, he returned to the hospital. Lin Shiyu had been waiting anxiously for his return. "Why were you gone for so long?" Song Xian beamed. "I went to purchase strollers and cribs for the babies. I just had the crib delivered home and arranged a few things." The thought brought a smile to his face. "When you are discharged and return home, I assure you, a grand surprise awaits." Lin Shiyu, intrigued by his words, felt an overwhelming desire to leave the hospital and head home immediately. Song Xian then brought out the freshly purchased stroller. "Babies, would you like to try a new carriage?" He was elated, as if he had acquired a prized vehicle for himself. The infants, being quite young, of course, could not respond verbally, yet in his joyful state. Song Xian delighted in embellishing the moment. "What? You wish to go out? Very well, Daddy will lift you in to give it a try." With that, he placed the babies inside the stroller. However, considering this was indeed a stroller, simply relocating the infants indoors seemed rather futile. Thus, Song Xian concluded that taking them outside for some sunlight was in order. Lin Shiyu observed Song Xian's perplexing behavior. The sun was nearly setting, leaving little opportunity for sunshine. Song Xian, imitating the neighboring woman, replied, "The babies expressed a desire to get some fresh air." One need not ponder long to discern that this was not the infant's idea. During the Song dynasty, Sang Xian sought to test the veracity of the claims made by her employer regarding the excellence of a baby stroller and whether infants would indeed take to it favorably. It is only natural to try out a new vehicle, much like one cannot resist donning new attire upon purchase. Lin Shiyu smiled faintly. At times, she found herself at a loss with Sang Xian. Indeed, men remain youthful at heart until their demise. Chapter 20. Astonishing Rewards. Little darlings return home. As the sun set in a splendid display, Sang Xian and the 4 little darlings basked in the golden light. At that moment, the man next door returned with a breast pump, and after much effort, they failed to extract any milk. Meanwhile, the mother-in-law, perusing the instruction manual, lamented, I told you to consume more nourishing soup. You refused, and now look, there's no milk for my grandson. Mother, I've been drinking soup daily since my pregnancy, and the baby is robust upon birth. The nutrition has been more than adequate. Furthermore, many of those folk remedies lack scientific backing. What do you imply? Are you suggesting that I would harm you? Not at all. Encountering such a mother-in-law, a woman's heart is burdened. While Sangshan accompanied the little ones to watch the sunset, she attentively listened from the doorway. The middle-aged woman remained steadfast in her belief in breastfeeding, convinced it would safeguard her grandson's health. Yet, the child's cries proved overwhelming, prompting her to consider feeding rice soup before breast milk became available. The woman seized the spoon from her mother-in-law's hand, asserting, "Mother, the baby is still too young to consume rice soup." The middle-aged woman, accustomed to having her way at home, was taken aback by her daughter-in-law's defiance, her expression darkening. "What are you doing? Do you wish my grandson to starve? You're not being cooperative? Just feed him." "Mother, the baby has just been born, and his digestive system is still quite delicate. Rice soup is primarily composed of starch, which is hard for him to digest and provides little nutritional benefit. Moreover, rice soup contains a significant amount of inorganic arsenic, a heavy metal that can threaten the healthy development of the baby. Don't deceive me. In the past, when conditions were poor, who didn't raise their children under such circumstances? I have seen no ill effects. Mother, this is my son, a piece of flesh that has come from me. How could I possibly harm him?" The middle-aged woman, albeit reluctantly, was eventually persuaded to feed the baby formula. Although her mother-in-law could be unreasonable, her intentions were not entirely misguided. Sangshan quietly listened while accompanying the little ones in the sunlight along the corridor. Throughout the entire exchange, she noted that the man had not uttered a single word, seemingly indifferent to the strife between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as if it were of no concern to him. Life would not be easy married to such a man. The little ones had only a limited time to bask in the sun, and as they prepared to leave, faint sounds of argument echoed from within. Before long, it was the 7th day of Lin Shiyu's hospitalization. In the morning, a nurse escorted Lin Shiyu for various examinations, and once the results were available, they were presented to the doctor. If all was well, she could be discharged. After reviewing the report, Sangshan approached Dr. Chun for his assessment. Dr. Chun examined the report thoroughly, confirming there were no issues and that discharge procedures could commence. He advised, "Please take care upon your return, and should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to seek medical attention." The doctor completed the medical records and handed them to Sangshan. "Thank you, doctor." After expressing her gratitude to the doctor, Sangshan proceeded to the payment counter to complete her discharge formalities. Once her belongings were gathered, as they descended the elevator, Gu Yinyan inquired whether they should summon a vehicle. Although she had arrived by car, her petite pink BMW had limited seating capacity, with 3 adults and 4 infants. It was undoubtedly insufficient. "Then let us call for a car," Lin Shiyu suggested after a moment's contemplation. However, Sangshan waved her hand in refusal, stating that there was no need to call for one, as a vehicle was already arranged. Gu Yinyan was pleasantly surprised, realizing that Sangshan had demonstrated thoughtfulness by pre-arranging transportation. Well, how considerate of you," she exclaimed, linking her arm with Lin Shiyu's and beaming with a knowing smile. "I am in favor of this union." Lin Shiyu's cheeks flushed, and she playfully admonished Gu Yanyan for her teasing, with a smile adorning his face. Sangshan pushed the babies toward the parking lot. After walking a few paces, they encountered a middle-aged man in a sharp suit standing beside an extravagant vehicle. Lin Shiyu gazed at the luxurious nanny car before her, her heart longing for it to be theirs, envisioning the ease of bringing the babies home. To her astonishment, Sangshan directed the babies towards the sumptuous vehicle, prompting Gu Yanyan and Lin Shiyu to follow in confusion, both speculating, could this be the car that Sangshan ordered? "Are you Mr. Song?" the man inquired. "Indeed," Sangshan replied. "This is your purchased Lexus. Simply sign here, and you may drive it away." Realizing that this was likely a delivery arranged by the system, Sangshan elegantly signed his name. The man handed him the keys and relevant documents before departing. Behind them, Lin Shiyu and Gu Yanyan were filled with disbelief. "Wait, this car is yours," Gu Yanyan exclaimed in astonishment. Sangshan nodded quietly. "Where on earth did you acquire such funds?" Gu Yanyan pressed further, recognizing the brand, which typically cost over $1 million. With a smile, Song Shian offered no elaborate explanation and proceeded to lift the babies into the vehicle. The system had thoughtfully equipped the nanny car with safety seats, ensuring that placing the infants in was both simple and secure. The four little darlings curiously looked around. Once the quadruplets were settled, Song Shian gallantly opened the car door for Lin Shiyu. "Please mind your head. Take care," he cautioned, one hand shielding the frame. "I can't bear it," Gu Yinyan interjected, not wishing to witness the display of affection, and climbed in independently. Upon returning to the Zhongnan Sentry Garden, as they approached the front door, the voice of the system echoed in Song Shian's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for caring for the babies for 7 days. You have been awarded a house. Note, a dedicated person will contact the host within a month." A house. Before Song Shian could fully comprehend this, the system chimed again. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill of physical enhancement. Note, this skill allows the host to stay awake without fatigue, ensuring a constant supply of energy. Having spent several nights in the hospital with restless sleep, often disturbed by the babies, this development was a boon. Not only had he gained a house, but he also possessed abundant energy. He would be better equipped to care for Lin Shiyu and the little ones in the future." As she stepped through the threshold of her home, the warm glow of the lights enveloped her, and the plush sofa lay atop a soft, furry carpet. The space was adorned with verdant plants, exuding an atmosphere of freshness and comfort, a true embodiment of home. Lin Shiyu was pleasantly surprised by how well Song Shian had arranged everything. He must have put in considerable effort. As she wandered about, her gaze fell upon a glass tank perched on a table against the wall. Upon closer inspection, she realized with astonishment that it was her little crab. He had brought it along. This tiny crab was a purchase she had made on the day she discovered she was expecting. Feeling somewhat lonely in her solitary living situation and unable to care for a kitten or puppy due to her pregnancy, she had decided on this little creature, which had accompanied her throughout her entire gestation. Now, Song Shian had not only provided the crab with a spacious new home, but had also introduced a companion, transforming its habitat into a delightful rendition reminiscent of SpongeBob's Bikini Bottom. Even the aquarium exuded warmth and charm. Suddenly, she was reminded of the soft coos of her little ones. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, the tiny creatures had just arrived and were wailing loudly. The couple hurriedly soothed the four little dumplings. Sensing the presence of their parents, the babies gradually calmed down, finding solace in their embrace. Before long, the little ones were fast asleep. After settling the babies, Lin Shiyu and Gu Yinyan sat on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, Song Shian took the opportunity to call his mother. On the other end of the line, a voice tinged with age responded, "Hello? Mom, have you been busy lately? What's the matter? Can you come to Sioux City? I have something urgent to discuss." His mother's tone immediately turned anxious. "What is it? Is something wrong?" "No, it's not something I can explain over the phone. Let us talk when you arrive." Concerned that her son might be in trouble, Song's mother hurriedly packed her bags and set out. Chapter 21. Song's mother. Am I going to be a grandmother? After ending the call, Song Shian informed Lin Shiyu that his mother would be visiting in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "Your mom is coming here?" She had anticipated meeting the parents eventually, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Song Shian nodded with a smile. "Since you and the babies have returned, I was worried I wouldn't manage on my own, so I called my mom for some assistance. Moreover, I no longer wish to keep the matter of the babies a secret from her." In truth, he primarily wanted his mother to meet Lin Shiyu and the children. Requesting her help was merely a pretext. With the system in place, he was confident he could care for Lin Shiyu and the babies on his own. Song Shian's words came as a surprise, leaving Lin Shiyu in a whirlwind of thoughts. While he had accepted her, what about his family? Would his mother accept her? Having witnessed the stern demeanor of the grandmother in the neighboring hospital room, she worried about the potential discord in their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. Fearing it might lead to discomfort for everyone involved and place Song Shian in a difficult position. Noticing her apprehension, Song Shian reassured her, "My mother is very kind and loves children. She will surely adore you all. There is no need to worry. You need not worry about the friction between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. My heart has always leaned towards you and the little ones. Song Xian's words enveloped Lin Shiyu like a gentle spring breeze, instilling within her a profound sense of comfort and warmth. During these past days, as he kept her company in the hospital, he observed the many expectant mothers traversing the corridors. One girl, in her early 20s, left a lasting impression on him. Upon receiving her examination report, her expression suddenly changed, and she rushed outside to the base of a tree to be sick. Song Xian noticed that she was alone, without any family to support her, bearing the weight of it all by herself, especially during the agonizing moments of morning sickness. This reminded him of Lin Shiyu, who had previously gone for her own checkups alone, stirring a pang of compassion within him. Carrying a child for 10 months, she has endured all the pain and hardship on her own. What thoughts must cross her mind in her solitude? Does she ever feel a deep sadness? Lin Shiyu has suffered far too much. It is time for her to taste some sweetness. Song Xian silently vowed that no matter what challenges may arise in the future, he would steadfastly stand by her and the children. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had slipped away. Suddenly, his mother called. I have arrived at the entrance of this place, the Central South Century Flower City, but the security won't let me in. Mom, please hand the phone to the security guard. After explaining their situation, the guard opened the gate. All right, I'm coming in. Great, I'll wait for you. As he hung up, an unexpected wave of anxiety washed over Song Xian. He was uncertain how his mother would react upon learning the truth. He had conjured numerous scenarios in his mind, including the possibility of her chasing him around the house with a broom. He dare not dwell on such thoughts. Turning to Lin Shiyu, he said, My mom has arrived at the community entrance. Oh, so soon? Lin Shiyu quickly applied a light touch of lipstick and tidied her hair and clothes. With just a hint of makeup, she appeared even more gentle and charming, embodying the quintessential image of a good daughter-in-law. Do I look all right like this? Yes, you are already beautiful. At that moment, Lin Shiyu felt a surge of nervousness, fearing that she might leave a poor impression on Song's mother. Stop joking. Just tell me if I look acceptable. Song Xian placed his hands on her shoulders, gazing earnestly into her eyes. I mean every word. Don't be anxious. You are inherently beautiful, and my mother will surely like you. In truth, Lin Shiyu, in both appearance and character, was quite endearing. Meanwhile, Song's mother surveyed the community with a heart full of questions. The living environment here was so splendid. How could her son possibly afford it? Suddenly, a dreadful thought flickered through her mind. Has he latched onto a wealthy woman, or is he racking up credit card debt? Whether relying on someone else or accumulating debt, she wished for her son to steer clear of such paths, especially given the number of young people in their village burdened by unmanageable credit card bills. The more she pondered, the more her anxiety grew, prompting her to quicken her pace. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Song Xian opened the door to find his mother scrutinizing him from every angle. Mom, I'm fine. Upon witnessing that her son, Song Shiran, had not sustained any injuries, Song's mother finally allowed herself to relax, albeit slightly. You rascal. I was beginning to think you had been apprehended for failing to pay your credit card bills. You didn't mention a word over the phone, just hurriedly summoned me here. I was busy working in the fields, and you nearly gave me a heart attack. Mom, please come in, Song Shiran urged. Once inside, Song's mother was taken aback to see two women elegantly seated on the sofa, with a baby stroller nearby. Her mind momentarily faltered. The influx of information was overwhelming. One of her earlier speculations had been that her son might be involved with a wealthy woman or racking up credit card debts. Yet now, her eyes beheld two ethereally beautiful women. Could it be that these two women were connected to her son in an unexpected way? Noticing her mother's changing expressions, Song Shiran hurriedly introduced them. Mom, this is Gu Yanyan, my university alumna. Gu Yanyan stood to greet her. Hello, young lady. And this, Song Shiran continued, is Lin Shiyu, a close friend of Gu Yanyan and also my schoolmate. Lin Shiyu stood up dutifully. Hello, auntie. What, the mother of children? Song's mother was utterly bewildered. What could this possibly mean? Suddenly, a pang of realization struck her. A new hypothesis formed in her mind, though she hesitated to voice it. Taking a deep breath, Song Shiran prepared himself for what felt like an impending confrontation. These babies are Lin Shiyu's and mine. If there is punishment to be meted out, it should be directed at me. Shiyu is the victim. With that, He lowered his head and tightly shut his eyes. At that moment, Song's mother was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts as she regarded her son and the young woman named Shiyu, beginning to grasp the situation. This was not a case of her son being involved with a wealthy benefactor. Rather, he had a child with a fellow alum. The reality struck her. They had already brought a child into the world, typically preoccupied with the demands of daily life. Song's mother rarely had the opportunity to check in on her son. Now she realized that they had taken this significant step without her knowledge, and a child had already been born. At a loss for words, she observed the two young parents, who both bowed their heads. Despite the multitude of emotions swirling within her, she managed to rein in her feelings and gently patted her son's shoulder, her voice laced with inquiry. "Are you telling me that this lovely young lady before me is to be my daughter-in-law, and that you have a child together?" Everyone present sighed in relief upon witnessing Song's mother's reaction, especially Lin Shiyu, who had feared that Song's mother would be unable to accept their situation, given her own parents' disapproval of having a child. Where her son nodded, Song's mother's tone turned somewhat reproachful. "You foolish boy. How could you keep such a monumental matter from your mother for so long?" With that, she approached the baby stroller and gasped in astonishment. To her surprise, she discovered 4 adorable babies nestled inside. Their cherubic faces, with noses and eyes reminiscent of her son in his youth, elicited a chorus of delight within her. Quadruplets. Her son had unexpectedly become a father to quadruplets, causing her heart to soar with excitement. She then shot a disapproving glance at Song Shian. "Oh, what charming little ones. So soft and delightful. You must take on your responsibilities, my dear son, and not let down Shiyu and these precious little darlings." Song Shian solemnly patted his chest in assurance. "Mom, rest assured, I will take full responsibility." Subsequently, several individuals recounted the entire sequence of events to Song's mother in meticulous detail. Upon hearing their account, she grasped Lin Shiyu's hand and expressed her sympathy, saying, "You have endured so much, dear child." Noticing Song's mother's gentle demeanor and lack of reproach, Lin Shiyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. As she basked in the warmth emanating from Song's mother, tears brimmed in her eyes. Observing this, Song's mother tenderly embraced Lin Shiyu, saying, "Sweet child, if Shian ever bullies you, do not hesitate to tell Annie, and I shall teach him a lesson." Chapter 22. Song's mother. "What? You bought a house? You must be joking." While Lin Shiyu and Gu Yanyan were amusing the baby, Song's mother pulled her son aside and whispered, "Are those little ones truly yours? You haven't taken on someone else's burden, have you?" Song Shian, stroking his handsome face, retorted, "Mother, with my looks attracting admirers from here to France. Why would I take on someone else's responsibilities? Besides, have you not noticed how those little ones resemble me so closely as child?" Hearing her son praise his own beauty, Song's mother couldn't help but chuckle. He was indeed quite handsome. How could he possibly be burdened? Moreover, those little ones bore a striking resemblance to him, leading her to conclude that perhaps she had overthought the matter. However, her expression turned serious as she inquired, "Have you discussed this with your father?" Song Shian shook his head, indicating that he had not yet broached the subject. With a sigh, Song's mother advised, "Well, you should find an opportunity to speak with him. You know how your father can be." He nodded, assuring her that he would indeed find the right moment to clarify matters with his father. Just as he thought their conversation had concluded, he was pulled back. "Don't rush off so quickly," Song's mother said, pointing a finger at his chest. "And remember to treat that girl well. Understood? As a mother, I cannot help but be a bit verbose in such matters." "I will. Your son is not the type to be a scoundrel," Song Shian replied, his resolve stronger than ever. Afterward, realizing it was time for dinner, he encouraged his mother to join Lin Shiyu and the babies while he prepared to showcase his culinary skills. Song's mother gazed at Lin Shiyu with increasing admiration, akin to a mother-in-law appreciating her daughter-in-law. Not only did she possess a lovely name, but she also radiated charm and displayed admirable politeness. It was a mystery how her son had garnered such good fortune, being blessed with such a wonderful girlfriend who had borne him such adorable children. In the room, Lin Shiyu touched her face and asked, "Auntie, is there something on my face?" Song's mother snapped back to the moment, having been lost in thought while admiring Lin Shiyu, who now appeared somewhat bashful. "Oh no, dear. Annie merely thinks that you are truly a blessing for Shian. She then recalled the hardships Lin Shiyu must have endured during her pregnancy. I came here in haste and did not bring a gift, as I was unaware that Shian invited me because of this matter. This bracelet may not hold much value, but it was given to me by Shian's grandmother, and now I wish to pass it on to you. Though this style may have fallen out of fashion among the youth, please do not despise it. I shall make it up to you with something more fitting next time. As she spoke, she removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and offered it to Lin Shiyu, wholeheartedly believing that Lin Shiyu would be her daughter-in-law. Taken aback, Lin Shiyu exclaimed, "Auntie, this is too precious." After a brief struggle, she ultimately succumbed to Song's mother and accepted the jade bracelet. The two then engaged in playful banter with the baby while sharing a delightful conversation, embodying a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamic. At that moment, Gu Yanyan could not help but approach them, drawn by an enticing aroma. "What is that smell? It's delightful," she mused, following the scent's direction. In the kitchen, Song Shiran donned an apron, his movements with the knife exuding an effortless elegance. This mesmerizing display captivated Gu Yanyan. Under the influence of his exceptional culinary skills, each dish he prepared seemed to come alive. With unwavering focus, he skillfully sautéed, the steam rising in flames, dancing as if applauding his culinary prowess. Song Shiran had transformed the humble kitchen into a five-star restaurant's kitchen. Gu Yanyan, though capable of cooking herself, found herself overwhelmed by his fluid motions. "Brother Song, you're amazing," she exclaimed, her stomach growling after inhaling the mouth-watering aroma for a while. After more than half an hour, the steaming dishes were presented, a feast for the senses. "Come, let us taste the dishes," Song's mother invited, and, as they seated themselves, she added, "Let us see if my son's skills have improved." Once she lifted her chopsticks, Gu Yanyan could no longer contain her excitement, declaring, "I want to hold back." A single bite ignited a symphony of flavors on her palate, and Lin Shiyu, after tasting, was once again astounded. As she savored the meal, she gave Song Shiran a thumbs up. "Delicious. You're incredible." Seeing Lin Shiyu praise him, a smile crept on his Song Shiran's lips. Song's mother, after several mouthfuls, remarked without exaggeration that in all her years, she had never tasted such exquisite food. Having taught her son how to cook, she was perplexed. His earlier dishes had never been this delectable. Could it be attributed to his newfound role as a father? Had she not witnessed the cooking firsthand, she would hardly believe it was her son who had created such culinary delights. Noticing that Lin Shiyu had taken only a small portion, she used the communal chopsticks to offer her a piece of meat. "Dear, eat more. You need to nourish yourself." "Thank you. Auntie, you should eat more as well," Lin Shiyu replied, touched. It was her first experience of someone serving her food outside her family. Gu Yanyan, observing this, playfully chimed in, "Annie, I want some too." With a warm smile, Song's mother responded, all right. Annie will serve you as well. You all have worked hard." As Lin Shiyu witnessed the congenial atmosphere at the dining table and felt the kindness from Song Shiran's mother, she experienced a profound sense of belonging. After the meal, everyone lingered, relishing the flavors of the feast. Although Lin Shiyu had been discharged from the hospital, her body had yet to fully recover, and she soon felt weary. Song Shiran gently assisted her back to her room for some rest. Gu Yanyan, reassured by the tender care Song Shiran and his mother showed Lin Shiyu, felt comfortable leaving her in their capable hands. After bidding farewell to Song's mother, she returned home. Song's mother retrieved a cloth pouch and meticulously unwrapped it layer by layer. She extracted a thick wad of cash and solemnly handed it to her son, saying, "Here, 60,000 yuan. Take it for now." Song Shiran accepted the money, carefully rewrapped the pouch, and returned it to his mother. "Mom, I have enough money," he stated. His mother scrutinized him. "Where did you get this money? You haven't resorted to using a credit card, have you?" Song Shiran chuckled lightly. "How could I? What are you thinking? You know your son well." Believing her son was simply too shy to ask for money, she tenderly remarked, "If you're short on cash, just tell me." "You rascal. Don't act tough with me. There's no need to be distant. You have 4 little ones to care for. This is the time to spend." When he refused to accept the 60,000 yuan, she produced a card from a rural cooperative and pressed it into his hands. "This is our family's savings, originally meant for your future wife. You must take it. Go look for a suitable house. Since she bore your children, you ought to provide her with a home. We may not be able to pay in full, but gathering a down payment should be feasible. Song Shiren waved his hand in refusal. You should keep this. I've already purchased a house. The keys will be handed over next month. His mother was taken aback, doubting her hearing. Had her son really bought a house? Where did he acquire such funds? Mom, you're not thinking I used a credit card to buy the house, are you? He accurately guessed his mother's unspoken thoughts. She questioned, then where did the money come from? A quick thought crossed Song Shiren's mind, and he had already formulated a response. Includes my scholarship. And I also made an investment with my earnings from working part-time, and fortunately, I made a profit. Rest assured, it's all through legitimate means. Noticing his mother still held skepticism, he felt a pang of helplessness. Chapter 23. You are my wife. What is the matter? Feeling shy? As evening descended, Song's mother, having been busy all day, decided it was time to rest. Before leaving, she reminded her son to take good care of Lin Shiyu and the babies, implying that the two should share a room. In response to his mother's instructions, Song Shiren nodded, assuring her he would look after them all. Upon entering the room, he found Lin Shiyu already awake, feeding the babies. Although they had previously shared a room in the hospital, the thought of sleeping in the same bed felt rather peculiar. The new parents exchanged glances, and an awkward silence ensued. Initially, Song Shiren had intended for his mother to sleep with Lin Shiyu while he took the guest room. But his mother's unexpected arrangement caught him off guard. Noticing Lin Shiyu's shy demeanor, he explained, I just came to check on the babies. I'll sleep on the sofa later. The guest room had already been claimed by his mother, and the living room offered only a sofa for sleeping. It would be quite uncomfortable to spend the night on a sofa. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shiyu, her face tinged with shyness, suggested, well, you can stay here tonight. I'm not very mobile and worry I may not care for the babies properly. Song Shiren was taken aback, not expecting Lin Shiyu to invite him to stay. He believed that Lin Shiyu had only reluctantly allowed him to stay because of the babies. In truth, there was no need for her to force herself. If she preferred not to, he could simply call his mother to come over and assist with the babies at night. Lin Shiyu's expression tightened, pleading silently, please no. Although Song's mother was exceptionally kind to her, she was, after all, the mother of Song Shiren. Sharing a bed would inevitably feel somewhat awkward. It was quite unusual for a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to sleep together on the first day. The embarrassment would be palpable. Rather than with his mother, she yearned to be with Song Shiren. Yet, they had not yet registered their marriage. However, now that the babies had been born, surely they would marry in the future, wouldn't they? With this thought, Lin Shiyu's face flushed even deeper. Are you out of your mind? You expect me to sleep with your mother? How awkward would that be? Song Shiren tentatively inquired. Then what about me? Lin Shiyu glanced at him, realizing he was truly hopeless, and turned away, shifting to create a space beside her. I don't know. It took Song Shiren a few seconds to register her response. She had agreed. He hurriedly leapt onto the bed, exclaiming, darling, I'm here. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, he slipped into calling her darling without thinking. Lin Shiyu's face instantly burned crimson, and she tugged at the blanket, attempting to reclaim it, but it was firmly held down by Song Shiren. No matter how she pulled, it would not budge. Nonsense. Who is your darling? You are. You've given me a baby, met my mother, and now we're sharing a bed. How can you not be my darling? Moreover, you're already wearing the jade bracelet my family passed down to its daughters-in-law. Once you don it, you belong to me. Lin Shiyu found herself at a loss for words. Let's just sleep. It was the peak of summer, the hottest time of the year. The night was stifling, with not a whisper of wind, thick and oppressive. The babies, too, were restless in this heat. Song Shiren got up to wipe the babies down and then turned on the air conditioning. The moment the cool air circulated, the oppressive heat dissipated, and the babies soon drifted back to sleep. Suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. Damn it, I missed it. Hardly had the room settled when the mosquitoes began their symphony. The babies, disturbed by the incessant buzzing, could not find rest. Seeing the four little ones struggling to sleep, Lin Shiyu felt a pang of sympathy. What can we do? This season in Sioux City was notorious for mosquitoes. Even though they lived on a high floor, the mosquitoes could take the elevator up. While the babies' cribs had mosquito nets to protect them from bites, the sounds of the pests could not be muffled. It was truly pitiful that on their first night home, the little ones were kept awake by the mosquitoes. Observing Lin Shiyu's distressed expression, Song Shian smiled knowingly. I have my methods. He soon returned with an electric mosquito swatter and began to sweep it near the cribs, producing crackling sounds until mosquitoes were eradicated. Lin Shiyu gazed at him in surprise and admiration. When did you prepare this? Song Shian beamed. I won't tell you. Are you going to tell me or not? Sensing the playful tone in Lin Shiyu's voice, Song Shian felt a warmth in his heart. He smiled silently, gradually moving closer to Lin Shiyu, the distance between them steadily diminishing. Instinctively, Lin Shiyu retreated, yet he showed no intention of halting, the gap shrinking to the point where she could sense Song Shian's breath. If he drew any nearer, their noses might almost touch. It was their first time being this close, and she dared not look up, fearing that a mere glance would bring her lips into contact with his. At that moment, Song Shian chuckled triumphantly, swiftly producing a bottle of floral spray and cooling oil from behind him. He then applied it to her face, teasingly asking, "Why are your eyes closed?" Feeling as though she had been playfully tricked, she slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she widened her gaze. Song Shian, you did that on purpose. He feigned ignorance, replying, I merely noticed a large bump on your face from a mosquito bite and thought to apply some medicine. My mother is right here. How could I harbor any ill intentions? You muttered quietly. Clearly it was intentional. Song Shian sprayed the floral essence around the bed before burrowing under the covers. With the mosquitoes no longer a nuisance, they could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. After days of lying on the hard hospital bed, he relished the comfort of lying flat and drifting into sleep. Before long, he was lost in dreams. Lin Shiyu, uncertain whether it was due to sleeping too long during the day or the presence of a large man beside her, tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Recalling how Song Shian had playfully teased her, she realized that enduring the moment had merely led to rising frustrations. Sitting up, she glanced at the sleeping Song Shian beside her. Wow, he looks incredibly handsome while asleep. Unable to sleep, Lin Shiyu got out of bed to check on the babies. Gazing at the 4 chubby little ones, she finally felt content enough to return to bed. In the early hours of the morning, both Song Shian and Lin Shiyu were awakened by the cries of the babies. It turned out that the little ones were hungry. Song Shian cradled the baby and brought it to Lin Shiyu for nursing. The babies were true little gluttons, drinking with their eyes closed and making adorable slurping sounds. After nursing, Song Shian urged Lin Shiyu to rest, assuring her that he would handle burping the babies. Initially, they were unaware that burping was necessary after feeding. It was the nurse who informed them after they had simply laid the babies down to sleep post-feeding. If the babies were not burped first, they might spit up or have reflux. From that point on, they made it a routine to burp the babies after every feeding. In the night, they were still learning that they needed to wake up several times to feed the babies. Song Shian positioned his legs together, letting the baby lie on his lap while his hand extended from the little one's neck to under the armpit, gently cradling their upper body so that their heads were slightly elevated. He softly patted the baby's back from top to bottom. The first 3 babies cooperated splendidly, burping within a short while. However, the last little one was quite the handful, taking over 20 minutes to produce a burp. By the time they finished, it was already past 4 o'clock. Stretching, Song Shian returned to bed to continue his sleep. Chapter 24, Song's Father. This news is too hard to digest. Morning at 6:30. Song's mother returned home from grocery shopping, ready to prepare breakfast. She noticed Lin Shiyu bending over with great effort, attempting to lift the baby to nurse. Please sit down. I can manage, she said, gently lifting the infant, Kwaikua, from the crib and placing him in Lin's embrace. A glance at her son, who was sleeping soundly beside them, revealed he had likely been exhausted from the antics of the babies the previous night, so she refrained from waking him. After Lin Shiyu finished nursing the first baby, Song's mother handed Lele to her for feeding. Following this, she took Kwaikua back to burp him. The 2 women worked in harmonious coordination until both babies had been fed. Once the little ones were satisfied, Lin Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Her chest was no longer so tight. After burping the last baby, Song's mother checked their diapers, finding them still clean and dry, so there was no need for a change just yet. Having completed these tasks, she poured a glass of water for Lin Shiyu. I will go prepare breakfast now. Call me if you need anything. It's hot outside. and one tends to sweat more easily, especially postpartum women, so it's vital to stay hydrated. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate it, Lin Shiyu replied. After Song's mother left, she looked over at Song Shian, who was still in a sleepy haze, his eyelashes glinting with a soft light. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if he were dreaming of someone special, bringing him joy. What could he be dreaming about to smile so blissfully? Surely not his ex-girlfriend, Lin Shiyu thought, feeling a pang of discomfort. As she gazed at him, lost in thought, her hand unconsciously reached out to his face and gently poked him. Song Shian looked incredibly charming while asleep. His handsome features were sharply defined, and even his profile was strikingly sculpted. His face was truly flawless. Lin Shiyu couldn't resist and lightly brushed her fingers over his eyelashes. They were astonishingly long, even more so than those of most women. At that moment, Song Shian opened his eyes. "What are you doing?" he asked. Lin Shiyu froze, her hand lingering before his eyes. I was just swatting away mosquitoes," she stammered, waving her hand as if to demonstrate her actions. "Really?" Song Shian raised an eyebrow, tilting his head to scrutinize her with his clear gaze. "Then why have you been staring at me for so long? Come closer. If you keep looking at me, I might not be able to resist kissing you." Flustered, Lin Shiyu pushed him away, her eyes darting. "I wasn't tea. Breakfast is ready." Just then, Song's mother called out. Lin Shiyu hurried away like a startled deer. For breakfast, in addition to a nourishing pumpkin and millet porridge, Song's mother had prepared a special postpartum meal just for Lin Shiyu. Turning to Song Shian, she said, "Why are you just standing there? Get your own bowl and serve yourself." Then, she turned back to Lin Shiyu, her demeanor shifting entirely. "Shiyu, don't just eat porridge. I've also prepared shumai, sweet potatoes, and eggs for you. Enjoy whatever you like." "Thank you. Annie, you should eat too," Lin Shiyu replied. "Mom, you're being so biased. I hardly slept last night because of the babies," Song Shian suddenly realized. Despite having been awake all night, he felt surprisingly energetic. Unlike the usual groggy state he found himself in after waking up. "Today, I feel extraordinarily refreshed, as if the fatigue accumulated over the past few days has dissipated entirely. Is it possible that the invigorating skill rewarded by the system is the reason why, despite having stayed up all night yesterday, I am not at all weary now?" Song's mother cast a stern glance at her son, bewildered by his inaction. "Why are you just standing there? Go serve yourself some porridge for breakfast. You're a father now. Can't you exhibit a bit more composure?" Turning her gaze gently to Lin Shiyu, she inquired, "Is it delicious?" "Very much so. It evokes a sense of home," Lin Shiyu replied. "Haha, I'm glad you enjoy it. If it's tasty, Annie will cook for you again in the future." Song's mother had already begun to regard Lin Shiyu as her own daughter. While the trio was enjoying their meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. Song Shian rose, pondering. Could it be Gu Yinyan visiting? Filled with curiosity, he opened the door, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s, his visage marked by the trials of time. "Father, what brings you here?" Song Shian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing her son address the man as Dad, Song's mother rushed over, astonished. "Old Song, what are you doing here?" With a serious expression, Song's father entered and set down his bag. "What brings you here?" Song's mother pressed. "You received a call from our son yesterday and rushed out in haste. Yet it's been a whole day without a word. I thought something had happened." "Of course. I was worried and came to check on you," he replied. It then dawned on Song's mother that amidst the overwhelming influx of information since their arrival, she had forgotten to reassure him. Before leaving yesterday, she had even shared the address of Sioux City with him, which explained how he managed to find his way here alone. As Song's father pulled out a lighter to ignite a cigarette, he suddenly noticed a young lady in the living room. "Hello, young lady," he greeted, extinguishing the newly lit cigarette and responding politely. "Ah, hello." He then turned to the mother and son, whispering, "Who is this young lady?" Song Shian glanced at his mother, his eyes reflecting a desperate plea for rescue. As if to say, "Mom, save me. This is Shiyu, Xiaoshan's girlfriend," Song's mother explained. Song's father, recalling that his son had previously shown him photos of his girlfriend, noted that this was not the same person. Furthermore, given that they were in a residential building, it seemed unusual for his son to be with this young woman so early in the morning. Had they begun cohabitating? While he did not interfere with his children's romantic endeavors, He couldn't fathom them changing partners every couple of months. What about Mantu and the other two roommates? Song Shian bit his lip. They are still residing at the school. His response further solidified the assumption that he was indeed living with a young lady. You've grown bolder. Living together before marriage is detrimental to her reputation. You rascal, you're not bullying her, are you? Song's father's eyes widened in disbelief. Song Shian, unable to meet his father's gaze, felt entirely unable to respond to his inquiries. In his childhood, after a business failure, Song's father had fallen gravely ill upon returning to the village, leaving him with a frail constitution. The doctor had advised against emotional upheaval due to the risk of fainting. For years, owing to his health, he had relied on Song's mother to support the family, while she also attended to his emotional well-being. This was precisely why Song Shian and his mother had refrained from revealing the news about the babies to him immediately, fearing it would provoke an excessive emotional response. However, now, with Father Song's unexpected visit, it seems that the matters concerning the children can no longer be concealed. As Father Song bombarded with relentless questions, the babies in the room began to cry. The milk fed to them before the meal had now necessitated change. Lin Shiyu hurriedly sought refuge from the suffocating atmosphere, exclaiming that she would check on the children. Seizing the opportunity, Song Shian also excused himself, saying, "Dad, Mom, I will assist Shiyu." Before leaving, he exchanged a glance with his mother, as if to convey his reliance on her. Mother Song felt a headache coming on. Father Song turned to his wife, wondering why there was still a child in the room. Mother Song sighed and cautioned, "Do not be anxious or agitated. The doctor advised you to remain calm." Father Song, perplexed, simply acknowledged her with a grunt. Noticing that the door had not been properly closed, Mother Song led her husband to the guest room to speak in private. Ultimately, secrets cannot remain hidden forever. The child belonged to Xiao and Shiyu. His expression gradually stiffened. Even the muscles in his cheeks twitched. Mother Song waved her hand in front of him, and soon after, Father Song's expression darkened. What? They have a child? And not just one, but quadruplets? Seeing his changing demeanor, Mother Song, concerned that his anger might affect his health, gently patted his back and reassured him, "Do not be angry. Let me explain." Father Song raised his hand to interrupt, demanding, "I want that rascal to come and speak with me. Does he dare take responsibility for his actions? Is he truly a man of the Song family?" Mother Song rolled her eyes, retorting, "With your demeanor, the child fears you. He wouldn't dare speak up. You have spoiled him. Now look where we are, an unexpected pregnancy before marriage." Upon hearing this, Mother Song became displeased, exclaiming, Fine, it's all my fault." She huffed angrily and turned away, sitting heavily on the bed, refusing to engage further. Father Song, filled with uncontainable rage, flung open the door and marched towards the master bedroom. Chapter 25. Crying, helpless Lin Shiyu. Inside the room, the babies had made a mess. At that moment, the four little ones felt uncomfortable, kicking their tiny feet restlessly in the crib. Over time, their excrement had transitioned from a dark green hue to a more normal color. The adorable infants were still breastfeeding, hence their mess only bore a mild odor. The novice parents were diligently tending to their needs. At that moment, the door swung open, and an irate Father Song entered. Upon seeing the four charming bundles in the crib, he couldn't help but smile, resembling a celestial being. For reasons unknown, Father Song seemed touched by the delightful children. His earlier fury had lessened, and his heart softened in an instant. Noticing Father Song's entrance, Lin Shiyu sensed impending doom. She quickly interjected, "Uncle, it's not entirely Shian's fault. I bear some responsibility as well." Father Song remained silent, patiently waiting for his son to finish changing the baby's diapers. "You rascal, come out with me for a moment." As Song Shian stepped out, he glanced back at Lin Shiyu, reassuring her, "It's all right, don't worry." Once outside, he saw his father's somber expression and realized that his mother had likely not resolved the situation. Feeling anxious and uncertain, Song Shian understood that his father's pent-up frustration was directed at him, leaving him to ponder the gravity of the circumstances. The girl in question is not the same as before. What about the previous one? How can one engage in conversation while another arrives to bear your child? At this point, Song Shian no longer wished to conceal the truth. The previous girl and I have parted ways. My relationship with Shiyu began a year ago at a gathering where we both indulged excessively, and it was only later that I learned of the child's existence. Father Song, infuriated, felt a surge of aggression, yet found himself devoid of suitable means to express it. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic. Are you not aware of your own drinking capacity? Have you taken to imbibing? Look at the trouble you've caused. Henceforth, no more alcohol. He chastised. And what do you mean by finding out later? Do you not feel a sense of responsibility towards her? Song Shian endured a barrage of reprimands. Aware of his father's health and reluctant to retort, fearing that further provocation might escalate his father's agitation. He was already quite incensed, and any additional incitement could pose a risk of stroke or paralysis. In the past, it was always Mother Song who held the reins, but since Father Song's illness, the family had acquiesced to his whims, akin to peasants rising to become landlords. Dad, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall refrain from drinking in the future. In truth, Song Shian possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, but on that particular day, he sought to drown his sorrows. Little did he know that such a singular lapse would lead to significant consequences. Father Song grunted dismissively, uninterested in further discourse, and turned to seek out Lin Shiyu. Though he verbally chastised his son, he privately harbored doubts about the girl. How could a respectable young lady find herself in such a predicament? Understanding his father's temperament, Song Shian feared he might utter something inappropriate to Lin Shiyu and hurriedly intervened. Dad, this matter has nothing to do with Shiyu. It was my coercion. Father Song grunted again. Step aside. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Shiyu emerged. Song Shian desperately gestured for her to retreat. Aware of his father's obstinate nature and the difficulty in persuading him to accept the situation, he feared that his father might unleash his ire upon Lin Shiyu, a young girl ill-equipped to bear such harsh words. However, Lin Shiyu disregarded Song Shian's silent pleas and bravely approached Father Song. Uncle, it is not entirely Shian's fault. My desire to have the child was my own. Her words startled Song Shian, causing his pupils to dilate in surprise. He genuinely feared his father's reaction, expecting an immediate backlash. To his astonishment, Father Song paid no heed to either of them and instead proceeded towards the crib. He wished to examine his 4 lovely grandchildren closely. The 4 little bundles of joy, having just had their diapers changed, were now soundly asleep, their soft coos resembling dreamlike murmurs. Observing these 4 adorable infants, he was struck by their resemblance. They bore an uncanny likeness to him. After more than 2 decades, he was once again reminded of Song Shian's infancy. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, reflecting on how swiftly time passes and how children inevitably grow and establish their own families. The adults gathered in the living room to convene a family meeting. Stand there. Father Song bellowed at Song Shian. Just as he was about to take a seat, he jolted upright in surprise. Father Song then turned his gaze to Lin Shiyu, his tone softening. My dear girl, I have a general understanding of your situation with Xiao Xian. This boy has indeed acted thoughtlessly, causing you considerable distress. I shall ensure he receives a proper education. However, the tone of his discourse was about to shift. However, a single hand cannot clap. You have given birth to 4 grandchildren for our esteemed Song family. Uncle, please speak plainly. Very well, I shall be forthright. Although our Song family may not belong to the upper echelons of society, we uphold our own principles. We shall raise the children. But the notion of our son having a child is rather unexpected for him. Had he not seen how much the babies resemble him in his youth, he might have doubted their parentage. Father, what are you thinking? The babies are certainly my own. Of course, they bear a resemblance. Is it truly so surprising to have children before graduation? Lin Shiyu chuckled awkwardly. Uncle, I understand that a single hand cannot clap, and I bear my share of responsibility. Nevertheless, now that we are at this juncture, I pledge to care for the children, regardless of the circumstances. Song father did not anticipate that Lin Shiyu, who appeared so delicate, would speak with such confidence. He shot a fierce glare at his son, commanding him to remain silent. After a pause, he continued, Young lady, since you are being so candid, I trust you. If this rascal dares to mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform your uncle. Lin Shiyu nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Song father, with a steady tone, tentatively suggested, Once you have recovered, You should accompany Xiao into the Civil Affairs Bureau to register your marriage and obtain your certificate. Song Xian exclaimed, "What? Register for marriage?" Lin Shiyu replied, "Did I hear you correctly?" Song Mother's eyes brightened. "Oh, how wonderful. Finally, old Song, you've uttered a sentiment that resonates with me." Song Father shot a glare at his son. "Do you not wish to take responsibility?" Song Xian quickly waved his hands. "I never said that. Do not slander me. If they do not register, how will the child have a household registration?" "Xiaoan, your father speaks wisely. Mom and Dad, do not only question me. You must also ask Shiyu if she is willing." He certainly desired to marry Lin Shiyu, as it would allow him to care for her and the babies openly. Yet marriage is not solely his decision. Provided Lin Shiyu consents, he would even rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately. The three turned their gaze towards Lin Shiyu. With a bashful demeanor, she replied, "I have no objections." Song Xian excitedly embraced Lin Shiyu. "Rest assured, I will strive to provide a home for you and the babies." Chapter 26. Lin Shiyu, will you always treat me well? At this moment, Lin Shiyu was still in a state of bewilderment. This is all too sudden. While in the hospital, she had contemplated her relationship with Song Xian, yet had been unable to reach a conclusion. Song Father's outburst provided the perfect opportunity. The Song family's stance was now unequivocal, leading to a harmonious resolution. On another note, despite their brief acquaintance, Song Mother cherished Lin Shiyu greatly. She feared that old Song's antics might scare away such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Having experienced similar situations herself, she believed that with 4 babies serving as a bond, the couple would not reach the point of divorce. Song Father found solace in the serendipity of fate. Indeed, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Lin Shiyu shyly smiled, expressing her gratitude to Uncle for allowing them to be together. You still refer to me as Uncle?" Lin Shiyu was taken aback. "What?" Song's mother hurriedly tried to ease the situation. "Why are you in such a rush? You can call out once you have the marriage certificate." Song's father scratched his head. Yes, no need to hurry. You can shout when you feel like it. For now, let's invite the in-laws out for dinner and apologize to your parents." Upon hearing the mention of her parents, Lin Shiyu's heart sank. Noticing the awkwardness, Song's mother said, "Let's discuss our parents later. I don't know what happened, but my phone wasn't making any sound yesterday. Since you're here, could you help me check it? Did you forget to turn on the sound again?" "I knew it," she added, pulling her husband back into their room. As soon as the door closed, Song Pon remarked, "You only need to listen to what my dad says. If you're uncomfortable, you don't have to force yourself. He doesn't know the full story. I'll clarify things with him shortly." Just as she was basking in the warmth of family happiness, her father's words abruptly pulled her back to reality. Lin Shiyu shook her head. "It's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that your parents don't agree with us." Song Pon lowered his head. Lin Shiyu fixed her steadfast gaze on him. "Will you always care for me and the babies?" "Of course," he replied without a hint of hesitation. "And what if your ex-girlfriend comes crying to you, begging to get back together? Would you rekindle that old flame? Would you abandon me and the babies? Even if she were to kneel and beg, I would never reconcile with her. I would never abandon you and the babies. A materialistic person like Li wouldn't have any hold on me. Even if she were to die, I would sever all ties." Song Pon's response was succinct yet powerful, and his unwavering gaze provided her with a sense of security. "Listen here, Song Pon. Even if my parents disagree, I am willing to marry you. I will have a serious talk with my parents about this." Was this Lin Shiyu's confession to him? Song Pon's resolute choice led them to mutually pursue a future together. In the secondary bedroom, the phone rang. "I am like a fish in your lotus pond, waiting solely to share the bright moonlight with you. Is this not broken? How did you say it was?" Song's mother was truly exasperated with his dense demeanor. However, considering that he had inadvertently solved their children's marriage issue, she decided not to dwell on it too much. Have you thought about it? The girl is pregnant with your son's child before marriage. Do you think her parents would be pleased? I was going to mention this to you, but you accused me of spoiling him and even got angry at me." Song's mother felt a pang in her nose. Song's father repeatedly apologized. "I was just too anxious. I'm sorry. Quickly tell me, what issues do her parents have?" Song's mother sighed. This child has faced considerable hardship. She insisted on having a baby with Xiaoan, which created a rift with her family. She gave up a comfortable life to carry the child alone for 10 months and gave birth, so we must treat her well now. Let's refrain from bringing this up in front of the girl. Upon hearing this, Song's father felt deeply ashamed. I understand. Originally, she planned to return to her hometown that afternoon. However, with her husband showing up and causing such a scene, she thought it might be best to stay and care for Shiyu during her confinement. After all, Xiaoan was a boy and might lack the necessary attentiveness. Song's mother adored the babies, but also worried about her son. Fearful of the chaos surrounding her first experience of motherhood, Song Shiran was equally anxious about her ability to care for Lin Shiyu. The most critical period following childbirth is the confinement month. As someone who had been through it herself, she recalled that when Song Shiran was born, in pursuit of better living conditions for him, she began working to earn money even before completing her confinement, which ultimately left her with lasting health issues. Though Song Shiran and Lin Shiyu had welcomed their little one, in the eyes of their parents, they would forever remain children. Song's father expressed a differing opinion, noting that times had changed and young people possessed their own perspectives. He observed that Xiaoan appeared quite adept at caring for the baby now, suggesting they could no longer be of assistance. Additionally, their lifestyles differed greatly from those of the younger generation, and prolonged cohabitation might lead to discord. As the children matured, it was time for them to learn independence and forge their own paths. Moreover, since Xiaoan and Lin Shiyu had only recently begun their relationship, it would be prudent to afford them some personal space to nurture their bond, allowing the older couple to retreat into their own world. What two-person world? Song's mother retorted. Am I not alleviating their burdens by helping with the baby? Are you implying I am a burden? Song's father felt his head spinning, insisting, that was not my intention. That is precisely what you meant. You simply wish to return to your friends for games and leisure. Song's father sighed, conceding, if that is how you perceive it, I cannot change your mind. Before he could finish, he added, consider this. Shiyu is in his final year of high school. Should he not return to monitor his studies? He listens to you. Their youngest son, Song Shiyu, was indeed preparing for the impending college entrance examinations. In her daily routine, aside from household chores, Song's mother also ensured he remained focused on his studies. Yet, she remained reluctant to return to their hometown. Seizing the opportunity, Song's father countered, if you stay here, they must care for both the baby and you. Are you truly alleviating their burdens or merely increasing them? Frustrated, Song's mother retorted, I am capable and self-sufficient. How could I possibly be a burden? So you claim you won't require their care? Do you believe they will not look after you? Song's mother was momentarily taken aback. She recognized that her children were dutiful and would undoubtedly hesitate to let her work, leading to an ambiguous situation of who would end up caring for whom. Furthermore, she was unfamiliar with the city's transportation routes. She nearly took the wrong subway on her way here. Should she become lost one day, her children would undoubtedly worry. Shopping was also a challenge, as payments were predominantly made via scanning codes, and she rarely witnessed anyone using cash. Her smartphone was still a mystery to her. Perhaps returning home would spare her children any additional worries. Reflecting on her husband's words, Song's mother realized that since childhood, their son had been quite capable of caring for others. From the moment Lin Shiyu gave birth to their 4 little ones, he had managed their care admirably. She believed he would continue to do well in looking after the baby. Thus, she resolved to return home for a time and visit again later. In the afternoon, in the living room, she announced, Xiaoan, Shiyu, we have decided to return shortly. Mom, why the sudden decision? Indeed, Auntie, please stay a few more days. I long to savor the porridge you make, Lin Shiyu said with reluctance. Song's mother shook her head. Your father is right. Young people need their own space. We are not familiar with this city, and besides, there's rice to harvest at home and your brother's studies to consider. I can't help but worry. All right, you little rascal. Take good care of Shiyu, she said as they prepared to leave. Song Shian followed his parents to the door. Mom and Dad, let me accompany you to the station, he offered. However, Song's father pushed him back inside and closed the door with a decisive thud. No need. Just ensure you look after Shiyu and my grandchildren, he insisted. After recording several videos with the little ones, the elderly couple reluctantly departed. Chapter 27. Bathing the Babies. A variety of approaches. As the sun gradually descended, the light dimmed, and a new moon quietly rose. Once Song's parents had left, an unexpected stillness enveloped the home. What should they do now? Song Shian recalled that the babies had yet to bathe since returning from the hospital. It had been an hour since they finished their milk, making it the perfect time for a bath. Thus, Song Shian proposed bathing the babies. Lin Shiyu suddenly remembered, "Oh right, we haven't bathed them since we got back." Without further ado, they set to work. Song Shian retrieved the prepared bathtub. Since it was new, it was advisable to clean it thoroughly before using it for the babies. Bathing 4 infants was no small feat. They had to be ready for a considerable undertaking. Song Shian decided to start with the youngest. Lin Shiyu curiously asked, "Why not begin with Kwai Kwai? It wouldn't do to always start with the eldest. What if the babies thought we favored one over the others?" So this time, they would commence with the little one. The babies were too young to understand such matters. It just so happened that Yuan had just woken up, making it convenient to bring him over for his bath. "All right, are we ready for the task of bathing the babies? Attention, this is not a drill." While Song Shian prepared the bathtub, Lin Shiyu had already gathered the essentials: baby-specific body wash, a little yellow duck toy, a thermometer, baby powder, bath towels, and washcloths. They had researched beforehand and found that the optimal bathing time for newborns should be kept between 5 to 10 minutes to prevent them from catching a chill. As Lin Shiyu had not yet fully recovered, she could only cheer from the sidelines. Song Shian took a deep breath and rolled up his sleeves. The baby's delicate skin required careful attention to water temperature. Too low could lead to a chill, while too high could cause burns. After testing the water temperature with the thermometer, he found it to be a perfect 38 degrees Celsius. He gently cradled the baby's neck and slowly lowered him into the tub, covering his belly with a small towel to keep him warm. The soft, pudgy infant felt as though he was merging with the water in Song Shian's hands. Following online tutorials, he attempted to execute the bathing process with precision. "Be gentle. This is a baby, not a cabbage," Lin Shiyu couldn't help but remind him. As it was his first time bathing a baby, Song Shian found himself in a flurry, taking quite some time to complete the task. Bathing the baby requires utmost caution, particularly when it comes to washing their delicate heads, as their fontanelles are not yet fully formed and are exceedingly fragile. Fortunately, the little one, Yuan, was quite well behaved, allowing Song Shian to accomplish the task with minimal distress. Armed with the experience from the first bath, Song Shian felt an abundance of confidence as he prepared to bathe the second baby. Among the 4 infants, only the second and fourth are girls, and Song Shian believed that the little girls would likely be more docile and easier to wash. Thus, it was time for the second baby, Tuan. As soon as Tuan was placed in the water, her tiny hands began splashing exuberantly, sending droplets flying everywhere. If Yuan was a little angel, Tuan was certainly the little rascal. Song Shian found himself drenched, but Tuan showed no inclination to cease her antics, remaining utterly uncooperative. Amused, he thought to himself about her tiny stature contrasted with her spirited temperament, pondering how her father would manage her. He picked up a small rubber duck nearby, squeezed it, and the cheerful quacking sound delighted Tuan, prompting her to beam with joy as her chubby little hands reached out to grasp the yellow duck. The duck swam closer to Tuan, and he handed it to her. Captivated by her new toy, Tuan became engrossed in play, momentarily abandoning her mischief. Seizing the opportunity while her attention was diverted, he hastened to wash her. Afterward, he gently dried her off, dressed her in a diaper, and prepared to put her clothes on, taking away the rubber duck. At that moment, Tuan erupted into tears. Such a tiny baby already knows how to protest. Lin Shiyu took the baby and signaled for Song Shian to continue bathing the others while she changed Tuan's clothes. Singing under the big bridge in front of the door, a group of ducks swims by. "Come and count them, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. She softly patted Tuan's back to soothe her. To Song Shian's amazement, the baby stopped crying. How the child adored that little duck. Having just finished bathing the mischievous Tuan, Song Shian decisively turned his attention to the remarkably tranquil Sanbao, Lele. Although named Lele, he was seldom seen smiling. In fact, it was rare to see him cry, resembling the stoic, wise young master often depicted in novels. At that moment, Song Shian simply hoped that Sanbao would remain quiet, as prolonged bathing could lead to a cold for the little one. After successfully washing 2 babies, Song Shian began to develop some techniques, aiming for efficiency with his younger son. However, before he could even immerse Sanbao in the water. The previously calm baby began to wail. The closer Song Shian brought him to the water, the louder he cried and the more he squirmed. Puzzled, he said, "Lele, you're a good baby. Tell Daddy, are you scared? If you are, just blink your eyes." At that moment, Lele unexpectedly slapped him, catching Song Shian off guard. Fortunately, the chubby little hand of a newborn lacked strength, and it didn't hurt at all. Taken aback, Song Shian thought, "Oh my, our Lele has quite the personality. Already adept at expressing discontent." Then he noticed Lele repeatedly patting his belly, admonishing, No, don't pat your tummy. The umbilical cord is still there." Ah, the umbilical cord. Other babies have already lost their umbilical cords, yet Lele's remains intact, still crusted over. It is necessary to apply a protective umbilical patch to safeguard the navel, as it is prone to bacterial infection. Song Shian, taken aback, couldn't help but give Lele a gentle kiss, exclaiming, "My dear Lele is truly clever. Let Daddy kiss you once more." After applying the patch, Lele indeed stopped crying, and Song Shian smoothly completed Lele's bath. Next, it was time for the eldest, Kwai Kwai, to make an entrance. Kwai Kwai's robust physique was evident. Upon being placed in the basin, the water splashed over the sides. "Wow, you're certainly heavier than your younger siblings. Such impressive growth. Come here. Daddy will give you a heart sign and a thumbs up." At that moment, a perfect arc was traced from the baby's lower region, ultimately landing in the bathtub, gradually dispersing in the water. Perhaps Kwai Kwai realized the water was being wasted and thought to contribute some back. "Wow, Kwai Kwai is remarkable. Such a strong stream." The eldest, brimming with vitality, would surely grow tall and strong, ready to protect his younger siblings. Lin Shiyu, watching nearby, was thoroughly amused. Their eldest was full of energy. The little one was robust and spirited, and the joy of parenthood was indescribable. However, with the little one having relieved himself in the water, a fresh basin was necessary. To prevent the little one from catching a chill, Song Shian gently wrapped him in a towel and swiftly changed the water. Playfully teasing his son, he exclaimed, "Kwai Kwai, if you continue to go in the basin, Daddy will scold you." It was unclear if the eldest understood. Upon hearing his father's admonishment, he squirmed and began to wail, looking utterly pitiful, as if he were the most sorrowful baby in the world. Chapter 28. The embarrassment of Lin Shiyu having bathed all three little ones. Song Shian had become quite adept, finishing with the eldest in under 10 minutes. After tidying up the babies, he stretched with relief. Finally done. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully bathing a baby for the first time. The system rewards you with 80,000 yuan and 4 sets of baby bathing supplies. Note, these include child-friendly body wash, shampoo, and lotion, all composed of safe, non-irritating ingredients." Not only did he earn 80,000 for bathing the little ones, but each baby also received a set of bathing supplies. The system was so considerate, and Song Shian felt a quiet joy at the thought. He planned to try them out during the next bath. Not long after their bath, the little ones drifted off into a comfortable sleep. Newborns typically spend most of their time dreaming, only waking for feeds or diaper changes. However, as they slowly grow, their sleeping hours will gradually decrease. Time passed, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Song Shian glanced at the clock and said to Lin Shiyu, "You should rest for a while. I will prepare dinner." There are still plenty of ingredients bought by Song's mother, including lotus root, pork ribs, peanuts, and fresh ginger. The lotus root and ribs were chopped and simmered slowly to produce a nutritious white broth. "Let us prepare a lotus root and pork rib soup to provide Shiyu with a new flavor," thought Song Shian silently to himself. With the enhancement of his exceptional culinary skills, his prowess in soup-making had reached an extraordinary level. Cooking was no longer a challenge for him. Lin Shiyu nodded adorably, expressing her gratitude for his efforts. Yet at that moment, her mind was preoccupied with the urgent need to visit the restroom. She had felt the urge to relieve herself while bathing the baby earlier, but had to endure as the little ones were not finished yet, and Song Shian was busy. Now that Lin Shiyu had been discharged from the hospital, her abdominal wound had not yet fully healed, and there was still a risk of tearing if she was not careful. The bathroom in their home was spacious, unlike the hospital, which had handrails for support. Thus, each time she needed to use the restroom, she had to be exceptionally cautious. Having held it for too long, Lin Shiyu was on the verge of bursting. She bent over, one hand clutching her abdomen while the other steadied herself against the wall, her legs crossed as she hurriedly shuffled towards the bathroom. Seeing her predicament, Song Shian rushed to assist her, not even having the time to remove his apron. "Slow down. Let me help you," he urged. Lin Shiyu blushed and insisted. "I can manage on my own." Yet Song Shian, concerned, replied, "You don't look well." Her ears turned a delicate shade of crimson, the discomfort of holding it for too long becoming unbearable. The restroom was just ahead, and if she did not enter soon, she would surely lose control. Finally unable to hold back, Lin Shiyu shook off his hand and dashed into the bathroom. The thought of an accident in front of Song Shian was mortifying enough to make her wish to disappear into the ground. The bathroom was adjacent to the kitchen, separated by a wall. Yet at that moment, Song Shian activated his physical enhancement skill, a rather remarkable ability. He noticed that while in this state, not only did he feel invigorated and full of energy, but his perception was also heightened. By calming his mind, he could hear even the faintest sound around him with clarity. In the kitchen, worried for Lin Shiyu, he intentionally lowered the volume of the range hood. The next moment, he heard the unmistakable sounds coming from the restroom. Inside, having finished her business, Lin Shiyu suddenly realized something was amiss. In her haste, she had completely neglected her wound, and as she regained her composure, she felt an intense, pulling pain in her abdomen. Panic set in as she dared not look at the injury, fearful that it might have torn and begun to bleed. After listening for a while without hearing the sound of flushing, Song Shian sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly knocked on the door. "Are you all right?" Lin Shiyu, seated on the toilet, remained motionless. "I'm fine." Her weak voice slipped through the gap in the door. "I'm coming in." This time, Lin Shiyu did not refuse. It was not the moment for modesty. The pain was becoming unbearable. Upon entering the bathroom, Song Shian found Lin Shiyu slumped on the toilet in distress. "Did you move too quickly and strain your wound?" he asked. Lin Shiyu looked up, her clear eyes shimmering with tears like stars, her lips pouting in a pitiful manner as she nodded slightly. "It hurts, due to the ongoing discharge." She constantly had to wear sanitary pads. As Song Shian noticed that she had discarded the old sanitary pad into the trash bin, he contemplated whether she needed to replace it with a new one. Embarrassed, he inquired, "Where did you put that sanitary pad? Would you like me to fetch another one for you?" Lin Shiyu, preoccupied with the concern of whether her wound was bleeding, failed to realize that her pants were still not properly adjusted, leaving her exposed before Song Shian. It was an excruciatingly mortifying moment, and she felt as if her dignity had been utterly stripped away. Lowering her head, Lin Shiyu pointed towards the cabinet beneath the sink, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. Song Shian opened the cabinet and retrieved a sanitary pad. "How does one use this?" he asked, puzzled. As a man unaccustomed to such items, he was entirely at a loss. Lin Shiyu, feeling shy, took it from his hands, tore open the packaging, peeled away the protective layers, and affixed the adhesive side to the center of her underwear. Song Shian nodded silently, and then crouched down to assist Lin Shiyu. With her eyes closed, she thought despairingly, "Perhaps I should just end it all. Nothing in this world is worth clinging to anymore." Once he finished, Song Shian inquired with genuine concern, "Can you sit up now?" Lin Shiyu, cradling her wound, replied, "I don't think so." It was inconvenient to tend to her injury in the restroom, so he decided to change locations. Without hesitation, Song Shian swept Lin Shiyu into his arms in a princess carry. Startled by the sudden embrace, she flailed her limbs awkwardly. "Hey, don't move around, or you might reopen your wound." Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu immediately fell silent. Inside the room, she lay half reclined on the bed. Song Shian carefully unwrapped the gauze from her abdomen, revealing iodine and some bodily fluids clinging to it, rendering it unsightly. Fortunately, the wound appeared intact, without any signs of bleeding. "Let me get the first aid kit to treat you," he said, retrieving it and first cleaning the wound with saline. He then took out iodine and a cotton swab to disinfect her injury. Lin Shiyu, frightened, squeezed her eyes shut, then cautiously opened one eye. "Huh, it doesn't hurt." She had braced herself for excruciating pain during the disinfection process, but was pleasantly surprised to find it completely painless. "Well, it's iodine, not hydrogen peroxide. And your wound isn't torn, so of course, it doesn't hurt. Perhaps you were just too hasty earlier and strained the wound a bit," he explained. After treating her injury, he asked, "Don't you need a bandage?" Lin Shiyu inquired. "Not anymore. The weather is warm, and keeping it covered will hinder healing. The doctor said it can be removed as long as it isn't bleeding," he reassured her. Lin Shiyu gazed at the shallow crimson scar and the multitude of stitches adorning her fair skin, feeling they were a stark contrast to her natural beauty. "Do you think it looks ugly, like a caterpillar?" She fretted, fearing he might find her unappealing. "How could it be? I believe this is your badge of honor, documenting the births of our little ones and heralding your transformation into a remarkable mother. It simultaneously serves as a cautionary sign for me. You have given me 4 adorable babies, and I shall dedicate my life to caring for you." To her surprise, Song Shiran not only did not express disdain, but rather offered her comfort, filling her heart with warmth. Chapter 29. Lin Shiyu. Am I not the happiest woman in the world? During this time, Song Shiran has been like a ray of sunshine, illuminating her aspirations for the future and warming her heart. Remembering the soup simmering on the stove, he said, "Shiyu, you should rest well. I will prepare the meal and call you when it's ready." "All right." Soon, the sounds of clattering cookware and the licking of flames filled the kitchen. Before long, he seemed to hear the cries of the babies. He promptly turned off the heat, dried his hands, and hurried to the bedroom. Lin Shiyu had just finished tending to her wound, and Song Shiran was concerned that her movements might aggravate it. Upon entering the room, he saw her attempting to rise and quickly intervened. "Don't move. Let me handle it." As soon as he spoke, he checked on the babies, discovering that their diapers were still fresh, devoid of any mess. He brought the little ones to Lin Shiyu and reassured her, "It's all right, Shiyu. The babies are fine. They're just hungry and looking for their mother." The babies always shared their meals, and even their hunger was a collective affair. Often, their times for needing a change coincided, and during quieter moments, they seemed unoccupied, but when they cried, it became a flurry of activity. Song Shiran assisted Lin Shiyu in adjusting her posture for nursing the babies, then placed the little treasures beside her. "You've worked hard. I'll go stir-fry the dishes." Lin Shiyu playfully complained. "Then you must be quick. I'm hungry too." "All right." While she nursed, he returned to the kitchen to finish preparing the meal. "All set, let's eat." The 4 little ones, satisfied and content, cooed happily while their mother's stomach grumbled. Song Shiran helped her to the dining table. The soup still bubbled with steam. The rice was fragrant and fluffy, and the dishes emitted an enticing aroma. As she beheld the delectable spread, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but swallow hard. She picked up her chopsticks and elegantly selected some dishes. Parting her red lips, she expressed her satisfaction. Delicious. Every time she savored Song Shiran's cooking, Lin Shiyu felt as though she were floating in bliss. She believed she was the happiest woman in the world. As he ladled soup in her bowl, Song Shiran smiled and said, "Try this lotus root and pork rib soup. It's delicious. I will make it for you again next time." "Thank you." Did this mean she would enjoy such delightful meals every day? Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and her smile was utterly enchanting. Unable to resist, Song Shiran chuckled at the sight of her. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Shiyu inquired, puzzled. Without a word, he reached out to wipe a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. "You little glutton, eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Lin Shiyu responded with an "oh," shyly lowering her head to continue eating. Why did such embarrassing moments always occur in front of him? After finishing the meal, Song Shiran prepared to clear the dishes. Lin Shiyu gazed at his industrious figure, yearning to alleviate his burdens. Snatching the cloth from his hands, she playfully declared, "Let me assist you with the table." However, Song Shian reclaimed the cloth, insisting, "You should rest. I can manage this." Yet, Lin Shiyu felt utterly useless, as if she were a mere encumbrance. Song Shian's intention was to consider her well-being, yet it inadvertently undermined Lin Shiyu's confidence. At that moment, Song Shian's phone rang. It was a call from his mother. Noticing Lin Shiyu's distressed expression, he requested, "I can't answer the phone right now. Could you please help me?" Lin Shiyu's countenance brightened at the opportunity. She connected the call, activated the speakerphone, and obediently stood beside Song Shian, holding the phone. "Xiao Xian, have you eaten yet?" his mother inquired. "I just finished and am tidying up," he replied. "Who asked about you?" "I meant Shiyu and the babies." Indeed, it was a typical maternal concern. "Auntie, I've eaten too, and the babies are well fed and asleep," Lin Shiyu chimed in. That's wonderful to hear. It puts my mind at ease, his mother responded. As the mother and son continued their cheerful exchange, a middle-aged woman's voice interrupted from the other end. Is this the daughter-in-law of the Song family? May I borrow your hoe? Recognizing the voice, Song Shian realized it was Aunt Li from next door, a well-known gossip in the village. Is that Xiao Xian? Your father mentioned you had quadruplets. Congratulations, she exclaimed. It's great that you had them early. Your parents can help you with the children. When will you bring the little ones back for a visit? Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Song Xian was unsure where to begin. Aunt Li was clearly on a mission to gather information. Aware that Song Xian was still in university and that the sudden arrival of 4 babies likely meant she wasn't married yet. Aunt Li continued, now that you have children, when will you hold a banquet? Song Xian awkwardly chuckled, perhaps after the baby's first month. Aunt Li clapped her hands in delight. No. I meant your wedding banquet. Aren't you going to invite me? Song Xian quickly denied the suggestion, realizing Aunt Li was more interested in gossip than food. Understanding her intentions, Song Xian's mother intervened. Handing the hoe to Aunt Li, you should tend to your garden. My son and I have more to discuss. Reluctantly, Aunt Li departed, having failed to extract any news. Shaking her head, Song Xian's mother remarked, your father promised not to share. Yet he can't help but boast about being a grandfather the moment he returns to the village. With a smile, Song Xian replied, he can't help it. If it brings him joy, then so be it. All right, it's getting late. You should rest. The babies can be quite a handful at night. I barely got a good night's sleep when you and your brother were little, his mother advised. Understood, Mom. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. With a beep, the call ended. Song Xian understood his mother all too well. If I don't hang up soon, my mother will undoubtedly recount stories from our childhood with my brother again. This could drag on for ages. Meanwhile, hello? This little rascal dares to hang up on me, sighed Mother Song. Who hung up on you? Mother Song turned to see Father Song returning. Who else could it be? Your precious eldest son. She retorted. I just forgot to ask about the kids' recent well-being. Are they healthy? Is there anything wrong? Don't worry. Xiaoan is a meticulous child. With today's advanced technology, if they encounter anything they don't understand, they can simply search online. Besides, if there's any issue, they are close to the hospital. We managed to raise Xiaoan and Xiaoyu without any of these conveniences. Comforted, Mother Song leaned against her husband's shoulder. Old Song, it feels like it was just yesterday when Xiaoan was born, and now, in the blink of an eye, he has children of his own. Alas, the children have grown up. We cannot deny our aging. Now that Xiaoan is a parent, Xiaoyu is already in her senior year of high school. Meanwhile, Aunt Li was weeding but was utterly irked. The neighbor's Song Shian, younger than her son, already had a child, whereas her own son didn't even have a girlfriend. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She put down her hoe and called her son. Where's your girlfriend? Do you know that the neighbor's Xiao and has given her parents 4 grandchildren? The man on the other end of the line sounded astonished. What? Is that true? You're saying Song Shi and has a baby? Aunt Li rolled her eyes. How could it not be true? His father brags about it to everyone in the village, and now the whole village knows. What is wrong with you? You're 2 years older than Xiaoan. He already has 4 kids, and you don't even have a partner. If you don't bring a girlfriend home for the new year, don't bother coming back. Mom, I'm still young. Finding a partner is all about fate. When the time is right, it will happen. What fate? If you don't look, how can you find anything? Just look at how proud the Song family is now. Most young people from the village have left for jobs in the city, leaving behind only the middle-aged and elderly. She used to envy the sight of children running around in other families. And now, even the neighbor's child, younger than her son, has kids. Aunt Li felt an overwhelming sense of envy. I wish I could hold my grandchild soon. Hurry up and find someone to marry. I want to cradle a lovely little grandchild. Mom, aren't you making it difficult for me? Where am I supposed to find someone? Last time I introduced you to that girl from the neighboring village, but you didn't fancy her. That girl weighs over 200 pounds. She could squash me. What do you know? A larger behind is good for childbirth. Not wanting to argue further with his mother, the man half-heartedly promised to focus on finding a partner and aim to secure a girlfriend this year. Meanwhile, he remained skeptical of his mother's claims. Song Shian had grown up alongside him, and just last spring festival, he had mentioned being single. How could he suddenly have 4 children? After hanging up the phone, he hesitated for a moment before dialing Song Xian's number. Upon seeing the caller ID, Song Shian recognized it was his childhood friend, Song Mingchen. Hello, Tian Yi. What's the matter? The two had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Brother, how could you betray me? Betrayal? Song Shian was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden accusation. I heard you had quadruplets? Is it true? So, the betrayal he spoke of was regarding this. Regaining his composure, Song Shian surmised that Aunt Li must have informed him about the babies. Yes, they were just born not long ago. How can we still be brothers if you didn't tell me? He had been so busy recently that it hadn't crossed his mind. Although he had considered bringing the babies home, the thought of his mother, Aunt Li, being a gossiping whirlwind made him hesitate. Who knew how the news would spread in the village once she got wind of it? After some contemplation, he decided to wait until the baby's full moon celebration to share the news. Upon hearing about the full moon celebration for the babies, Song Mingchen assured him he would definitely attend. He refrained from probing further into the matter concerning Lin Shiyu. After all, young people often prefer to keep certain matters private. As the call ended, Song Shian received an 800 yuan transfer via WeChat from Song Mingchen. Considering that Song Mingchen had only recently started working and was managing various living expenses, his monthly salary was barely sufficient for his needs. 800 yuan was a significant amount for a newcomer in the workforce. Understanding the struggles faced by young individuals today, he decided to return the transfer to Song Mingchen. A message popped up. This is for the babies, 200 each. Raising 4 children must be quite costly. Think of it as me buying them new clothes. I don't have much more to give, so just accept it. After all, I'm single. Song Shian firmly declined, asserting that he could manage raising the 4 little ones without issue. Seeing his insistence, Song Mingchen chose to say nothing further, planning instead to give them red envelopes during the full moon celebration. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, Song Shian noticed the weather was splendid outside and proposed a stroll with the little ones. Lin Shiyu, having not been out for quite some time, eagerly agreed. Grateful for the opportunity to get some fresh air, Song Shian gently placed the adorable children into the stroller, then packed essentials such as a thermos of warm water, baby wipes, sweat towels, tissues, and diapers into a bag. The family of 6 made their way to the small garden at the base of their apartment complex. As the sun set, casting long shadows, the 4 little dumplings curiously looked around, filled with wonder about their surroundings. Though they had just been born and their vision was still developing, they observed the world with keen interest. The sight of their curious expressions was undeniably heartwarming. Lin Shiyu linked her arm with Song Shian's as he pushed the stroller, and a gentle evening breeze carried with it the fragrant scent of blooming flowers and foliage, uplifting the spirits of all who were present. How I wish time could freeze at this very moment. Upon returning home, the voice of the system echoed in Song Shian's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking the baby out to bask in the sun. You have unlocked a hidden achievement and received a charm potion as a reward. A charm potion? What could that possibly be? After the system's explanation, it became clear that this potion could enhance one's appearance and allure. Such a miraculous effect. Song Shian pondered, stroking his chin. He already considered himself quite handsome. And if he were to become even more attractive, what if he unintentionally left others awestruck when stepping out? Shaking his head, he decided to set aside thoughts of the charm potion for the time being. The babies had just returned home, and it was time to check their diapers. Noticing that all 4 little ones had wet themselves, Song Shian hurriedly changed them into clean diapers. After ensuring the little ones were settled, he prepared a basin of warm water for Lin Shiyu to soak her feet, which could promote blood circulation and alleviate fatigue. Since she had recently given birth, it was essential for her to relax. While Lin Shiyu soaked her feet, Song Shian busied himself tidying up the items he had taken out earlier. He washed the clothes and towels the babies had used, and afterward, he took the time to mop the floor. Observing his diligent figure, Lin Shiyu could not help but ask, "Will you always treat me and the baby so well?" Due to her injury, she was unable to bend down too much, prompting Song Shian to gently dry her feet before leaning closer to her. "Absolutely. I will always take good care of you and the babies. If it weren't for my desire to care for you both, why would I have rented this place?" His tone was calm, yet resolute. "Thank you so much for always looking after me and the babies," she expressed gratefully. Song Shian's expression darkened momentarily before he suddenly lifted Lin Shiyu into his arms. Caught off guard, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" I'm taking you back to the bedroom to rest, he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of irritation. He felt somewhat upset that Lin Shiyu still regarded him as a stranger. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, too shy to meet his gaze. Instead, burying her face against his solid chest. Shian gently placed Lin Shiyu on the bed and leaned closer, their proximity allowing her to hear the sound of his breathing. Though she wanted to resist, she felt powerless against him as he drew nearer. Fear compelled her to turn her head away. He blinked, discreetly shifting his gaze, and pressed a soft kiss against her cheek. And just to say thank you. Next time it might not be just a kiss on the cheek, he murmured in a low voice. Caring for you and the babies is my duty. I do not wish for you to feel burdened or to feel distant from me. Then, feigning a pout, he threw himself into Lin Shiyu's embrace, adding, if you continue this way, it makes me sad. His earlier domineering demeanor had transformed into a childlike display of vulnerability. Realizing she had inadvertently hurt his feelings, Lin Shiyu gently patted his back in a gesture of comfort. Chapter 31. Enchanted by himself, the charm potion is quite something. After Lin Shiyu finished feeding the baby, Shian urged her to rest, assuring her that he would take care of the little ones. Yet, as Lin Shiyu tossed and turned in bed, sleep eluded her. Although Shian was taking care of the babies, she worried that he might struggle alone with her little ones. Furthermore, he had been the one attending to them every night, and it pained her to think that he had not enjoyed a restful sleep in quite some time. Noticing Lin Shiyu's restless demeanor, Shian inquired, "What is the matter? Is your wound hurting again?" Lin Shiyu shook her head. "I'm worried about the babies." Gently, Shian caressed her head, reassuring her, "The babies are in my care. You can sleep peacefully." However, before she could finish her thought, Shian embraced her, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Don't overthink it, just sleep." Feeling secure in his warm embrace, Lin Shiyu soon drifted into a deep slumber. As the night grew late, the little night owls awakened, ready to seek nourishment. Upon hearing their soft whimpers, Shian quietly rose from bed. After a brief inspection, he found no signs of wetness or messiness. He deduced that the babies were likely hungry. Anticipating this possibility during his previous lactation, he had expressed milk into storage bags and placed them in the refrigerator, ensuring that he could feed the babies without disturbing their mother at night. In the kitchen, he poured the milk from the storage bags into a bottle and warmed it in the milk warmer. Once heated, he tested the temperature by dropping a bit onto the back of his hand. Satisfied, he brought the bottle to the eager little ones, who immediately began to drink with delight. After settling them comfortably, he went to wash the bottle when he suddenly recalled that the system had rewarded him with a potion to enhance his attractiveness that day. With Lin Shiyu and the babies peacefully asleep, he decided to test the potion's effects. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he gulped down the charm potion in one swift motion. The potion tasted sweet, akin to a refreshing drink. There doesn't seem to be any change, he mused. Just then, a wave of pain surged through him, spreading rapidly throughout his body. He distinctly heard the sounds of his bones cracking and healing, as well as the tearing of muscles. His blood felt as if it were rushing at an alarming speed. The agony was unbearable. Grabbing a towel from the wall, he crouched down and bit into it to stifle any sounds, desperately trying not to awaken Lin Shiyu, knowing she would be greatly concerned upon seeing him in such distress. After half an hour, the pain gradually subsided until it was no longer present, allowing him to rise slowly. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes practically wringing wet. Peeking outside, he was relieved to see that he hadn't disturbed Shiyu or the babies, which brought him a sense of ease. Quietly, he slipped into the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower. After bathing, he wrapped himself in a towel and stood before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. While his height appeared unchanged to the naked eye, his skin had become firmer and more refined. Even the scars from childhood falls on his knees had vanished. His facial features remained largely the same, yet upon closer inspection, there were subtle adjustments in the spacing between his features, enhancing his overall appearance. His current visage resembles a meticulously retouched photograph, transcending the mere label of handsome, akin to a masterfully sculpted piece of art. Though he diligently maintains his physique, there remains room for enhancement in his muscular definition. Now he stands tall, his elegant musculature reminiscent of a Greek statue. Upon beholding such a flawless reflection for the first time, he cannot resist the temptation to admire himself longer in the mirror. Indeed, with such striking looks, girls would surely swoon and scream, while boys might feel an urge to engage in a duel. He captures several selfies, astonished that he could ever be captivated by his own charm. Returning to his quarters, he eagerly showcases his muscles to the little ones. Look here, my darlings. When you grow up, strive to be as strong as your father, so you can better protect your mother and each other. Did you hear me, you two? Your silence is a silent agreement. What child he is, expecting his newborns to comprehend his words. He proceeds to demonstrate a few graceful bodybuilding poses. When you grow older, remember not to bring home any yellow-haired suitors, or I shall send them packing with a single punch. Did you hear that? Your silence counts as an agreement too. Curious about how Shiyu will react upon waking tomorrow. Will she love herself even more? The more he ponders, the more exhilarated he becomes. Coupled with his innate talent for physical prowess, he finds himself far from fatigue, overflowing with energy. He opts for a thrilling session in the King's Canyon to alleviate his excitement. All troops advance. As the game commences, a commotion arises. It appears one of the little ones has soiled themselves, their legs flailing about noisily. Without hesitation, Shian discards his phone and rushes to change the diaper of the offending child. Upon inspection, it is Lei who has made the mess. Had it been another child, they would have been wailing. A crying child inevitably triggers a chain reaction, leading to a whirlwind of activity. After gently soothing the baby to sleep, he carefully places them in the crib. Having just calmed Lei, he finds himself drenched in sweat from tending to the eldest, Kwai. He fetches a towel to clean the baby, dusts them with talcum powder, and prepares to dress them in fresh attire. At this moment, the commotion seems to disturb the nearby Tuan, who begins to whimper on the verge of a full-blown cry. Quickly, Shian cradles Tuan, gently rocking them like a small sailboat resting upon a tranquil sea. After finally soothing the little ones, he sits down, only to discover that he has been reported by his teammates for being inactive, resulting in a deduction of 12 credibility points. Now, he finds himself unable to participate in the ranked matches, especially unfortunate as the season is drawing to a close. He is just 1 star shy of reaching the pinnacle of the rankings. At this moment, Shian feels mentally more exhausted than physically. He abandons the sorrow of the King's Canyon and opens a battle royale game instead. His night passes in a blur, either caring for the little ones or engaged in virtual combat, until dawn softly breaks, allowing him a brief moment of rest. Morning arrives. Lin Shiyu was awakened by a delightful fragrance, as Shian had already prepared breakfast for her. Upon stepping out of her bedroom, she caught sight of Shian emerging from the kitchen, holding a bowl of porridge. Rubbing her eyes and focusing her gaze, she thought, Shian? What's going on? He seems different from my memory of him, perhaps even more handsome. It's nothing. It's just that you seem to have become significantly more attractive. Chapter 32. Eyes transforming into hearts. Continue to touch if you like. Due to the heat emanating from the kitchen, it was quite warm. After finishing breakfast, Shian's shirt was completely soaked, revealing his toned physique. The apron could not conceal his sturdy chest muscles. Instead, it added a subtle allure reminiscent of a partially obscured loquat. Yet, as he turned around, the defined lines of his back muscles became distinctly visible. What are you staring at? Come eat, he called out. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lin Shiyu glanced around and replied, No, I was just casually looking. Shian flashed a sunny smile. Could it be that my striking appearance has captivated you? I have not. Stop being so vain. Lin Shiyu's cheeks flushed. They sat together at the dining table, enjoying breakfast as Shian peeled an egg for her. I heard from Guyanyin that you like tea eggs, so I specially prepared one for you today. Give it a try. Lin Shiyu shyly accepted the peeled tea egg, her heart racing unexpectedly. What was this sensation? She had never felt this way around Shian before. Distractedly, she ate, her gaze repeatedly drifting toward his chest. What's wrong? Why is your face so red? Shian inquired, observing her flushed cheeks. Lin Shiyu took a few sips of porridge, forcing herself to regain composure. It's probably just the heat. Your shirt is soaked through. Indeed, it was hot. He had just showered in the middle of the night and was now sweating again. Shian assumed Lin Shiyu was staring at him, because she noticed his sweat and felt embarrassed, so he resolved to take a refreshing shower later. He recalled receiving a message from his school counselor earlier, asking him to return to school to fill out some paperwork. Thus, he could not go out while drenched in sweat. Of course, this was contingent upon Gu Yanyan taking over the care of Lin Shiyu and the babies, allowing him to leave. Quickly finishing his bowl of porridge, Song Shian turned and entered the bathroom. The air within the bathroom was filled with steam, and the sound of water dripped rhythmically. Soon enough, he emerged, enveloped in a towel around his waist, his muscular chest and defined abs impeccably arranged. A hint of a sensual V-line extended downward, and droplets of water glistened on his fair skin, accentuating the fluidity of his muscular contours, embodying the perfect balance of strength. Upon seeing this, Lin Shiyu's heart raced uncontrollably. His physique is simply extraordinary, like a walking embodiment of hormones. Wait, is he walking toward me? As Song Shian approached, casually drying his hair with a towel, his slightly disheveled wet hair presented an incredibly striking image. Lin Shiyu unconsciously swallowed hard, his proximity making her breath quicken. Observing Lin Shiyu, it is evident that the charm potion has an extraordinary effect. Song Shian chuckled softly, and the mother of his child had eyes that transformed into heart shapes. After gazing at Lin Shiyu for a few seconds, he suddenly leaned closer, propping himself against the table with one hand, and lifted the kettle to pour a glass of water. His Adam's apple moved slightly as the liquid slid down his seemingly bottomless throat. The weather was sweltering, and having just emerged from a shower, he needed to replenish his hydration. Upon drinking the water, his vision brightened, filled with delight and satisfaction. Lin Shiyu was captivated. When Song Shian leaned closer, she instinctively brushed her hand against his abdominal muscles. With a mischievous raise of his brow, Song Shian teased, "Do you like it? What do you like? The breakfast? Or perhaps my abs? I certainly adore them." Dazed, Lin Shiyu pondered for a moment before realizing the implications of his words. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hand from his abdomen. With a radiant smile, Song Shian inched closer to her. "If you like it, feel free to touch more. I won't stop you." Lin Shiyu's face flushed with warmth as she gazed at the stunning visage and perfect physique before her heart fluttering uncontrollably. How handsome! Had she truly overlooked his allure before? It seemed that overnight, he had become even more charming. She gently pushed Song Shian away and covered her face as she retreated to the bedroom. Just then, the sound of babies crying snapped her back to reality, prompting her to rush to the crib to check on the little ones. The diapers were still clean, indicating hunger. As she lifted one of the babies, Song Shian entered the room. Lin Shiyu's gaze instinctively drifted towards him, her heart screaming internally, "Goodness, the father of my child is incredibly handsome. Surely the little ones will grow up to be heartthrobs too." After spending so many days together, they had developed a harmonious routine. Following Lin Shiyu's feeding of the baby, Song Shian took over to help burp the child. However, today he appeared exceptionally dashing, clad only in a bath towel as he sat beside her, attending to the baby. Her attention was entirely captured, and she found it difficult to avert her gaze. How would he sit there like that? How was she to nurse the babies properly? Turning her head aside, her cheeks aflame, she stammered, "Could you please put on some clothes first?" At that moment, the doorbell rang. Song Shian quickly dressed and went to answer the door. When he opened it, Gu Yanyan dashed in, leaning against Lin Shiyu's shoulder. "Darling, I've missed you so much." Lin Shiyu beamed. "What brings you here?" Observing the scene, Song Shian, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, "That is my darling." How childlike he seemed, competing over such trivial matters. Gu Yanyan pointed at Song Shian leaning against the doorframe, saying, "He called me over." Wait a moment, this is Song Shian? She had rushed in so quickly that she hadn't even noticed. His already striking features seemed to have transformed even more, making her hesitant to look at him for more than a fleeting second. "I'll be heading back to school shortly. I was worried about you being home alone with the babies, so I asked Gu Yanyan to keep you company." "All right, you can go without worry." After ensuring Gu Yanyan was settled, Song Shian stepped out. The campus of Su University is vast, and the distance from the entrance to the counselor's office compelled Song Shian to take the campus bus. Preferring solitude, he occupied the vacant front passenger seat. Voices of discussion emerged from behind him on the bus. A girl tugged at her friend's sleeve, exclaiming, "Look, Look, he is so handsome. Really? Is he from our school? I didn't know our university had such a striking young man. I have no idea which department he belongs to, her friend replied. I think his name is Shian, another chimed in. Through the rearview mirror, Shian noticed several gazes fixated on him, some even attempting to capture candid photos. Just then, a girl tapped him on the shoulder, prompting him to turn around. Taking a deep breath, he pondered the beauty of his features. Her eyes sparkled like a galaxy, evoking a sense of wonder. Overwhelmed, she thought, I'm crying. A handsome guy is looking at me. It's too blissful. The girl, adorned in a collegiate-style dress with voluminous waves, approached him. Although not as stunning as Lin Shiyu, she was certainly a beauty among ordinary people. Hello. Can I add you on WeChat? She asked. Shian, accustomed to such advances, shook his head politely. I'm sorry, but I already have a child. What? The girl was visibly taken aback. Surely, he could have concocted a more plausible excuse. How could someone so young have a child? Feeling embarrassed by the public rejection, she hastily exited at the next stop. The other students, upon hearing that he had a baby, began to speculate about his identity as Shian. Recently, the gossip surrounding him and Lin Shiyu had reached a fever pitch. Are you saying he is the campus heartthrob, Shian? He is so handsome, one exclaimed. Didn't you hear him say he has a baby? Seems the rumors were true after all. I heard they even moved in together. Indeed, it appeared that the handsome gentleman was not available to them. The campus beauty and the heartthrob make a perfect match. Amidst the chatter, Shian reached his stop and disembarked. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Reward, a stock trading prodigy. Upon returning to campus and completing some paperwork, Shian reflected on his prolonged absence from a dormitory. He intended to retrieve some belongings, particularly clothing, as he had left quite a few items behind in his rush to leave. The boys' dormitory was located in Building 7, Room 505. Hey, you've entered the wrong dorm. Haven't you? Mudfish inquired, observing the newcomer. Looking around, Shian noted he was alone in the room. No, this is my dorm, he replied. Who emerged from behind the curtain, appearing groggy. Who is making all this noise so early in the morning? What do you mean, this is your dorm? Do you think you're Songa? Who suddenly snapped to attention, rubbing his eyes. Mudfish approached, inspecting Shian closely. The individual before them was indeed Shian. Yet his charm and allure seemed to have elevated significantly. Mudfish and who could scarcely believe their eyes. Wow, Songa, how did you become so much more handsome after getting together with the campus beauty? Mudfish exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, your handsomeness defies all reason. The two creatures, Mudfish and Big Tiger, embraced one another, offering mutual solace. And where is Mantu? Suddenly, a resounding snore erupted from within the room. Mudfish approached Mantu's sleeping quarters and, with a resigned sigh, drew back the curtain. Mantu's blissful slumber was laid bare before all, a stream of drool cascading from the corner of his mouth like a galaxy. Look at that. This son of ours has been snoring all night, and just when he finally quieted down this morning, he has begun again, with Mantu sleeping so soundly. The others hesitated to rouse him. Instead, they retrieved their phones, capturing a group photo with the drooling Mantu. Shian tidied up his belongings and exchanged a few words with his roommates. I'm off now. So soon? I miss the kids. You wouldn't understand. Being single like you. Mudfish and Big Tiger chimed in unison. Gross, so gross. Shian chuckled. Aren't you going to see me off? See you off? With your striking looks, girls don't even notice us when we walk together. Mudfish pushed him out the door, waving goodbye. Take care. No need for a send-off. Such is the nature of male friendship, uncomplicated and unceremonious. On his way home, the voice of the system reverberated in Shian's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have captivated Lin Shiyu, achieving a hidden accomplishment and gaining the skill of a stock market whiz. Note, the stock market whiz is a passive skill that intermittently triggers stock information. How wonderful. From now on, he will be able to earn more money, ensuring a better life for Shiyu and the children. Upon his return home, the sound of the babies crying reached his ears. His heart tightened, and without even changing his shoes, he dashed to the room, where he found Lin Shiyu soothing the wailing infant. Which little crybaby is this? Shian approached. Lin Shiyu, upon seeing him return, looked at him as if he were a savior. How did you come back so quickly? Song Shian took the baby in his arms, comforting him as he replied, I missed you and the little ones and wanted to return as soon as possible. Gu Yanyan gave a thumbs up, increasingly recognizing Song Shian's devotion to her best friend and the children. Upon taking the baby, he realized it was the robust Kwai Kwai, the strongest among the four, who ate a lot, had great strength, and boasted a loud voice, making him quite a handful to soothe, much to Lin Shiyu's chagrin. Song Shian gently tapped Kwai Kwai's nose. You little rascal, if you cry again, I'll have to discipline you. The baby seemed to sense his father's presence, and his cries gradually subsided, his big eyes glistening with tears, gazing up at his father with a pitiful expression. Seeing such a forlorn look, Song Shian's heart melted instantly. Oh dear, are you feeling wronged? All right, Daddy won't scold you. The little one appeared to understand, gently waving his tiny hands and babbling adorably. At that moment, the other babies in the crib, upon seeing their father's return, joyfully waved their little hands and kicked their tiny feet. Lin Shiyu commented with a hint of jealousy. The kids seem to favor you far more than me. Song Shian smiled gently, and after placing Kwai Kwai in the crib, he swiftly planted a kiss on Lin Shiyu's forehead, flashing a sweet smile. But I cherish you the most. Huh? Lin Shiyu was taken aback by his unexpected affection. Covering her forehead, her face instantly aflame. Gu Yanyan was unexpectedly showered with a bowl of dog food, rolling her eyes in jest. So, is this your way of inviting me to lunch? The two exchanged a hearty laugh. Nevertheless, it was indeed time for lunch, and Song Shian headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. Soon, the familiar aroma wafted through the air. Gu Yanyan had already set the table with bowls and chopsticks, eagerly anticipating another chance to savor the delicious dishes since her last visit. Her mouth watered as she glanced at the two across from her, grinning as she declared, Well, I shall indulge myself then. Initially, she had contemplated ordering takeout, but she was pleasantly surprised by Song Shian's timely return. Although it felt slightly shameless to partake in someone else's meal, the allure of his cooking was irresistible. It was a temptation few could withstand, and after all, satisfying one's hunger held greater significance than preserving one's pride. After lunch, Lin Shiyu fed the babies and then retreated for a nap. Gu Yanyan, her belly pleasantly full, reclined on the sofa to rest. Song Shian, free from school obligations in the afternoon, remained at home to care for her and the four little ones. As the clock struck 3, Lin Shiyu awoke from her slumber. Such good babies, she called out, unable to resist the charm of the adorable infants beside her. Turning her head, she was greeted by Song Shian's warm smile. The refreshing aftermath of her nap lifted Lin Shiyu's spirits. She picked up the eldest baby, exclaiming, You didn't wake mommy from her nap. How wonderful. Here, a kiss, as a reward. The eldest baby, with wide eyes, reached out to touch her face, babbling with delight. However, moments later, the baby scrunched up in discomfort, flailing arms and legs while emitting soft whimpers. Suddenly, a wail broke free, the little one clearly not fond of praise in this instance. Lin Shiyu's experience told her that the baby must have made a mess. She swiftly placed the baby on the bed, removed the soiled diaper, cleaned up, and quickly replaced it with a fresh one. Gu Yanyan awoke groggily from the sofa, glancing at the time, already past 3. Noticing Song Shian and Lin Shiyu busy caring for the babies and feeling unable to assist, she decided to leave. As Lin Shiyu saw Gu Yanyan preparing to depart, she suggested, Song Shian will soon head out to buy groceries to cook dinner. Why don't you stay for a bit? Although Gu Yanyan was tempted by the thought of dinner, she felt too full from lunch and didn't want to intrude upon their intimate moments. So she waved her hand in refusal. After Gu Yanyan left, Lin Shiyu noticed the laundry on the balcony that had yet to dry and made her way to hang it up. Song Shian, spotting her tending to the clothes, suddenly embraced her from behind, whispering softly in her ear, Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Lin Shiyu's ears tingled, a delightful shiver coursing through her body, nearly causing her to drop the garments in her hands. What are you doing? She exclaimed, surprised yet not offended by his affectionate term, allowing him to remain close. Song Shian felt a surge of joy, recognizing that their relationship had grown even closer. With an arm around her waist, he gently proposed, Let us find a time to get our marriage certificate. Since the departure of Song's father, Song Shian has been preoccupied with this matter. However, There had been no further developments, and he assumed that Lin Shiyu had changed her mind and was no longer interested. Now that she has agreed, it is imperative to expedite the marriage registration process. Chapter 34 Ding. Your property has been credited. Upon hearing Lin Shiyu's consent to register their marriage, Song Shian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After obtaining the marriage certificate, they could proceed to register their children. Just then, the doorbell rang. When Song Shian opened the door, he was greeted by a middle-aged woman clad in a form-fitting black skirt and a crisp white blouse. With a standard professional smile, she introduced herself. Good day, Mr. Song. I am a sales representative from Jiangnan Real Estate. Jiangnan Real Estate? Is it the one that boasts a breathtaking view of the river and overlooks the cityscape? Hello. The procedures for the luxurious riverside apartment in Unit 701 of Jiangwei Bay have been completed. Here are the keys and the property certificate. You may come by to collect the apartment at your convenience. Jiangwei Bay. This is currently the finest property in Sioux City, bar none. If there are no further questions, could you please sign here to confirm? Is this the property rewarded by the system? A luxurious riverside flat. This was indeed beyond his expectations. He had thought it would merely be an ordinary residential unit, but the system had generously bestowed upon him a property in Jiangwei Bay. The sensation of having a system is exhilarating. After signing, the sales representative departed. Elated, Song Shian tucked away the property certificate and keys, planning to take Lin Shiyu and the children to the new home tomorrow for a delightful surprise. Just the other day, he had been pondering when he would receive the property from the system, and unexpectedly, it arrived today. Song Shian was 1,000 times overjoyed. On a new day, he rose early to prepare breakfast. During the meal, he informed Lin Shiyu that he would take her and the children to a special place shortly. Noticing his air of mystery, Lin Shiyu was curious about the destination. As he remained tight-lipped, her mind was filled with questions. Yet, she did not oppose the idea, as it was a perfect opportunity to take the children out for a stroll. After finishing their meal and gathering the children's belongings, they headed to the underground parking garage. Let us go. Driving his Lexus, Song Shian set off. The distance to Jiangwei Bay was not far, and the journey would take approximately half an hour. As Jiangwei Bay is a riverside property, they traveled alongside the river, enjoying the splendid scenery they had not witnessed in a long time. Upon arriving at Jiangwei Bay, the couple instantly attracted the attention of those around them. Lin Shiyu, adorned with light makeup and a flowing white dress, complimented Song Shian, whose charm and good looks were off the charts, especially as he pushed along 4 little ones. The couple garnered many admiring glances during their walk. The children, peering through the veil of the stroller, could see the blue sky, white clouds, and flying birds, as well as the bustling pedestrians. The 4 little ones widened their eyes in curiosity, taking in their surroundings. Oh my goodness, that couple is so good-looking and perfectly matched. Are they the new neighbors? I've never seen them before. They must be. That girl is stunning. I'm quite taken. Come on. Can't you see they already have children? It is truly remarkable that she appears so radiant just after giving birth. Her physique is exceptionally well maintained. One can easily surmise that her husband cares for her splendidly. Goodness, is that her husband beside her? He is incredibly handsome, almost radiating light. His physique and demeanor are truly admirable. I wonder which affluent family he hails from. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu walked together, laughing and chatting as they approached a house for viewing when a couple passed by. The man was engrossed in his phone, striding ahead, while the woman trailed behind, pushing a stroller and holding the hand of a child aged 3 or 4. Upon observing the affectionate interaction between Song Shian and Lin Shiyu, the woman immediately became incensed and began chastising her husband. You promised to take me and the children for a stroll, yet you walk faster than anyone else. Is it amusing for me to chase after you with the stroller and kids in tow? The man replied impatiently, I have work to do. Work? Work? How much do you need to earn to be satisfied? Look at that husband over there, young, handsome, and attentive to his wife. While you will surely drive me to my wit's end. The woman felt utterly exhausted from the burden of managing the children alongside her husband, who was perpetually fixated on his phone. She often questioned him, but he insisted he was working, refusing to let her see his screen. It seemed that his phone concealed untold secrets. In comparison to the passing Song Shian, the disparity between their situations was stark. Lin Shiyu, overhearing this exchange, felt a pang of discomfort. She pondered what might happen if Song Shian were to become similarly absorbed in his work, neglecting both her and the children in pursuit of wealth. Noticing Lin Shiyu's distraction, Song Shian inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Shiyu smiled sweetly at him. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just that when I compare ourselves to that couple, I feel incredibly fortunate, with Song Shian and their children by her side." How could she not feel blissful? As they passed a quaint little garden, he admired the picturesque scenery, flowers, grass, and a water feature. He stopped, lifting the canopy of the stroller. "Look, little ones, a small waterfall. Isn't it beautiful?" Song Shian enthusiastically shared the marvels of their surroundings with the children. They responded with sweet smiles, clearly enchanted by the lovely environment. It seemed they would thrive and flourish joyfully in this place. Before long, however, a rather unpleasant odor wafted through the fragrant air. "Which little darling has made a mess? Let Daddy guess, is it Kwaikoa?" Song Shian checked each child's diaper, and indeed, it was the eldest, Kwaikoa. Lin Shiyu was astonished. "How did you know it was Kwaikoa?" With a smile, Song Shian retrieved a clean diaper and wipes from the bag. "Preparing to change Kwaikoa. Perhaps I share a special bond with the little ones," he said playfully. Lin Shiyu brought over a trash bag to dispose of the soiled diaper. "Really? The other children just finished their business before we left, so Kwaikoa seems to be the only one in need now. Perhaps after such a prolonged period of caring for the baby, certain habits and unspoken understandings have developed. The baby, even at the slightest sound of a fart, can discern its origin." After tidying up, they felt sufficiently rested and set forth once more. Lin Shiyu gazed at the cerulean sky, relishing the gentle breeze. It had been a long time since she felt such comfort. Her spirits soared, and an involuntary smile of happiness graced her face. Along the way, many cast envious glances at her, for she possessed a charming husband and a delightful baby, making her feel like a true winner in life. Unit 4, indeed. This should be the place. Jianhua Bay was not only expansive, but the landscaping was also commendable, with various scenic spots to admire along the way. Perhaps this is the allure of a high-end residential complex. Chapter 35. New parents set up the nursery. As the elevator display flickered to 1, the doors slowly opened. Song Shian wheeled in 4 babies, and with 2 adults plus the quadruplet stroller, they occupied a quarter of the elevator. Accompanying them was an elderly lady, who gazed affectionately at the babies. "Are these your little ones? They are absolutely adorable. At my age, I find joy in watching such precious infants. My grandson often says young people shouldn't have children so early. But look, here they are, after finally getting married. They want to enjoy a few years of just the 2 of them. I wonder if I'll live long enough to cradle my lovely great-grandchildren. If my grandson were to bless me with such a charming great-grandchild, I would wake up smiling for my dreams." The elderly lady, in her age, couldn't help but chatter on upon seeing such lovely babies. Though the new parents did not speak, they felt immense joy and pride at the lady's praise for their children. Ding! The elevator doors opened. The lady, leaning on her cane, stepped out, casting a lingering glance back until the doors closed. "Goodbye, dear babies, until we meet again." The new parents found her quite talkative. Upon exiting the elevator, Song Shian surveyed their surroundings. 701, this is the one. The door was equipped with a smart lock, but as he had yet to register his fingerprint, he used a key to unlock it. Stepping into the foyer, they were greeted by the grandeur of the living room's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, maximizing natural light while connecting with the outdoor environment, creating a sense of openness and clarity. Beyond lay the broad river, its surface shimmering under the sun. The interior furnishings were predominantly minimalist, emphasizing functionality while avoiding overly intricate decorations. The space was effectively utilized, and tasteful embellishments infused warmth throughout the home. Song Shian was quite pleased with the house, yet a hint of concern lingered as he surveyed the newly renovated space. "I hope the formaldehyde levels here are safe?" he inquired of the system. "The formaldehyde has been adequately addressed prior to handover and has undergone professional testing. All materials used are natural wood and stone, ensuring absolute safety. Please rest assured, host," the system responded. Hearing this, he felt reassured. Both were thoroughly satisfied with the decor, style, and environment of their new home. Lin Shiyu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside, pondering what the view would be like at night. Perhaps it would be adorned with enchanting night lights. After all, even during the day, the landscape appeared quite magnificent. Unable to contain her excitement, she hurried to the master bedroom, only to discover a spacious walk-in closet. She then dashed to the secondary bedroom, which was even larger than the master bedroom of their current residence, complete with a charming little balcony. The entire house boasted 4 rooms, 2 living areas for bathrooms, and an additional maid's room. The sheer expanse of the home was overwhelming. Its decor exuded a subtle yet luxurious elegance. Song Shian, with a playful smile, inquired, "Do you like it?" Lin Shiyu twirled with her arms outstretched, exclaiming her affection for the place, declaring it would be their home. However, as she paused, the joy on her face gradually faded. "But how much is the rent here? The place we live in now costs 3,000 a month. This must be exorbitantly priced." "Don't worry, there's no rent to pay," Song Shian reassured her. Lin Shiyu's expression turned to one of disbelief. "No rent? Who would be generous enough to rent it out like that?" With a smile, Song Shian retrieved a brown paper bag from his backpack. Lin Shiyu, sensing the size of the package, felt a flicker of realization, though disbelief lingered. It must be the property deed. But how could Song Shian afford such a sum? If he had enough money for a house, Lily would not have parted ways with him. Yet, when the deed was laid before her, she had no choice but to accept the truth. The red booklet bore the inscription People's Republic of China Real Estate Property Certificate. Upon opening it, she discovered it was indeed in Song Shian's name. "Is this truly your house?" Lin Shiyu's eyes brimmed with astonishment and uncertainty. Song Shian nodded, explaining that the house was a reward from the system, and he had prepared his words carefully. "You see, I had been trading stocks and, by chance, made a decent profit. When I noticed this property was for sale, I decided to purchase it. Having learned about Song Shian's previous purchase of Lexus for over $1 million, acquiring a home in Jianhua Bay did not seem far-fetched." Listening to his explanation, Lin Shiyu began to view him as a stock market expert and did not dwell on it further. She surveyed the house before her, envisioning it as their future home, and excitedly embraced Song Shian. Previously indifferent to the notion of home ownership, Lin Shiyu's perspective shifted after the arrival of their child. She yearned for a place they could call their own, a sanctuary for their baby. Although their current residence in Zhongnan Century Huacheng was pleasant, it ultimately belonged to someone else, leaving her with a sense of insecurity. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Song Shian embraced her back, saying, "I've even thought about converting 2 of the rooms into children's rooms. Once the babies are a bit older, they'll be able to move in." Lin Shiyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded vigorously in agreement. On the way home, the wind felt sweet to her. After lunch, Lin Shiyu brought paper and pen to collaborate with Song Shian on the children's room layout. One room, filled with joy, would be designed for their son, adorned with a more dashing theme, while the other, a haven of warmth, would be fashioned in a cute style for their daughter. With her pencil in constant motion, Song Shian watched her with a fond smile, replying, "I'll defer to your vision. The house is exquisitely furnished, requiring minimal alterations. One could simply purchase a children's bed and create a delightful play corner for them. Laying down a plush carpet and utilizing warm lighting would instantly enhance the ambience. Additionally, selecting bedding that complements the room's decor is essential. This item here, that item there, and before they knew it, 3 hours had slipped by amidst their discussions. The two, typically accustomed to afternoon naps, found themselves devoid of any fatigue. After such deliberation, she felt the feasibility was remarkably high. If they expedited the process, they could move in by evening. They would finally inhabit a home that genuinely belonged to them. Seizing the moment, they decided to tidy up the children's room today while time permitted. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu were in perfect accord. They promptly donned their shoes and ventured out to select a cherished children's bed from the furniture store. Most retailers provide delivery and installation services. So once the bed was set up, Song Shian merely needed to reposition it according to their plan. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyu busied herself arranging the play area while keeping an eye on the little ones. The babies, joyously kicking in their strollers, seemed quite pleased with the room their parents had prepared for them. Once they finished decorating the children's room, they planned to return for a well-deserved rest before moving into their new home the following day. Given the abundance of belongings still at their current residence, packing would take time, especially with 2 adults and 4 little ones. So they intended to enlist Mantu's help with the move. Chapter 36. It's done. Brother Song has bought a house. The next morning, Song Shian rose early to organize some of the children's items. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu rushed out. One slipper barely on her foot. Quick to react, Song Shian steadied her. You need to step aside. I have to use the restroom. Lin Shiyu had been awakened by the babies and, mid-feeding, felt an urgent need. Once she finished nursing the last little one, she hurriedly jumped out of bed to relieve herself. I understand. I'll accompany you. Song Shian, wary of her repeating a previous mishap, insisted she should not rush. Seeing his determination, Lin Shiyu allowed him to assist her to the bathroom. You can stop now. I'll go in with you. Just in case she blushed and pushed him outside, closing the door with a resounding thud. What just in case? Last time was an accident, he replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Fine, I'll check on the babies. Just call if you need me. All right. As Song Shian gazed at the 4 adorable little bundles, he couldn't resist snapping photos. Since their birth, he had consciously documented their growth, so one day they could look back and see themselves as infants. He happily took a group photo with the babies, capturing a moment on the last day in their old home. Babies, we're moving to a new house today. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Just a moment ago, we were discussing moving to a new home, and the very next moment, the movers arrived. Songge, I missed you dearly. The exuberant Mantu rushed forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Feel free to express yourself. Manta chuckled heartily. Only someone who truly knows me. Like you, Songge. Casting a glance around, he inquired, is there anything to eat at your place? I came over early and haven't had a bite. Contemplating the necessity of a hearty meal before commencing any work, Song Shian promptly made his way to the kitchen. Before long, a steaming breakfast graced the table. Knowing Mantu's fervent love for spicy food, he thoughtfully offered him a bottle of chili sauce. Mantu, you truly are my brother. You remember my fondness for spice. As he spoke, he generously slathered a hefty spoonful of chili sauce on his bread and took a big bite. What divine flavor is this? It was Mantu's first time tasting a meal prepared by Song Shian, and although the sauce packed a fiery punch, it could not overshadow the inherent deliciousness. Tentatively, Manta decided to try a bite without the chili sauce. Delicious. This was the first time he found bread enjoyable without the spice. Songge, you've been hiding your culinary talents, he exclaimed. Eat more. It will give you strength for work later. He then added a few more buns into Mantu's bowl. All right, Manta replied, hastily covering the bowl with his hand while holding a piece of bread. After finishing their meal, Song Shian began packing his belongings, and Manta joined to assist. Suddenly, Manta recalled something. Songge, why are you moving again? Is there something wrong with this place? No, this place is quite nice, but it doesn't compare to the new house. Manta, a bit irritated, responded, even if the new place is better, you've only just rented this one, and the lease isn't up yet. Plus, you have 4 little ones to care for. Are you made of money? Although Manta couldn't fathom why Song Shian was moving, he still supported his decision, grumbling while keeping his hands busy. Where are you moving to? Jianghua Bay. Oh, Jianghua Bay. What? Jianghua Bay? Manta questioned, doubting his own hearing. My heavens, what is the rent there? I purchased it. Manta was taken aback. You bought it? What was the down payment? Song Shian casually replied, 0 down, full payment. What? Full payment? Brother, when did you strike it rich? Take me along. Song Shian simply smiled without responding. Manta shouted exuberantly, clasping his hands together in a gesture of reverence. Songge, please allow me to bow before you. Just then, the cries of the little ones echoed within the room. Song Shian shot a glance at Mantu and hurried back to the room. Mantu, aptly nicknamed the human megaphone, not only lacked discretion, but also boasted a voice as loud as a trumpet. He might have frightened the babies with his exuberance. What happened to the babies? Lin Shiyu shook her head. Nothing, they were probably startled. It was quite sudden, even I was taken aback. Manta peeked into the room, hesitating at the threshold, clearly feeling remorseful for startling the little ones. Understanding that it was unintentional, Song Shian called him in. Manta cautiously approached the window where the babies were, gently stroking the little ones with an apologetic expression. I apologize for frightening you, dear ones. Song Shian muttered softly beside them, referring to himself as the elder brother. though uncle might be more fitting. What uncle? Sure. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu immediately gestured for silence. Manta quickly covered his mouth, shrinking his shoulders. Manta resumed his previous remarks in hushed tones, asserting, I'm still the elder brother. After attending to the little ones, they continued to tidy up. During Lin Shiyu's move, a few boxes of belongings had been transported, and upon his own arrival, he had brought only one suitcase filled with everyday clothes. Yet, as they began to pack, the items seemed to multiply beyond their expectations. However, since this was a new home, it was the perfect opportunity for some decluttering. Song, do you still want this? No, it's too old. What about this one? It's somewhat damaged. We won't need it either. As they continued to ask one another, Song Shian decided to tackle the kitchen himself, assigning Mantu to the bathroom. Lin Shiyu was also busy organizing her and the baby's clothing. Upon stepping out, the once crowded room now appeared rather empty, with only a few large boxes remaining on the living room floor. Is there anything else that needs assistance? Lin Shiyu inquired. No. Just make sure to pack your favorite little crab from the Krusty Krab, Song Shian replied with a smile. At 10 in the morning, their roommates, Nizhou and Daho, arrived to lend a hand. The moving company they had scheduled was also on site. Mantu and the movers took charge of transporting the items downstairs to the truck, while Song Shian pushed the four little ones closely behind. The absence of stairs greatly expedited the process, and soon they were finished. Song Shian shared the address with his three roommates, instructing them to follow the moving truck while he drove the babies and Shiyu over. Upon reaching Jianhua Bay, Unit 2, 701, Song Shian opened the access door, holding it for Mantu, who directed the movers in an orderly fashion. The elevator in Jianhua Bay was spacious enough to transport everything in just one trip. Although the children's room was prepared, the little ones were still too young to be away from their parents. Thus, they moved the crib into the master bedroom, and after assembling it, Lin Shiyu placed the babies inside. As noon approached, the babies were nearly hungry. You all continue organizing. I'll feed the babies first, she said, closing the door behind her. Song Shian and the three others gazed at the unopened boxes scattered across the floor, taking a deep breath. Let's get to work. The four of them busied themselves in the living room and kitchen. The kitchenware needed to be sorted, toiletries arranged in the bathroom, and shoes placed in the shoe cabinet at the entrance. By the time they finished tidying the living room, Lin Shiyu had just finished feeding the babies. She organized their clothing into the wardrobe and arranged her skincare products on the vanity, and then they were done. After cleaning, it was already past noon. The five of them, exhausted from a morning of labor, found themselves utterly worn out. Chapter 37, Nizhou, I'm the Fool. It turns out the clown was me all along. After tidying up, Lin Shiyu wheeled the babies outside. Song Shian asked the three if they wished to hold the little ones. Faced with the adorable, soft infants, none dared to embrace them, fearing that their clumsiness might inadvertently harm the fragile beings. The roommates exchanged nervous glances, silently urging one another to take the plunge first. Observing their hesitation, Song Shian lifted the eldest baby, preparing to pass him to Mantu for a taste of the experience. Mantu waved his hands, stepping back. Brother Song, I can't do it. You should give him to Nizhou. He adores babies. I'm too big and rough to hold them. Song Shian then turned to Nizhou. No, Nizhou quickly replied. He then glanced at Dao, who shook his head fervently. Brother Song, don't look at me. I can't hold a child. Three grown men were intimidated by a mere infant and retreated in trepidation. Noticing their flustered demeanor, Song Shian confidently cradled the second baby, mocking the three single men. You can't even hold a child. What purpose do you serve? His arrogant demeanor belied the fact that he himself had been just as anxious the first time he encountered a baby. After a busy morning, it was getting late, and Song Shian suggested they return home to rest, promising to treat them to a meal another time. The three left the community together. Once outside, Dahu and Nizhou began discussing the renovations of houses. Though it seemed straightforward, the costs ran into hundreds of thousands. Having studied interior design, they understood the materials involved. What SA renovation to those who can afford to buy here? Renting a place can't be less than 10,000 a month. That's enough to build a house in the village for a year. They speculated about Song Shian's reasoning for renting such an expensive place. He must really be trying hard for the campus beauty. At that moment, Manto interjected, he bought it. not rented. Dahu and Nijo stared at Mantu in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Bought it? Is that true? Where did Brother Song get all that money? Are you pulling our leg? Mantu replied. Brother Song made some money from stock trading and directly purchased this house upon seeing it. Nijo and Dahu could hardly believe it, but Mantu, known for his loud mouth, had no reason to deceive them. Thus, it was true that Brother Song had indeed acquired a property in Jianhua Bay. Initially, they thought he was simply swept up in romance, but it turned out he possessed both strength and fortune. This location was prime, a coveted school district, ensuring their future children would have no worries when it came to education. In recent years, many parents have sought out better learning environments for their children, often moving close to schools, causing the price of school district properties to soar. Among the four, aside from the wealthy Nijo, the other three knew they must work hard to afford homes and cars. It hadn't been long since they last saw Song Shian, yet he had transformed into a life winner, complete with a house, a car, and a family. While they were delighted for him, they also felt a sense of confusion, wondering when they too might realize their dreams of owning a car and a home. As they walked, Mantis suddenly exclaimed, "Do you smell that? It's the aroma of food." Being the earliest arrival and having worked the hardest, he had long since digested the breakfast they had earlier. As the enticing aroma wafted from the restaurant, his stomach began to grumble. "Let us dine out." With that, the trio entered the establishment. The lunchtime crowd was considerable, and the first floor was fully occupied. The proprietor suggested seating them on the second floor. Coincidentally, upon ascending the stairs, they spotted Li and her two little minions also enjoying a meal there. Accompanying them were three reasonably attractive young men, who appeared not to be students. Mao Tu rolled his eyes, feeling quite unfortunate to encounter her here. "Should we change venues?" he inquired. "Why should we leave just because they are here? We shall dine here." Li and her companions were preoccupied with conversing with the men at their table and did not notice Mao Tu and his friends. As soon as they sat down, they overheard the affected voices of Li and her entourage. "I'm full. You all take your time," she declared. A young man, glancing at the half-bowl of rice remaining in front of her, curiously asked, "Are you really full?" "Arlie Jia has a petite appetite. She doesn't eat much." Mao Tu thought to himself, incredulous. Previously, when she was with Song Shuren, she consumed far more than this, often having him bring her late-night snacks and making weekly trips to the supermarket for an abundance of treats. He wondered if she genuinely could finish her meal or if she was merely taking it back to share with her roommates to satiate her vanity. A man inquired, "Do you not enjoy eating? If you don't like this, I can take you out for French cuisine later." Li, feigning shyness, replied, "Thank you, brother." Unable to contain himself any longer, Mao Tu turned and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you? I thought some hen was laying eggs." Brother, and what about these three handsome fellows? Who among you is her boyfriend? Surely, you aren't all her sugar daddies? Perhaps you should choose the one who offered to take you out for French cuisine. He appears to be the wealthiest." The other two handsome men, clearly interested in pursuing her, should consider investing a little more. Upon hearing Mao Tu's words, Li's expression shifted slightly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she retorted, while her little minion chimed in, "Big mouth, don't say anything indiscreet." Mao Tu, unfazed, shot back, "I may be a big mouth, but my information is always accurate. Otherwise, so many classmates wouldn't trust me." Indeed, Mao Tu was not mistaken. He was well known as the school's gossip hub, always privy to the freshest news. He stood up and addressed the man, "Brother, it's time to pull back. Spending money on such a woman would be better served as charity. When she was with my friend, he treated her with utmost kindness, willing to spend every penny he earned on her. Yet she promptly hopped into a wealthy man's car and discarded my friend, speaking of him in the most disparaging terms." "Shut your mouth," she retorted, then turned to the man, sweetly explaining, "I didn't Don't listen to him. He is maliciously slandering me." Her coy demeanor could easily deceive anyone unfamiliar with her true nature. The three men exchanged glances, clearly unaware of Li's past exploits. Likely new catches in her net. Mao Tu scoffed, "You don't believe me? Go to Sioux University and inquire about Li and the school as heartthrob. Their story was all the rage at one time. Who wouldn't he know? Mao Tu, never speak falsehoods. Otherwise, I would never find a partner in this lifetime." One of the men suddenly exclaimed, "Is that Song Shian?" To which Nishio promptly replied, "Indeed, it is Song Shian." "Correct," they affirmed. Rumor has it that although he possesses striking good looks, his temperament leaves much to be desired. Wasn't it said that their breakup was due to his mistreatment? The three of them chuckled knowingly. They had witnessed Li Li's materialism and vanity all too clearly. No wonder they felt such sympathy for her. It turned out she had portrayed herself as a victim. Manda fixed his gaze on Li Li and inquired, "Is that truly the case, Li classmate? Was it not you who relentlessly pursued Song Shian, a saga even gracing the school as confession wall? How do you now dare to feign innocence? Had it not been for the serendipitous visit to the hospital to care for the babies, Song Shian would still be ensnared in the shadows Li Li had cast upon him." Despite the sensational nature of their breakup, it had concluded amicably. Li Li, in a bid to preserve her pride and reputation, spread rumors that Song Shian had struck her, claiming there were deeper reasons that only she knew to elicit sympathy. Without alleging violence, how could she garner sympathy or attract affluent suitors? Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, the three men were taken aback, realizing Li Li's exorbitant financial expectations. Though they possessed some wealth, they were by no means affluent enough to withstand her demands. Contemplating their options, they decided to discreetly withdraw, thinking perhaps she might find better prospects in the future. As they departed, they left the bill unpaid. The server, noticing their table was vacated, hurriedly approached to settle the account. "Excuse me, miss, your total comes to 1,380. May I ask who will be settling the bill?" Li Li's expression soured. "Did they not pay? I'm afraid those gentlemen have already left," the server replied. Hearing this, Li Li fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. Reluctantly, she covered the bill, relieved she still had some funds from her admirers on hand. Otherwise, she would have been humiliated in front of her friends. Chapter 38. Thank you for the blessing of our breakup. Brother Song is living his best life. Initially, Li Li intended to select the wealthiest suitor among them, one who would lavish her with gifts, but she had not anticipated encountering Mantu and his companions. Mantu, the audacious one, had scared away her prospects and left her to foot the bill, inciting her ire. "What have I done to deserve this? Why must you undermine me?" Moreover, Song Shian was never capable of providing the lifestyle I desired. Now he dares to intrude upon my pursuit of a new life? Could he possibly be regretting his decision? Yet, without a solid financial foundation, how can one dare to seek romance? Mantu, filled with indignation, retorted disdainfully, "It is individuals like you, who equate love with wealth, that have led to widespread disbelief in the concept of true love. How despicable! You broke up, yet still spread slander behind his back. Your character is utterly reprehensible. Brother Song agreed to be with you not because of your allure, but out of pity for your incessant, dog-like following. It was utterly vexing. Your appearance has worsened. Your chin could pierce the heavens. Your nose is elevated beyond belief, and your face resembles that of a gluttonous pig. I am perplexed by the incessant chattering of an individual whose head resembles a clove of garlic, with a face as thick as a layer of putty and lips painted in a hue akin to that of a rodent. Mantu is particularly loquacious, never having suffered a defeat in verbal confrontations. A continuous stream of words left Li Li with no opportunity to retort until Manda finally paused. It is evident that, as his friends, you would defend him. Indeed, those who are impoverished tend to congregate with their kind, apart from incessant prattling. They possess no real strength. Lili Shukla de Risibeli. Even in the worst of situations, Song Shian has a charming visage, and should he find himself in dire straits, he could easily seek the support of a wealthy benefactor. But what about you? Li Li's haughty demeanor incited the ire of Nizhou, who scoffed. "I suspect you have been a mistress for far too long, or perhaps have grown accustomed to being supported. You seem to dream of climbing into the beds of affluent men. Prepare to be disappointed. Our Song-gu is currently a winner in life. Not only has he acquired a car and a home, but his wife is 1,000, nay, 10,000 times more beautiful than you. Do you know who his wife is? The university's recognized belle, Lin Shiyu. Are you aware of her?" Dahu chimed in, adding a sardonic note of gratitude. "We should thank you for sparing our Song-gu. Otherwise, he would not be living such a blissful life now." The three of them left Li Li's complexion a shade of green, her eyes wide as if they might pop from her head. She bellowed in disbelief. How on earth could Song Shian afford a car and a house? When we were together, he was utterly destitute. How is it that he suddenly has wealth now that we are apart? What an international joke. And how could a Belle ever be with him? Despite having previously called Song Shian regarding Lin Shiyu and the baby, he had divulged nothing and had even blocked her contact. Rumors circulated. Yet she had never believed he could be with the campus beauty and have 4 children. Lily covered her mouth with a cold smirk, while her sycophant mimicked her. Glaring at the trio, the lackey echoed, "Exactly. If you're going to lie, at least provide a plausible reason." Her companion was as inconsequential as a mere echo. Seizing the moment, the trio pressed on. Manto interjected, "Indeed, the Belle has given our song Gu 4 adorable quadruplets." Nijo feigned envy. It's rare enough to have twins. To have quadruplets is a blessing that must be accrued over many lifetimes. Manta continued, "Indeed, the Belle bore song Gu for such lovely children, both boys and girls. It must be true love." Nijo, utterly captivated, affirmed it must be true love, otherwise. How could she have endured the trials of life to bear 4 delightful little ones for Sanggu? The Belle gives birth while Sanggu provides her with cars and houses. It is a mutual pursuit of affection, truly sweet. Lily wore a mask of disbelief, asserting, "I don't believe it. You must be deceiving me, unless he tells me himself." Her lackey chimed in again, "Exactly, is the Belle foolish? With so many suitors, why would she choose Song Shian?" Dahu, quietly observing, opened his phone and accessed his album. "Look here, this is a family photo of the 6 of them. Surely you must believe now. This was taken just before they left for their new home." As Song Shian embraced Lin Shiyu's shoulder, 4 adorable infants lay nestled in their stroller before them, creating a harmonious family scene. Since Dahu owned the latest model of a popular smartphone, known for its superior photography capabilities, all the pictures have been taken with his device and subsequently shared with Song Shian. The images appeared authentic, and coupled with the rumors circulating at school, could it possibly be true? Moreover, Dahu was unaware of her presence today. Surely there was no reason to keep fabricated photos on his phone. Lily pondered anxiously. Could it really be true? Yet, it seemed utterly implausible. Even if he had a child with the campus Belle, what of it? He barely had enough to support himself. Did they not claim he had purchased a car and a house? How could that be substantiated? Manta shook his head, convinced she was beyond redemption. Some individuals simply could not bear to see others prosper beyond themselves. Dahu retrieved his phone, acknowledging that some matters required no further validation. After all, the campus Belle brought fortune to Sanggu, and their future would undoubtedly be brighter. Nijo nodded in agreement. "Let us go. Lingering under the same roof as such people may taint our luck this year." Mantu exaggeratedly patted off the dust from his clothing before urging, "Hurry, hurry. This is truly bad luck." Dahu suddenly halted, scrolling through his phone with a puzzled expression, seemingly searching for something. "Don't leave just yet. I ordered you a cup of green tea, hoping you'll enjoy it." Manta clicked his tongue. "Dahu, how can you treat Miss Lee this way? A single cup of green tea is hardly sufficient. We ought to present her with a banner in gratitude for her merciful separation." "Oh, right. How could I forget? Lee, you still reside at school, don't you? I could deliver it to you tomorrow, inscribed with thanks for not taking my life." The trio departed amidst their playful banter. "Hello. This is the green tea ordered by that gentleman for you." Noticing Li's reluctance to accept, the server placed the tea on the table and left. Li was infuriated, tempted to flip the table, yet fearing the financial repercussions, she silently endured, grinding her molars in frustration. "Sister Li, don't fall for their nonsense. Are you foolish? The evidence is right before you, and besides, their arrogance cannot possibly be fabricated." Li, in a fit of rage, would have scolded even a dog. She felt as though she had lost a fortune, regretting not having held on to Song Shian, knowing now how successful he had become. Now, she had inadvertently facilitated his union with the campus Belle. Chapter 39. Remarkable. Is this truly sufficient? Seeing how well Song Shian was faring now made her feel even worse than being unable to reach a wealthy and handsome partner. Her mood soured drastically, and she instructed the server to pack the unfinished drinks as she departed. The drinks had been ordered by Li, initially intended to gauge the prowess of the 3 men, yet she found herself footing the bill instead, and with no outsiders present. She certainly could not let them go to waste. Meanwhile, the trio, having intended to dine, found themselves in an emotional uproar after encountering Li and left before even having a meal. Mantu, Nijo, and Dahu sought out a bustling eatery, a favored spot from their pre-internship days, where they were well-known regulars. As soon as they took their seats, the boss approached with a jovial smile, inquiring about the absence of the tall and handsome classmate. He held a particularly favorable impression of the group, especially Song Shian, whose mere presence drew in young ladies eager for a glimpse of the dashing figure. The boss was thoroughly pleased. He is at home with his wife and children. Big Tiger responded with a chuckle. The boss paused momentarily before expressing a sense of regret. That charming young man is already married at such a young age. I had hoped to introduce him to my daughter. It seems that opportunity has slipped away. His daughter was studying abroad, and the expenses of tuition and monthly living costs were substantial, compelling him to set up his stall early and close late. The boss held Song Shian in high regard. Whenever he was overwhelmed with work, Song would lend a helping hand, revealing himself to be a genuinely good person. If he could entrust his daughter to Song Shian, he would feel at ease. Alas, Song Shian was now committed to his own family and could not become his son-in-law. The boss's demeanor reflected a feeling of missing out on a fortune, leaving the others to scan their own orders. Mantu gestured, indicating they were regular customers, so no need for further prompting. Due to the crowd, their ordered dishes took a while to arrive. As Manta bit into a piece of chicken leg, he reveled in the sight of Li's misfortune, which was quite satisfying. And Ai Chao took a sip of his drink and remarked, "Do you think she'll return with more trouble?" Big Tiger slammed the table, declaring if she dares to speak out of turn again, I'll summon all the fish from her pond to expose her true self. Let us see how she climbs the social ladder after that. The trio, Mantu, and Ai Chao, and Big Tiger, conversed while eating, transitioning from discussing Li to matters of state, and eventually to the topic of extraterrestrial civilizations, concluding with a discussion on tomorrow's work schedule. Meanwhile, at Jianhua Bay, Song Shian heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on moving into your new home. You have received a bottle of postpartum recovery milk, now placed in your refrigerator. Note, after consumption by the new mother, it can restore her body to peak condition and eliminate all postpartum risks. Postpartum recovery milk? Song Shian thought it was tailor-made for Lin Shiyu. The system was remarkably considerate. Eager to see the results, he opened the refrigerator, discovering a beautifully packaged box of milk. Surely, the items rewarded by the system were reliable. Holding the thoughtful gift, Song Shian sought out Lin Shiyu. "Shiyu, here is some milk I got for you. Give it a try." Without hesitation, Lin Shiyu accepted the milk and drank it down in one go. "It tastes quite good," she exclaimed. Just then, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, invigorating her entirely. Curiously, she stood up to stretch. "Oh, my back doesn't ache anymore. The wound isn't painful, and even the skin on my abdomen feels tighter." Filled with energy, Lin Shiyu was astonished and asked Song Shian, "Where did you buy this milk?" Song Shian smiled. "I had a friend help me get it. He mentioned that it worked wonders for his wife, so I thought you should try it too." Seeing the concern that Song Shian had for her, Lin Shiyu felt a warm sensation in her heart. Realizing that her body had returned to its pre-pregnancy peak condition, she was overwhelmed with joy. Noticing Lin Shiyu's excellent recovery, Song Shian suggested they celebrate by going shopping for some new clothes. Shopping. A glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Shiyu's eyes. "Where shall we go?" Suddenly, Song Shian embraced her, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness. "I noticed your wardrobe is still somewhat sparse. It seems you haven't bought new clothes in ages. Let's pick out a few beautiful outfits." "New clothes? Perhaps not. I want to be going out and can't wear them anyway." Since becoming pregnant, she hadn't bought anything for herself, only items for the baby. Although she voiced her reluctance, deep inside, she yearned to adorn herself. But why not? A girl's wardrobe is always missing that one perfect piece. You've purchased a car and a house, and now clothes? The expenses are quite significant. Do not concern yourself with finances. If I can afford a car and a home, I can certainly manage a few garments. It is said that a partner is like nurturing a flower. I cannot allow you to feel deprived after we are together. With such a beautiful face and a splendid figure, you must dress to impress. Upon hearing Song Shian's words, she happily applied a light touch of makeup. In truth, Lin Shiyu was naturally beautiful without it, but a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. She wished to appear even more enchanting in front of Song Shian. Before long, the two, accompanied by their 4 little ones, arrived at a grand shopping mall. Lin Shiyu wore a delicate blue long dress that accentuated her slender waist. Paired with strappy high-heeled sandals, her skin glistening like fine porcelain, and her eyes sparkling with clarity. Beside her, Song Shian donned a matching casual shirt, loose-fitting straight jeans, and trendy sneakers, exuding an effortless yet fashionable vibe. He pushed a quadruple stroller, striding into the mall with long strides. If not for the stroller carrying 4 babies, one might mistake them for celebrities filming a variety show. As they entered a boutique, a sales associate greeted them with a smile. "Good afternoon, sir and madam. Welcome. How may I assist you today?" The associate's gaze fell upon the 4 adorable babies in the stroller, melting her heart. Then, her eyes shifted to Lin Shiyu, whose beauty was breathtaking, complemented by her handsome husband, eliciting a twinge of envy. With a smile, Song Shian instructed, "Please select a few suitable outfits for her." The sales associate, captivated by Song Shian's charm, thought, "Is he smiling at me?" "Certainly, just a moment," she replied, her smile brightening even further. Song Shian maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet Lin Shiyu's unease was evident on her face. She had visited this store many times before, back when her family covered the expenses, so she was well aware of the high prices. Tugging at Song Shian's sleeve, she whispered, "Perhaps we should leave. This place is quite expensive." However, Song Shian waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to worry. At that moment, the sales assistant approached with a radiant smile, carrying several dresses. "Miss, what do you think of these? They are all newly arrived." It was no wonder that the sales assistant had such discerning taste, as she could effortlessly select garments that suited one's figure with just a glance. Lin Shiyu also found them appealing and glanced at Song Shian. "It's all right. Go ahead and try them on." Chapter 40. Wept. Other people's husbands are too indulgent. The sales assistant led Lin Shiyu to the fitting room while Song Shian settled down with the little ones. During the wait, the children behaved impeccably, quietly accompanying their father as they anticipated their mother's splendid transformation. Even the usually boisterous eldest child lay contentedly in the stroller, waving tiny hands at his father as if trying to express something. The adorable babies instantly captivated the attention of surrounding customers. Song Shian's striking handsomeness, coupled with the charm of his children, drew many curious onlookers. A lady approached and exclaimed, "What adorable babies! Is this your younger brother?" Given Song Shian's youthful appearance, she mistook him for the siblings' older brother. "I am their father," he replied with a smile. The lady was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing how lovely the children were, she conceded that they had indeed inherited their father's good looks. "Quadruplets?" she inquired. "Yes," he confirmed. "They are truly adorable. May I hold one?" Song Shian nodded in agreement, but as the lady reached toward the stroller, the babies seemed to share an unspoken understanding and all pouted in unison. On the verge of tears, the lady quickly withdrew her hand, concerned about upsetting the little ones. Gently patting the babies, Song Shian reassured them in a soft voice. "Don't be afraid. She is not a bad person. She simply adores you. Everything is fine. Daddy is here to protect you." He then addressed the lady. "I apologize. The babies are a bit shy." "No worries. It's normal for children to be shy. I should be the one apologizing for startling them." Others nearby also wished to hold the babies, but seeing their trepidation, they merely watched from a distance. The little ones, noticing the crowd's attention, widened their eyes in curiosity, excitedly waving their tiny hands and making cooing sounds, instantly melting everyone's hearts. "I can't stand it. They are so adorable. I wish I could have a baby as lovely as them to play with." As everyone's focus remained on the babies, Lin Shiyu emerged from the fitting room. "Shian, how does it look?" Upon seeing her, Song Shian's gaze became fixated. The crowd followed his gaze and gasped in unison, "Wow, I can't believe my eyes." At that moment, Lin Shiyu wore a pristine, fresh-toned long dress, complemented by a bright shawl of the same hue. Her long hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, while a grandmother green agate necklace cast a gentle glow, perfectly accentuating her graceful neck. The elongated earrings, harmonizing with her attire, swayed gently as she moved, enhancing her complexion to a porcelain-like radiance. The natural simplicity of her appearance rendered her refreshingly elegant, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Song Shian promptly rose and traversed the crowd, disregarding the curious gazes surrounding him, approaching her with a gaze filled with affection. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. The onlookers cast envious glances. Lin Shiyu's face flushed crimson. Ah, so many people are watching. Song Shian took her hand, saying, of course they look, you're so beautiful. Why should you fear their gaze? He gently released Lin Shiyu's hand and instructed the nearby sales associate, please wrap this one up, and let her select a few more items, along with some accessories and bags. The sales associate beamed, responding, of course, sir. This lady is indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful husband. Upon hearing the sales associate's compliments and Song Shian's affirmations, Lin Shiyu felt a surge of joy, as if she had reclaimed her once confident self. The sales associate then led Lin Shiyu to continue selecting garments. For nearly an hour, Lin Shiyu oscillated between the dressing room and the various displays throughout the store. She was either perusing clothing or trying on outfits. The sales associate was determined to seize this opportunity to boost sales, diligently assisting Lin Shiyu in selecting garments, while also coordinating complementary accessories and bags, even considering color schemes and styles. These selections indeed suited Lin Shiyu, accentuating her best features without allowing the clothing's innovative designs to overshadow her beauty. Song Shian sat opposite the dressing room, showering Lin Shiyu with generous praise each time she emerged in a new outfit. Perhaps it was Lin Shiyu's remarkable figure and beauty. Every ensemble looked exquisite on her, prompting Song Shian's desire to purchase them all. Throughout that hour, the refrain of buy, echoed continuously. Next one, let's continue. I'll take this one, and that one as well. The onlookers were left in awe, feeling overwhelmed by such indulgence. Yet, Song Shian remained unfazed by the frequency of her outfit changes. He offered constructive feedback and heartfelt compliments, elevating Lin Shiyu's emotional well-being to new heights. Their exchanged glances were laden with unspoken affection, weaving a subtle thread of intimacy that left both male and female patrons feeling wistful, akin to tasting a slice of lemon. One female customer glanced at her husband and sighed softly, pondering what had gone amiss in her own relationship, questioning why others' husbands could be so extraordinary. As the session progressed, the checkout counter became inundated with garments, shoes, and bags. The printed receipt was exceedingly lengthy, and without hesitation, Song Shian swiped his card to complete the purchase. The sheer volume of items prompted the sales associate to wear an uncontainable smile while packing, assured of her sales figures for the month. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon them, with not only sales achieved, but also the pleasure of serving such an attractive customer. Had Song Shian not been married, a mere glance from him would have been enough to enchant her. The dedicated sales associate meticulously packaged all the items, which amounted to nearly 20 shopping bags. Witnessing such an abundance, Lin Shiyu felt an indescribable sensation welling within her. Isn't this a bit excessive? She tiptoed closer to Song Shian's ear and whispered, I feel it might be too much. Shall we return some? Song Shian chuckled, bending down to mimic her stance, and softly replied in her ear, if you like it, let's keep it. Besides, I've already paid, and returning it would be quite embarrassing for me. After saying this, he jotted down an address and handed it to the sales assistant. Could you please deliver to this address? Of course, sir, the assistant responded. Sir, your spending has reached the requirements for our membership. I have registered a membership card for you. Please keep it safe. The sales assistant respectfully presented the membership card and receipt. Song Shian accepted the card, slipping it into Lin Shiyu's bag without a glance. Sir and miss, have a pleasant day, and we welcome you back anytime. As they stepped out of the store, Lin Shiyu's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Shian, is there anything else you wanted to buy? Lin Shiyu shook her head. You spent so much on me. Uncertain of how much Song Shian had left, she considered that after purchasing a house and car, he might not have much remaining, and she did not wish to burden him financially. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have purchased clothing for Lin Shiyu, allowing her to experience a delightful shopping spree. Reward, 500,000 cash. Chapter 41. Who goes on a date with a child? A reward of 500,000. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Song Shian was instantly elated. This meant he could buy even more for Lin Shiyu and the little ones. Lin Shiyu studied Song Shian, noticing he was still wearing his old clothes. Shian, I believe it's not just about buying for me. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Shian's eyes. You should also choose a few outfits for yourself. Seeing Lin Shiyu's glamorous transformation, he realized his attire did not quite match hers. Nodding in agreement, he gently tapped her nose with a finger. Well then, I shall entrust this task to you, my dear wife. Lin Shiyu's eyes sparkled with determination. Leave it to me. In the past, when Song Shian referred to her as his wife, she felt a tinge of shyness and hesitated to respond. But now it seemed she had embraced the title. As a child, girls delighted in dressing dolls. Upon growing up, they began to adorn themselves, and now she was finally able to dress someone else. Her joy was immeasurable, even surpassing the happiness of trying on clothes for herself. She led Song Shian through various styles, from casual sportswear to mature business attire, and from Japanese Harajuku fashion to minimalist Korean designs. From wild, flashy hip-hop chains to understated suits and ties. From youthful mechanical watches to mature, sophisticated business timepieces. From sporty sneakers to polished leather shoes, she encouraged Song Shian to try them all. Each outfit looked just as stunning as expected. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Shiyu remarked, "How come everything looks so good on you? Your face and figure are even more perfect than the mannequins in the store. You would look good even in a sack." I am utterly perplexed by the choices before me. I seem to have developed a decision-making dilemma. What is there to be confused about? Just look at how you've selected such an excellent husband. Lin Shiyu was about to retort, yet upon reflection, she found his words to hold some truth. Gazing at the mountain of clothes and accessories, Song Shian adopted a gently teasing tone, imploring his wife to choose a bit more, lest he truly face financial ruin. She deliberately puffed out her chest and smiled coyly, conceding, "Very well, I shall reluctantly agree to your request." After some time, Lin Shiyu ultimately selected several outfits that she found most satisfactory. Song Shian immediately donned one of them, while the rest were entrusted to the sales assistant for delivery to their home. It was a most exhilarating shopping spree, transforming both of them into radiant versions of themselves. And before they knew it, evening had fallen. Fortunately, they took turns. While one tried on clothes, the other attended to the baby, ensuring that the little one remained content and undisturbed throughout their shopping experience. However, as night approached, the babies were surely hungry. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu made their way to the mall's nursing room to feed the infants, check for any soiled diapers, clean up the mess, and change into fresh ones. "Shiyu, shall we dine out tonight?" Lin Shiyu glanced at the 4 little ones in the stroller, questioning his certainty. Song Shian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Besides, we have yet to enjoy a proper date." Lin Shiyu sighed, looking at the children in the stroller, pondering who would take 4 kids on a date. "We would." Song Shian replied with a radiant smile, exuding warmth and sunshine. No matter the time or place, he had the uncanny ability to dispel her weariness and warm her heart. Lin Shiyu remained blissfully unaware that being with Song Shian imbued her with an inexplicable sense of security, filling every endeavor with anticipation. Propping her chin in thought, she mused. "What shall we eat?" Song Shian countered, "What do you wish to have?" The 2 great dilemmas of the world. First, where shall we go? Second, what shall we eat tonight? Clearly, they had yet to devise a solution to this conundrum. Seated on a bench, Lin Shiyu casually scrolled through her phone for restaurants. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers, looking up at Song Shian with sparkling eyes and a playful smile. "How about French cuisine?" "French cuisine?" I recall a rather stylish Western restaurant on East University Road, reputed to be quite delightful, although not as renowned as the larger chain establishments. This eatery was indeed owned by a Frenchman, boasting an exquisitely romantic decor and a splendid atmosphere. Most importantly, patrons had unanimously praised the food, albeit the prices were somewhat steep. During their school days, Song Shian had passed by that restaurant numerous times, yearning to step inside and savor its offerings. Yet his modest finances had always held him back. "Oh, that place. I remember it well." Lin Shiyu, though not financially constrained at the time, had felt awkward entering alone amidst couples, her shyness compounded by a hint of social anxiety, which had deterred her from ever stepping inside. Now, with his newfound financial stability and her newfound companionship, the timing was perfect. The 2 reached a consensus, and together, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu pushed the stroller towards their next destination. Due to coinciding with the rush hour, the roads were slightly congested, and by the time they arrived, both of their anticipations had reached a crescendo. Song Shian deftly located a parking space and parked the car with poise, gallantly opening the door for Lin Shiyu before lifting the little ones into the stroller. The moment the bell at the restaurant's entrance chimed, a strikingly handsome and aloof man appeared, pushing a sleek black four-seater stroller, accompanied by a graceful woman with a cool demeanor who elegantly linked her arm with his. Together, they strode into the restaurant with their long strides, drawing the eyes of patrons who couldn't help but admire their presence. The owner, an amiable foreign gentleman who served both as the proprietor and chef, greeted them with a nod and a smile, uttering a slightly accented welcome to Deluxe Restaurant in Chinese. His small kitchen was nestled behind the bar, where he crafted all the delicious dishes. Alongside him were 3 wait staff, 2 of whom were foreign women, and a male attendant with black hair and yellow skin, yet possessing features that suggested a mixed heritage. As the couple entered, the male server guided them to a vacant table by the window, affording a view of the bustling street and the vibrant neon lights. The soothing strains of a violin floated through the air, enveloping every guest in a sense of warmth and tranquility, while the world outside buzzed with noise. This Western restaurant on University East Road stood in serene solitude. The little ones drifted into a peaceful slumber amidst the melodious ambience, allowing Song Shian and Lin Shiyu to finally relish their time together. Chapter 42. À surprise, Lin Shiyu's initiative. The server presented the menu, and the couple ordered the recommended set meal, engaging in conversation while keeping an eye on the children. At that moment, a girl dressed in Lolita fashion, sporting a headset and holding a phone, entered the establishment. Babies, welcome to Deluxe Restaurant, a popular dating spot recommended by many. For those who feel shy about coming alone, today, I, your host, will experience it for you. The streamer walked around, capturing the restaurant's ambience on her phone. Eventually, the camera landed on Song Shian and Lin Shiyu's table. In a live stream, keen-eyed viewers quickly noticed the 4 adorable infants in the stroller. Wow, those 4 little babies are so cute, the female streamer exclaimed instinctively. Naturally, as a mother, Lin Shiyu beamed with joy upon hearing compliments about her children. She looked up and offered a sweet smile to the streamer, saying, "You're very cute too." The streamer turned, and upon seeing Lin Shiyu and Song Shian before her, she froze, holding her phone in a daze, the camera capturing the enchanting couple. Mesmerized by Lin Shiyu's effortless beauty, enhanced only by a touch of makeup, she gasped, "Oh, I can't believe I just received a compliment from a beauty. Thank you, sister. You are stunning and possess such an exquisite aura." Her gaze then shifted to Song Shian beside her. "Wow, you are so handsome, and you two make a perfect pair," she remarked softly in awe. "Are these 4 adorable bundles of joy your little ones?" Song Shian lifted his head and smiled gently, affirming indeed. A face of impeccable beauty and exquisite charm instantly graced the screen of the live broadcast. The comments section erupted, and the viewership continued to surge. "Wow, what a handsome young man. My boyfriend has been quite strict lately. I owe you a child. Enough chatter. I'm already swooning over the little ones." "Host, don't just focus on a young man. What about that beautiful lady beside him?" Yes, yes. Male fans are eager to see the lady. Those 4 babies are simply heart-melting. These 2 look so familiar. Aren't they the campus beauties from Tsu University? Is the person upstairs referring to Song Shian and Lin Shiyu? The barrage of comments danced across the screen, prompting the host to refocus the camera on herself. After apologizing to Song Shian's family, she gracefully exited, respecting the fact that not everyone enjoys being interrupted during their moments of intimacy. This minor incident did not dampen the spirits of Song Shian and Lin Shiyu. They continued their conversation while awaiting their meal. Soon enough, the dishes were served. The steak arrived beautifully plated and cut into strips, the vibrant red meat appearing utterly enticing. Accompanying it was a tuna and walnut tartare, the bread crust perfectly crisp while the interior remained tender and fragrant. Song Shian poured himself a glass of dry red wine, and since Lin Shiyu was in confinement, he ordered her a cup of passion fruit tea. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Song Shian sampled a few bites, and the flavor was indeed delightful. No wonder so many were drawn to this establishment. However, After tasting Song Shian's culinary skills, Lin Shiyu always found something lacking in the meal she had elsewhere. Is it not to your liking? Song Shian asked, puzzled, as he took another bite. Not at all. It just feels inferior compared to your cooking. Hearing this, Song Shian chuckled. Then I shall prepare meals for you from now on. You can cook too? Lin Shiyu exclaimed with surprise. Of course. Just wait and see. I promise to astonish you. Lin Shiyu nodded happily. The ambience was filled with tenderness and romance. Food warmed their stomachs, while their companionship warmed their hearts. Meanwhile, the Lolita-clad female host occasionally stole glances at Song Shian and Lin Shiyu, savoring their sweet atmosphere and striking beauty, filled with envy. Glancing down at the screen, she noticed the audience persistently urging her to direct the camera towards the couple. They were eager to behold the handsome and beautiful pair, for their allure was simply captivating. Yet, the new parents remained blissfully unaware of the voyeuristic tendencies of the host and viewers, lost in their moment of sweetness. After an indeterminate period, they finished their meal and returned home with the little ones. No sooner had they entered than the doorbell rang. It turned out to be the delivery of clothing they had ordered. Song Shian opened the door wide and requested, "Could you please bring it in and place it in the living room?" Several delivery personnel entered, carrying bags of various sizes, neatly arranging them in the living room before taking their leave. As they surveyed the room filled with bags, the couple exchanged a knowing glance. "Let us get started," Song Shian declared, pulling out the clothes and organizing them in the wardrobe. The expansive wardrobe, still harboring ample space even after being filled with clothes, inspired a silent resolve within him to fill it completely in the future. Lin Shiyu, however, was engrossed at her makeup table. Ever since her pregnancy, she had refrained from using cosmetics, fearing their impact on her baby's growth. To avoid waste from expired products, she had gifted many to Gu Yanyan, keeping only a few essentials for light makeup and skincare, ensuring she could still leave home feeling beautiful. Today, Song Shian had purchased cosmetics suitable for her during the nursing period. After organizing her makeup table, Lin Shiyu observed Song Shian still tidying the wardrobe. Seized by an unexpected courage, she dashed over, grasped his collar, and, using his support, stood on tiptoe to kiss him directly. "Thank you." Song Shian's pupils dilated slightly, revealing a mixture of excitement and surprise. In the next moment, he leaned down, his gaze burning with intensity as he gently combed his fingers through her silky hair. Cradling the back of her head, she slowly closed her eyes, her cool, delicate lips meeting his in a tender kiss. Her slender waist pressed against his strong embrace. The more she struggled, the tighter he held her. Gradually, their bodies melded together in a silent intimacy, their positions suggesting an unbreakable bond. After a long moment, he reluctantly released her, inhaling deeply to steady his racing heart, before planting a lingering kiss on her forehead. "No need to thank me, my dear." Her hands clutched the hem of her clothing, heat rising in her cheeks, completely beyond her control. I'll go take a shower now," she stammered, seizing the excuse to escape this perilous situation. Song Shian watched her flustered retreat with a smile. That night, they stood together on the balcony, overlooking the river's evening scenery. The summer night was kissed by a gentle breeze. She admired the view, while he gazed at her. "So beautiful," she exclaimed. "Indeed," he replied. After a while, Lin Shiyu suddenly spoke up. "Do you remember that adorable live streamer dressed in Lolita we saw at the restaurant today?" "Of course, why? I was thinking we could film some cute videos of our babies to upload online. They would surely go viral. People make short videos for traffic and profit. We aren't short on money, but our babies are so adorable. There must be plenty of people who would love them." After having children, a mother often feels an overwhelming urge to share their cuteness, having recorded numerous charming videos of them, yet hesitating to flood her social media feed. Although Gu Yanyan also adored the babies, she might not watch all the posts, as she was yet to experience motherhood and truly grasp that sentiment. Song Shian believed this could help Lin Shiyu pass the time and alleviate her boredom, so he allowed her to indulge in her idea. Upon seeing his agreement, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She swiftly kissed his cheek and dashed away. Chapter 43. The arrival of Song's mother and gossiping chatterboxes. Lin Shiyu sat at her makeup table, meticulously arranging her tools before her. She dampened her makeup sponge and began her serious application. While Song Shian supported her aspiration to become a mommy blogger, he found her current actions somewhat puzzling. "Are you going out?" he inquired. Not at all. Then why are you doing your makeup now? When filming a video for the baby, I inevitably found myself in the frame, and I thought it best to apply a touch of makeup to enhance my appearance. Observing her earnest profile, Shian smiled indulgently. After applying her makeup, Lin Shiyu turned to him, her large, captivating eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "Do I look good? What do you think?" With a hint of jealousy, Shian replied, "You're so beautiful that once the video is posted, viewers will overlook the baby and focus solely on you." Lin Shiyu chuckled, "Are you jealous?" To which Shian stubbornly retorted, "I am not." With his affirmation, Lin Shiyu activated the camera. "I am Lin Shiyu, a proud mother, and this is my first video documenting my baby's growth." As the camera turned to the little ones, the four babies seemed to possess an innate sense of the lens, waving their tiny hands in the air as if greeting the aunties on the other side of the screen. "By the way, have you decided which platform to post on?" Lin Shiyu pondered for a moment. "It said that Douyin captures the beauty of life. Shall we post it there?" After making the decision, Shian registered a new Douyin account, naming it Song Families for Little Ones. After a brief editing session paired with a delightful tune, they published the first video of the babies on Douyin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully publishing the baby's first video, triggering the stock expert passive ability, and earning a stock. Note: the information includes the stock's rise and fall over the next 2 months, allowing the host to make informed purchasing decisions. Upon hearing the system's reward, Shian's eyes lit up, contemplating the possibility of investing in the stock based on the system's suggestions. Suppressing his excitement, he glanced at his phone, discovering that the video had garnered numerous likes and comments. Seeing the babies adored by netizens brought joy to both Shian and Lin Shiyu. As a new day dawned, Shian awoke to several missed calls from his mother. Groggily, he returned her call. "Mom, did you call for something?" "Today, Auntie Lee and I are in the city purchasing seeds and handling some matters. We're halfway through and wanted to see you and the babies." "What?" Shian instantly became alert. "Mom, where are you now?" "We're at Century Avenue. The driver said there's a subway at Wanda that can take us to you." "Mom, I've moved. It's south, not the same place as before." "What? You moved?" Alarmed that his mother might take a wrong turn, he quickly got out of bed and dressed. "Mom, don't wander around. Just wait for Auntie Lee at Wanda, and I'll come to pick you up shortly." Hearing the commotion, Lin Shiyu groggily opened her eyes. "What is going on?" Shian gently stroked her head. "My mom and Auntie Lee are coming. They don't know our current address, so I need to go pick them up and buy some groceries to prepare breakfast for you." Upon hearing that her mother-in-law was coming, Lin Shiyu instantly awakened. "Auntie is coming? Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I just found out." "Are you going now?" "Yes. I'll have him wait at Wanda." Lin Shiyu nodded. "Then you should go." For such an extended period, he had never allowed Lin Shiyu and the children to remain home alone, which inevitably caused him some concern. As Shian glanced at his watch, he realized that it was time for the children to be fed. "Why don't you go ahead? You, as a man, cannot nurse the children anyway. I can manage the household," he suggested. "But, no but. After drinking milk, I am perfectly fine. Do not keep the aunt waiting too long, and please be cautious," he reiterated earnestly before reluctantly stepping out, glancing back multiple times. Meanwhile, on the bus, Song's mother called out to the driver, "Sir, please stop at Wanda ahead." The driver acknowledged her and opened the door upon arrival, allowing the two women to disembark before driving off in a hurry. After stepping out, Song's mother and Aunt Lee stood by a convenience store adjacent to Wanda Plaza, waiting for Shian. The weather in Sioux City was peculiar. Some mornings, the sun rose early, bringing with it an oppressive heat that made the asphalt sizzle underfoot. The air was stifling, devoid of even a whisper of wind, as if the humid atmosphere had solidified. The two women stood beneath the shade of a parasol, perspiring profusely. Observing their plight, the shop owner offered them a bottle of cold water. "Ladies, it's sweltering out here. Please drink some water to avoid heat stroke." "How much for this water?" "We will pay you," Song's mother insisted, reaching for her pocket. The owner waved her off. "No need, ma'am. Please, just enjoy it." Gratefully, they accepted the water, expressing their heartfelt thanks. "We are truly grateful, young lady." "You're welcome. Are you waiting for someone?" she inquired. "Yes, indeed. We have come to the city to visit my son, and we are waiting for him to pick us up. It's really too hot outside. There's air conditioning inside and plenty of seating. You can wait comfortably in there," she offered. Is that all right? We wouldn't want to disrupt your business, they replied. Not at all, ma'am, came the reassuring response. Thank you so much. Just as they were about to step into the convenience store, Song Shian called out. Rolling down the car window, Mom, Aunt Lee. Seeing her son approach, Song's mother beamed with joy. Oh, dear girl, my son is here. We can go now. The shop owner smiled as she watched them leave, only to be surprised by Song Shian's striking appearance upon closer inspection of the young man. As Song's mother and Aunt Lee approached, carrying large bags, he stepped out to assist them. Can these items fit? She asked. Song Shian nodded, assuring her that it was no problem, his gaze falling upon the peculiar contents they had brought. One bag of fertilizer had 2 holes with a chicken's head and a duck's head poking through, the duck quacking loudly. Another container was filled with eggs, while a burlap sack, tied with twine, remained a mystery. Aunt Lee observed Song Shian with a blend of familiarity and novelty. She recognized that he had always been handsome, yet was taken aback by his newfound charm. You've truly grown more handsome, becoming quite the striking young man, she remarked. Song Shian scratched his head modestly. Aunt Lee, you flatter me. With that, he lifted the local produce and placed it in the trunk of the car. Mother, Aunt Lee, please get in the car first. After Song's mother entered the vehicle, she noticed the absence of a driver and, puzzled, inquired, Shian, has the driver gone to the restroom? With a thud, the trunk door closed, and Song Shian promptly approached the driver's seat, opened the door, and settled in. You were the driver? Mother, rest assured. My driving skills are quite competent. Yet, Song's mother was not concerned about his driving prowess. Rather, she was bewildered as to why her son was the one behind the wheel. However, upon reflection, she considered the possibility that he might have borrowed the car from a friend or perhaps rented it, which seemed plausible. Coincidentally, Aunt Lee shared this notion and deliberately posed a question to Song Shian. Shian, your car is quite spacious, unlike a bus that reeks of gasoline. How much did your friend pay for it? Chapter 44. What? You bought a camper van? Upon hearing this, Song's mother instantly recognized the absurdity of Aunt Lee's remark. Her face paling. To spare her son from embarrassment, she intervened, stating, Shian hasn't graduated yet. The car isn't my friend's, it's my own. It cost around 1 million. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Shian interrupted. Last time when Dad and Mom visited, they hadn't had the chance to ride in my car. Consequently, Song's mother remained unaware of her son's car purchase. Now, upon hearing Song Shian's words, her shock surpassed that of Aunt Lee. What? 1 million? You made so much money from your investments? She was aware that her son had previously earned a sum through investments, but she never anticipated it would amount to such a fortune. She had conferred with Song's father about reinvesting in quality seeds to plant this year, hoping for a better harvest next year that could yield greater profits. Along with their years of savings, this would have sufficed for a down payment on a home in Sioux City. To her astonishment, before even purchasing a house, he had already acquired a car worth over $1 million. With such funds, they could have made a down payment and still purchased a vehicle worth several $100,000. The mere thought that her son had used all that money for a single car filled her with indignation. Seeing his mother's displeasure, Song Shian explained, I have been using the money earned from investments to trade stocks and have made a considerable profit. Aunt Lee's eyes sparkled upon hearing Song Shian's method of making money. Oh, I have heard that stock trading can be quite lucrative. Shian, how do you trade? Her own son occasionally purchased a few stocks, yet his gains were often overshadowed by losses, prompting her to seek advice to help her son strike it rich. Ever since the last successful investment, Chen's mother had begun to trust her son's abilities. However, upon reconsideration, she still found the expenditure of over $1 million on a car to be imprudent. Had he spent less on the vehicle, along with their savings, they could have easily bought a 3-bedroom apartment in Sioux City outright. This would spare them the relentless grind of working to repay a mortgage, especially with 4 little ones to support. Unable to contain her frustration, Song's mother erupted in anger. Even if you earn money to buy the car, have you considered that you now have your own family? You need to be responsible for them. No matter how spacious the car is, can it accommodate people? Aunt Lee assumed a parental tone. Shian, your mother is right. You must prioritize purchasing a home first. Having a house is what truly constitutes a family. After speaking, Song Shian comforted his mother. Mom, the child has already bought everything. It's a rare occasion. So please don't be upset. He endeavored to soothe her feelings, saying, please don't be angry. I've also purchased a house, and it was a full payment. Song's mother paused, her hand resting on her chest, momentarily stunned. You bought a house too? Are you teasing me? When you mentioned moving, did you mean you bought a new home? Aunt Lee was taken aback, perplexed by the situation. Shian, you mustn't lie about such matters. Mom, only. I'm not deceiving you. Perhaps it's just my good fortune. Everything I've done has gone smoothly, and I've earned a substantial sum, buying both a house and a car. Aunt Lee gasped in surprise. Shian, you truly bought a house and a car? Is that real? How impressive. What incredible luck. Seeing her son had indeed purchased both a house and a vehicle, Song's mother fell silent, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Upon arriving at Jianhua Bay, the parking system recognized Song Xian's license plate and lifted the barrier. Beep. Welcome home, owner. Instead of parking on the lower level, he drove into the underground garage. After securing the vehicle, he retrieved items from the trunk, carrying the heaviest of the chickens and ducks while his mother and Aunt Lee managed the rest. Mom, Aunt Lee, follow me. The three, accompanied by a chicken and a duck, ascended in the elevator. Upon reaching their floor, Song Xian pressed a button. Beep. Fingerprint authentication successful. Door unlocked. Mom, Aunt Lee, please come in and make yourselves comfortable. I'll set these items down and fetch you some slippers. He first sought out the slippers for his mother and Aunt Lee to wear while bathing later that evening. Once inside, Aunt Lee began to observe the surroundings of the house, her astonishment evident. My goodness, this place is beyond my imagination. The living room is so spacious, and the decor is incredibly sophisticated. She exclaimed, "Oh wow, and look at this large floor-to-ceiling window. The view outside is simply breathtaking. The kitchen is immaculate and well-equipped. Let me look around more. Shian has truly achieved great things." However, as Song's mother surveyed the opulent abode, an indescribable worry settled within her. She pulled her son aside to inquire earnestly, Shian, tell me the truth. Did the money for the car and house come from your stock trading profits? Or have you borrowed from loan sharks? I must remind you that such money is illegal. Understanding that acquiring such a significant loan from a bank necessitated a stable source of income, repayment capabilities, and suitable collateral, like a house or car, she knew her son, still a student, lacked the stable income required for bank approval. If the bank wouldn't grant a loan, then the only quick source of such funds would be high-interest loans. Mom, I've told you, the money is genuinely earned by me, through legal means. Song Xian, noticing his mother's persistent skepticism, spoke with a serious demeanor. Looking into his son's eyes, which revealed no hint of evasion, she pressed, promise me. Mom, I assure you, I will not engage in illegal activities now or in the future, earning and spending money. I shall never seek to flaunt or seek superficiality. If you dare to deceive your mother, your father, and I shall sever all ties with you. Mother, how could you be so harsh? After all, I am your flesh and blood. Mother Song widened her eyes. Are you implying that you would betray us? Song Shian paused momentarily. Mother, I did not mean that at all. Please do not overthink it. Besides, have I ever caused you worry throughout my life? Since childhood, Song Shian had always been quite independent. Indeed, he had not given her much to fret about, save for his persistent reluctance to wear long underwear in winter. Mother Song softened her demeanor. Given your words, I shall trust you. To speak frankly, your house is indeed magnificent. My son has truly excelled. Gaining his mother's trust and recognition, Song Shian smiled with delight. It's nothing extraordinary, merely a stroke of good fortune. So, how much more do you have hidden away? Be cautious. I've heard that stock trading can yield both gains and losses. My 4 adorable grandchildren still depend on us, and future educational expenses will only escalate. Understood, Mother, I am well aware. After searching for quite a while, I found there were no spare slippers at home, so I decided to purchase some at the nearby supermarket. I'll also buy a few sets of toiletries for when relatives and friends visit. Chapter 45. How envious. If only I had a daughter-in-law. Mother, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll return shortly. Go ahead. Aunt Lee, I'm off to the nearby supermarket to buy some essentials. Ah, good. Please be careful. Aunt Lee toured the house and ultimately realized she hadn't yet seen the master bedroom. Noticing the door was closed, she assumed someone was still sleeping inside. This house is truly splendid. The decor is exquisite. If only my son could purchase a similar place in the city, I would have much less to worry about. Mother Song reassured her, Do not fret. Children and grandchildren will find their own fortunes. Aunt Lee pouted. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. What fortune could he possibly have? Seeing your little and is already settled down. How can I not feel anxious? By the way, we haven't seen your daughter-in-law and the little ones since we arrived. Are they still resting in the room? A woman in her confinement must be well looked after. It's been quite a while without any news. Perhaps you should check on them. Hearing Aunt Lee's words, Mother Song indeed felt concerned for Lin Shiyu. Elders always tend to worry about their children. It is a habit ingrained in them. Simultaneously, she missed her grandchildren. Ever since returning to the village, she had to gaze at her phone each night to view the baby's photos before she could sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Shiyu, are you awake? Lin Shiyu, having just woken up, quickly got dressed upon hearing that Mother Song had arrived. Opening the door with a sweet smile, "Aunt, you're here." Upon seeing her daughter-in-law again, Mother Song's eyes sparkled with joy as she introduced Lin Shiyu to Aunt Lee. "This is my daughter-in-law, Lin Shiyu, and this is Aunt Lee, whose son grew up alongside Shian." Lin Shiyu politely nodded, greeting, "Good day, Aunt Lee." "Oh, what a lovely young lady. Just look at that rosy complexion. Her features are exquisite, truly resembling a fairy from a painting. It is no wonder that Shian remarked on her good fortune. Indeed, you are truly blessed. Just a glance at your features reveals a countenance destined for great wealth and prosperity for the entire family." Aunt Lee, who harbors a penchant for superstition, often finds herself perusing videos on facial features and feng shui online. The more she observes Lin Shiyu, the more she admires her. Such a splendid young woman. How could her own son not find someone like her? Setting aside the notion of finding an exact replica, even a quarter of Lin Shiyu's qualities would satisfy her. Today, Aunt Lee is thoroughly envious, feeling as though she has fallen into a vat of vinegar. By the way, where are the little ones? At this age, people simply adore babies, possessing an irresistible charm. The infants are still slumbering in their room. The 4 babies in the stroller, clutching their tiny blankets, are sleeping soundly. Aunt Lee approaches the crib, gazing at the infants with delight. "Oh, look at those cherubic little faces. They truly evoke joy," she exclaims. You cannot deny, they bear a striking resemblance to Xiao and in her youth. The babies grow swiftly. It seems that since her last visit, they have matured considerably. Mother Song muses that once they are grown, it would be splendid if the boys resemble Xiao and the girls take after Shiyu. Aunt Lee sighs, pondering when she will finally hold her grandson. "You are fortunate. Xiao has taken care of her major life events, sparing you much worry." Mother Song places her hands over Aunt Lee's, gazing at the babies in the stroller, and reflects, a mother will always fret over her children, no matter the circumstances. We often say that once children grow up, it will be easier, yet when they're grown, we say that once they graduate and find work, it will be better. And when they finally marry, we still find ourselves concerned about grandchildren. It seems only natural. A mother's heart is perpetually burdened, always hoping for her children's happiness and success. The daily urgings for marriage and children stem from a desire for companionship in their later years, ensuring that there will be loved ones to care for them as they age, and that their legacy endures beyond their own time. Aunt Lee sighs. Who can argue otherwise? "My son." She waves her hand dismissively. "Let's not speak of him." Leaning closer to the nearest little one, she gazes enviously. "Look at our little darlings. They are such a comfort." Lin Shiyu, the newly minted mother, stands by, feeling somewhat bewildered. Will she too become like this in the future? Yet, there is a kernel of truth in what the aunties have said. The heart of a mother is indeed ceaselessly concerned. She has already begun to experience this profound bond with her baby. Before long, Song Shian returns with daily necessities. "Mom, Aunt Lee, I have brought back slippers, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Is there anything else we need?" Aunt Lee slaps her thigh and looks around. "Oh dear, I completely forgot to change my slippers. I've dirtied your floors. How embarrassing." In the countryside, there is no custom of changing shoes upon entering, and thus Aunt Lee had overlooked this matter. Glancing at the floor she walked upon, she apologizes. "Where's your mop? Let me clean it up." "No need to worry, Aunt Lee. We have a robotic vacuum." Song Shian retrieved his phone and opened the smart remote control, causing a round, metallic device to methodically glide across the floor, leaving a gleaming trail in its wake. Aunt Lee, upon first encountering the sweeping robot, was struck by its novelty, exclaiming, Oh my, this contraption is truly remarkable. It can even clean the floors. Song's mother reflected on the transformative power of technology, remarking, "Indeed, technology has revolutionized our lives. We are getting old and cannot keep pace with the advancements of the times. Mother, Aunt Lee, please have some water while I fetch the toiletry for the bathroom," Song Shian suggested. His mother replied, "All right, understood." Both women changed into slippers, contemplating the need to prepare a hearty meal of chicken and duck to nourish the children that evening. Aunt Lee noted, "I believe little Shian put the chicken and duck in the kitchen. How can we work in the kitchen?" Song's mother called out, "Take them to the bathroom instead." She then raised her voice, "Shian, can you help your mother by boiling some water? Once Aunt Lee and I have prepared the chicken and duck, we'll cook half of it tonight and store the rest in the refrigerator. Occasionally, you can make some soup for Shiyu." Aunt Lee observed the two glossy chickens and ducks, pondering that they may not finish all of it and that freezing would compromise freshness. "What if we keep one a raise?" she suggested. Keep one a raise? Is that appropriate?" Song Shian hesitated before saying, "Mother, Aunt Lee, our home isn't suitable for raising chickens. The noise in the morning would surely attract complaints from the neighbors. It's best to slaughter them all." His mother conceded, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Moreover, she realized that if they were to raise one, how would they go about slaughtering it later? She was well aware of her son's limitations. He had always assisted in plucking feathers during festive occasions, while she and her husband handled the actual killing. "Very well, remember to bring me the boiled water," she instructed, not wanting his mother to toil excessively. Song Shian proposed seeking assistance at the fresh market for the slaughtering. Chapter 46. Lin Shiyu caught by her mother-in-law. Song's mother dismissed the idea, believing that it was merely a matter of killing a chicken and a duck. There was no need to waste money, and she promptly quashed Song Shian's suggestion. "If you take them to someone else for slaughtering, they won't save the blood for you." Aunt Lee chimed in, "Indeed, the blood is quite valuable. It is nourishing. You have no idea how the duck and chicken blood sold in the market is produced. A small bowl of blood can be diluted to make several large bowls, often with the addition of chemical additives. Some vendors are unscrupulous." She continued, "When dining out for hot pot, some duck blood just won't cook properly, remaining resilient like rubber, while the blood from home disintegrates at the slightest touch." Song's mother elaborated, "Moreover, when they slaughter that many chickens in a day, do you really think it's done by hand? It's either machines or they use rosin for feather removal. Machines often leave fine hairs behind and can damage the meat quality. Using rosin is even more alarming. That substance is toxic. Really, is that true?" Song Shian inquired, skeptical of the name's implications. His mother continued her education. "Rosin contains numerous heavy metals and toxic substances. When used to remove duck feathers, these toxins seep into the meat, endangering human health upon consumption. Furthermore, those small private workshops often use industrial-grade rosin for feather removal, reheating leftovers for future use. Truly frightening." In the era of Song, a moment of flattery truly resonated. "Listening to you speak was indeed more enlightening than a decade of study. Although my mother and Aunt Lee may not be well-versed in advanced technology, the wisdom gleaned from life's experiences is invaluable, and it is essential to learn from the older generation." As they spoke, Aunt Lee and Song's mother, relying on years of experience, seamlessly coordinated their efforts in the task of preparing chickens and ducks. Song's mother grasped the chicken by its wings with one hand, while holding its head with the other. Aunt Lee meticulously plucked the feathers from the chicken's throat, making a small incision with her knife, and swiftly positioned a bowl to collect the blood that flowed from the neck. Once the bloodletting was complete, the next step was to scald the chicken to facilitate feather removal. Noticing that her son had yet to bring water, Song's mother urged him, "Why isn't the water ready yet?" Song Shian adjusted the temperature on the smart thermostat in the bathroom, replying, "Mom, just turn on the tap. You can control the temperature here." "Oh, fine. You don't need to worry about this. Just go and occupy yourself," she replied. Aunt Lee, smiling, added, "I'm here with your mother. There's no need for you to stay. Just call me if you need anything." As Song's mother was about to leave, her son called out, "Hey, don't forget to close the door and please turn on the exhaust fan in the bathroom. It can get quite odorous while processing the chicken and duck." Song Shian turned on the exhaust fan and said, "I'll go keep Shiyu and the little ones company." "Go on, and don't create any more chaos here," she replied. He acknowledged her with a simple "oh" and headed to the living room to play with the children. Time passed slowly until, suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Shiyu, bursting with excitement, dashed to answer the door. Returning with her hands clasped behind her back, she mysteriously exclaimed, "Guess what this is?" Song Shian looked at her with fondness. "Is it your eyeshadow?" Lin Shiyu pouted playfully. "How do you know everything?" This delivery was from a previous outing to the mall, where she had spotted a stunning eyeshadow palette she wished to purchase. However, the salesperson informed her that it was out of stock and needed to be ordered from elsewhere. Song Shian had then provided their home address for delivery, and to her delight, it arrived much sooner than expected. Seated cross-legged on the sofa, Lin Shiyu removed her shoes, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I want to try it." With a grin, Song Shian replied, "Then let us give it a go. Besides, I haven't filmed a video of the little ones today. It's perfect timing for you to do your makeup first." "Yes." As Lin Shiyu completed her foundation and prepared to apply the eyeshadow, Aunt Lee entered with a chicken in hand, while Song's mother followed carrying a duck. Lin Shiyu, frozen in place with her makeup brush still in hand, found herself caught in a moment of silence, where everyone exchanged glances. Song's mother broke the stillness, announcing, "The chicken and duck are ready. We can eat soon." As she began to speak to Lin Shiyu, Song's mother gently pulled her towards the kitchen. With her makeup brush awkwardly held, Lin Shiyu felt the tension in the air. She slowly lifted her gaze to Song Shian, pondering Aunt Lee's intentions. Song Shian smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Just be yourself and enjoy your makeup as you like." This reminded him of the first time his mother visited and noticed Lin Shiyu wearing lipstick. At that moment, she felt too embarrassed to voice her thoughts in front of her. However, upon returning home, she made a special call to remind Lin Shiyu not to wear makeup during her confinement period. Song's mother was concerned that harmful ingredients in cosmetics might seep into breast milk, potentially affecting the child's growth and development, and possibly even impacting the child's brain and bone development. Now, here she was, openly applying makeup in front of Song's mother. Wouldn't this be perceived as a provocation? Lin Shiyu, in a self-deceptive manner, blinked at Song Shian, hoping that her aunt hadn't noticed. "What do you think?" I truly wish I could find a hole to hide in." That day at the mall was filled with such joy and excitement that she couldn't resist her impulses, making impulsive purchases. Now, with her aunt seeing the delivery boxes, cosmetics, and her current state of makeup, she felt utterly mortified. It was as if she had been caught red-handed. After much contemplation, she decided she needed to explain herself to her aunt. Cautiously, she peeked her head into the kitchen. "Aunt, what's wrong? The kitchen is filled with smoke. You should step outside and wait. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to eat the dishes I made?" Seeing her aunt's kindness only deepened her feelings of guilt. "Actually, Aunt, I wanted to say that I've kept your words in mind. But the cosmetics are all professionally tested and safe for pregnant women." Her voice faltered slightly at this statement. "I'm sorry, Aunt. Please scold me." Lin Shiyu lowered her head in shame. To her surprise, Song's mother did not reprimand her. Instead, she offered comfort. "I understand that young people love to look beautiful, but who can guarantee that today as cosmetics are completely safe? The babies are still nursing. We can wait until they are weaned to wear makeup. Besides, my Shiyu looks lovely even without makeup. Natural beauty shines through." "All right, stop standing there like a fool. Go take a rest." Lin Shiyu smiled sweetly. "You're so kind, Aunt. I'll go wash my makeup off right away." Chapter 47. Daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. After Lin Shiyu removed her makeup, the enticing aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air, stirring her appetite. Her stomach rumbled, but unfortunately, the meal was not yet ready. Observing Lin Shiyu's gloomy demeanor, Song Shian promptly fetched a bowl of chicken soup from the kitchen, complete with a small drumstick and 2 fragrant mushrooms. "Here, eat this." Lin Shiyu's eyes sparkled as she accepted the chicken soup. "How did you know I was hungry?" Song Shian chuckled. "Your stomach told me." Gurgle, gurgle. See, it's protesting again. Unable to resist, Lin Shiyu took a sip of the chicken soup, and indeed, the flavor was distinctly different from the chicken she usually bought at the market. The moment she bit into the drumstick, she could feel the tender, succulent meat bursting with flavor. "Just have a little to tide you over. Mom is finishing up the rest of the meal." Half an hour later, Song's mother and Aunt Lee had completed the meal. Song Shian placed the final dish on the table and called out to the kitchen, "Mom, stop bustling about. Let us eat. Noticing that Song's mother was still busy in the kitchen, Lin Shiyu went over to pull her out. Aunt, let us go eat. I want you to join me for the meal. You've cooked for us. We can clean up later. Lin Shiyu's charming demeanor endears her to all. Song's mother beams with joy, exclaiming, how wonderful. Annie will accompany you for dinner. I can't bear to have you tidy up. Let Xiaoan handle it later. At the dining table, noticing that Lin Shiyu was solely focused on the plate of greens before her, Song's mother took the liberty of switching the meat dish from in front of her son to Lin Shiyu's side. Shiyu, you must eat more meat. This will ensure you have ample milk. Annie, I have quite enough milk. Xiaoan served me a bowl of chicken soup before the meal. And I've already eaten quite a bit, Lin Shiyu replied. Liani shook her head. A mere bowl of chicken soup cannot suffice. If you don't eat more, you'll be hungry by evening. In our time, during confinement, we could easily consume a whole pot of chicken soup. Eat a whole pot. Lin Shiyu gasped in astonishment. Raised in a household where she was only permitted to eat until she was moderately full, as overeating could lead to digestive issues. She found this notion quite shocking. However, since being with Song Shian, she had been completely captivated by his culinary creations, often finding herself loosening her pants after meals. She believed she ate sufficiently well, ensuring her little ones would not lack for nourishment. Just then, the room was suddenly filled with soft whimpering sounds. Song Shian promptly stood to check. It turned out that their eldest, Kwai Kwai, and third, Lulu, were in discomfort and needed to relieve themselves. I'll go take a look, Lin Shiyu offered. Song's mother gently restrained her, saying, I can handle it. You should focus on feeding yourself first before attending to the babies. Xiaoan and I will take care of everything else. You needn't worry. She understood that during meals, if the babies cried and required nursing, it would necessitate pausing their dining, resulting in cold food once the little ones were satisfied. Having experienced this stage herself, Song's mother knew how to manage it. So she joined her son to tend to the babies, allowing Lin Shiyu to enjoy her meal. After Song's mother left to assist, Lin Shiyu lowered her head to continue eating, occasionally glancing back towards the room. Liani noticed Lin Shiyu's unease and inquired, Do you feel as troublesome for any Song? Lin Shiyu nodded. She is the elder. Am I being too lazy? Liani laughed. Is that all? We're family. There's no need for such reservations. If I had grandchildren to care for, I would be delighted. You both have your own responsibilities. If it becomes overwhelming, you can always call your mother-in-law for assistance. After pondering, Lin Shiyu agreed, Yes, I understand. If we cannot manage, we can indeed ask Annie for a little help. Once dinner concluded, Lin Shiyu returned to the room to nurse the babies. Inside, Song's mother was holding Song Xian's phone, engaged in a video call with Song's father. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Let Grandpa see which baby has wet their pants. Is it Kwai Kwai? Or perhaps Lulu? As she spoke, she elicited delightful giggles from the babies. Grandpa is so clever. He guessed it was you two little rascals right away. Mommy is here. The babies can now enjoy their milk. Lin Shiyu approached and picked up Debeo, waving the baby's small pink fist towards the camera. Come on, let us say goodbye to Grandpa, she said, while Song's mother watched the little ones with a loving gaze. All right, I'll call you back in a bit. Shiyu needs to feed the babies now. As she finished speaking, Song's father's smile gradually faded from the screen. Moments later, a series of beeps echoed from the phone as Song's father ended the video call. Lin Shiyu, noticing this, inquired, Is Uncle upset? Song's mother shrugged. That's just his temperament. He's probably a bit miffed with me. He mentioned he missed the grandchildren and wanted to come along. But considering the long journey and his recent health issues, I didn't want to add to his worries. Lin Shiyu expressed her concern. Is Uncle all right? He fine, really. Please remind him to take care of his health. Song's mother looked at Lin Shiyu with appreciation, knowing that her concern would surely make him happy. I'll step out for a moment. You can feed the babies now. In the room, Lin Shiyu was nursing the babies while her son tidied up in the kitchen. Song's mother had portioned the ingredients into meal-sized quantities using Ziploc bags. When you're ready to eat, just take a bag out. It'll save you the hassle of preparation. She added, and these eggs are genuine free-range ones. The chickens don't eat feed, and the eggs taste incredibly fragrant when fried. All right, Mom, I understand. They then opened the oil drum containing the eggs and filled a basket to store in the refrigerator. Once everything was in order, evening fell. Aunt Lee, accustomed to early nights in the village, had already washed up and gone to rest. After Lin Shiyu finished her bath, she lay in bed editing today as video, leaving only the mother and son in the living room. There has been an issue with Aunt Lee's retirement insurance paperwork. Could you take her to the Social Security Bureau tomorrow to sort it out? It would be reassuring to have you there, since I'm not too familiar with these matters. Sure, I'll take Aunt Lee tomorrow. I'll go inform her. It's getting late. You should rest. We have things to do tomorrow. In the master bedroom, Shian entered and noticed Lin Shiyu still awake. You're not resting yet? Not yet. I just finished posting today as video. Look, Shian lifted the blanket and sat beside Lin Shiyu, wrapping his arms around her. Lin Shiyu didn't resist, evidently accustomed to his embrace. Look at our followers. We gained another 100 today, she exclaimed. The comments are filled with praises for the babies. Seeing the online admiration for their children brought immense joy to Lin Shiyu. As Shian scrolled through the comments, he suddenly paused. One user, named Moon in the Eyes, had commented, "The mom is too beautiful. If only she were my wife." He said with a hint of jealousy, "See, there are still people complimenting your beauty." Lin Shiyu smiled at him. Are you jealous? Not at all. Time for bed. Chapter 48. What? Mom is missing? The next morning at 10 o'clock, Shian arrived punctually at the Social Security Bureau with Aunt Lee, having made an appointment in advance. The scene was bustling with a multitude of people, yet fortunately, we had pre-registered online, allowing us to skip ahead in line with only 7 or 8 others before us. Aunt Lee, upon noticing the crowded waiting area, couldn't help but exclaim, "Shian, it is no wonder you are flourishing. Your foresight is remarkable. Had it not been for your online appointment, we would still be wondering when we might be seen." Shian smiled and remarked that securing appointments online was indeed more convenient. By the time we completed our business, it was already 11:30. Just as we arrived home, before even stepping inside, Song's mother could already hear Aunt Lee's laughter. "Shulan, we owe it all to Shian. With such a crowd, I had no idea how long we would have waited," she said. Song's mother, Lu Shulan, was commonly addressed as such by Aunt Lee and others in the village. At that moment, she had already prepared lunch and called for the two to wash their hands and join her at the table. While calling them, she remarked, "We have fallen behind. It is truly the era of the younger generation now." After lunch, Song's mother and Aunt Lee discussed returning home the following morning. After a brief afternoon nap, noticing that the children had yet to awaken, Song's mother suggested to Aunt Lee that they take a stroll downstairs to familiarize themselves with the area, lest they find themselves lost on their next visit. Upon descending, they were greeted by a magnificent view, mountains, water, and beautifully landscaped surroundings. Even the trees were artistically pruned. "How does this pose look?" Aunt Lee asked. "Not bad, but my hands feel a bit awkward. I am unsure where to place them." "Oh dear, I should have brought that silk scarf I recently purchased at the village market," Aunt Lee lamented. They walked and captured photos all the while, regretting not having the scarf with them. As they meandered, they inadvertently found themselves in a supermarket, initially intending to purchase some snacks for the children. However, the prices inside exceeded their expectations, leading them to leave with a sense of disappointment. They resolved to explore other places in the future. This supermarket was specifically established for the residents of Jianhua Bay, where the clientele typically prioritized quality of life over cost, resulting in higher prices for the items offered. As Song's mother and Aunt Lee retraced their steps, their confidence waned, and they began to feel increasingly disoriented. "Is this the right path?" Song's mother inquired. Aunt Lee was equally uncertain, and the two of them wandered aimlessly like headless flies. Meanwhile, Shian and Lin Shiyu awoke to find that both Song's mother and Aunt Lee were missing. Attempts to call went unanswered, leaving them uncertain whether their phones had run out of battery or if they simply hadn't heard. In this unfamiliar environment, Shian felt a pang of concern for her mother and Aunt Lee, prompting her to venture out in search of them. "Shiyu, I'm going out to look for my mom and Aunt Lee. I will accompany you. There's strength in numbers," Lin Shiyu replied. "No need, you stay here. If my mom and Aunt Lee return, you can let them in and send me a message," Shian insisted before stepping out. Upon reaching Unit 2, Song's mother exclaimed with excitement, "This must be it." Aunt Lee's eyes sparkled with joy, akin to finding an oasis in a desert. Just then, the elevator doors opened. "Mom? Aunt Lee?" Shian was pleasantly surprised to encounter them so soon. Where have you two been? Your calls went unanswered, and you haven't returned for quite some time. I thought you might have lost your way. Song Shian expressed his concern. Song's mother, aware of her son's worries, smiled and explained, Aunt Lee and I noticed you two were still asleep, and we didn't want to disturb your rest. We were feeling a bit bored, so we decided to take a stroll. Unexpectedly, we lost our way. After her explanation, she noticed Song Shian still furrowing his brow. We asked a kind stranger for directions. And here we are. Do you know how anxious both Shiyu and I were? I didn't even check my phone. Next time you wish to go somewhere, let me know, and I will accompany you and Shiyu. As the elevator doors opened, the trio returned home. The heat of the day was palpable, and upon entering, they were greeted by a refreshing breeze. At that moment, Song Shian emerged from the kitchen, carrying slices of watermelon. Mom, only. You've been out in the sun for so long. Have some watermelon to cool off. Song's mother and Aunt Lee eagerly speared a piece of chilled watermelon with toothpicks, and all their fatigue and heat vanished as they finally felt rejuvenated. When his mother and Aunt Lee were momentarily distracted, he stealthily took a small box into the bedroom. Just then, Lin Shiyu entered to change the baby's diaper. Mom and Aunt Lee are back. Don't worry, I've cut some watermelon for you. Song Shian opened the box and fed a piece to Lin Shiyu. So sweet. Song's mother called out, Xiao Shian, come help me prepare the ingredients. Song Shian handed the watermelon box to Lin Shiyu. I'll go assist, Mom. You can enjoy this. Lin Shiyu noticed the watermelon box Song Shian had prepared for her and took a bite, savoring the sweetness. This tastes a bit strange. Upon closer inspection, she realized the box contained only watermelon hearts. Not only did her mouth feel sweet, but her heart was even sweeter. After dinner, Song's mother tidied up the dishes in the kitchen. Song Shian approached to help. Mom, let me do it. Dish soap is harsh on the hands. Song's mother chuckled. I've been washing dishes for years. If you truly wish to help, you should take care of your affairs with Shiyu sooner rather than later. Your father and I have discussed it. We'll choose an auspicious day for your wedding. You need to give Shiyu a proper title. As Song Shian helped wash the dishes, he acknowledged, I understand. I will discuss it with Shiyu. Hey, you rascal, you'd better hurry. Aunt Lee and I are leaving tomorrow. Song Shian frowned. So soon? Can't you stay a few more days? We originally came for business, and since that is settled, we've seen the grandchildren. It's time for us to return. Seeing his mother's resolute attitude, Song Shian had no choice but to nod. After a moment's thought, he asked, What time is your bus tomorrow? I'll drive you. Song's mother shook her head in refusal. We're taking the earliest bus, and your Uncle Song will be in town selling vegetables. We'll catch a ride back with him. There's no need for you to see us off. We can take a taxi to the station. Parents always think of their children. She felt that sending her son so early would disturb their rest. And since Song Shian had to look after the babies at night, it would be unwise for him to drive while fatigued. Song Shian understood that his mother was merely considering their well-being. However, he possesses the skill of enhancing physical strength, allowing him to care for the baby through sleepless nights without feeling fatigued. His health is exceptional, and his spirits are high. Mother, I shall escort you both to the station tomorrow. You needn't say more. It is only natural for a son to see his mother off. Unable to resist Song Shian's insistence, Mother Song eventually relented. Then you should hurry and rest. Though she protested, the thought of her son taking her to the station warmed her heart. Chapter 49. The Proposal, a Marvelous Skill. A new day dawned as Song Shian drove his mother and Aunt Lee to the station. Life continued to unfold in this manner. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Lin Shiyu to conclude her confinement period. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meticulously caring for Lin Shiyu and successfully guiding her through the month-long recovery phase, thus acquiring the skill of musical proficiency. Musical proficiency? Song Shian mused that this must surely be yet another extraordinary skill. On the return journey, his mother urged him to promptly obtain their marriage certificate. With Lin Shiyu finishing her confinement, it was indeed time to schedule this important event. However, he did not wish to approach it hastily. There should be a sense of ceremony, so Song Shian planned to propose to Lin Shiyu. During their time together, he had observed Lin Shiyu's fondness for elements of traditional attire, and fortuitously, this newfound musical skill could serve a purpose. With a general direction in mind, Song Shian commenced preparations for the proposal. After some contemplation, He called Lin Shiyu to inform her that the station was undergoing repairs and that he would drive his mother and Aunt Li back to the village, which might delay his return home. Later, he contacted Mantu and the others. As dusk fell, Lin Shiyu heard the doorbell ring and, mistaking it for Song Shuren's return, eagerly rushed to answer it. To her surprise, it was Gu Yinyan. "Shiu, you should get ready. I'm taking you somewhere." "Where?" "You'll find out once we get there. I still need to wait for Song Shuren." Noticing Lin Shiyu's stubborn demeanor, Gu Yinyan had a sudden inspiration. "Today marks the end of your confinement. We should celebrate with a nice meal. You should hurry and get yourself dolled up." "Why should I dress up for dinner?" "Of course, you must wear makeup. Such a significant moment in life deserves for you to look your best." However, Song Shuren had given her a confidentiality directive, forbidding Lin Shiyu from knowing anything before they arrived at the venue. Gu Yinyan hesitated. "Well, you see, I've already done my makeup. If you don't, then I'll be the only one all dressed up, and that will be quite embarrassing." Exactly. Lin Shiyu sensed something peculiar about Gu Yinyan today, though she could not pinpoint what was odd. Under her friend's insistence, Lin Shiyu eventually changed into a lovely outfit and gathered the baby's essentials before departing with Gu Yinyan. Along the way, Lin Shiyu inquired about their destination, but Gu Yinyan merely smiled and remained enigmatic. Meanwhile, Song Shuren, along with Mantu, Daho, and Nishio, was busy setting up the proposal venue. All the necessary lighting, props, and attire were meticulously arranged. "Place this here." "Yes, just like that. Move it a little to the left." "Be careful, the guzheng goes here." Suddenly, Manta paused in his task, a look of confusion on his face. "Song-gu, when did you learn to play the guzheng? Do you really not need me to play the accompaniment?" Song Shan kicked Manta playfully. "Move aside. What I am playing is the real deal." Nizhou Song-gu. News from the front line indicates they will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Song Shan quickly changed into traditional attire and positioned himself before the guzheng, ready to perform. At that moment, a sleek black minivan came to a halt in front of the garden. Lin Shiyu stepped out of the vehicle and was instantly captivated by the scene before her. As the sun began to set, the sky erupted in a brilliant hue of orange-red. An enchanting proposal site, rich in Eastern character, unfolded quietly in the tranquil dusk. A red carpet, adorned with fresh flowers, led deep into the garden, filling the air with the fragrance of osmanthus, meticulously arranged by Song Shian for this occasion. At the end of the carpet stood an exquisite Chinese pavilion. With a sense of wonder, Lin Shiyu walked towards the pavilion, the melodious strains of the guzheng flowing gently around her. Dressed in traditional Han attire, Song Shian sat nearby, his long, elegantly tapered fingers skillfully weaving an emotive melody. The skills rewarded by the system were indeed remarkable. His proficiency on the guzheng was undoubtedly at least at a level 10 standard. As Lin Shiyu reached the center of the pavilion, Song Shian rose gracefully and knelt before her. "In the 10 months of carrying our child, I have regrettably been unable to care for you. Henceforth, I shall dedicate my life to your care." He produced a white jade hairpin, his gaze filled with deep affection as he continued, "Shiyu, I love you. I wish to take you as my wife. Will you do me the honor of becoming my spouse?" This hairpin had caught his eye at a jade shop he happened to pass, and he believed Lin Shiyu would cherish it. Yet he had long awaited the perfect moment to present it. Lin Shiyu gazed at the kneeling Song Shian, her heart overflowing with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. With his sword-like brows and bright eyes, clad in traditional garb, he exuded an unparalleled charm. "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" Mantu, Dahu, and Nizhou elevated the atmosphere, their cheers echoing around them. Gu Yinyan, holding a camera, shifted her lens between Song Shian and Lin Shiyu, capturing the moment before returning to the couple. The babies in their stroller cooed softly, as if urging their mother to answer their father without delay. Overwhelmed by Song Xian's earnestness, Lin Shiyu found herself at a loss for words. She met his gaze with her shimmering eyes and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, I will. I love you too." Upon hearing her response, Song Xian was overcome with joy, eagerly embracing Lin Shiyu, his smile radiant. "Wow, wishing you a harmonious union and early blessings with children." Someone exclaimed, "What do you mean by early blessings? The babies are already here." The little ones waved their tiny hands from their stroller, eliciting cheers from the crowd. He carefully placed the hairpin in Lin Shiyu's hair. tenderly brushing a stray lock from her face. Time is of the essence. Let this hairpin suffice for now, and I shall present you with a magnificent diamond ring later. The white jade hairpin, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, resembled the beauty of a pure lily, as Lin Shiyu adorned herself with it. Her cool demeanor harmonized beautifully with the hairpin, captivating all who beheld her. At this moment, the music harmoniously intertwined with the twilight scenery, adding a warm hue to this romantic occasion. As the proposal unfolded, the others discreetly excused themselves, having fulfilled their roles, allowing the couple to cherish their time together. As the evening brought forth an abundance of mosquitoes, Song Shian, concerned for the baby's comfort, decided to return home with Lin Shiyu and the little ones. Upon arriving home, Lin Shiyu inquired, "What was that beautiful piece you just played?" "It was Phoenix Seeking Phoenix," Song Shian replied. Upon hearing the name, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then, her phone chimed, revealing a video from Gu Yanyan capturing the proposal moment. As she opened the video, she noticed not only herself and Song Shian, but also glimpses of the children. Enchanted by the lovely imagery, she edited the proposal video and uploaded it to her Douyin account. Meanwhile, Song Shian had just emerged from the shower and found Lin Shiyu engrossed in the recently published video, occasionally brushing her fingers over the jade hairpin adorning her head. "You're still watching. It's time to rest," he gently remarked, taking her phone and placing it on the bedside table to charge before lying down beside her. Lin Shiyu looked up at him with a sweet smile before nestling her head against his chest. It wasn't long before her excitement lulled her into a peaceful slumber in his embrace. As he watched Lin Shiyu comfortably nestled against him, his eyes brimmed with tenderness and affection. He softly kissed her forehead and closed his eyes, savoring the bliss and tranquility of that moment. Chapter 50, Exceptionally Outstanding, caught the attention of the big shot. On the other side, within a courtyard in the capital, Shen Miao awoke in the morning and habitually opened Douyin to scroll through her feed. Noticing a small red dot in her notifications, she wondered if her favorite content creator had uploaded something new. Upon checking, she discovered the latest video from the Song family's Four Little Treasures. This particular creator had recently captured Shen Miao's attention due to the undeniable cuteness of their children, leading her to often declare them her online sons and daughters. "Hello, I am the mother of happy and harmonious children, and I hope you all experience joy and togetherness." After this introduction, the video transitioned to clips of the proposal. A proposal video? Hadn't the creator already welcomed a child? Was the father proposing to the creator? Shen Miao silently empathized with the creator as the video continued to unfold. Suddenly, the camera focused on Song Shian, and Shen Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that the father? He is so handsome." Gazing at Song Shian's strikingly handsome face, she reconsidered her stance on delayed proposals. As a self-proclaimed aesthetic enthusiast, she felt that as long as a man was good-looking, his values would naturally align. Her current aspiration was to find a husband as dashing as Song Shian. If such a paragon were to be with her, she would gladly take the blame for any quarrels. The appearance of Song Shian utterly captivated Shen Miao. Her fingers feverishly tapping the screen with such fervor that it nearly threatened to shatter her phone. The scene shifted once more, revealing Song Shian gracefully playing the guzheng. Dressed in an exquisite traditional robe, he sat elegantly by an intricately carved ebony table, his fingers gliding gently over the strings, producing melodies that flowed like a spring, at times tender, at others tumultuous, resonating with an angelic purity in the air. After merely listening for a moment, Shen Miao's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Unable to wait for the video to finish, she hastily dashed to the courtyard. Grandfather, I have something to show you." In the courtyard, an elderly gentleman sat leisurely in a rocking chair, savoring his tea. Though his hair had turned white, his physique appeared robust. Slow down. At your age. Why the rush?" he chided. "But grandfather, I have something wonderful to show you." Shen Miao's grandfather, Shen Zhouxing, was a master of traditional Chinese music and a prominent figure in string instruments. She handed him her phone and pressed play. With a cheerful smile, Shen Zhouxing took the phone. "Is someone proposing?" he teased. "Grandfather, just watch. This young man's rendition of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix is simply extraordinary." Upon seeing Song Shian, Shen Zhouxing was taken aback. What a handsome lad. Does Meow Meow fancy him? Grandfather. He has already married. Please don't jest. Hearing Shin Zhouxing's praise, Uncle Zhong, who was nearby, tending to the birds, curiously leaned in to take a look. Uncle Zhong, slightly younger than Shin Zhouxing, but also accomplished in traditional music, often shared conversations with him over tea, music, and birds. This young man is truly handsome. Meow Meow has quite the discerning eye. Uncle Zhong, please watch properly and refrain from teasing me. Laughter echoed through the courtyard. As the video continued, the melodious strains of the guzheng resonated from the phone, and the previously distracted Shin Zhouxing and Uncle Zhong grew solemn. The clear, crisp notes flowed like water, as Song Xian's fingers plucked the strings, producing a sound as pure as moonlight cascading over rippling water. Shin Zhouxing immediately recognized the prelude to Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. With a resonant twang, the strings sang with vigor, their rich tones filling the air like moonlight pouring into his heart. With closed eyes and head tilted slightly upwards, he swayed gently to the ebb and flow of the music. Shin Meow Meow understood that her grandfather had become entirely engrossed in the performance. As Lin Shiyu stepped into the center of the pavilion, the music abruptly ceased, and Shin Zhouxing opened his eyes, still yearning for more. Despite having surpassed 70, his eyes remained clear and bright. Song Xian's performance seemed to transport him back to his youth, a time when he had proposed to his beloved wife with the very same piece, traversing life together in love and companionship. Suddenly inspired, he rose and retrieved his guzheng from inside, returning to the courtyard to restart the video. As Song Xian's melodies filled the air once more, Shin Zhouxing began to play along, with Uncle Zhong keeping rhythm beside him. In this moment, he seemed to be transported back to that summer of yore. Catching sight of that radiant young lady, old Master Shun's eyes sparkled with delight, and Shun Meow Meow was well aware of her grandfather's exceptional skills in this regard. However, she was still taken aback by the music resonating in the air. Having returned from a lifetime of experiences, old Master Shun, now at an advanced age, seldom played the piano. Despite numerous offers from admirers willing to pay handsomely for a performance, he had graciously declined them all. To her surprise, today he had taken the initiative to produce his beloved instrument and play alongside her. At last, the music came to a halt, yet its lingering essence still reverberated. Splendid, truly splendid, old Master Shin exclaimed, his laughter echoing with joy. Grandfather, you startled me. Shin Meow Meow responded, her eyes wide with surprise. My dear granddaughter, I cannot help but feel elated today. I never expected to find such a talented folk musician among the youth. Old Master Shun was now quite intrigued by Song Xian, having watched the proposal video several times. I must say, this young man bears a slight resemblance to my younger self, though he lacks my striking handsomeness. Ha ha ha. Nevertheless, I find him quite likable. Of course, his remark about Song Xian's looks was a jest. Noticing old Master Shun's admiration for the young man, Uncle Zhong suggested, Old Shun, should we not arrange a meeting with such an exceptional individual? Old Master Shun nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, we must meet. Shin Meow Meow pondered for a moment, considering that perhaps they could reach out to him through direct messaging. She opened his profile and swiftly crafted a message in the chat box. Grandfather, please take a look. Is this acceptable? Old Master Shin nodded in approval. Thus, Shun Meow Meow clicked send, and as she awaited a response, she found herself feeling a tad bored. She then shared the engagement post through her grandfather's Douyin account, adding a caption, exceptional folk musicians deserve to be discovered by all, with old Master Shun's resounding endorsement. The proposal video featuring Song Xian and Lin Shiyu surged to the top of the Douyin trending list, claiming the first position. Additionally, netizens began to clip and share segments of Song Xian's performance online, garnering immense viewership. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your follower count has surpassed 10,000, earning you the achievement reward, Mastery in Chess. Note, you will excel in all forms of chess, both ancient and modern. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your follower count has surpassed 20,000, earning you the achievement reward, Mastery in Calligraphy. Note, you will adeptly utilize all 10 major styles and 5 scripts with remarkable finesse. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your follower count has surpassed 30,000, earning you the achievement reward, Mastery in Painting. Note, your sense of color will be enhanced, your hands steady in drawing lines, achieving a masterful level in any painting style. What? The system has granted 3 skills in one go. Song Shian felt a bit dazed by the continuous stream of rewards. Still groggy from slumber, he initially thought he was dreaming. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 10 o'clock, the hour to prepare breakfast. Just as he finished cooking, Lin Shiyu rushed out in a flurry. Shian, look, I have indeed watched it. Is this not our engagement video? Can you guess how many followers we have now? Although I learned about the follower count through the system, Song Shian still played along, asking 8,000, 2,000, 3,000? Oh, just take a look for yourself. Lin Shiyu opened the video for Song Shian to see. My goodness. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments and tens of thousands of likes, Song Shian's expression turned to one of astonishment. This family of 6 is simply too stunning. Didn't you doze off while crafting me? Brother, you look so handsome. If that's how it is, then I am willing. The baby in the stroller resembles a little angel. Simply adorable. Let go of that beautiful sister. Let me in. Ha ha ha. With parents possessing such high looks, the baby surely will not fall short as they grow up. Sister can wait for you for 23 years. The screen was almost entirely covered with comments. Seeing others praise themselves and their little ones brought immense joy. Refreshing the page, the views continued to rise, with an increasing number of comments, and the little hearts gradually surpassed 100,000. Checking the back-end follower count, it was no longer the 2,000 or 3,000 from before. The number had skyrocketed to 100,000, and the popularity was still climbing. Song Shian clicked into the comment section once more. Guangzhou gifts 15,000, keep a record. Guangzhou is too stingy. I'll gift 1 million from Hunan. Inner Mongolia gifts 100 head of cattle and sheep. Chongqing gifts hot pot. One netizen from Sichuan remarked, for little ones are great. We don't even need to gather a crowd to play mahjong. After reading through so many comments, Song Shian discovered the true reason behind the video's explosive popularity. According to the netizens, the name most frequently mentioned was Shian Zhuxing. Upon entering the individual's profile, it turned out to be a verified master of traditional music on Douyin. He had actually shared their engagement video. The accompanying text claimed he was an exceptional musician. Could it be due to the Peace Phoenix, Seeking Phoenix that he played during the proposal? Darling, it was that master Shian Zhuxing who shared our engagement video, which is why our follower count skyrocketed overnight. Why would such an accomplished master share our proposal video? In the following moments, Song Shian introduced Lin Shiyu to the basic information about Shian Zhuxing and the significant contributions the esteemed elder had made in the realm of traditional music, particularly in string instruments. Previously, Shian had visited Tsu University to give a lecture promoting traditional Chinese instruments, but it seemed the students were not particularly interested in traditional music. Attendance was sparse, and Song Shian was among the few who attended. In short, he was an impressive senior. Lin Shiyu closely examined Shian Zhuxing's profile and noted the follower count, 7 million. No wonder such a casual share could bring them so much traffic. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of likes on his profile videos, their own mere 100,000 seemed insignificant. Originally intending to create a maternal and infant account to document their baby's daily life, they had not anticipated that the baby's follower count would only be around 20,000. The information on the back end indicated that female followers vastly outnumbered male ones. Aside from a few male followers of Shiyu, with a rest drawn solely by her, as Song Shian gently shook his head, he realized that if this momentum continued, their fanbase would undoubtedly grow. A glance at the trending list on Douyin revealed that the top entries prominently featured him. The Song family's romantic proposal. The pianist is actually Sue's little grass and the cutest quadruplets in history, among others. His private messages had already reached 999. He casually perused a few, discovering one that was sent under the name of Shian Zhuxing's granddaughter. Hello, I am Shian Zhuxing's granddaughter. My grandfather greatly admires your talent. Could we possibly have a chance to communicate? Lin Shiyu gazed at Song Shian with admiration, exclaiming, Shian, Elder Shian is inviting you for a meeting. He stared at the unfamiliar account devoid of any posts, initially suspecting it to be a prank by some netizen. However, recalling that Shian Zhuxing had shared his Douyin, He considered the possibility that it might indeed be genuine. Why are you in shock? Did you not say that Elder Shun holds great prestige? Besides, he's brought us so many fans. If Shun Zhouxing hadn't shared our Douyin, we would still be languishing in obscurity. Nonetheless, their original intention of posting on Douyin was merely to document the beauty of life. Whether they gained fame was not of paramount importance. Nevertheless, Elder Shun's actions had imparted him with numerous skills, for which he felt a sense of gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he followed the individual's Douyin account and replied with an update on his recent activities. He also provided his contact details, inviting further communication at the recipient's convenience. Is that all you're going to do? Lin Shiyu wondered, feeling that an acknowledgement from such a prominent figure would typically warrant a more enthusiastic response. Given the rare opportunity presented, she had anticipated that Song Shian would at least agree or acquiesce to the request. Instead, he merely left his contact information for Elder Shun. Isn't this a bit dismissive? Lin Shiyu furrowed her brow in concern. What if Elder Shun gets upset? Song Shian pulled Lin Shiyu closer, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. But I'm busy right now. I still need to take care of my little treasures. The only things that truly matter are you and the babies. We can always discuss this later. Shyly, Lin Shiyu nodded, realizing that despite the invitation from such a renowned musician, she and their little ones remained his foremost priority. Being with Song Shian was undoubtedly the wisest decision she had ever made. All right, let us eat first. Wow, this is so lavish. Song Shian smiled indulgently. Eat slowly. There will be plenty every day. As he watched Lin Shiyu happily savoring the meals he prepared for her, he suddenly grasped the profound wisdom of the saying, the happiness we pursue throughout our lives is not found in the past or the future, but in the present moment, the scenery before our eyes, the food in our bowls, and the people by our side. Chapter 52. A childish promise between new parents that evening. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu lay in bed chatting, the moonlight streaming through the window, adding a touch of romance to the night. Nestled in Song Shian's embrace, Lin Shiyu softly inquired, Shian, do you feel happy right now? Gently caressing her long hair, his gaze filled with tenderness, he replied, of course. After much hesitation, Lin Shiyu summoned her courage and suggested, then let us go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. During this period of close companionship, Song Shian's character has proven itself. He is indeed a person worthy of lifelong trust. Lin Shiyu's sudden proposal took Song Shian by surprise. He paused momentarily, gazing at her in astonishment. Tomorrow? Lin Shiyu looked at him with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. What is the matter? Do you have something planned for tomorrow? Song Shian shook his head, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. No, it's just so unexpected. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shiyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. You have already proposed to me. Obtaining the marriage certificate is merely a matter of time. You wouldn't want to back out, would you? Song Shian shot her a glare. Absolutely not. I fear you might have second thoughts. Lin Shiyu felt a tinge of grievance and unease, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had taken the initiative to suggest getting the certificate. Why hadn't he agreed yet? With her tear-filled, pleading eyes fixed on him, she asked, then what are you hesitating for? Please don't cry. I merely find it unexpected. Such matters should be initiated by me. Since you have taken a step closer, I should also make an effort to draw near. Then let us go and obtain the certificate tomorrow. Lin Shiyu exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down her face as she tightly embraced Song Shian, nuzzling against him and asking, really? Song Shian nodded with a smile. Indeed. Just remember to bring your identification. Okay. They exchanged smiles and then embraced each other tightly. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment, as if the moonlight outside was shining in celebration of their joy. After their conversation, they agreed to rest early, for they would be the first couple to obtain their marriage certificate the next day. However, their excitement made it difficult for them to find peace, and both lay awake, tossing and turning. Lin Shiyu suddenly suggested, shall we chat a little longer? About what? Song Shian inquired. Lin Shiyu paused for a moment. Tomorrow, when we obtain the certificate, we will be legally married, but we don't know much about each other's families. We could discuss our relatives and friends. Song Shian smiled. That sounds good. After reaching this consensus, Song Shian began, there are 4 members in my family. My mother, father, younger brother, and myself. After I was born, My father ventured out to create a better life for us, but was later betrayed by dishonest individuals and went bankrupt. Lin Shiyu asked, and then, after his business failed, he returned to the village to farm. The impact of the failure, combined with years of hard labor, took a toll on his health, leading to a serious illness that left him with lasting effects. Since then, my mother has been the sole support of our family. Lin Shiyu marveled. Your mother is truly remarkable. Indeed, even with our circumstances, my mother never deprived me of anything, always striving to provide me with the best in food, clothing, and essentials. Although we have little money, I have felt quite happy over the years. I also have a younger brother who is 5 years my junior and is now in his 3rd year of high school. When we were younger, he would always follow me everywhere. During the winter and summer breaks, I enjoyed sending him to the village entrance to buy spicy snacks for me. Lin Shiyu questioned, "Does he really listen to you that much?" Song Shian replied with a proud grin, "That's the power of blood ties." Lin Shiyu, as an only child, may not fully comprehend the sensation of bloodline suppression, yet she can certainly sense that having siblings would be quite intriguing. Reflecting on Song Shiran's earlier expression of pride, she couldn't help but chuckle, realizing why it is often said that an older brother and a younger brother resemble a landowner and his servant. After saying this, Song Shiran remarked, "It's your turn." My father is a businessman who rose from humble beginnings, fortunate enough to ride the wave of the times, gradually building his company into a formidable enterprise. My mother was once a teacher at Sioux City No. 1 High School, but after my father's business took off, she resigned to focus on being a homemaker, occasionally indulging in mahjong with her sisters when boredom struck. Lin Shiyu sighed and continued, "Typically, my parents are quite strict with me, and I attended numerous training classes during my childhood." Song Shiran expressed profound sympathy for her seemingly tragic upbringing. "My cousin, your older sister, was much like you in her youth. Whenever we visited her to play, she was always buried in her homework. Though she longed to join us, she was terrified of my uncle finding out, so she stubbornly claimed to prefer studying over playing games." Ha ha! Her stubbornness was truly remarkable. Feeling slightly insulted, Lin Shiyu playfully tapped Song Shiran on the head. "Your cousin certainly had it tough. Although my parents are strict, I am fortunate to have a gentle and generous aunt. She often picked me up from tutoring classes when I was young, taking me to enjoy hamburgers at KFC or to ride the carousel at the amusement park. Without my aunt, I would likely harbor more resentment than today's overworked individuals." Song Shiran laughed. "I didn't expect Miss Lin to have such a story." Lin Shiyu, with a hint of grievance, replied, "Moreover, after my family became wealthy, during festivals, countless relatives would visit, many of whom I barely knew. Most came with the sole intention of seeking job opportunities or borrowing money from my father. Is this the dilemma of the affluent? If my father had succeeded in business earlier, would his family have been the same?" Lin Shiyu continued her lament. "Celebrating the new year seems lively, but it's more akin to a grand business networking event. Those who treat me well do so merely to curry favor with my father. Only my aunt genuinely cares for me, and the city doesn't even allow fireworks. There are throngs of people everywhere, and my cousins and I have no idea where to have fun. This is truly the most exasperating aspect, without a doubt." "You've never played with fireworks?" "Never." Song Shiran gazed ahead, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Once we obtain our marriage certificate, I will take you home this year for the new year, and we will set off fireworks together. The celebrations in the village are so lively. There are cows, sheep, dogs, and many small animals. During the new year, the dogs accompany the children to offer New Year greetings." Lin Shiyu sat up in excitement. "Really? Then let us make a promise. Pinky swear 100 years without changing." That night, they chatted late into the evening, reluctant to part until fatigue finally overcame them. Chapter 53. Lin Shiyu goes to the registration office to obtain her certificate. A new day dawned, and her novice parents rose early, hand in hand, making their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Arriving well before opening hours, they shared a light-hearted laugh. Realizing they had yet to capture their wedding photographs, they decided to visit the photography studio across the street. As they pushed open the door, a warm glow enveloped them, illuminating the neatly arranged photographic equipment. The proprietor greeted them with enthusiasm. Upon seeing Song Shian enter with a baby, he mistakenly assumed they were there for the baby's month-old photos and began to enthusiastically recommend the baby photo package. Song Shian quickly clarified, We are not here for the baby-esque portraits. We wish to take our wedding photos. The shop owner, situated conveniently across from the Civil Affairs Bureau, was well-versed in various clientele. He had encountered couples seeking post-divorce photos, expectant mothers wanting maternity shots, and even older individuals coming for their wedding pictures. He had seen a variety of scenarios, but had never before encountered a couple accompanied by a baby. Apologizing for the misunderstanding, the owner then inquired, "We also offer makeup services. Would you be interested?" Typically, he would not have probed further, directing the makeup artist to begin immediately. However, given the striking beauty of Song Shian and Lin Shiyu, even without makeup, they would easily outshine many. "Yes, let us apply some makeup before the shoot," Lin Shiyu decided. Wanted to look her best for this once-in-a-lifetime occasion. The owner summoned the makeup artist to assist them. "Xiao Wu, please do the makeup for this handsome couple." "Certainly. Please follow me," she replied. As she worked on Lin Shiyu, the makeup artist couldn't help but exclaim, "Your skin is in such excellent condition. It's as smooth as a peeled egg." Makeup applies flawlessly. With gentle strokes, she enhanced Lin Shiyu's features, marveling at the petite nature of her face. Realizing there was little need for contouring, the makeup artist managed to streamline the process, as Lin Shiyu's beauty was truly remarkable. It was a testament to her professional prowess. After completing their hair and makeup, Lin Shiyu and Song Xian stood before the camera, both feeling a touch shy and nervous. "Photographer, could you move a little closer to each other? Now, both of you lift your heads slightly. There's nothing to be shy about. This is the friendship of the proletariat," the male photographer instructed, echoing a line from a wedding scene in the Hawthorne Tree film. Lin Shiyu and Song Xian, frequent viewers of Douyin, recognized the reference and couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, exactly like that. Click. Under the photographer's guidance, the camera captured the essence of their joyful moment. After the session, they selected their favorite shot for printing. Noticing the time, they realized the Civil Affairs Bureau was about to open. After settling the payment, Song Xian led Lin Shiyu to wait at the entrance. As soon as the doors swung open, they rushed inside, eager to complete their marriage registration. Upon entering the hall, a staff member inquired, "Have you undergone a physical examination at an external hospital?" Song Xian shook his head and replied, "Not yet. They made the decision to obtain their marriage certificate only last night, and early this morning, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, leaving no time for a premarital health examination." The staff handed him a medical examination form and pointed towards the staircase, instructing them to proceed to the second floor for their checkup before returning to complete the necessary paperwork. Following the staff's directions, they ascended to the second floor, where they underwent thorough examinations of their internal and external health, as well as checks on their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys. Upon completion, the doctor marked in the medical opinion section that no medical conditions were found that would preclude marriage. Subsequently, the couple returned to the service hall with all their documents, presenting their identification cards, household registration book, and other necessary materials to the staff. The staff glanced at the 4 babies nestled in the stroller and then at the couple's identification to confirm that they had reached the legal marriage age. They handed them an application for marriage registration statement, requesting them to fill out. "Please review this. If there are no objections, sign here and date it." After completing the form, the staff inquired, "Mr. Song Xian, Miss Lin Shiyu, do you both willingly choose to become husband and wife?" Without hesitation, they exchanged glances and replied affirmatively, "Yes." The staff organized their documents, assigned them a number, and informed them to return once their number was called. Nodding in acknowledgement, they moved to the waiting area, finally able to sit down after a busy morning. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu heard the eldest baby begin to cry. Swiftly checking, she discovered the little one was hungry. Song Xian promptly retrieved a nursing cover from his bag and draped it around Lin Shiyu's neck. Lin Shiyu cradled the baby in her arms and began to nurse. As the tiny infant nestled close, seemingly sensing the sweet aroma of milk, it squirmed eagerly, seeking nourishment, a true little glutton. The previously restless baby now settled peacefully in Lin Shiyu's embrace, suckling the sweet milk as she tenderly stroked its back, her gaze filled with affection. While Lin Shiyu nursed, Song Xian took the opportunity to check on the other 3 babies. "Such little darlings. They certainly keep us on our toes," he mused. The diapers were noticeably full, clearly indicating a need for a change. Which little one has made a mess? The trio in the stroller wore expressions of innocent charm. Given the inconvenience of changing diapers in the hall, which could disrupt others, Song Shian wheeled the 3 adorable children to the restroom. There, he laid out a changing mat at the sink and methodically attended to each baby. Once finished, he dressed them in fresh, breathable diapers. The 1-month-old infants were delightfully plump, their little hands resembling tender lotus roots, making it hard to resist the urge to nibble on them. Concerned that the babies might sweat and develop heat rash, Song Shian gently took their tiny hands and applied some talcum powder. "Now, we are all fragrant little treasures," he declared. The new parents collaborated seamlessly, finally readying the babies. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the hall. "Number 8, Lin Shiyu and Song Shian, please proceed to the certificate issuance area." The couple hurried over, and the staff, with a smile, presented them with their marriage certificate, congratulating them on officially becoming husband and wife. It was a delight for her to witness such a stunning couple at the marriage registration office, especially with their adorably charming quadruplets. Truly an enchanting sight. The staff couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Lin Shiyu smiled and expressed her gratitude for the well wishes. As she accepted the red booklet, she and Song Shian officially embarked on their journey of marital bliss. At that moment, Song Shian produced an exquisite little bag filled with wedding candies, distributing them to the staff. They then proceeded to a designated spot to capture a few photographs as mementos before departing with their little ones. On the way, Lin Shiyu curiously inquired, "Shian, when did you prepare the wedding candies?" He chuckled. "Ah, that's a secret. Will you tell me if I ask nicely? Only if you call me husband." "Oh, you've grown bold, haven't you?" "I won't." As the car journeyed on, Lin Shiyu soon realized they were not headed home. Puzzled, she asked, "Husband, where are we going?" With a twinkle in his eye, Song Shian replied, "Now that we are married, it's time to buy a ring for my wife." He felt a sense of regret for not having given her a proper engagement ring when he proposed in haste. Lin Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. "A ring? Now?" "Indeed," he affirmed, gripping the steering wheel with determination. "I promised you, and I shall keep that promise." Lin Shiyu hesitated. "Perhaps another day. The babies have been out for quite some time, and I worry they—" Song Shian interjected firmly, "But today is our registration day. It holds significant meaning. You need not worry about the babies. I am here." Lin Shiyu felt a warm swell of emotion at his words, realizing that he always fulfilled his promises. The thought of Song Shian's dedication brought tears of joy to her eyes, and she felt enveloped in happiness and anticipation. Upon reaching their destination, Song Shian guided Lin Shiyu into a jewelry store. The sales staff, noticing the family of 6 entering, were instantly captivated. The couple exuded an exceptional aura, particularly Lin Shiyu, who looked radiant and far from the typical appearance of someone who had just given birth. Under the dazzling lights of the store, various rings sparkled alluringly. Lin Shiyu gazed at the exquisite pieces, her heart racing. After all, a wedding ring is every girl's dream. Observing her interest, a sales associate approached with a beaming smile. "You have excellent taste. Miss, this is our store's treasure. If you like, I can bring it out for you to try on." As she attended to Lin Shiyu, she marveled inwardly at her beauty and the striking handsomeness of her partner. The envy swelled as she noted how adorable their quadruplets were. Truly, this beautiful lady appeared to be the epitome of a life well lived. As the saleswoman expressed her surprise, Lin Shiyu cast a glance at the ring's price tag, taken aback by the figure displayed. Subsequently, she smiled and shook her head, declining the offer. Song Shian stepped forward, charmingly requesting, "Dear lady, could you please take it out for me to examine?" Lin Shiyu playfully pinched Song Shian's thigh, gritting her teeth with a smile. "It's quite expensive." The saleswoman, evidently seasoned in her trade, quickly retrieved the ring and presented it to Song Shian. He accepted it gracefully, taking Lin Shiyu's hand to adorn her with the exquisite piece. "My dear, just look how beautiful it is." Lin Shiyu gently lifted her hand, the ring shimmering softly upon her delicate finger. Even she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, it's stunning." "Miss, this design is a singular piece, crafted exclusively by the designer, not mass-produced. Its unique setting enhances the diamond's brilliance. Moreover, the ring size is quite rare, and only someone with your slender fingers can wear it. There is also a matching men's ring available, which is adjustable. This pair is called the Eternal Commitment, inspired by the promise of true love. The name and significance resonated deeply with Lin Shiyu, reflecting her own feelings for Song Shian. As she caressed the diamond ring, she seemed to sense the profound emotions it embodied. Song Shian inquired, "Do you like it?" "It's just all right," Lin Shiyu feigned indifference. Observing her expression, Song Shian knew she was enamored but concerned about the price. "Please wrap it up for us," he instructed. "No, let us just wear it right away." The saleswoman swiftly removed the tag and processed the payment, and the ring was soon adorning Lin Shiyu's finger. "Will it be card or WeChat Pay?" "I'll use my card." After completing the transaction, the couple joyfully pushed their baby strollers as they exited the jewelry store, their spirits high, completely unaware that Song Xian's ex-girlfriend, Li, along with her companion, had just emerged from a neighboring shop. Suddenly, the companion exclaimed, "Sister Li, doesn't that figure resemble Song Xian?" "Li Baoja." "What resemblance?" "That is Song Xian." The ground floor of the mall was filled with jewelry stores. What was he doing here? The companion inquired. "Is that girl beside him the campus belle Lin Shiyu?" "The silhouette bears some resemblance." Lily shot a fierce glare at her companion, who quickly corrected herself. "Of course. Our sister Li is the most beautiful. She can hardly be compared to that so-called campus belle." Seeing the sweet interaction between the two, Lily felt a pang of discomfort. Noticing Song Xian pushing a stroller, she wondered if the rumors were indeed true. Had Mantu and the others not deceived her? "Let us follow them," she insisted. "Sister Li, isn't it inappropriate for us to tail them?" "What tracking? I'm merely passing by," she retorted. Thus, the duo discreetly followed, eventually witnessing Lin Shiyu taking a seat in a luxurious million-yuan nanny car, while Song Xian carefully placed the babies inside, fastening their safety harnesses before returning to the driver's seat. The little follower's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that Song Xian's car?" As the vehicle moved, Li's companion finally caught a glimpse of the girl's appearance and exclaimed excitedly, "Li Jia, that girl is Lin Shiyu." "Be quiet," Li snapped in anger. Naturally, she recognized that the person beside Song Xian was Lin Shiyu. It was precisely because she knew their identities that Li felt such fury. Why should the one by Song Xian's side, after his newfound wealth, not be herself? Although she had her fair share of admirers, none could compare to the handsome and affluent Song Xian. "Let's go find him. Where should we look?" Li called Mantu to inquire about Song Xian's current residence. However, Mantu merely responded with one word, "Scram." The more Li pondered, the more frustrated she became. Witnessing Song Xian's success was more painful than losing money. Originally, she intended to ascertain Song Xian's address and pay him a visit, but alas, Mantu's insufferable demeanor remained unchanged. The little follower sensed Li's discontent and consoled her. "Don't be upset, Li Jia. Everyone knows Lin Shiyu is a rich girl. Perhaps it's Song Xian who is at a disadvantage." Li contemplated this notion, and it did seem plausible. "What you say makes sense. Forget it. He's just a freeloader." I don't understand why Mantu and the others are so full of themselves. Moreover, what man hasn't Lin Shiyu encountered? In a few days, she'll likely discard him. The little follower spoke with conviction. "I bet they'll break up within 3 months. Yet, upon further reflection, she added, "But they have children. For children, 2 each is manageable. Trust me, having kids doesn't matter. A freeloader, no matter how strong, can't last 3 months. When he loses his physical appeal, which woman would still fancy him? He'll undoubtedly be kicked to the curb." Li remained skeptical. "Really? More authentic than diamonds." Hearing this reassured Li considerably. Meanwhile, perhaps due to rising early to queue, after obtaining their marriage certificate, they rushed to the mall to purchase rings. At this moment, Lin Shiyu was utterly exhausted and had fallen asleep in the car. Suddenly, the system chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the marriage certificate. The system rewards 1 million yuan and a skill in identifying baby formula. Chapter 55. Identification skills prove their worth. 1 million? The reward for getting married is so generous, which astonished Song Shian. Furthermore, he received a skill in identifying baby formula. It seemed quite useful with this skill. He need not fear purchasing tainted milk powder for the babies. Song Shian was already accustomed to the system's rewards, but 1 million yuan still took him by surprise. He contemplated visiting the baby store tomorrow to select several cans of formula for the little ones. Although Lin Shiyu's milk was sufficient, it was more convenient to have formula when out and about, especially with 4 babies. Feeding them one by one would take quite a while. Upon returning home that evening, Song Shian prepared a lavish feast to celebrate their official union as husband and wife. Late into the night, Lin Shiyu lay in bed, still unable to quell her excitement from obtaining the marriage certificate. On the following day, both Song Shian and Lin Shiyu indulged in afternoon naps. The infant suddenly let out a loud wail, prompting both parents to spring from their beds and rush to the crib to assess the situation. Having cared for their little ones for an extended period, these novice parents had honed a remarkable ability to awaken at the slightest cry. As there were no signs of a soiled diaper, it was evident that the little darlings were simply hungry. Lin Shiyu cradled the eldest, feeding him as he nestled in her arms, his cherubic face flushed with delight, while the eldest quietly enjoyed his nourishment. The others who had yet to be fed wailed in protest, seemingly exclaiming, "Why should our big brother eat first? We are equally famished." With no other option, Song Shian took the second child to Lin Shiyu for feeding. The moment the second child caught a whiff of the milk, he quieted instantly, closing his eyes to relish the moment in his mother's embrace. However, with 4 little ones to attend to, there were still 2 more awaiting their turn. "No karain. Little ones, Daddy's here to hold you." Lele and Yunyuan, the most well-behaved of the bunch, were the exception. Yet, the hungry infants continued to wail, regardless of Song Shian's attempts to soothe them. Seeing their pitiful expressions, he wished fervently to transform into a woman, so he could nurse them himself. This predicament only reinforced his belief in the importance of purchasing formula. At least if they had formula on hand, the babies would have sustenance when hunger struck. Finally, all 4 little ones were fed, leaving the new parents utterly exhausted. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shian suggested, "My dear, let's go buy some formula for the babies." "But what if the formula is unsafe?" Lin Shiyu replied, her concern evident. Ever since becoming a mother, her phone had been inundated with alarming videos about the production of tainted milk powder and unscrupulous vendors. Her apprehension about safety was the reason she had steadfastly adhered to breastfeeding. "Rest assured, there are reputable formulas available. We just need to discern wisely," he reassured her. "With formula, it will be more convenient when we're out, and I can assist when the babies are hungry at the same time." Lin Shiyu found merit in Song Shian's argument, recalling numerous instances when all the babies were hungry simultaneously, each time leading to a struggle to attend to them all. "But I wouldn't know how to differentiate," she lamented. "You need not worry. I will be here to guide you," he replied, successfully persuading her. Soon, they arrived at a well-regarded maternal and infant store in Sioux City, known for its positive reviews and quality assurance. As they stepped through the door, the entrance sensor chimed, "Welcome." Upon entering the store, their strikingly handsome appearance captivated all who beheld them. This stunning couple was truly a match made in heaven, and their babies were irresistibly adorable. Oh my, they're simply cuteness personified. Pushing the stroller, Song Shian maneuvered through the aisles while Lin Shiyu scanned the shelves, seeking assistance. "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the formula section?" The staff had already been drawn in by their presence. The sight of such a beautiful couple brightened anyone's day. Adjusting his demeanor, the sales associate gestured in a particular direction with a smile, stating, "Just keep walking straight ahead. It's not far." "All right, thank you," responded Song Shian, returning the smile in gratitude. The 2 continued their forward journey, faint whispers trailing behind them. "Did you see that? Did you see that? That handsome guy just spoke to me." The sales associate exclaimed excitedly to her colleague. "Did you not notice his wife standing beside him? Besides, they already have children." Another one quipped with a hint of resignation. "Well, at least he is pleasing to the eye. But they truly make a lovely pair. The woman resembles a star, exuding an ethereal grace. Indeed, just look at their baby, as adorable as a little angel." After a long day at work, seeing such a cherubic child would certainly dispel all fatigue. That's right. Just a glance, and I felt rejuvenated. However, a downside of this place is that most of the handsome men who come here are typically married with children. You might have feelings for him, but he probably wouldn't even notice you. Their distance was not great, and the sales associate's conversation was faintly audible to them. Lin Shiyu felt a pang of insecurity upon hearing the two female sales associates express interest in Song Shian. What if the father of her child was too charming, attracting attention everywhere? Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind, Song Shian's voice resonated beside her. This is the place. Lin Shiyu paused, regaining her focus. She scanned the shelves, where an array of infant formula brands adorned the displays. Each brand claimed superiority for its product. How was she to choose? The prices range from $300 to $400 to as much as $800 or even $1,000. Overwhelmed, Lin Shiyu pondered if the pricier options were indeed better, reasoning that there must be a rationale behind their cost. Meanwhile, leveraging the system's discerning capabilities, Song Shian observed lines of text materializing before him. The brand names, safety ratings, and ingredient lists of the formulas were displayed prominently. Noticing the can of formula Lin Shiyu held, he saw it bore a mere 3-star rating. Scanning the shelves further, he noted that this brand also rated 3 stars, while another merited only 2 stars, and one brand shockingly received just 1 star. During his assessment, Lin Shiyu had already selected 6 cans to place in her shopping cart, all from reputable brands, which she believed posed no issues. When Song Shian returned to reality and glanced at the 6 cans, he was taken aback to find that 4 of them displayed a safety rating of only 1 star. One can was particularly egregious, boasting a mere 1 star. It was troubling that the same brand's formulas had such varied safety ratings. It was evident that this brand lacked quality control. A closer inspection of the formulas on the neighboring shelves revealed a similarly dismal situation. This store, a prominent establishment in Sioux City, attracted numerous customers daily, yet the quality of the products was alarmingly subpar. This jeopardized the safety and health of countless infants. As a new father, Song Shian could not condone such a situation. Having uncovered such a grave food safety concern, he felt compelled to advocate for consumers. He resolved to voice his concerns for all families with children. With this thought in mind, he darkened his expression and removed the cans of formula Lin Shiyu had placed in the shopping cart. Then, with a sharp tone, he addressed the nearby sales assistant, demanding, "Where's your manager? Bring your manager to me." "Sir, what seems to be the problem here?" Chapter 56. The youth unaware of their own limits. Can you afford this? Song Shian pointed at the baby formula on the shelf, asserting, just because your store is large, you should not deceive customers. How could you sell counterfeit baby formula to your patrons, especially to infants under 1 year old? His voice resonated loudly, instantly capturing the attention of surrounding customers. Noticing this, one of the sales assistants turned pale, distinct from the other 2 who were less impressed by Song Shian's appearance. To her, good looks did not equate to wealth. "We have always sold authentic products. Our quality is guaranteed. One may eat indiscriminately, but one should not speak without reason," she retorted. Lin Shiyu was taken aback by Song Shian's actions, causing the baby formula she held to slip from her grip. "What? Counterfeit formula?" she whispered anxiously. "Honey, are you certain this is counterfeit? Do you not believe me?" Without hesitation, Lin Shiyu replied, "I believe you." Understanding that the sales assistant had no authority to resolve the matter, as they were merely following their superior's directives, Song Shian remained composed and reiterated, "Please summon your manager or the person in charge. Otherwise, I will report this to the authorities." Recognizing the firmness of Song Shian's stance, the sales assistant understood that this was beyond her ability to handle. She called for the manager responsible for that area. Before long, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. "Sir, our sales assistant informs me that you're questioning the quality of our baby formula." The manager scrutinized the young man before him. "Do you realize we are a reputable store and a well-established brand? Speaking recklessly could entail legal repercussions." Song Shian remained unfazed by the man's intimidation. Meeting his gaze, he replied, "I am aware, but the baby formula you sell does indeed have issues." The middle-aged man scoffed, presuming that the 2 were merely young parents unable to afford the product, intentionally seeking faults. Realizing the man's condescending attitude, Song Shian understood he was being underestimated. Once again, he asserted with conviction, "I am not here to create trouble. I guarantee that this baby formula has serious issues. You may send it for testing, and if it is indeed faulty, you must remove all defective products and destroy them. Additionally, Conduct a thorough examination from raw materials to the production process to identify where the error occurred to prevent such occurrences in the future. The manager chuckled. And what if there are no issues? If there are no issues, I will apologize and compensate you for all your losses, he countered. Having worked in this field for years, the manager had never encountered someone so recklessly challenging the established order. It was a clear display of youthful arrogance. Young man, though you may be youthful, your confidence is quite grand. However, the world will teach you the realities of life. With so many products in our store, can you truly afford to compensate? Song Shian gazed intently into his eyes, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. A nation's strength is mirrored in the fortitude of its youth. These infants will one day grow into brave and robust adolescents, embodying the hopes of their parents and the future of our country. I cannot bear to see these babies suffer under the scourge of tainted milk powder. The ramifications extend beyond the children, threatening the very fabric of happy families. The person in charge was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this young individual could articulate such profound sentiments. Now, he found himself increasingly curious. How could a mere glance lead to the certainty that these milk powders were problematic? Sensing the disbelief in the other's demeanor, Song Shian refrained from further pleasantries. Summon your staff responsible for milk powder testing. The truth of my claims will be revealed through their examination. The person in charge turned to his sales assistant, instructing, go and fetch Master He. Soon enough, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat and glasses hurried over. Manager, you called for me? The manager pointed at the milk powder before them. Examine these milk powders for any quality issues. These products had consistently been supplied directly from above, accompanied by quality inspection reports upon delivery, and have been sold without incident for quite some time. Now, being asked to recheck them left Master He perplexed. Yet he understood it was his duty. He took the milk powder handed to him by the manager and began a meticulous inspection. Initially, he scrutinized the canister. Sensing something amiss, he picked up another can, briefly examined it, then returned it to its place. Manager, I shall open a can for further inspection. Very well. Subsequently, Master He opened the canister, assessing the milk powder's appearance for clumping or discoloration, inhaling its aroma, and running his fingers through it to gauge its texture. With each stage of inspection, the gravity of his expression deepened, becoming increasingly inscrutable. What do you think? The manager, noting Master He's unsettling demeanor, inquired anxiously about the findings. Master He remained silent, instead requesting the assistant to bring a cup and hot water. He placed some milk powder into the cup and carefully observed its dissolution. To ensure the validity of his findings, Master He opened several brands of milk powder, ultimately unsealing multiple containers. The manager felt a pang in his heart. The cost of these open products would be deducted from his performance evaluation. Lin Shiyu could not fathom the source of Song Shian's confidence, his resolute belief that most of these milk powders harbored issues. Yet, she recognized that he was not one to seek trivial gains. His assertions undoubtedly stemmed from sound reasoning. Her sole course of action was to place her unwavering trust in him. Lin Shiyu stepped forward, clasping his hand, her gaze resolute and directed ahead. I stand with you. Song Shian grasped her hand tightly, filled with profound gratitude. Lin Shiyu remained oblivious to the gravity of the milk powder situation, but he was acutely aware of his certainty. The system would not deceive him. As Master He remained taciturn, the manager had already surmised the outcome. Master He, please speak candidly. With a sigh, Master He shook his head while observing the milk powder strewn across the floor. Manager, these milk powders indeed exhibit numerous issues. Both of these formulas even exceed the limits for heavy metals. Lin Shiyu's mouth fell slightly agape, her countenance a portrait of astonishment. The manager stood frozen, gazing at Song Shian in disbelief. Sir, how did you discern that these milk powders were problematic? It's difficult to articulate. I possess my own methods of identification. Master He's eyes brimmed with incredulity, and he couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the youth are formidable. But how could you identify the issues with just a glance? The packaging hasn't even been opened. Song Shian refrained from answering Master He's inquiry and turned directly to the responsible party beside him. Manager, your team has confirmed that these milk powders indeed have issues. Let us not forget our agreement. The store was now crowded with onlookers, and the responsible party dared not go back on his word. I shall uphold my promise. all problematic products will be removed from the shelves, providing all customers with an explanation. Song Shian smiled. Very well. I hope you will act promptly. As the conflict was resolved, the responsible party regarded Song Shian as a capable individual. Contemplating seizing the moment, he considered asking for his assistance in assessing the remaining milk powder in the warehouse. Song Shian exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Shiyu. They were in perfect sync. Then let us proceed to inspect. The responsible party beamed, his attitude undergoing a complete transformation. Oh, really? Will this take up too much of your time? We could do it another day. These matters pertain to the health of infants. We must go now. All right. This way, please. Chapter 57. Lin Shiyu takes the initiative upon arriving at the warehouse. Song Shian activated his identification skills, swiftly surveying the premises. The space was filled with a myriad of milk powder brands, ranging from well-known big names to lesser-known, smaller brands. This one, and that one over there, and these especially this brand, all of them are substandard. Master, he witnessed firsthand Song Shian's remarkable ability to discern the authenticity of milk powder with a mere glance. It was indeed miraculous. His eyes scanned the room as if equipped with a laser, rendering everything crystal clear. Manager, this young man is truly an exceptional talent. It was as though he possessed the power of X-ray vision. No, it was more than that. He seemed to have some advanced identification apparatus within his gaze, able to yield results with a single sweep. The manager concurred wholeheartedly with Master He. The young man before him was a remarkable individual indeed. If possible, they must find a way to cultivate a good rapport with him. In less than half an hour, Song Shian had completed the assessment of the entire warehouse of milk powder. Such a feat would have been utterly impossible for others. Master He and his colleagues could not have opened each can for inspection, having to resort to sampling, which inevitably harbored flaws. The responsible party was left astounded by his extraordinary capabilities. Sir, if it's not too much trouble, could you leave me your business card? Song Shian sensed that the other party sought his favor in feigned contemplation. Observing Song Shian's hesitation, the responsible party, reluctant to miss an opportunity, resolved with determination. If you come by, you may choose any milk powder from my store for free. Really? A gentleman's word is his bond. Excellent. The terms proposed by the manager were indeed difficult for him to decline. Lin Shiyu whispered softly in his ear, Darling, you are truly remarkable. Song Shian raised an eyebrow and replied gently, This is merely a glimpse of my capabilities. What? Nothing. Lin Shiyu quickly realized, her face flushing crimson. Song Shian selected a few cans of formula with high safety standards before departing. On the way back, Lin Shiyu gazed at Song Shian with admiration. How much more do I not know about you? Song Shian smiled. You will gradually discover that in the future. Lin Shiyu responded playfully, You love to keep secrets. With that, she began to play with the little ones. Song Shian shook his head in resignation. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share, but rather that he couldn't divulge matters concerning the system. He could only sigh, alas. It is my own excellence that complicates things. That evening, as the little ones grew hungry simultaneously, Song Shian carefully warmed the bottles and fed each of them, their sucking sounds echoing in the tranquil night. Watching his precious darlings drink so sweetly, the new parents wore blissful smiles. Now that he had his own home, he planned to return to the school the next day to clear out all the belongings he had left behind in the dormitory. The following day, as the time seemed right, Song Shian set out, leaving Lin Shiyu at home to care for the babies. Typically, it was Song Shian who tended to them, making this Lin Shiyu's first experience looking after 4 little ones alone, which proved to be quite a challenge. Changing diapers, preparing bottles, soothing one baby after another. She was exhausted and her stomach began to grumble. Having cared for the 4 little ones for just half a morning, she felt utterly drained. She realized that Song Shian must have worked tenfold harder than she had. Reflecting on his tireless efforts, she thought it was time for her to show her appreciation. Cooking? Yes, cooking. It was perfect as Song Shian had yet to taste her culinary creations. Upon finishing, he would return to a warm meal. However, Lin Shiyu's cooking skills were far from commendable, and she lacked any natural talent in that domain. Following online tutorials, she worried about splattering oil and burning the food due to excessive heat. Nevertheless, Lin Shiyu decided to give it a try. After all, what if it turned out well? Entering the kitchen, she donned an apron, mimicking Song Shian's mannerisms, and retrieve tomatoes, eggs, potatoes, and lean meat for the refrigerator. Let's prepare a stir-fry of tomatoes and eggs with stir-fried potatoes and meat. The first step was to search online for recipes for tomato and egg stir-fry and stir-fried potatoes with meat. How much salt is considered appropriate? Never mind. She would wash and chop the ingredients first. With great care, Lin Shiyu cut the potatoes and tomatoes. Despite her clumsy technique, she endeavored to ensure that each slice was evenly thick. After considerable effort, she finally prepared the ingredients. The second step involved heating oil in the pan. Initially, there was a faint sizzling sound, which gradually intensified, becoming more pronounced. Lin Shiyu held the pot lid as a makeshift shield. Half an hour later, she heard the sound of the door lock turning. Song Shian had returned. Upon entering, a charred aroma wafted through the air, prompting his immediate concern that a fire had ignited. Shiyu, may happiness and harmony surround us. In a state of urgency, Song Shian hurried to search for his loved ones, only to find the children safe and sound in the bedroom, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. Wife, where are you? Grasping a fire extinguisher, he proceeded to the kitchen, intending to investigate a potential gas leak. As he stepped inside, his gaze fell upon scattered vegetable scraps, potato peels, and a couple of iron basins. Lin Shiyu was clad in a makeshift armor, wielding a spatula in one hand and a pot lid as a shield in the other, with a blue vegetable basket precariously perched on her head. Her once fair complexion was marred by several dark smudges, perhaps soot from the bottom of the pot. The range hood roared as it struggled to extract smoke, while the sink, inexplicably clogged, spilled water across the floor. Particularly concerning was the pot, a charred mass that bore no resemblance to its original contents. Song Shian set down the extinguisher and hurriedly opened all the windows to ventilate the space. Husband. Upon seeing him return, Lin Shiyu looked at him with the remorseful gaze of a child caught in wrongdoing. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to ease your burdens, thinking I could prepare a meal for you, but I never anticipated it would turn out like this. As she spoke, a hint of tears crept into her voice. The video said to use an appropriate amount. How was I to know what that meant? You have no idea how high and far that oil splattered. She touched her arm, checking for burns. Did it hurt? No. As long as you're fine, I'll handle the cleanup. Song Shian turned to unclog the sink and began clearing the vegetable scraps and pots from the floor. Lin Shiyu watched his busy figure, unable to suppress her self-reproach, tears spilling down her cheeks. I'm so sorry. I merely wanted to lighten your load, yet here I am, leaving you to deal with this mess. I truly feel inept. Song Shian gently wiped her tears away. Not at all. I'm genuinely touched that my wife is willing to learn to cook for me. He then added with a playful grin. Besides, the kitchen hasn't exploded yet. For a first attempt, this is quite impressive. Lin Shiyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Are you insinuating something? Not at all. When I cooked for the first time as a child, I ignited a fire in the stove and nearly burned down the house. My mother chased me down the street with a broom. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu broke into a smile. Unbeknownst to me, I've already penned over 120,000 words. With the new year approaching, I hope the data improves so I can buy my parents some clothing when I return home. Unsure if there would be any recommendations, she pleaded with any kind souls reading this to offer a bit of support to the aspiring author. Anything would be appreciated. In chapter 58, she promised her father, from now on, I'll want to seek a boyfriend, all right? Song Shian removed the apron from Lin Shiyu and donned it himself, ushering her out of the kitchen. You've worked hard, my dear. I'll take it from here. Lin Shiyu settled onto the sofa in the living room, her spirits once again sinking as she observed Song Shian's diligent efforts. She understood that his reassuring words were merely to console her. He was still burdened with the task of cleaning up the chaos and preparing another meal. The weight of it all weighed heavily on her heart. The enticing meal was served, prepared especially by Song Shian for Lin Shiyu. Let's eat, he urged, the fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms tempting her palate. However, Lin Shiyu took only small bites, prompting Song Shian to sense something amiss. Is it not to your liking? He inquired. No, it's delicious, she replied. Then what is it? Lin Shiyu lowered her head in silence. Song Shian surmised that she was still feeling guilty about earlier events. My dear, cooking is a matter of talent. If yours is lacking, it merely indicates that you're destined for a life of ease. I possess a natural flair for it, and thus, I shall take care of your meals for life. When I am not home, feel free to order takeout. I know this area well. I've frequented nearly all the nearby establishments. When you order, consult me about the vendors. My recommendations will be far more reliable than online reviews, he reassured her. Having worked in delivery for a time, he was well acquainted with the local eateries. Lin Shiyu bit her lip and asked, "Aren't you upset that I've made such a mess?" Song Shiran scratched his head. "Why would I be angry? I just said my wife voluntarily cooks for me. What's there to be upset about? Ask around how many husbands enjoy such a privilege. I must have accumulated numerous blessings over lifetimes to have you as my considerate wife." Flushed by his compliments, Lin Shiyu still felt a twinge of guilt. "But I messed it up, and you didn't even get to eat. Isn't that akin to not cooking at all?" He gently patted her head. "Not at all. In Chinese culture, it is the thought that counts. You may feel inadequate for not executing this minor task perfectly, but you managed to carry our child for 10 months. Without me, you still took excellent care of the baby, and all has turned out well. Is that not remarkable? My dear, you have already endured the trials of motherhood. Now it is time for you to enjoy life." Lin Shiyu appeared momentarily lost, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oh, why are you crying? Did the kitchen mishap smoke your eyes?" He chuckled. To speak of kitchen disasters is rare, yet here we are witnessing one. Lin Shiyu pushed Song Shiran away. "You. How can you laugh at me? I merely wished to prepare a meal for you. I never anticipated it would turn out this way," she lamented. Song Shiran, with a gentle touch on her head, replied, "I understand, silly girl. Now, if we don't eat soon, the food will grow cold." It is often said that women are emotional and capricious. As Lin Shiyu continued to eat, a thought struck her. "Husband, aren't the babies due for their household registration?" "Indeed. Typically, a newborn should be registered within a month of birth. Due to our incomplete paperwork, we have been somewhat delayed. Now that we have the necessary documents, it is time to register the little ones." "Yes, the day after tomorrow is a holiday. Perhaps the office will be closed, so we should go tomorrow," she replied. That evening, the couple prepared to bathe their babies. Song Shiran recalled the chaos that ensued during their first bath, which had truly tested his patience. After Lin Shiyu completed her confinement, she eagerly volunteered to assist in bathing the babies. The 1-month-old infants had shed their newborn jaundice, their appearances becoming increasingly charming and soft. The little girl, in particular, was growing ever more radiant. "You two promised Daddy that you will never seek boyfriends in the future, all right?" As a father, the greatest fear was that some wild boar would come along and disrupt his precious little cabbage. Lin Shiyu chuckled. "If you think like that, how will you ever find a wife happily in the future? My son will certainly have a partner. If he doesn't, don't dare to call me their father. I feel embarrassed. Haha, such is the nature of parenthood. Regardless of gender, a parent's heart will always lean towards their own child." Song Shian washed Quaiquail, while Lin Shiyu attended to Tuanchuan. The babies now relished bath time, especially Quaiquail and Lele. Whenever the two were in the same tub, a delightful water battle would ensue. As soon as they entered the water, they would wave their tiny hands, splashing water everywhere, their giggles echoing throughout the bathroom. The splashes from Quaiquail and Lele inevitably landed on Song Shian, revealing the inherent mischievousness of boys. "Quaiquail and Lele, how dare you attack Daddy? Take this," he exclaimed, splashing water back at them, engaging in playful antics. After a fun-filled session, he had managed to give Quaiquail a bath, while Quaiquail had also splashed him in the process. In contrast to the boys, Tuanchuan appeared remarkably serene. The little one sat in the tub, cooperating delightfully with Lin Shiyu. "What is this? Tuanchuan, usually so playful. Why are you so calm today?" The warm steam enveloped the bathroom as Tuanchuan played with a little rubber duck, occasionally looking up to smile at her mother. A sight so adorable it melted one's heart. Once all the babies were washed, Lin Shiyu glanced at Song Shian, who resembled a drenched chicken, and let out a laugh. "Stop laughing. Keep an eye on the babies while I go shower." After her bath, Lin Shiyu had lulled the babies to sleep. Song Shian beckoned her over. "Come here for a moment." "Huh, just for a moment?" she replied, curious about his mysterious demeanor. Song Shian produced a beautifully wrapped box. "This is for you." Seeing his mischievous grin, Lin Shiyu opened it with intrigue, her face immediately flushing. It was a nightgown, but isn't this fabric a bit scant? Song Shian gently nudged her toward the bathroom door, closing it behind them. Hurry and shower. Lin Shiyu held the nightgown in her hands, scrutinizing it. Do I really have to wear this? Deep down, she was quite conservative, and Shian hadn't anticipated that she would actually don it. However, seeing his eager expression made her reluctant to let his hopes down. After her shower, standing before the mirror, she wrestled with her thoughts, but ultimately decided to wear it. Stepping out cautiously, covering her chest, she caught Shian's eye, prompting him to gulp. Chapter 59. Registering for Household Registration. The Cherished Little Humans. A new day. Prior to this, Shian had already delivered the necessary documents to the local street office to obtain the newborn household registration notification. Today, they could proceed directly to the police station to finalize the registration of their newborn. The local police station was conveniently located not far from their home. Shian and Lin Shiyu decided to walk, seizing the opportunity for a pleasant stroll while allowing their little ones to experience the outside world. Thus, the novice parents joyfully set out with their baby stroller. As usual, they attracted the attention of passers-by along the way, a phenomenon they had grown accustomed to. Upon arriving at the police station, the sight of their family of 6 immediately captured the staff's attention. Are you here to register your newborn? Yes, they replied, presenting the necessary documents. Both parents' household registration books, identification cards, marriage certificate, the child's birth certificate, the maternity service certificate, and a household registration notification. All 4 babies are yours? Indeed. Apart from the staff at the counter, all eyes were on them, as it was a rare occasion to encounter quadruplets, sparking curiosity among the onlookers. Upon seeing the babies, expressions of envy filled their faces. How adorable! Imagine the challenges a mother must endure with quadruplets. Look at their babies compared to mine. They are both infants, yet the disparity in appearance is remarkable. I almost wish I could return my little one to the womb for a redo. Such sentiments came from the earnest parents, who, despite being critical of their own children, could not tolerate any disparagement from outsiders. However, when others praised their children, their hearts swelled with pride. As the crowd grew, staff members stepped in to disperse the gathering, reminding everyone that this was, after all, a police station that required order. Once the paperwork was completed, they registered the babies, handing the documents back to the parents. Here you go. Keep this safe. You will need it for your children's schooling in the future. Thank you, they replied, pleasantly surprised by the swift processing of their request, which they had anticipated would take until noon. With ample time remaining and returning home seeming dull, Lin Shiyu suggested they take another stroll. Darling, the babies are growing quickly, and their clothes have become a bit small. Let us buy them some new outfits. Sounds great. I recall there's a shopping mall not far from the police station. Let us go there. The couple pushed the stroller towards the mall, which specialized in clothing for various ages and occasions. The first floor featured men's attire. The second floor showcased women's wear, and the third floor was dedicated to children's clothing. Upon reaching the third floor via the elevator, all the shop owners turned their attention towards them. With 4 babies, they required 4 sets of clothing, making them a significant customer, equivalent to 4 ordinary patrons. As they passed each store, the owners eagerly invited them in to browse. Some shopkeepers even emerged from their shops, holding the most charming outfits, waiting to greet them before they could reach the entrance. The couple was dazzled by the array of options. As they strolled past a children's brand store, the babies spotted delightful deer-shaped sculptures displayed outside and began clapping their hands in excitement. The couple paused, captivated by the moment. Do the little ones enjoy this? Tuan excitedly waved the fawn plush toy from the stroller. Since the baby likes it, this is the one. This store also has a promotional offer. Spend 1,000 and get 300 off. The sales assistant, upon seeing the couple enter with 4 adorable little bundles of joy, was practically sparkling with delight. My goodness, these are not mere customers. They are akin to deities of fortune. No, they are not just deities of fortune. They resemble celestial beings. Not only are they extraordinarily good-looking, but their aura is equally enchanting. Welcome to Little Yellow Duck. May I ask how old your baby is? 1 month old. Perfect. We have just received a new batch of baby clothes made from pure cotton fabric. With the warm weather, this material offers exceptional comfort, breathability, and moisture-wicking properties to keep your baby dry and comfortable. Moreover, the cotton fabric is soft and durable, ideal for delicate baby skin. The sales assistant provided a thorough introduction, and Lin Shiyu felt the fabric, confirming its softness and quality. This set is lovely. Please bring us 4 sets in different colors. It won't do to buy just one. Babies sweat a lot in summer and need frequent changes. Lin Shiyu selected a few other styles as well to add to their collection. A 1-month-old baby is full of curiosity about the world, and these toys are made from eco-friendly materials, ensuring safety and promoting the baby's grasping abilities. All right, we'll take this one too. This one is nice as well. And let us grab this sweat towel too. After a thorough exploration, their shopping cart was overflowing. As long as the sales assistant mentioned that an item was good for the baby or that the baby would like it, they would buy it without hesitation. When it comes to purchasing for their child, they felt no remorse. Parents endure hardships themselves but strive to provide the best for their little ones. In truth, all these items would indeed be useful and would be needed eventually. They paid with their card. After completing the transaction, they stared at the numerous bags packed by the sales assistant, feeling a bit overwhelmed. They hadn't tea-driven today and were pushing 4 little ones. It would be cumbersome to carry everything. Shian skillfully provided the address for delivery to their home. The couple returned home, thoroughly satisfied. Shian was in the kitchen preparing minced meat, intending to make dumplings for Lin Shiyu. Do. Honey, you look so handsome when you cook. Shian felt a bit bashful from the unexpected compliment. What kind of dumpling filling do you want? Leek. All right, you go relax. I'll make them for you. And I'll whip up some leek boxes as well. Soon, the dumplings were ready. Wow, so delicious. Honey, have your culinary skills improved? Really? He and T heard the sister mention anything about upgrading to a master chef level. Indeed, don't believe me? Try a bite. Saying this, she picked up a dumpling and fed it to Shian. Is it even tastier? Shian smiled. Yes, it's better. In truth, it wasn't an upgrade in cooking skills that made it more delicious, but rather the special flavor bestowed upon the dumplings by her loving hand. As Lin Shiyu savored her meal, she expressed her delight, marveling at how fortunate she felt to have a husband who could cook so exquisitely. The emotional value she bestowed upon him made him feel that no matter how arduous or exhausting his day was, joy was always within reach. As she finished her meal, she playfully requested, "Darling, tonight I crave sweet and sour ribs, crispy fried pork, and black-bone chicken soup." It was evident that she truly relished the dishes prepared by Shian. "Can you eat all this?" he inquired. Lin Shiyu, with a hint of mischief, replied, "If you make each dish a little smaller, I can manage." Shian was utterly unable to resist her playful demeanor. Her every whim softened his heart, compelling him to comply with her desires. He affectionately wiped the corner of her mouth and said, all right, I'll make whatever you like." Moved by the overwhelming support from her readers, she expressed her gratitude, commenting on the importance of various metrics during the recommendation period and playfully urging her followers to lend their support. In Chapter 60, titled Tickling Attack, A Call from My Mother-in-Law, Lin Shiyu felt a mix of emotion and happiness. "Darling, with all this delicious food you're making, you might just make me gain weight. Will you still love me if I do?" Shian paused before assuring her, "Of course, I'll still love you." With a playful pout and arms crossed, she teased, "You hesitated." Caught off guard by her unexpected remark, he felt a rush of nervousness. "I didn't mean it that way. Even if you gained weight, you would still be a beauty akin to Yang Gui-Fei, captivating and enchanting." "Humph," she retorted, poking fun at his clumsy defense. "Really, I absolutely did not mean that." At that moment, Shian found himself at a loss for words, feeling both anxious and flustered. Lin Shiyu, amused by his adorable reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. "I was just teasing you." "Ah, you're still teasing me? Just wait until I deal with you," he declared as he launched a tickling attack. "No, please, I'm sorry," she cried, laughter spilling forth. "Will you dare to do it again next time?" "I will," he exclaimed, undeterred. In the afternoon, Shian made a special trip to the market to procure fresh ingredients, intending to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Lin Shiyu. Feeling a bit guilty about having ordered so many dishes for lunch, she offered, "Do you need my help?" "No need, just go out and enjoy yourself," he replied, wanting to spare her from worrying about him. She suggested, "If it's too much trouble, you don't have to make so many. Cooking for the woman I cherish is no trouble at all," he reassured her. "Besides, I promised you I would make it, and I intend to keep that promise. Just wait patiently while I handle the kitchen." Once she left, he activated his top-tier culinary skills. With the assistance of his expertise, the preparation flowed seamlessly, resembling a visual feast. As he cooked, the dishes emerged hot and steamy from the fiery flames, requiring exceptional skill to avoid burning. Only a master could expertly control the heat, resulting in dishes that were truly fragrant. Sweet and sour ribs are ready. Crispy fried pork is done. Nourishing black-bone chicken soup is here. Braised eggplant, symbolizing auspiciousness and prosperity, and sauerkraut fish, representing abundance every year. Each exquisitely plated dish graced the dining table. Wow! As Lin Shiyu gazed at the sumptuous dishes adorning the table, she couldn't help but express her delight. She took out her phone and began snapping pictures, subsequently sharing them on her social media feed. Ding ding! Almost instantly, she received a flurry of likes and comments. Mantu, such a lavish spread, and you didn't invite me. Gu Yin Yin, you're so lucky, sis. Ni Xiao, I'll be there soon. Lin Shiyu smiled blissfully as she held her phone. What was she smiling about? She handed her phone to Song Shian for a look. Unable to contain his laughter, Song Shian pulled out his own phone and left a comment beneath hers. A bunch of single dogs. Mantu, Songgo, what do you mean by that? Ni Xiao, that's quite insulting. Gu Yin Yin, darling, you really need to educate him. Song Shian turned his phone face down on the table, suggesting, let us eat first. At that moment, the little ones seemed to have caught a whiff of the delicious food. Woof woof. Song Shian went over to check. They weren't fussing or needing a change, just hungry. He carried Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan over to Lin Shiyu. You feed them first. I'll go prepare milk for Quail and Lele. You're doing a great job, my dear. Lin Shiyu took Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan from Song Shian, her mouth watering at the sight of the delectable spread. You two little rascals have impeccable timing. Was this what they called Murphy's Law, where things tend to unfold in the most unexpected or unfavorable ways? After tending to the little ones, Lin Shiyu finally indulged in the long-awaited meal. Feeling overly full, she paced back and forth in the living room to aid digestion when suddenly her phone rang. Picking it up from the table, her expression shifted dramatically. Sitting on the couch and engrossed in his phone, Song Shian noticed the caller ID read Mother. Darling, my mom is calling. What should I do? Lin Shiyu's hands trembled slightly as she clutched her phone, the memories of leaving home flooding back. She looked at Song Shian with a mixture of confusion and fear. Over time, she had grown accustomed to relying on him, and now he felt like her guardian, someone she could depend on for anything. Song Shian nodded reassuringly. It's your mother calling, so just answer it. I'm here with you. All right. Lin Shiyu swiped to answer and pressed the speakerphone button, taking a deep breath. Mom? There was a long silence on the other end. Mom? Finally, a low, sorrowful voice came through, as if she had just finished crying. Sweetheart, where are you now? I'm at home. Lin's mother exclaimed in surprise. You're back home? Lin Shiyu hesitated. No, I'm at the house outside. A sigh came from the other end. Where's your current home? Lin Shiyu glanced at Song Shian, torn between the desire to speak the truth and the fear of her mother discovering that she was living with him. Speak up. Are you trying to worry your mother to death? I'm at Jiangyue Bay. Jiangyue Bay. Lin's mother was taken aback. Isn't Jiangyue Bay a luxury development in Sioux City? How can you afford to live in such a high-end place after we've cut off your financial support for so long? Lin's mother was currently preoccupied with concern for her daughter and did not dwell on the reasons behind it. Perhaps she was staying at a friend's house. Living in Jiangyue Bay was certainly preferable to that dilapidated old building. After all, Lin Shiyu was the flower she had nurtured since childhood. How could she not feel heartache? I'm coming over now. Please tell me the exact address. Lin Shiyu instantly panicked. Her mother was actually coming. Song Shian gently patted Lin Shiyu's head, reassuring her that everything would be fine. Eventually, she would have to talk to her parents about this. With her mother-in-law on her way, they might as well resolve everything together. Unit 2, Room 701, Jiangyue Bay. I'll be there soon. Lin Shiyu's home was not far from Jiangyue Bay. Approximately a half-hour drive, but given the rush hour, traffic could be a bit congested. Lin's mother inquired, Are you doing well lately? Lin Shiyu softly replied, I'm doing just fine. What do you mean fine? You, a woman, are raising a child. How could that be good? Where's the child? Is it a boy or a girl? Mom, they're both. Twins. Actually, it's quadruplets. What? Quadruplets? Lin's mother was evidently taken aback. You didn't even tell the family, keeping it all to yourself. Quadruplets. My goodness. How can you manage? You can barely take care of yourself. How will you support 4 babies? It's my fault for being angry with you for so long, not realizing how difficult things have been for you out there. Chapter 61. Lin's mother. That yellow-haired boy. You calling your husband? Unconsciously, Lin's mother's voice quivered with emotion. Lin Shiyu heard the sound of tissues. Knowing her mother was shedding tears, unable to contain herself, she buried her head in Song Shian's chest, her tears soaking his shirt. After a while, she composed herself. Song Shian gently wiped the tears from her eyes. Lin Shiyu sniffed and said, "Mom, please don't worry. I'm really doing quite well. The father of my children has been very kind to us and has always taken care of us." Song Shian, moved, embraced Lin Shiyu. "What? That yellow-haired boy is there too? You are living together? Didn't you say there are no feelings? How did you end up together?" "Well, it's a long story, Mom. Just come over, and we'll explain everything to you." Meanwhile, Lin's mother became anxious. On the other end of the line, she said, "Old Jiang, I'm on my way now." Old Jiang was the driver for Lin Shiyu's family, responsible for her and her mother's transportation. The call ended. Lin Shiyu rushed into Song Xian's arms. "Darling, what's wrong? I'm afraid my mom might react negatively towards you." "Don't worry. When I learned you were having a disagreement with your family, I prepared myself. No matter what your mother says, I'll argue with her. I'll show her that she can trust me to take care of her daughter. I am the one you can rely on for life." Lin Shiyu nodded, feeling reassured. "Then I'll wait at the door to greet her. You stay home and take care of the baby. I'll explain the situation to her to prevent any surprises that might lead her to react impulsively." Song Xian understood that Lin Shiyu was also considering his feelings, and he held her even tighter. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Time quietly slipped through her fingers. Lin Shiyu had just finished changing the baby's diaper when her phone rang again. "Mom, I've arrived, but the security guard said I need someone to come pick me up." Lin's mother, anxious to find her daughter, seemed displeased with the security stance. "Wait a moment, I'll come down to get you." Once the call ended, Lin Shiyu, with a heart filled with excitement and trepidation, hurried to the entrance of the community. From a distance, Lin's mother caught sight of her daughter's figure. Perhaps due to the long separation, she hesitated to believe it was truly her. "Mom." Only when Lin Shiyu called out to her did Lin's mother dare to accept that this was indeed her daughter, pulling Lin Shiyu close and inspecting her from every angle. "Darling, have you lost weight?" In truth, Lin Shiyu had not only maintained her weight, but had gained several pounds, nurtured by Song Xian. However, having not seen her for so long, Lin's mother couldn't help but think her daughter had become thinner. Worrying that Lin Shiyu had been struggling without money or a place to stay, Lin Shiyu gestured to the security guard to let her mother in. Once inside the community, Lin's mother kept her gaze fixed on her daughter, even while walking. Observing her daughter's complexion, though barefaced, it was rosy and her skin smooth and radiant. Holding her hand, it remained as fair and delicate as ever. Clearly, her daughter had not suffered. Had she truly endured hardships, she would not appear in such a state. Seeing her daughter doing relatively well eased Lin's mother's heart, allowing her to smile with relief. As they walked, the grievances Lin Shiyu had bottled up during this time burst forth like a torrential flood, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Witnessing her daughter's tears, Lin's own eyes moistened instantly. She embraced Lin Shiyu, gently patting her back as she used to when she was a child to comfort her. There, no more crying. It's all my fault, dear. A mother should be there for you when you need someone the most. I'm not a qualified mother, and I'm sorry." Lin Shiyu choked on her words. "No, Mom, it's my fault for being inconsiderate and making you worry." After a while, the mother and daughter managed to compose themselves and continued homeward. On the way, Lin's mother inquired, "Darling, are you really living with the father of the child now?" "Yes. We've been living together for about a month. But you previously said the child didn't have a father. Where did he suddenly appear from?" "Mom, it's like this. We made a mistake when we were both drunk, which is how I became pregnant. After that, Lin Shiyu lowered her head in guilt. I ran away from home. Later, with the help of my friend Gu Yanyan, I managed to carry the pregnancy to term. When it was time to give birth, there were complications due to too many children, and a cesarean required the father's signature. I never intended to look for the father. I just wanted someone to sign the papers, but unexpectedly, Yanyan mistakenly brought the child's biological father. What a situation, Lin's mother sighed, shaking her head. And then? How did you end up living together? Lin Shiyu fell into a moment of silence, then reflected on the fact that he had been caring for both her and the babies in the hospital since their birth. He even arranged for a more comfortable environment for her, as she initially rented an older apartment in a less secure neighborhood. How could your mother ever bear to let you endure such hardships? That old place was so unsafe, and yet he moved you here? Actually, he first rented a place in Zhongnan Century Huaqing and later purchased this home, which is why we moved here, Lin Shiyu clarified. Song's mother was taken aback. What did you say? He bought it? Indeed, she affirmed. He made this purchase to better care for me and the babies, saying it would also be convenient for the children's education in the future. The environment here is pleasant, ideal for my confinement and recovery. When you meet him, please, do not be angry with him, all right? Moreover, he is not the type to act on a whim. Every day, he prepares delicious meals for me, buys me beautiful clothes, and a plethora of skincare products. Like all of you, he genuinely wishes for my well-being. Throughout their journey, Lin Shiyu extolled the virtues of Song Shian, while Lin's mother pondered the absurdity of her daughter's infatuation. In her mind, no one could ever be deemed worthy of her daughter, and now her beloved child was extolling the virtues of this young man. Surely, her daughter had succumbed to some sort of enchantment. Having once watched a live stream on Douyin where a host specialized in awakening love-struck individuals, Lin's mother felt an urge to reach out to that host to jolt her daughter back to reality. However, her daughter had just mentioned that he had bought her a house, specifically in Jianyue Bay, which offered a glimmer of hope regarding his character. She began to waver in her judgment. Dear, how old is this young man? Typically, those capable of purchasing property in Jianyue Bay are successful middle-aged men. Much like my husband, who is also Lin Shiyu's father. No matter how well he treats my daughter, I could never approve of her being with a man older than her own father. My husband and I are of the same age. He is merely a few months my senior, Lin Shiyu responded, as Lin's mother squinted at her daughter. You calling your husband? Lin Shiyu had grown accustomed to the term, and it slipped from her lips unguardedly. No, Mom, I meant that older brother, just an older brother. It was not that she wished to conceal her relationship with Song Shian. Rather, she feared that such intimacy in her address might further provoke her mother, especially since it remained uncertain whether her mother had accepted the reality of her marriage to Song Shian. Lin's mother scratched her head in confusion. Did I mishear you? However, given that they are of similar ages, how could he afford a home in Jianyue Bay? Could he possibly be the scion of some affluent family? You are both the same age. Where could he have acquired such wealth to purchase property? Is he some kind of debauched heir? Lin's mother, having accompanied Lin's father to numerous social engagements, had encountered many such privileged second-generation rich individuals, yet she knew well that their personal lives were often tumultuous, rife with power struggles and chaos. Mother, you are overthinking. He comes from an ordinary family. His parents toil in the village, and he has a younger brother in his final year of high school, who, I hear, excels academically and is poised to enter a prestigious university, promising a bright future. The house he owns is the fruit of his own labor. As she spoke, a twinge of sympathy for Song Shian began to surface. Despite being of the same age, he diligently strives for a better life and seeks his parents' approval. The cost of housing here is exorbitant, and he must have spent a significant portion of his savings. Perhaps I should have advised him to purchase a more affordable property. However, upon reflection, he is considering the future education of his children. One must never compromise a child's welfare. With this thought, her furrowed brow relaxed. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Lin's mother harbored fewer biases against Song Shian. He appeared to be an ambitious and responsible young man. Yet, it was premature to form a definitive opinion. She wished to learn more. Should she discover that he treats her daughter poorly, she would vehemently oppose their union. As the conversation continued, the mother and daughter entered the elevator. As they neared home, Lin Shiyu felt a surge of anxiety. Let's see, I'm bringing Mom up. She still hesitated to refer to Song Shian as her husband in front of her mother. Upon hearing the call, Song Shian, who had been attending to the children, promptly stood, tidied his appearance, and stepped forward to greet Lin's mother. Hello, Auntie. I am Song Shian, the biological father of the child. In the soft glow of the lights, he appeared tall, handsome, and gentle. with sharply defined features reminiscent of sculpture, captivating all who beheld him. His eyes, deep and warm, exuded a profound sense of reassurance. What a charming young man, Lin Shiyu mused, reflecting on her preconceptions of him. Yet, she could not have anticipated that he would be so strikingly attractive. Even women of her age would find their hearts racing at the sight of him. However, mere looks were insufficient for her to entrust her daughter's future to him. Lin's mother scrutinized Song Shian and found him not as anxious and stiff as she had imagined. Rather, he radiated confidence and sincerity from within. Her initial impression was favorable. "Good day, I'm Shiyu's mother," she greeted. Song Shian smiled. "Shiyu has mentioned you, Auntie. Please come in and sit. I will fetch you some tea." As Lin's mother entered, she surveyed the lavish apartment. "Auntie, here is some water for you." She took a sip, then inquired, "Shiyu mentioned that you purchased this property?" "Yes, Auntie." "Did you pay in full?" Lin's mother asked, concerned that her daughter might need to assist him with mortgage payments if they were to be together. "Rest assured, I paid in full," Song Shian replied, reassuring Lin's mother that she need not worry about her daughter enduring hardships alongside him. However, Lin's mother soon became preoccupied with other matters, as at that moment, Lin Shiyu emerged with the children. Her entire attention was devoted to the 4 cherubic infants nestled in the stroller. Observing their round, chubby faces, she remarked to Lin Shiyu, "This little resemblance is strikingly reminiscent of her childhood. Mom, the 2 in pink are Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, they are girls. While the 2 in blue are Kwai Kwai and Lu, they are boys." The babies were indeed remarkably soothing. Upon seeing them, any lingering dissatisfaction within Lin's mother evaporated. She reached out, eager to embrace the plump Tuan Tuan, but before her hand could touch the little one, the child furrowed her brow, leaving Lin's mother somewhat embarrassed. Noticing this, Lin Shiyu hurried over to comfort Tuan Tuan. Upon seeing her mother, the tiny infant waved her little hands and feet, seemingly filled with joy. Gradually, the other babies began to giggle, clutching their toys and emitting delightful coos. "Tuan Tuan, this is your grandmother. You mustn't behave like that." Lin's mother smiled at the babies, reassuring them, "It's all right, Grandma doesn't mind. You will grow accustomed to me." Her heart was melting at the sight of these 4 little darlings. By the way, what are the children's names? The eldest is Song Zishi, the second is Song Yicheng, the third is Song Zilin, and the youngest is Song Yitong. Subsequently, Song Shiren cautiously picked up the boldest, Kwai Kwai, soothing him for a while before carefully handing him over to Lin's mother. Let us not risk another bout of crying. The earlier incident had left Lin's mother slightly apprehensive about holding them. "It's all right, just hold him for a moment," she encouraged gently. Lin's mother cautiously accepted the eldest, her face radiating warmth and affection. The baby blinked at her, a drool stringing from his mouth. "Oh dear, Kwai Kwai is drooling, turning into a little messy kitten. Let Grandma wipe that for you." After tending to his mouth, Kwai Kwai beamed a heartwarming smile at her. "Are you saying thank you to Grandma, Kwai Kwai?" "No need to mention it, darling." That single smile had utterly captivated Lin's mother. After a brief cuddle, she attempted to embrace the second baby, Tuan Tuan. But the infants bore such a striking resemblance that she struggled to distinguish between Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, worried she might inadvertently hold the shy Yuan Yuan. Lin Shiyu lifted Tuan Tuan from the stroller, preparing to hand her to her mother. In a moment, Tuan Tuan, who had been calm in Lin Shiyu's arms, suddenly erupted with distress in Lin's mother's embrace. Wow! The reaction from Tuan Tuan was even greater than that of her sister. Lin's mother swayed gently, attempting to soothe her, whispering, "Be a good girl, Tuan Tuan, don't cry, it's Grandma." But the more she tried to calm her, the louder Tuan Tuan wailed, prompting Lin's mother to swiftly pass her back to her daughter. "Be good, my dear." Feeling her mother's presence, Tuan Tuan's cries gradually subsided. Chapter 63. The grandmother rejected by her grandchildren. After being shunned by 2 babies in succession, Lin's mother felt a pang of disappointment. Song Shiren, noticing her discomfort, said, "Auntie, perhaps the girls are a bit more timid and prone to tears. They will warm up to you in time. They certainly don't dislike you. Look, those 2 little ones in the stroller are curiously gazing at you." Upon glancing over, Lin's mother realized it was indeed true. The other 2 adorable little ones were smiling brightly at her. In the narrative, we are introduced to Lei Lei, the most tranquil among all the babies. As Lin's mother cradles Lele, it is evident that the child remains peaceful and undisturbed. Holding Lele in her arms, Lin's mother reflects on the commendable character of the young man, Song Shian, who demonstrates remarkable social acumen, deftly alleviating her moments of embarrassment. In her embrace, Lele gradually closes her eyes, finding such comfort that she drifts into slumber. Not wishing to disturb the baby's rest, Lin's mother gently places Lele back in the stroller, while Lin Shiyu pushes the infants back to their room for a respite. Lin's mother's gaze returns to Song Shian, imbued with scrutiny. Having purchased a house outright at such a young age, she ponders the source of his considerable savings. A moment of contemplation reveals that acquiring property in such a prime location would typically require decades of diligent effort, unless supported by family. Her greatest concern is the possibility that this young man might be concealing illicit activities from Shiyu, potentially earning ill-gotten gains. Song Shian, feeling a tinge of apprehension, explains that after recently resigning from his job to care for Shiyu, he has not sought new employment but has managed to earn some money through stock trading. He is uncertain whether Lin's mother will accept this as a legitimate means of income. After all, the house was a gift from a system, and he does not possess a formal job. He is aware that mothers-in-law often favor sons-in-law who exude stability and success. He hastily reassures her, "Auntie, rest assured, I will never allow Shiyu and the babies to suffer." Lin's mother, being seasoned in life, remains skeptical of his words. She furrows her brow and inquires, "Stock trading? Where did you acquire the funds for that?" Song Shian responds, "I have been working part-time since my freshman year, and with the money I earned, I invested and made a profit, which I then used for trading stocks." His diligent nature is acknowledged, and Lin's mother reflects on his initiative to make his money work for him. However, she cautions him, "But young Shian, the stock market carries significant risks. If you wish to support a family in the future, you must seek stable employment. One cannot let their family face hunger." Song Shian nods repeatedly, expressing his agreement with Lin's mother's perspective. He reassures her that he will be cautious and will not gamble his entire fortune on stocks, always ensuring a safety net for Shiyu and the babies. Upon sensing Song Shian's sincerity, Lin's mother nods in approval, convinced that he is a sensible young man. Lin Shiyu approaches and says, "Mom, I prepared the bedding for you. You should stay here tonight." Lin's mother concurs, acknowledging that the mother-daughter duo has much to catch up on after their time apart. As she sees her daughter has made arrangements for her, Lin's mother calls old Jiang to return home without waiting for her. Lin Shiyu playfully wraps her arms around her mother, saying, "Mom, I'll sleep with you tonight." To which Lin's mother responds, "You child, you already have your own baby, and yet you still wish to sleep with your mother. I'm also my mother's treasure." Song Shian could discern that Lin's mother longed to share the bed with her daughter, yet she feared for the baby's care during the night. She spoke up, "Auntie, rest assured, I'll take good care of the little ones tonight." Lin Shian's experience in looking after babies far surpassed his own, so there was no need for concern. Only then did Lin's mother reveal a cheerful smile, saying, "Good, good, good. Thank you for your efforts." Later that night, while Lin Shiyu and her mother were lying in bed chatting, Song Shian knocked on the door. "What is it?" Shiyu asked. "Auntie, I have prepared a honey red date and lotus seed porridge for you. Please come out and have some." This surprised Lin's mother. She had not anticipated that Song Shian could cook. "Mom, everything Shian makes is delicious. Come on, let's go try it." Upon reaching the dining room, they found 3 bowls of honey red date and lotus seed porridge waiting, along with Song Shian, who was dressed in an apron. He looked quite the part of a devoted homebody. "Auntie, I heard from Shiyu that you often suffer from insomnia. I learned that honey red date and lotus seed porridge is beneficial for nourishing the kidneys, warming the stomach, calming the mind, and enhancing beauty. So I made some for you to try. Besides, you must be quite tired from your journey tonight and likely hungry, so this is perfect." Song Shian was undoubtedly putting forth every effort to gain his future mother-in-law's approval. The rich aroma of the red dates, combined with the refreshing scent of the lotus seeds, stirred Lin's mother's appetite. She took a spoonful and exclaimed, "MMM." Just like the first time Lin Shiyu had tasted it, her eyes lit up with delight. It was a wonderful sensation, far superior to what she usually consumed, leaving a lingering sweetness on her tongue. Lin Shiyu proudly declared, "See, I told you it would be delicious. Shian, your culinary skills surpass even those of Michelin chefs." and he truly underestimated you. It was evident that this young man was indeed remarkable, capable of both earning a living and cooking. Suddenly, Lin's mother felt that her daughter's choice was rather commendable. After finishing their late-night snack, Lin's mother and daughter returned to the bedroom. Holding her daughter's hand, Lin's mother expressed, "You have truly endured much during this time. Thankfully, Shian has been here to care for you otherwise." As she spoke, tears began to well up in Lin's mother's eyes. "Mom, please don't say that. What happened in the past is behind us. If you hadn't acted as you did, I might have missed the chance to meet someone as wonderful as Shian. As long as you are well, I am happy. Do not place all the blame on your father. What father does not cherish his daughter? You know his temperament. Not a day has gone by without him thinking of you, but his stubborn nature prevents him from reaching out. He has come to terms with the situation. Otherwise, I would not dare to see you in secret. I will not hold it against Dad." Lin's mother then produced a card and handed it to her daughter. "This is the card you returned when you left. Not a single penny has been touched. Your father still habitually deposits money into it, even forgetting that it is no longer in your possession. Now it is back with its rightful owner, and you may use the money as you wish." "Mom, I don't need it. Are you still holding a grudge against me? Without a mother, I have grown up and become a mother myself. How can I still have the audacity to take money from home? The money at home is your money. You are now on your own and cannot rely on others for sustenance. A young lady must possess her own small treasury. Parents will always be there to support you. Take it. As the new year approaches and the weather grows colder, dear one should take care to keep warm." Chapter 64. A Mother-Daughter Night Talk. Mother-in-law's Approval. Lin Shiyu took the bank card, her eyes misting with tears. She longed for home, for her father, for everything familiar. All right, don't cry like a little kitten." Her mother consoled. Since becoming a mother herself, Lin Shiyu often found herself repeating these words to her children, completely forgetting that she too was a child of a mother. Hearing her mother say this now unleashed a torrent of tears. After a moment, Lin's mother spoke softly. "From my perspective, Shian is indeed a good child. However, if he ever bullies you in the future, you must let your father and me know. We will certainly stand up for you. Your father and I have done so much, all in the hope that you may find happiness." "Mom, were you happy marrying Dad?" Lin's mother was at a loss for words. She sighed, recalling how they had married for love at first. But as her husband found success in his career and became increasingly busy, they gradually drifted apart. Nonetheless, her husband was a decent man who did not forget his humble beginnings. Over the years, he had treated her well, albeit their relationship had evolved into more of a partnership than a romantic bond, with her responsible for nurturing the children while he provided for the family. One can date anyone, but marriage requires a certain material foundation, which her husband had indeed managed well. Lin's mother smiled. Happiness depends on how one defines it. I can only say that I have no regrets. What she cherished most was having such an exceptional daughter, who kept her company during the many days and nights her husband was absent. Lin's mother then recounted some stories from her marriage with Lin's father. In summary, men often change before and after marriage. She circled the conversation back to her daughter. "Therefore, I must stay a few more days to assess that young man. I cannot easily entrust my daughter, whom I have raised for over 20 years, to him. I need to see if he is suitable for marrying you." Lin Shiyu missed her mother dearly and did not wish for her to rush back. She believed that Song Shian would surely pass her mother's test. However, Lin Shiyu nervously tugged at her mother-esque clothing. "Actually, we have already obtained our marriage certificate." Lin's mother was furious. "You got married? Such a significant matter. And you did not inform us. I am still figuring out how to tell your father about the secretly born child. I dread the thought of his temper flaring up again. Previously, he cut off your financial support, hoping to make you give up and return home. What kind of nonsense is this?" Seeing her mother so angry, Lin Shiyu felt a twinge of fear. "Mom, you saw how adorable the babies are. He treats me well, doesn't he? I am very happy now. Isn't that what you and Dad wished for? If you're truly angry, then go ahead and hit me," she declared, closing her eyes and extending her palms. How could a mother bear to strike her own child, especially one she had endured 10 months of pregnancy to bring into the world? Lin's mother took a moment to compose herself and replied, "I won't strike you. But whether your father will is another matter." Seeing her mother's demeanor soften, Lin Shiyu approached and wrapped her arms around her mother, playfully pleading, "You will help me, won't you?" "I refuse to assist you," her mother stated, though deep down, she knew she would eventually come to her aid. "Please, Mom, just talk to Dad for me." Lin Shiyu's expression was so pitiful that it tugged at her mother's heartstrings. "I truly can't resist you. I'll find an opportunity to speak with your father." "Thank you, Mom. You're the best," she exclaimed, planting a kiss on her mother's cheek. Lin's mother affectionately stroked her daughter's hair, reflecting on how, despite being married and a mother herself, she still behaved like a child. Lin Shiyu nestled into her mother's embrace and teased, "But you just called me your treasure." "Oh, you clever child. You've always been so quick-witted," her mother chuckled. After a moment, Lin Shiyu felt a lump in her throat. "Mom, I love you." Lin's mother gently caressed her hair and replied, "My dear, I love you too. It's getting late. Let's go to bed." "All right." She pondered when was the last time they had shared a bed together. Was it in elementary school, or perhaps middle school? Gazing at her daughter in her arms, she was transported back to those days when her little girl was so small. Now, she had blossomed into a young woman. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Shian contemplated how he could swiftly win over his mother-in-law's approval. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the registration for the little ones. Reward: 300,000 yuan in cash and a delicate silk scarf. He glanced at the table and indeed found a beautifully packaged gift box awaiting him. The system had proven to be a timely benefactor. With his mother-in-law's sudden arrival, he had lacked the opportunity to prepare a gift. But the system's reward of a silk scarf was fortuitous. He recalled lamenting his oversight of not bringing a scarf during his mother's visit, realizing how sentimental mothers are about such items. The following evening, after dinner, Lin Shiyu and her mother were in the bedroom nursing the babies. Although it was originally Song Xian's responsibility to feed them, Lin's mother wished to bond with the little ones, wanting them to grow familiar with her presence. So she took on the task, not wanting to intrude on this precious time between the three generations. Song Xian turned and settled into the living room to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. "What are you watching?" Lin Shiyu and her mother, having emerged from the bedroom, stood behind him, cradling a baby in her arms, the little one's round eyes curiously fixated on the computer screen. "Isn't this called Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf?" Song Xian asked, surprised. "Andy, you watch this too?" "I don't watch it. I just remember that this animated series was something Shiyu would often request to see when she was younger," she replied. "After all these years, don't you find it tiresome?" Lin Shiyu stifled a laugh from his side. "Andy, this..." Song Xian found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond, apprehensive that his mother-in-law might think him too childish. "Mom, what do you know? This is a cherished memory from our childhood. Furthermore, the beloved characters of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf have undergone continuous updates. They're no longer the same tales as before." Lin's mother expressed her confusion, questioning why it merely revolves around a wolf capturing sheep. "However, this is what you may not realize. The wolf has ceased its pursuit of sheep and has since befriended them. This is not just an animated series. It represents the childhood of our generation. And when my children grow older, I will certainly allow them to experience the joy of their parents' youth. Mom, let us all watch together." Lin Shiyu eagerly pulled her mother into the realm of animated entertainment. To enhance the viewing experience, Song Xian projected the computer screen onto the television. Despite being merely a sheep, the children were captivated as they nestled in the embrace of their elders. As Chapter 65 unfolds, showcasing a delightful family photo with the mother-in-law, a spectacular scene emerged on the television where the little sheep set off fireworks. Pleasant Goat ignited the fuse, and then whoosh, boom, the fireworks erupted, creating a dazzling display. Suddenly, Lin Shiyu exclaimed with excitement, "It's not just on the television. There are real fireworks outside." The synchronized spectacle of fireworks on screen and in the sky nearly deceived everyone. Lin's mother and Song Xian turned to behold a magnificent fireworks display along the riverside. Was there a significant occasion today? Such a display was uncommon in the city, given the strict regulations against fireworks unless it was a major holiday. Typically, grand fireworks shows were reserved for celebrations like National Day, Mid-Autumn Festival, or Spring Festival, orchestrated by the government in expansive venues. "I'm not sure, but it truly is beautiful," Song Xian remarked, cradling the joyful baby, while Lin Shiyu and Lin's mother held the twins. The family of 7 stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the breathtaking fireworks. The overwhelming spectacle of fireworks illuminating the profound night sky resembled a splendid feast. In that fleeting moment, countless vibrant sparks soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire world. The adults smiled, enveloped in the beauty of the moment, as the glow of the fireworks reflected joy and warmth on each face. Witnessing the sky ablaze with fireworks evoked an indescribable sense of awe. The little ones widened their eyes in wonder, marveling at the vivid colors and shapes, their tiny hands dancing with exuberance. Wow, Abba, Abba! Lin Shiyu found the scene so heartwarming that she suggested capturing a photograph against the backdrop of the fireworks to commemorate their joyful life. Lin's mother offered, "Let me take the picture for you." She hurried over, dressed simply in a black chiffon blouse. As the older generation often felt the need to present their best selves for the camera, Shian and Lin Shiyu, youthful and vibrant, along with the adorably charming children, made Lin's mother feel somewhat inadequate in her appearance. Lin Shiyu inquired, "Why aren't you taking a photo?" Lin's mother glanced at her attire, feeling a twinge of insecurity. She believed she had aged and no longer looked appealing. Women often yearn to showcase their most flawless selves before the lens. Sensing her mother's discomfort, Xian retrieved a beautiful silk scarf from the room. "Auntie, this is for you." Lin's mother was taken aback by the thoughtful gesture, a scarf. "Come here. Let us take a family photo. No one should be left out." Lin's mother opened the box to reveal a silk scarf, exquisite and soft to the touch. A tactile delight. A gentle caress revealed its smooth texture. The colors were vibrant and rich, as if encapsulating the brilliant hues of the fireworks outside within this small piece of fabric, captivating the eye with its resplendence. Truly, it was breathtaking. Lin's mother donned the scarf, pairing it with a black blouse, which lent her an added air of elegance and instantly elevated her demeanor. Lin Shiyu, eager to enhance her mother's appearance, applied a touch of lipstick, making her look even more radiant. "Are we ready?" Shian set up the tripod, adjusted the angle, focused the lens, and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The 3 chimed in unison. Cheese. "Babies, say yay." Click. "Let us change poses for another shot." Click. Shian reviewed the photos, pleased with one in particular. Lin Shiyu leaned in curiously. Let me see. "Mom, you look stunning in this one." Shian retrieved the best photograph and handed the camera to Lin's mother. In this shot, Shian and Lin Shiyu appeared as a charming couple. The babies lively and adorable, their eyes wide open, none of them blinking. The scarf beautifully complemented the fireworks, creating an exquisite scene. "It's truly lovely," Lin's mother remarked. Shian, could you develop a copy for me? I'd like to show it to her father." "Of course." 2 days later, Shian presented the developed photograph to Lin's mother. She accepted it, glancing at the image with a gentle smile. Having spent a few days away, it was time to return home and clarify matters with Shiyu's father. Before departing, she decided to have a heart-to-heart with Shian. "Shian," Lin's mother began, her tone warm. "After spending these days together, I am quite pleased with your attitude towards Shiyu and the children. It's evident you are a fine young man. Shiyu has been somewhat spoiled by us since childhood and can occasionally be a bit headstrong, so I ask for your understanding." Lin Shiyu playfully protested, "Mom, not at all." Shian smiled, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie, for your kind words. I will take even greater care of Shiyu and the babies." Lin's mother regarded him with earnestness, saying, "I do not oppose your relationship, but I must warn you, should you ever treat Shiyu poorly, I will not easily forgive you." Shian nodded solemnly, assuring her, "Auntie, rest assured, that will never happen." Lin's mother smiled with relief. "Then I can be at ease. Shiyu, I must head back now." Lin Shiyu, reluctant, grasped her mother's hand, saying, "I don't want you to go yet. If I don't return, who will talk to your father? You want to spring a surprise on him?" Lin Shiyu released her mother's hand, stepping back and waving. "Mom, please be safe on your way." "Oh, you fickle child. Changing your mind faster than one can turn a page." Lin's mother glanced at the time. Uncle Jiang had already arrived at the community gate. "I must leave now. Auntie, let me see you off." After escorting Lin's mother, Shian was greeted by the sound of the system in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for earning your mother-in-law's approval. Reward, 200,000 yuan and a commercial property." Upon returning home, Song Shian eagerly opened the second drawer of his bedside cabinet, which was neatly filled with several stacks of documents pertaining to his business premises. Now that he possessed a shop, he felt it was time to embark on a small venture. As he gazed at the infants in the crib, waving their tiny hands and feet, he recalled the moments during their baths when they would splash about in the water, resembling little swimmers. Having been enveloped in amniotic fluid while in their mother's womb, swimming would come naturally to them after birth. However, without proper instruction, they might gradually forget this instinct as they grew older. Moreover, teaching infants to swim could enhance their immune functions, bolster their nervous systems, and improve digestion, lung capacity, and metabolic functions, thus promoting faster growth and better health. Hence, he resolved to establish a baby swimming facility. However, given his current responsibilities with the children, he needed a partner. Just then, a figure appeared in his mind, Mantu. Without hesitation, he dialed Mantu's number. Mantu, are you free today? I'm off today. What's up, Brother Song? Come quickly. I'm taking you to a wonderful place. Before long, Mantu arrived at Song Shian's home to meet him. Come on, little ones. We need more updates and data. Chapter 66 Mantu. Follow Brother Song, and a bright future awaits. At the entrance of Wanda Plaza, the location of Wanda Plaza has been strategically chosen in a bustling commercial area, surrounded by numerous residential complexes and office buildings, ensuring a rich demographic foundation and formidable consumer potential. The transportation network is exceptionally robust, connecting rail transit, expressways, and main thoroughfares, facilitating easy access for the public. Notably, there is also a municipal children's hospital nearby, guaranteeing a steady stream of clientele. As Manta gazed upward, he asked, Brother Song, is this the wonderful place you mentioned? Song Shian patted Mantu on the back, saying, Follow me, and you will see. They ascended to the third floor, arriving at the shop. This is it. Manta looked puzzled. But there's nothing here? Not yet, but there will be. I have purchased this shop and plan to start a small business here. I need hands. Would you like to join me in this venture? The shop spans 120 square meters, located on the third floor of Wanda Plaza. Surrounded by various establishments such as a children's amusement park, a children's clothing store, a mother and baby shop, and early education institutions. The geographical location is truly exceptional, with no competitors in sight, offering future opportunities for collaborative success with neighboring businesses. Realization dawned on Mantu. You bought it? Brother Song, what did you just say? You actually purchased this place? Wow. Brother Song, you have bought this commercial property. Having recently acquired a spacious apartment, Song Shian now owns such a significant retail space. Moreover, it was situated in Wanda Plaza, where every inch is precious and highly sought after. It is not easy to procure a prime location, even with ample funds. Manta gasped, feeling a profound admiration for Brother Song, who represented an aspirational figure in his eyes. However, Brother Song's sudden announcement about starting a business took me by surprise. My internship at the Manta Company, which promised to provide a seal after a month of service, has now extended to 3 months without any sign of that seal. I've long contemplated fleeing, yet the prospect of leaving without receiving my wages is daunting. Not to mention the matter of the seal would become utterly hopeless. Song Shian chuckled lightly. I can provide you with the seal. The allure of such a promise for an intern is immense. Resigning requires a month's notice, and forfeiting my wages is not an option. Is it just your meager 800 yuan salary? Mantu retorted, feeling the sting. I possess ambitions, you know. In a market flooded with design assistants, some earning 300 a month and others 500, I am earning 800. The current design environment is dismal, particularly for fresh interns who face grueling tasks such as measuring on-site, drafting, and overseeing installations. When clients are present, we measure. When they are absent, we must double as salespeople to attract new clients. It's truly arduous. Even more challenging is the meager salary, where a single tardiness results in a deduction of 50 yuan, and a day off costs half a month's wage. By month's end, merely avoiding a financial loss for the company feels like an achievement. Song Shian was amused. Do you aspire to labor for your entire life? Manta pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. I cannot possibly work for a lifetime. With my talents, how could I resign myself to a life of labor? The thought of his decade of arduous study, followed by the arduous journey to becoming a designer. Often meant enduring 2 or 3 more years of struggle, with salaries dependent on clients' whims. The dream of design he once cherished has long since been eroded by reality. Then let us embark on this venture together, purchasing cars and homes, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Mantu's mind raced, convinced that aligning himself with Brother Song was a wise choice. Forget about salaries and design companies. I want to partner with Brother Song. You don't even inquire what I intend to do, yet you readily agree? Mantu thumped his chest. Brother Song, I trust you. Following you will undoubtedly lead to a bright future. I plan to open a baby swimming facility. Song Shian outlined his vision for the venture. This is the general idea. Consider whether you wish to join me. Of course. Don't just speak of partnership. I would gladly work for you. Mantu exclaimed. Didn't you just say it's impossible to work for a lifetime? Well, that certainly varies from person to person, he replied. Mantu, weary of the company's exploitation, was eager to join Brother Song in a grand undertaking, dismissing all other concerns. He smiled slightly. You want to be working, I'll handle the financing, and you'll contribute your efforts. How does a split of 40 to 60 sound? Mantu was taken aback. 60 for him felt excessive, and he hesitated to accept. Brother Song, that's far too generous. You're investing both time and money. I have nothing. Just provide me with a modest salary so I don't starve. Song Shian frowned. You don't want to share the profits? Only a salary? Shaking his head, he continued, I need to care for the little ones, and I'll require your diligence. This is your due reward. If 40% feels too much, let us settle for 30. What do you think? 3/10 remains a considerable portion. What merit does Mantu possess? Upon seeing Mantu's anxious demeanor, Song Shian contemplated for a moment before suggesting, let us divide it 80-20. You shall receive 2/10. In the future, I would appreciate your diligence in assisting me with the store's management and daily operations. Witnessing Song Shian's resolute attitude, Mantu felt a twinge of trepidation. What if he were to mismanage things in the future? Yet, seeing the seriousness etched on Song Shian's face, Mantu ultimately nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Song, thank you for your trust. I shall strive to work hard and not let you down. Mantu felt that Brother Song was exceedingly considerate, and he was determined not to betray that trust. Observing Mantu's acquiescence, Song Shian smiled with satisfaction. With the assistance of another, he need not expend excessive energy on the store, allowing him to focus more on his family. Brother Song, do you think we should also involve Dahu and Nijo? Song Shian speculated that they would likely decline, as they had never engaged in such a venture and were unfamiliar with the baby swimming concept. The shop had yet to yield any profit. Then you should inform them, he urged, embracing the principle of sharing good opportunities with close brothers. Mantu eagerly reached out to Dahu and Nijo to explain the situation. Without exception, both declined the invitation. Previously, they had discussed embarking on grand endeavors together after graduation. Yet now, each had found more appealing alternatives, leaving Mantu feeling somewhat disheartened. Song Shian consoled him, stating, each person's path is unique, and we cannot impose our choices upon others. Look at Nijo. His family is affluent, and his aspiration is to establish a design company. Once his internship concludes, his family will support him in launching a studio, thereby realizing his dream. As for Dahu, his home is far from Sioux City, and he wishes to return to develop there, for family holds great importance. Hearing Song Shian's words, Mantu felt a measure of comfort. I'm aware of all this. Fortunately, I have you, Brother Song, or I would be lost regarding my future. As he spoke, Mantu crouched down discreetly, wiping away tears. Song Shian surveyed the bustling crowd and gently nudged Mantu with his foot. A man should not weep easily, especially not in such a crowd. All right, come home to eat with me at noon. At 1 o'clock, Song Shian presented the prepared meal at the table. Dear, it's time to eat. Upon hearing this, Mantu shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, Wow, it's only been a short while since we last met, and you've already taken to calling me dear. How sweet. As Lin Shiyu emerged, Mantu had already dished out the rice. Hey, beautiful sister-in-law, it's time to eat. And this larger bowl is for you, Brother Song. Witnessing Mantu's jovial antics, both Song Shian and Lin Shiyu found themselves unable to suppress their laughter. Delicious, Mantu exclaimed. Brother Song, I must say, your culinary skills have truly reached an extraordinary level. Perhaps it was Mantu's innate comedic essence. Even when others were merely present without doing anything, they found him amusing. With Mantu as a source of joy, the dining table became a hub of merriment. Chapter 67. Preparing for Entrepreneurship. Guidance from Lady Lin. At the table, Song Shian shared his plans for the baby swimming facility with Lin Shiyu. Lin Shiyu was quite supportive and, fearing that Song Shian lacked the necessary startup funds, decided to take out the car that her mother had given her before leaving. "You can use this for now," she said. Song Shian served her some food, saying, "This is from Annie. Take good care of it. I still have money." Lin Shiyu responded with a hesitant "oh" and asked, "Are you really sure it's enough?" He assured her, of course it was sufficient. This time, the system not only rewarded him with a commercial property, but also granted an additional 200,000 yuan in cash, which, along with previous rewards, was ample for equipment and renovations. Song Shian met her gaze with affirmation. "It's enough." Finally, Lin Shiyu felt relieved and took back the card. This action sparked a new idea in Song Shian. "We could get cards for the babies, regularly depositing some money for them. When they grow up, they can use it for whatever they desire. What do you think, my dear?" Lin Shiyu slapped her forehead in realization. What a splendid idea. "After we finish our meal, let's go get the cards for the babies and swing by the shop to plan together." Indeed, Song Shian believed that a woman's aesthetic sensibilities might differ from a man's when it came to renovations, perhaps providing unexpected insights. Thus, he decided to take Lin Shiyu along to the shop to see the site. Meanwhile, Mantu, the food enthusiast, was thoroughly immersed in the delicious dishes prepared by Song Shian, exclaiming with every bite, "What divine flavors! This is truly exquisite and goes so well with rice." This marked Mantu's second bowl of rice. "If you love it, indulge a little more." After lunch, Lin Shiyu opened a savings account at the agricultural bank near Jianghua Bay. There was no queue at the counter. The bank clerk efficiently processed her request, and soon she held her new savings card. She promptly deposited 40,000 yuan, allocating 10,000 for each child. Manta waited in the car, observing the babies until Song Shian and Lin Shiyu returned. Curiously, he remarked, "Song, your car is incredible. The rear space is so ample, unlike some cars where you can't even fit your legs. Plus, even with the air conditioning on, there's no unpleasant odor." As someone prone to motion sickness, Manta would inevitably feel nauseous if any unpleasant scent lingered in the car, regardless of the driver's skill. He reflected on how they all had signed up for driving lessons together, with him being the first to obtain a license, while Song Shian was the first to purchase a car. After completing their banking errands, they arrived at Wanda Plaza. True to its reputation, the commercial center was bustling even on a non-holiday. Song Shian sighed as he noted the parking garage was full. "It seems we must look further afield for a parking spot." After a prolonged search, they finally found a place to park. As Song Shian pushed the stroller, the couple's striking appearance turned heads among passers-by. Observers whispered about the four-seat stroller, intrigued. Though it was not a holiday, some students without classes took the opportunity to stroll. And given their prominence at school, everyone recognized them. Even if one has never encountered the individual in person, at the very least, they have seen photographs. Coupled with such extraordinary beauty, those who have glimpsed her are inevitably left with a lasting impression. Look, the person who just walked by. Could that be our school's belle? Lin Shiyu? It appears so. I have yet to see anyone as stunning as her. What brings her here? And the gentleman beside her, could he be the school heartthrob? Song Shian? It is rumored they are together and have welcomed 4 little ones. Who would have thought it to be true? If only my boyfriend were as handsome. You might as well abandon that fantasy. Beautiful people tend to associate with others of their kind. The couple has long since acclimated to this reality. Now they are a legally recognized pair, and being seen together is of no concern to them. On the 3rd floor of Wanda, this is the place, Shiyu. Surrounded by maternal and infant supplies and baby entertainment venues, the location seems quite favorable. Song Shian holds the key, unlocking the door adorned with a distinctive lock. The space is fairly expansive and requires thoughtful planning. A reception area is necessary, along with a swimming zone for infants, a lounge, and a changing area. It would also be prudent to offer some baby swimming supplies here. Additionally, the walls should be coated with safe, waterproof paint. With palpable enthusiasm, Lin Shiyu outlines her plans, unable to suppress a smile. "Sister-in-law, leave this to me. I assure you, you'll be pleased. Mantu, with a measuring tape inexplicably at hand, begins to take measurements of the interior, having learned a thing or two during his months at the renovation company. Song Shian shares the same field of study as Mantu. Thus, he possesses some knowledge as well. They can simply draft their own designs and hire workers for the installation. I will join you. He then borrowed a pen and paper from the neighboring store. It is likely that consulting a renovation company would prove costly, with little assurance regarding the materials used. After measuring the dimensions and sketching the design, the trio discussed the renovation style in broad strokes. I recall during our community service, we visited the building materials market. Perhaps we can check it out shortly. Brother Song, I will follow your lead. Half an hour later, Song Shian wheeled in the quadruplets to the building materials market. Young man, are these quadruplets? Indeed. What a blessing. The shopkeeper cast an envious glance. Mantu, who occasionally comes here for supplies, is well acquainted with this establishment, and the owner recognized him immediately. Are you with this handsome gentleman? What brings you here today? I have resigned and am embarking on a venture with him. We require some eco-friendly boards and either 50 or 70 pipes. I have those freshly stocked eco-friendly boards. While Mantu and Song Shian perused the materials with the owner, Lin Shiyu settled into a chair at the entrance, watching over the babies. At that moment, the shopkeeper's wife brought out a plate of sliced watermelon. Miss, enjoy some watermelon. On a hot day, having a taste of refreshing watermelon in the stifling building materials market is simply delightful. Lin Shiyu expressed her surprise. Thank you, madam. No need for such formality. Let the men attend to their business while we indulge in food and drink. The shopkeeper's wife then sat down to chat with Lin Shiyu. Are you decorating a new home? Not quite. We are preparing to open a baby swimming facility. It must be for these little ones. Lin Shiyu replied with a gentle smile and a nod. In the baby swimming center, my daughter is about to give birth, and I plan to have her come and support you. Haha, I will surely give you a discount at that time. Your little one is truly adorable. Oh my, look at those round, bright eyes gazing at me. Those who have experienced motherhood cannot resist the charm of a baby. When the time comes, please deliver to this address. I appreciate your help. No need for thanks. It's my pleasure. Song Shian shook hands with the owner. Shiyu, let us go. On the way. Song Shian and Manda hummed a tune. Such joy. It seems the conversation went well. The owner kindly introduced us to a construction team, sparing us the hassle of finding workers ourselves, which has saved us a great deal of trouble. That truly is wonderful. The renovation is progressing smoothly thus far. Chapter 68. The babies anticipated their father's anticipation. In the car, Song Shian and Manta discussed materials and subsequent construction issues. Lin Shiyu, an outsider, could hardly comprehend their conversation and found it difficult to interject. She turned to the four adorable little ones and said, once the renovation is complete, wouldn't it be wonderful for our babies to be the first to experience it? The babies cooed in response, as if acknowledging their mother-s words. Songgu, please drop me off at the subway entrance ahead. Aren't we going to have dinner together first? Dinner? Mantu's eyes lit up. Song Ji's cooking is truly unforgettable. No, I need to go to the company to submit my resignation and then head back to school. Manta wrestled internally for a moment, but ultimately decided to forego the meal. Upon arrival, the car came to a halt, and Manta stepped out. Drive safely. Manta took the subway to the company, boldly resigning before returning to school. Once back in his dormitory, he immediately opened his laptop to create a standard construction drawing for the workers. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to model some effect drawings to visualize the overall outcome, allowing for any necessary adjustments. However, completing this workload alone would take a considerable amount of time. Thus, he sought assistance from a few skilled modelers to help create the renderings. They gathered at the school library, collaborating until closing time. Meanwhile, at Jianhua Bay, late at night, the little glutton, Kwaikua, awoke, whimpering for milk. Song Shian expertly prepared the formula, tested the temperature, and only then fed it to Kwaikua. With practice comes proficiency. Now his movements are swift and gentle, ensuring not to disturb the other babies. After Kwaikua was satisfied, Song Shian found himself torn between the desire to sleep and the instinct to stay alert. Based on experience, when one baby is hungry or need to change, it is only a matter of time before the others follow suit, so he remained vigilant. As time passed, Song Shian yawned repeatedly. The babies seemed to have anticipated his anticipation, remaining quiet, without fussing or needing a change, peacefully sleeping with occasional sweet smiles gracing their faces. He glanced at the little ones in the crib, tenderly tucked them in, and prepared to rest. A wail pierced the stillness of the night, startling Lin Shiyu from her slumber. Alarmed, she sat upright, questioning what had transpired. Meanwhile, Song Shian, who was about to rise, found himself frozen in place, pondering whether his vigorous movements while tucking in the blanket had awakened the baby. Surely, Shiyu wouldn't be disturbed, and, just as he was about to seek rest, the infant decided to cry. Oh heavens! After a long period of tranquility, the moment he prepared for sleep, the baby chose to make a fuss. It must be nothing serious, perhaps just a need for a diaper change, he reasoned. Judging by the volume of the cry, it was undoubtedly Tuan Tuan. Upon inspection, he confirmed that indeed, Tuan Tuan had soiled her diaper, leaving him both amused and exasperated. What impeccable timing! After changing Tuan Tuan's diaper, Yuan Yuan and Lei began to whimper, indicating that it was not a time for silence, but rather for more activity. Lin Shiyu cradled the child in her arms, unbuttoning her clothing as both babies began to nurse simultaneously. No need to rush, there's no competition, she reassured. Though Song Shian contemplated preparing formula, he decided to let her breastfeed since she had awakened. In contrast to the demure Yuan Yuan, Lei was quite the glutton, sloppily nursing and dampening Lin Shiyu's shirt in the process. Lei, take your time. You're soaking Mommy's clothes, she chided, quickly grabbing some tissue to place underneath to prevent further spillage. After feeding Lei, Lin Shiyu noticed her left shirt was completely soaked, revealing a glimpse of her bosom. Whenever the babies nursed eagerly, some milk inevitably leaked, dampening her attire. She bashfully covered her chest and declared, I need to change my clothes. While it was a natural occurrence, she still felt a tad shy in front of Song Shian. The garments she regularly changed could easily form a small mountain in the laundry basin. In summer, the clothes were lighter and not particularly dirty, allowing Song Shian to wash them alongside his nightly shower. With the heat of the evening, they dared not run the air conditioning for too long, fearing the babies might catch a chill, so they resorted to using a fan. Given the infant's small size, they were prone to kicking off their blankets, making it risky to direct the fan towards them, lest they become uncomfortably cold during the night. After burping the babies, Song Shian sat by the bed, gently fanning them with a hand fan. The soft and cool breeze he created soon lulled the babies into a serene slumber. As time passed, the infants' feeding schedules became increasingly erratic, resulting in varying times for their diaper needs. Just as Lin Shiyu, freshly clothed, and Song Shian, who had just finished soothing the babies to sleep, settled down, the eldest began to cry once more. The couple was roused again by the sound. With the support of the system, Song Shian quickly regained his energy after a brief rest, while Lin Shiyu remained in a daze. Sensing Song Shian rising and the rustling of the diaper packaging, she knew he was tending to the baby, which allowed her to drift back into a peaceful slumber. After managing the situation, Song Shian too lay down to rest. The following day, while brushing her teeth, Lin Shiyu discovered an ulcer in her mouth. Let me take a look. Lin Shiyu opened her mouth, and Song Shian gently parted his lips, revealing an ulcer above his lips, accompanied by some redness and swelling. Does it hurt? Lin Shiyu covered her mouth and nodded. Yes, it might be due to having consumed some fiery foods recently. During the nursing period, new mothers must be particularly cautious with medication, as certain drugs may enter the bloodstream and subsequently affect the milk, thereby impacting the little ones. Song Shian picked up his phone to message Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen replied, there are numerous triggers for oral ulcers, the most common being a deficiency of certain elements or excessive heat. However, during pregnancy, factors such as high stress and insufficient rest can also lead to ulcers. It's essential for mothers to prioritize rest. You can purchase a bottle of watermelon frost from the pharmacy to spray on the ulcer. Concerned, Song Shian inquired, will it affect the breast milk? Rest assured, it won't have any adverse effects. Watermelon frost is safe to use during breastfeeding. It possesses anti-inflammatory properties, promotes ulcer healing, and has antibacterial effects, which can be quite beneficial for oral ulcers. However, moderation is key. If the condition does not improve, seek medical attention promptly. Thank you. Dr. Chun. After breakfast, Song Shuren went to the pharmacy to buy the watermelon frost spray and also picked up a selection of fruits rich in various vitamins. Upon returning home, he promptly sprayed Lin Shiyu's medication and then prepared a fruit platter for her. Lin Shiyu gazed at the beautiful and delectable fruit arrangement before her, feeling a warm sensation in her heart, as if she were cherished and placed on a pedestal. Chapter 69. Look, a beautiful woman is sneaking a bite. As noon approached, Song Shuren was in the kitchen preparing lunch, while Lin Shiyu insisted on helping. In her innocent eagerness, she naturally took on the challenging tasks of peeling the loofah, peeling garlic, and preparing the pork. While assisting, Lin Shiyu marveled at her husband's fluid movements, her eyes filled with admiration. His knife skills were remarkably smooth, with every ingredient evenly divided into equal portions. This ensured that each piece would be cooked evenly, enhancing the overall flavor. It was no wonder that despite identical steps, some individuals could never match his culinary excellence. It seemed her husband truly possessed extraordinary cooking skills. Come, taste this. Is the seasoning to your liking? Lin Shiyu took a bite and gave a thumbs up delicious. Song Shuren brought the prepared dishes to the dining table, and Lin Shiyu eagerly followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the table, Lin Shiyu promptly sat down. As Song Shuren returned to the kitchen, he turned around midway. Just then, he caught sight of Lin Shiyu stealthily placing a piece of meat into her mouth. No sneaking bites now, with her cheeks full of meat. Lin Shiyu looked at Song Shuren with wide eyes, beaming with delight. The little ones were now on different nursing schedules, just as they were halfway through their lunch. One of the babies began to whimper. Lin Shiyu sighed, gazing at the delectable meal before her. Mommy's here. After tending to one baby, she had barely settled down to enjoy a few bites of the meal before needing to rise again to feed another, while Song Shuren could assist her with other matters. Nursing the baby was solely her responsibility. Although they had purchased formula, she still preferred to breastfeed whenever convenient. At that moment, Amanda sent over a folder containing the design renderings and construction layout for the baby swimming pool. It was surprising how swiftly Mantu had accomplished this task. The overall impression was quite satisfactory, aligning closely with his expectations. However, he suggested that the wall mural could feature a more vibrant and playful design, and that the seating should incorporate elements of small animals. Additionally, the color palette could be softened. Overly bright hues tend to induce aesthetic fatigue and lack sophistication. Song Shian conveyed these suggestions to Mantu, who promptly made the necessary adjustments. After a while, Amanda sent over the 20th version of the design for the baby swimming pool. He and Lin Shiyu reviewed it and were both pleased with the design proposal. Brother Song, I will contact the construction team to commence work, she said. Very well. I'll oversee things on this end, so you can focus on caring for your sister-in-law and the baby. Thank you for your hard work. I will treat you to a grand feast later. No need for a feast. Can I come over to your house for a meal once the renovations are complete? Chef Song's cooking seems to cure all fatigue. Of course, the renovation will take approximately a month. We need to remove the existing floor tiles and reapply waterproofing measures. Skim the walls, lay down plumbing, and install lighting fixtures, among other tasks. Amanda spent his days either supervising the renovations of the store or visiting other swimming pools to observe their promotional strategies, taking meticulous notes on the necessary permits and precautions. One day, Song's mother called to remind her son, even though Lin Shiyu has completed her confinement, you must remain vigilant in caring for her and the baby. The weather has been quite hot lately, and I know you young people enjoy milk tea and ice cream. However, since Shiyu has just finished her month, she must be cautious. Otherwise, she may develop lingering health issues. Also, avoid consuming too many heat-inducing foods, as they can affect her milk supply, which may in turn impact the baby. Don't forget to use that small towel to dab at the baby's sweat. And remember to apply a bit of powder after cleaning them up. Song's mother spent half an hour on the phone, meticulously discussing everything from food to living arrangements. And regarding the full month celebration, you need to put in some effort as well. Your father and I have selected a few auspicious dates. You will need to decide which day is best for you, and whether you prefer to host it at home or in the city. Song Shian was about to respond when his mother interrupted. While the countryside may be livelier, the current heat and abundance of mosquitoes could harm the baby's delicate skin. The city provides a cleaner environment, with hygiene and air conditioning. Mother, Have you already made a decision? Why ask for my opinion? You and Shiyu should settle on a date. By then, relatives and neighbors will attend the baby's full-month feast, so remember to look for a venue. All right, I almost forgot in my excitement. I will send you the guest list. Don't forget to invite your friends as well. It will be a lively gathering. Understood, Mother. As soon as Song's mother hung up, the Golden Fairy Tale Photography Studio called. Greetings, Mr. Song. I'm Xiao Zhang from the Golden Fairy Tale Studio. After our last photo shoot, a passerby uploaded a candid moment of us conversing in the corridor online, which unexpectedly attracted a wave of attention to our studio. It took us a month to process the photographs of the little ones, and I sincerely apologize for the delay. Song Shian believes that the timing is not a significant issue, considering that the service was provided free of charge for the babies. And the photographer also had to attend to other clients, so a longer wait is quite reasonable. Mr. Song, would you be so kind as to share your home address? I would like to deliver the photographs to you. I reside in Unit 701, Building 2, Jianghua Bay. Very well. What would be a convenient time for me to bring them over? I am available today. After feeding the baby, Lin Shiyu gently fanned the little one to lull them to sleep. The midday sun was quite fierce, so she moved the baby's crib to a cooler spot in the room and drew the curtains halfway. With her hair elegantly swept to one side, she sat beside the crib, narrating and chanting tales to the babies, her voice tender and melodious. Sunlight poured through the other half of the window, casting a golden glow that accentuated her gentle profile, while her light yellow home dress seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, its hem dancing gracefully in the breeze. After their afternoon rest, the team from Golden Fairy Tale arrived. Song Shian poured a glass of water for Xiao Zhang, and the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation on the living room sofa. Here are the photographs from our last session. Do have a look and let us know if you're satisfied. Lin Shiyu took the pictures, and each one was utterly adorable, devoid of excessive retouching, which showcased the baby's natural beauty. Darling, just look at how adorable our little one is, she exclaimed. It must be the good genes from both parents. After photographing so many babies, I must say yours is the cutest. Xiao Zhang showered the little ones with compliments, employing every delightful adjective in his vocabulary. Though the babies could not comprehend, their mother's hearts swelled with joy. How the babies become even cuter now? May I see them? Of course. The little ones have inherited their parents' exquisite features and are growing more charming by the day. Even the once frail fourth baby has blossomed into a chubby cherub under their devoted care. Chapter 70. Aesthetic Competition Among Parents. The babies are adorably irresistible. Song Shian took the photographs to the room, placing them into the pre-prepared frames on the bedside table. Beside them was another photo taken when the little ones were just born. Their daily interactions had masked the significant changes in the babies, but now, in comparison, it was evident that they were growing at a remarkable pace. Gazing at the plump and healthy little ones he had nurtured, Song Shian felt an indescribable sensation within. He wished for the babies to grow quickly, yet simultaneously desired for them to remain small a little longer, a perpetual contradiction. Seeing that the babies were awake, he decided to bring them out. Photographer Xiao Zhang exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, the babies have grown so much." As expected, the little girls are natural beauties, and the boys will surely be the envy of many girls in the future. Song Shian recently viewed a comparison of the babies' photographs taken a month apart, realizing with a start that they were quietly growing up in the blink of an eye. He was acutely aware that the true purpose of Xiao Zhang's visit extended beyond merely delivering photographs. The images they captured were indeed remarkable, and he desired to document the babies further, fearing that time might slip away unnoticed. Now that the babies had grown a bit, it was time to arrange a session for their month-old portraits. "Look at these. They are our clients' samples," he remarked. Xiao Zhang's tablet displayed an array of stunning shots, leaving the parents in a delightful quandary of choices. "This one is beautiful, and this one is quite lovely. Haha, this one's hilarious." Presently, we have special package offers, one for $888, another for $1380, and there is also one for $1888, while the $2888 package includes adult styling as well. If you prefer not to come to the studio for the shoot, we also provide an on-location photography service. That sounds great. We can shoot at home, eliminating the need to transport all four babies and alleviating any discomfort they may feel in unfamiliar surroundings. Moreover, with the adults included, we can capture family portraits alongside the monthly photos, achieving two objectives in one go. Let us choose the one that includes adults, they decided. Xiao Zhang smiled gently. Certainly. Allow me a moment to contact the studio. Please hold on. After selecting the baby's outfits, Xiao Zhang phoned the studio's on-site photography team. While waiting, Lin Shiyu applied a delicate and translucent makeup, perfectly suited for the theme of the upcoming shoot. Meanwhile, Shian perused past photographs of the babies, his heart brimming with anticipation for this session. Approximately 20 minutes later, the staff arrived at the studio. Props and equipment were gradually brought in, and Shian cleared a space for the photographer to set up. As the photographer installed and calibrated the equipment, the stylist entered with the baby's costumes. Lin Shiyu and Shian inspected the materials, ensuring they were soft enough not to irritate the baby's tender skin. They diligently checked the garments for any stains, as unwashed items could potentially lead to allergies. Sensing their concerns, a staff member assured them, "Rest assured, all props used in each shoot are thoroughly cleaned and sanitized afterward, including the small toys the babies will handle." The quality of the materials was as the staff had described, soft, textured, and impeccably clean, posing no risk to the babies. Once everything was set up, it was time for the four little darlings to make their debut. The first set featured an adorable little bunny theme. The sweet, soft babies truly resembled tiny rabbits. The infants were remarkably pliable, executing various challenging poses with ease. The stylist adjusted their limbs for an extended period until they finally achieved a suitable arrangement. The eldest baby lay on a large carrot, eyes closed, resembling a bountiful little bunny dreaming sweetly in a bed of vegetables. The second and fourth babies nestled together, quietly resting in a fluffy nook adorned with small carrots, appearing delightfully soft and utterly charming. The third treasure nestled in a basket, cradling a carrot slightly smaller than himself, gazed with wide eyes, resembling a little prince of rabbits, safeguarding the dreams of princesses. Perfect. Just like that. As soon as the arrangement was complete, the little ones began to show signs of movement. "Hold on, little ones." Photographer Xiao Zhang hastily pressed the shutter. Click, click, a series of rapid shots. Finally, having successfully captured the poses without a hitch, Shian and Lin Shiyu eagerly rushed to the camera to see how the photos turned out. The first few images were quite ordinary, but in one of the later shots, the eldest treasure had unknowingly drooled, which surprisingly added a delightful touch to the scene. Could it be that he dreamt of savoring a giant carrot? It certainly looked delectable, causing him to drool. Lin Shiyu playfully wiped the drool from his mouth while teasing him. With the group photo completed, it was time for individual portraits. The two observed the uniformity of the photos. They were lovely, yet lacked a distinctive flair. They briefly conferred, deciding to create their own props and settings to capture a set of unique milestone photographs. Thus, the father took charge of styling the eldest and second treasures, while the mother focused on the third and fourth. It became a playful competition to see whose aesthetic sense reigned supreme. Shian selected a cool denim theme for the eldest treasure. On the soft carpet, a few magazines and English newspapers were arranged haphazardly, and he rolled up the cuffs of his jeans, placing the baby inside the waistband, allowing little feet to peek out from the wide pant legs. Topped off with a stylish knitted hat and white, thick-framed sunglasses. Click, click. The camera was connected to the computer, instantly displaying the captured images. No wonder he is my son. He looks dashing. Shian raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Lin Shiyu. Now it was Leilei's turn. Leilei's complexion was fairer than the other babies, resembling a little prince. The backdrop shifted to black, and with a moon-shaped pillow available at home, Lin Shiyu instructed the staff to place a few stars around the moon, while dressing Leilei in a little prince costume. Wait. Just as Leilei was positioned, he turned over again, prompting the stylist to quickly adjust his pose. Leilei lay atop the moon, holding a bouquet of roses, reminiscent of a character stepped out from a fairy tale. The little prince's quote resonates. Perhaps there are 5,000 flowers in the world that resemble you, but only you are my one and only rose. This embodies the heartfelt blessing the mother wishes to bestow upon her child. Tuan was an obedient baby, with a round little face, rosy and fair. Lin Shiyu suggested a snow-white theme for Tuan's shoot. Are you suggesting we use an apple for the Snow White theme? How glitch. Let's photograph apples. Apples? Song Shiran retrieved 5 unwrapped apples from the coffee table, arranged in a semicircle, and took the protective net from a grapefruit, washed it, and placed it over the baby's head, revealing a rosy little face. The baby's chubby, rosy cheeks resembled a sweet, juicy apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. A circle of small apples encircles a large apple in the center, and later we will complement it with a few words. The large one is not for sale, while the small ones are 5 yuan each. Photographer Xiao Zhang fervently clicks his camera, determined not to miss a single moment of the baby. For those fleeting instances capture the child's most authentic and endearing essence. At last, the youngest, Round, has arrived, the smallest baby in the family. A little princess who embodies all the affection of her siblings. She is the little sister of her brothers and sisters, a divine gift bestowed upon her parents. Thus, let us create a bouquet-like arrangement. The quilt is fashioned into the shape of a bouquet and draped over the baby, surrounded by an array of flowers, making her appear as though she is a flower fairy enveloped in a floral embrace. Lin Shiyu, in her quest to elicit laughter from the baby, squeezes a small yellow duck, producing a delightful quacking sound, while Song Shian stands nearby, pulling silly faces to amuse her. Round, smile. Click. The baby, still without teeth, beams with an innocent charm that melts the hearts of all present. Chapter 71. Examinations. Doctor, you must have a solution, right? After capturing moments of the baby, the rest is considerably easier. Lin Shiyu and Song Shian change into coordinated outfits, holding the baby for several heartwarming family photos that radiate happiness, nearly overflowing from the screen. The photo shoot concludes, and it is already 5 in the afternoon. The babies are also hungry, prompting Lin Shiyu to push them into the room for feeding. Everyone has worked hard. Let us take a moment to rest. Song Shian hands a bottle of water to each staff member. He also returns to the room to change the baby's diapers. Once the hustle is over, the couple eagerly sits at the computer to select photos. They yawn, blow their noses, pout, and cry, all captured by the camera's keen lens. Ha, look at this one, Tuan. It's absolutely hilarious. This one is blurry, but the babies are still so adorable. The photographer encourages them to choose the cutest among their selections, with every image exuding charm. It proves a challenge to choose just a few. This one is utterly adorable, Lin Shiyu exclaims, excitedly patting Song Shian's thigh. This one is lovely too. The smiles are so heartwarming. We must keep that one where they're drooling. After a lengthy selection process, the staff informs them of a more appealing package. For an additional 199 yuan, they can select 3 extra printed photos from each set, including a family portrait that can be printed as a 24-inch framed piece, which will be beautifully mounted and delivered. The staff scrolls through the computer, saying, "This one is perfect. You each hold 2, and the babies perform splendidly. Indeed, this photograph is quite exquisite." Lin Shiyu and Song Shian smile with warmth in their eyes as the babies gaze with wide, round eyes at their parents, some smiling with eyes crescent-shaped. The 6 of them radiate happiness. Though this may be a sales tactic, it sounds delightful. Moreover, they can select additional adorable photos of the babies. The couple promptly decides to participate in this package offer. As for the baby's negatives, rest assured, we will provide you with all of them later. When the photographs are completed, we will send them over for your review. Upon your satisfaction, we shall print them and deliver them to you. The total is 3,087. May I inquire about the payment method? Card payment, please. Once the payment is finalized, the staff will pack up the equipment and leave. Early the next morning, Song Shiran was awakened by the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of taking the baby's full moon photos. The system rewards you with 50,000 yuan in cash and 4 bottles of baby-safe sunscreen spray. Note, the ingredients of the sunscreen spray are safe and will not harm the delicate skin of infants. One cannot help but admire the system's keen insight into human needs. Just last night, he pondered whether to purchase sunscreen for the baby, concerned about the safety of the ingredients. To his surprise, the system rewarded him with baby sunscreen spray today, which he could trust due to its origin. Shiyu, wake up. Lin Shiyu rubbed her eyes sleepily. What time is it? The sun is already blazing. It's time to rise. Today is the day for the hospital's follow-up checkup. Initially, the hospital advised that both mother and baby return for a review around the full moon to check for postpartum issues and assess the baby's developmental status. The couple had agreed the night before to visit the hospital that morning. After getting up, washing up, and preparing the baby's necessities, they set out. Since Song Shian had made an appointment in advance via his phone, the doctor provided different examinations for Lin Shiyu and the baby. X-rays were on the 4th floor, while laboratory tests were on the 3rd. Lin Shiyu first took the examination form to undergo checks on her wound, pelvic floor muscles, ultrasound, and more. The baby was scheduled for a checkup on the 5th floor in the neonatology department. Song Shian held the baby as they proceeded to the neonatology department for the examination. Soon, the baby's checkup was complete. Song Shian headed to the 4th floor to find Lin Shiyu, pleased to learn that the baby's development was excellent and all was well. 27th, Lin Shiyu. Dear, I will go in for my examination now. Could you please hold my bag? Song Shian waited outside the ultrasound room with the babies. This examination primarily aimed to assess the mother's recovery and ensure that her body had fully healed, addressing any residual issues promptly. The husbands accompanying their wives glanced curiously at Song Shian, captivated by the striking appearance of his handsome father. A wave of jealousy swept through the waiting room. Meanwhile, the adorable babies in their strollers drew admiring glances, evoking envy in the eyes of onlookers. After a few minutes, Lin Shiyu emerged from the ultrasound room. The men who had previously cast curious looks at Song Shian softened their expressions upon seeing Lin Shiyu. What are you looking at? A woman with a slightly rounded belly playfully pinched her partner's ear. Nothing, nothing, he bent down, covering his ear. Nothing. Her voice rose as she tightened her grip on his ear. Other women shot sharp glances at their partners. After waiting for a while, they received the examination report and returned to the outpatient department. Dr. Chun, all the examination reports are here. Dr. Chun, busy writing the medical records, looked up and adjusted his glasses upon hearing the voice. The reports are all interconnected. You may keep those for yourselves. Dr. Chun switched the computer screen to examine their reports, and the more he scrutinized, the more his brow furrowed. Concerned, Song Shian inquired, Doctor, is there a problem? Doctor. Chun shook his head. Lin Shiyu's heart raced. She feared there might be an issue with the baby. If illness were indeed present, she would rather bear it herself than have it affect the child. Dr. Chun continued to shake his head. Doctor, if there's something you need to say, please do. We can handle it, she urged. Well, when you return home, just resume your normal activities, he replied. Song Shian felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Grasping the doctor's hand, surely there is a solution, right? Doctor, you cannot give up. Dr. Chun gently pushed Song Shian's hand away. What I mean is, your recovery is remarkable, particularly your wife. There are no signs of postpartum effects, and all the babies are in excellent health. Just go back and continue as you were. You nearly scare me to death, Doctor. Song Shian exhaled a sigh of relief. Doctor, promise me you won't frown so easily in the future, all right? The phrase resume normal activities carries such weight. Nevertheless, as long as they are healthy, it is indeed a matter of relief. Haha, I will be more cautious next time. Let me write your medical records first. Arriving at the hospital at 10, they had finished all procedures by noon, having only consumed a small bun for breakfast. Lin Shiyu was already famished. Chapter 72, The Lullaby of a New Mother. Song Shian took her to a nearby restaurant for roasted meat rice. The owner recognized him. Is this your beloved wife that you always speak of? She is truly beautiful. You are quite fortunate. He glanced again at the 4 babies that Song Shian was pushing. Could these 4 also be yours? Quadruplets. Your fortune is beyond compare. During his time caring for Lin Shiyu at the hospital, Song Shian frequently dined at this restaurant, leading the owner to become familiar with him. Moreover, Song Shian's striking appearance, combined with his nurturing demeanor as a father, made him quite unforgettable. The new hospital wing was nearly completed and would be ready for operation by spring next year. Many patrons were discussing this topic over lunch. The sun hung high at noon, casting heat upon the asphalt roads outside. This roast meat restaurant, being somewhat older, only had a few oscillating fans mounted on the walls. Lacking air conditioning, it was not particularly cool, but it was certainly preferable to the natural sauna outside. After finishing their meal, Song Shian wheeled the babies to the entrance. Just a step further lay the hazardous area, and they halted in unison. The distance from the restaurant to the parking area was considerable. Adults could manage, but the well-being of the babies was paramount. Gazing at the harsh sunlight outside, he recalled the sunscreen spray awarded by the system today, which would prove useful. With a spritz, Shian applied sunscreen to the babies, allowing a few seconds for it to set before pushing them out to fetch the car and hastily return home. Barely seated, Manta called. "Brother Song, I've gathered intel. Nearby hospitals generally have a higher number of newborns in the last 2 months. Once our renovations are complete, this group of newborns will be just 1 to 2 months old, making them potential clients." Manta reported the progress of the renovation to Shian and even sent him a promotional poster he had designed. "What on earth? Why did you include my photo?" On the poster, Shian was depicted in black swimming trunks, with blue goggles perched atop his head, his perfect physique prominently displayed. Additionally, at the bottom of the poster, "For adorable little children" could be seen, sure to melt the hearts of many. Above them, colorful artistic words proclaimed a grand opening event, promising a warm teaching experience from a perfect caregiver for the first 100 customers who signed up. "Brother Song, why not utilize your charm to attract some customers? It's a business strategy." However, he was taken aback by the mention of the first 100. "Do you expect me to be submerged in water for that long?" "That's a fair point. Let me revise it." Shortly after, Manta sent a new version of the promotional image. The only significant change was that the first 100 had been reduced to 10. "Brother Song, how does this sound? Surely you can manage 10, right?" Shian looked at the poster and smiled helplessly. "Do as you wish." Mantu, having anticipated a rejection of this design, was pleasantly surprised when it was approved, and he joyfully jumped in place. "Great, I'm off to take care of it." After hanging up, Shian lay on the sofa, allowing his mind to wander. He recalled Dr. Chen's advice. At this age, babies can benefit from exercises that enhance their gripping abilities. Babies naturally possess the instinct to grasp, yet they often keep their fists clenched. Purposeful practice of opening and closing their hands can stimulate their sense of touch, further developing their brains. Just as he planned to retrieve some toys, Lin Shiyu emerged, carrying a selection of playthings. There were animal rattles, hanging toys, clackers, and a few small dolls. The babies particularly loved the animal rattles, which were not only soft, but could also serve as comforting companions by their pillows, easily within reach when they awoke, unrestricted by their surroundings. At this stage, the babies were primarily in a sleepy phase, focusing mainly on sight and sound, with few toys available for play. The animal rattles perfectly catered to their need for observing nearby objects and developing their auditory senses. Sometimes they expressed their emotions through reaching and kicking. In such moments, the rattles could enhance their gripping abilities, while the alluring jingling sounds piqued their curiosity and desire to explore. Moreover, they served as an effective tool for soothing fussy babies. A gentle shake would often coax them back to calmness. Lin Shiyu handed the rattles to the babies, who eagerly shook them, producing delightful jingling sounds. The noise captured their attention, and they curiously examined the source of the sound, leading Yuan to burst into laughter at the cheerful chimes. As Lele played, she reached out to her mother. "Are you done playing, Lele?" "Abu Abu." Shian took the toy and shook it in front of Lele, causing her to clap her little hands in delight at the cheerful jingling. Lele is quite clever. She knows when she's tired of shaking it and wants her mother to do it instead. To Anchuan, do not put the toy in your mouth. Infants exhibit an innate curiosity towards the wonders of their surroundings, a manifestation of their quest to explore the world. Lin Shiyu gently extracted a toy from the tiny mouth of Tuan, playfully tapping his lips, reminding him that the toy was dirty and should not be put in his mouth. It was a frequent occurrence for babies to chew on toys, leaving them coated in saliva, which, if not cleaned promptly, could foster bacteria and jeopardize their health. Thus, the toys were sanitized every couple of days. Shian affixed a set of hanging toys above the crib, the gentle swaying of the toys immediately capturing the baby's attention. The toys, suspended by strings, swayed rhythmically due to inertia, and the babies, with wide eyes, followed their movements. Each of them was utterly adorable. Once the swaying ceased, Lin Shiyu shook a rattle, producing sounds that drew the babies closer. Indeed, the babies were captivated by the rattle, intently observing the toy in their mother's hands. Lin Shiyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she sang a playful rhyme while shaking the rattle. A little pug, standing at the gate, with dark, gleaming eyes, longing for a bone so great. Once the pug has eaten its treat, wagging its tail it nods, oh so sweet. The babies appeared to relish the rhyme sung by their mother, their expressions reflecting a yearning for more. Lin Shiyu continued to shake the rattle, asking, "Do you like it, little ones? Who wants it?" The first to raise their hand will get to play with the rattle. Quickly, one little hand shot up. It was Quadruplets. So Lin Shiyu handed the rattle to him first. The babies, of course, could not comprehend their mother's words, but Quadruplets, ever so energetic, reached out eagerly for the rattle as soon as it jingled. He shook the rattle vigorously, yet he could not hear the rhythmic sound that Lin Shiyu produced. His dark, grape-like eyes filled with confusion. Seemingly impatient, he swung the toy forcefully. Concerned that Quadruplets might inadvertently strike another baby, Lin Shiyu gently admonished, "Quadruplets, that's not how we play. Come, let Mama show you." She took Quadruplets' hand, guiding it left and right, shaking the little mallet beside the rattle to create the pleasant sound of rhythm, much to Quadruplets' delight. Chapter 73. The lullaby of a new father. The babies were still young and unfamiliar with the rattle's usage. Since they all slept together, Lin Shiyu worried that Quadruplets might accidentally hit another baby, prompting her to take the rattle away. It was not a matter of denial. However, once she did, Quadruplets' lips pursed in protest, his expression one of utter dismay. "Quadruplets, it's not that Mama won't let you play. I just don't want you to hurt your siblings. We can play again soon, all right?" With tears welling in his eyes, it seemed he was on the verge of crying. Suddenly, he burst into wails. "Here, here." Lin Shiyu returned the rattle to Quadruplets' hands. Instantly, his tears ceased, and he joyfully shook the rattle, transforming his cries into laughter. Lin Shiyu, though concerned for the safety of the other babies, found herself in a dilemma. Whenever she took the rattle away, Quadruplets would cry. She was compelled to seek assistance from Shian, who, while disinclined to indulge Quadruplets' bad habit, also recognized the need for a gentle approach in retrieving the toy. "Quickly, hand the rattle to Daddy, and he will sing you a nursery rhyme," said Shian gently, as he slowly took the rattle from Quadruplets' little hands. Quadruplets seemed momentarily bewildered, gazing vacantly at his father. Exhausted from a morning of activity, Shian seized this opportunity to lull the little ones to sleep, hoping to catch some rest himself once they drifted off. Quadruplets' tiny lips began to pout, prompting Shian to tenderly stroke his forehead. The little pig is full, closing its eyes to sleep. Its big ears are flapping, and its little tail is wagging. "Hush, hush," the little tail is wagging. "Rockabye, rockabye, my baby is going to sleep. The little flower blanket, cover it well. Place the tiny hand just right. Rockabye, rockabye, my baby is asleep." The two exchanged hushed whispers. Are they asleep? I don't know, why not ask? How should I ask? Shian cleared his throat. "Little friends who are asleep, please raise your hands." Lin Shiyu gasped. "Lower your voice. The babies are asleep. If you speak too loudly, you'll wake them." The babies, unable to comprehend, would certainly not raise their hands. Yet Lin Shiyu was well aware that the little darlings were indeed asleep, and raising her voice would surely disturb them. "Oh," Shian remarked with a knowing glance at Lin Shiyu. Suddenly, she realized, "You knew they were asleep and still asked." "I just wanted to be sure," Lin Shiyu murmured softly. "All right, let us also take a rest." After the babies fell asleep, the two of them settled down for a nap as well. Upon waking to use the restroom, Lin Shiyu returned to find Yuan grumbling. Having neither made a mess nor relieved himself, he was likely hungry. She picked him up to feed him. At that moment, she noticed Leilei's unusual demeanor. His little face was flushed, suggesting he needed to relieve himself. Is he going to poop? The diaper, not quite fitting, had slipped, revealing a round little bottom. Concerned that he might soil the bed, she hurriedly called out to her husband, "Honey, Leilei needs to go." The sudden loud call startled Shian awake. Upon assessing the situation, he swiftly laid down a changing mat on the table, carefully placing Leilei on it and unfastening the loose diaper. As he did so, the little one was still in the process of relieving himself. Shian patiently waited for Leilei to finish before tidying up. Finally, once Leilei had returned to his usual self and had not made any further mess, Shian quickly attended to him, wiping him clean and replacing his diaper with a fresh one. After addressing the urgent matters, the little one was unusually energetic and could not settle down. Laying in bed, he grasped a handbell, shaking it with glee, causing the other three babies to furrow their brows slightly. "Lele, it's time to sleep," Song Shian said, reaching for the handbell, only to find Lele gripping it tightly. His 5 little fingers were holding on with all their might. Due to their tender age, their cerebral cortexes were still developing, limiting their ability to regulate muscle activity, which often resulted in the flexor muscles overpowering the extensors, making it challenging for adults to pry open a baby's grasp. He dared not pry open the baby's tiny fingers with sheer force, for fear of injuring the delicate joints. "Lele, look here at Mommy," Lin Shiyu called, wielding a small dangling ball attached to a string to capture Lele's attention. Captivated by the little ball, Lele's grip on the rattle gradually loosened, allowing Song Shian the opportunity to snatch it away. The little one held on quite tightly indeed. Lin Shiyu chuckled. "Have you ever heard an old saying?" While soothing Lele to sleep, Song Shian scratched his head. "What old saying?" "When a baby's fist is clenched tightly, it signifies a frugal and family-oriented father, and money flows to him as abundantly as the waters of the Yellow River from the heavens." Conversely what? Do tell. Song Shian's curiosity was piqued by Lin Shiyu's words. Conversely, if the baby does not clench their fist, the father's money flows away like a river rushing to the sea, never to return. Of course, this is merely an old adage without scientific backing. Observant parents will notice that newborns up to a few months old typically keep their fists tightly closed. Upon hearing this, Song Shian remarked with a hint of resignation, "Lele, you should hold on a bit tighter then." Although he had successfully retrieved the rattle, the commotion had disturbed the other babies. 3 little ones were making soft noises, with the round-faced one already gazing wide-eyed at its parents. Song Shian rubbed his forehead in amusement, looking at Lele, who had drifted into slumber. "You certainly sleep soundly," he mused. This afternoon nap lasted less than 30 minutes, whereas babies generally require about 2 hours for their midday rest to effectively recuperate their energy. If they do not soothe the baby back to sleep now, and if the baby's rest coincides with their own, it may disrupt the parent's downtime and lead to a chaotic routine, which could foster undesirable habits in the child. Therefore, it was imperative to lull the baby back to sleep. But how to achieve that? Lele had already succumbed to slumber, and singing might risk waking him. The round-faced one, however, was quite easy to soothe. A gentle pat on the head worked like magic, and soon the baby would drift off. Yet, this method was effective only for the round-faced one. The other baby, Quadruplets, was not so easily lulled. To avoid disturbing the already sleeping Lele, Song Shian carefully carried Quadruplets out, while Lin Shiyu mimicked her husband's actions and picked up Tuan. The couple gently cradled the babies and strolled around the room, exchanging soft words, before beginning a rhythmic sway. "Sleep, my dear little one," Song Shian whispered a lullaby, a tender smile gracing his lips. Lin Shiyu followed suit, soothing Lele in a similar manner. Before long, Quadruplets began to struggle between heavy eyelids. Soon, the baby's tiny faces nestled against their mother's shoulder, their breath soft and even. "Honey, it seems the baby has fallen asleep," Lin Shiyu remarked. Song Shian pretended to place Quadruplets in the crib, but before he could lay him down, the baby let out a little whimper. Just feigning sleep. The young author lacks a computer and cannot access the GIF backend to view messages there. Here, the author expresses regret for the inconvenience and thanks all the supporters for their various forms of encouragement. Chapter 74. So it seems he has inherited his father's traits. Although the baby appears to be sound asleep on the surface, the moment he is separated from his parents' embrace, he awakens instantly. Parents holding their child while sleeping instills a sense of safety and comfort in the baby, enhancing their feelings of security. However, relying on this method for an extended period may result in the child becoming unaccustomed to the crib and prone to waking and crying. Such an approach cannot be sustained long-term, as it may lead to dependency, complicating future soothing efforts. After a while, Song Shian gently placed the baby back into the crib, this time employing a cautious strategy. Observing that the baby, Quadruplets, exhibited no immediate response, he surmised that the little one had entered a deep slumber. With deliberate care, he laid the baby down and softly patted his back. Lin Shiyu followed suit, imitating Song Shian as she gently placed the baby onto the bed and patted his back to soothe him to sleep. The couple's movements grew increasingly gentle, eventually coming to a halt. Just as they began to feel a sense of relief at the absence of cries, Lele's tiny hand stirred, and Kwaikawa's lips pursed slightly. Seeing this, their hearts raced once more. Internally, they thought, could it be? They dared not breathe, fearing that even the slightest sound might disturb the slumbering infants. Thankfully, the babies did not cry. The rhythmic sound of their breathing allowed the couple to exhale a sigh of relief. It seemed they were indeed fast asleep. Lin Shiyu tenderly adjusted the blankets around the babies, gently stroking their hair while whispering, "Do you know? Mommy and Daddy truly love you." The couple exchanged smiles, having finally lulled the babies to sleep. However, Lin Shiyu gazed down at her shirt, dampened in several spots from the feeding. "I need to change my clothes," she sighed. Just moments earlier, while feeding Yuan, the little one had been both sucking and playing, causing milk to spill all over her shirt. The real concern was whether she had actually consumed enough. Busy with soothing the baby, Lin Shiyu had neglected to place nursing pads, resulting in more milk leaking onto her clothes. "Oh dear, time to change again." Emerging from the bathroom with a troubled expression, she lamented, "Honey, this one tea do. I have to change clothes every day." It was not just Yuan. The other babies occasionally exhibited similar behavior. Perhaps they were overfed, unaware of the value of their food. "Next time, if they act like this, I might let them go hungry for a meal to teach them to appreciate their food." Shian firmly believed that this approach would be utterly ineffective. At just over a month old, the babies did not comprehend right from wrong. They only knew to cry when they were hungry. When they cried, they were fed, and, as parents, they could not simply watch their babies cry from hunger, a predicament that had them firmly in the baby's grasp. Lin Shiyu sighed, realizing that this truly was a poor idea. It seemed her earlier frustration had led to this ill-conceived notion. Shian shared her concerns. If the babies did not drink well, consuming only a little and remaining hungry, it would necessitate more frequent feedings, leaving Lin Shiyu with even less time to rest. Perhaps a lack of comprehensive nutrition leads to frailty and illness, rendering the situation even more regrettable. "I shall call my mother. Perhaps a seasoned individual may possess greater wisdom than us." Lin Shiyu smacked her forehead, realizing, how could I have forgotten about her mother? After listening to her son's grievances, Song's mother burst into laughter. "Little Lin also had this bad habit as a child, and I certainly did not spare the rod. However, the baby is still young and requires milk. Sometimes it may not be merely milk they seek, but rather a desire to grasp something. A pacifier could be prepared for the little ones, ensuring a more tranquil sleep, yet must be discarded once the child matures." That was precisely how it was with little Lin. Once the pacifier was gone, so was the milk. Lin Shiyu glanced at Shian, who was suppressing laughter. It seemed as if she were saying, "So this trait has been inherited from you. No wonder the quadruplets resemble a leaky sieve when drinking milk." Aware of their inner turmoil, Song's mother chose not to elaborate further, instead offering words of comfort. "I have traversed this path myself, and I understand your struggles. However, raising children is a formidable journey. Maintain a calm disposition and take it slowly. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall do my utmost to help you. You both must prioritize rest. Do not overexert yourselves. If it becomes too overwhelming, simply call your mother, and I shall come to assist with the children." Song's mother genuinely empathized with the couple, knowing how challenging it is to rear children, especially four. After hanging up, the two adjusted their mindsets. They're their own flesh and blood. Even if they must kneel, they will nurture their children to adulthood. Let's wait a few months and see. Perhaps the children will improve with age. "My dear, you have endured much during this time." Lin Shiyu shook her head, insisting it was nothing. "I am not struggling. You have already shared a considerable burden." Her primary responsibility was to nurse the children, and after that, to entertain them. In terms of hardship, it certainly paled in comparison to Shian's. He not only prepared 3 meals a day for her, but also managed the household chores, all while dedicating time to play with the babies. At night, he would rise to tuck the little ones in, change diapers, and feed them, among other tasks. Particularly, ensuring the babies had the proper head shape. The infant skulls are quite malleable during the first 3 months. It is essential to monitor their sleeping positions and alternate angles to cultivate a beautiful round head. Influenced by traditional views, Song's mother believed a flat head to be more aesthetically pleasing. However, she did not want her children, when they grew, to resemble a faucet sticking out from a wall when they tied their hair into ponytails. Moreover, the shape of the head plays a significant role in determining the baby's attractiveness. It must be acknowledged that, in her recollection, her husband resembled a spinning top, tirelessly attending to tasks with hardly a moment to rest. You should go and rest. I will wash the clothes first. Otherwise, you will have nothing to change into soon. Lin Shiyu said playfully, shaking Song Shian's arm. No, you must join me. After we wake, we will tidy up together. Song Shian patted her head. In no time, he finished washing. Lin Shiyu pouted, her resolve unwavering, insisting no. You must rest with me. Song Shian found himself at a loss, gently pinching her nose and smiling affectionately. All right, as you wish. Lin Shiyu, with her pouting lips, planted a gentle kiss upon him and pulled him toward the bed. They tucked themselves under the covers, ready to slumber. Although the weather was sweltering, the tenacious spirit of the Chinese people dictated that one must cover their navel to ward off any chill. Song Shian pulled a corner of the blanket over his abdomen, while Lin Shiyu nestled against him, her cheeks flushed. Dear! And then Lin Shiyu yawned broadly as she gradually succumbed to sleep. Chapter 75. The swimming pool is open. As Song Shian gazed at the peacefully slumbering Lin Shiyu, he tenderly brushed the strands of hair that had fallen across her face. Her breathing was soft and rhythmic, as if she were enveloped in a serene dream. He admired her exquisite features and could not resist planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Thanks to the system's rewards of fortifying skills, he could replenish his energy at any moment, restoring his vitality. Since he was unable to sleep, he decided to tidy up the house and prepare dinner for his wife. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away, and it was already 4 o'clock. Song Shian washed the laundry, tidied the living space, and set the rice to cook. He resolved to wait for his wife to awaken before cooking the vegetables, lest they become unappetizing when cold. Upon returning to the bedroom, he noticed Lin Shiyu was still asleep and turned to check on the little ones. To his surprise, Kwaikua and Lele were awake, remarkably quiet, engaged in playing with their toys. Seeing their father approach, the children beamed with joy, their radiant smiles dispelling Song Shian's fatigue from cleaning. Kwaikua and Lele are so well behaved. It seems they've truly grown up, being considerate of their father and sparing him worries. Song Shian scooped up Kwaikua and Lele, exclaiming, Look, Mommy is still enjoying her slumber. Shall we wake her up? Kwaikua and Lele tilted their heads, gazing at their mother, babbling as if attempting to communicate something. Gently, Song Shian placed Kwaikua and Lele beside Lin Shiyu, whispering, Mommy, it's time to rise. The sun is nearly setting. Lin Shiyu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, observing her drowsy state. Song Shian decided to stage a little performance with his son. Why hasn't Mommy awakened yet? Perhaps Kwaikua and Lele aren't enthusiastic enough? Could it be that Mommy has been struck by the Queen's poisoned apple, needing a prince's kiss to awaken? He turned to the children. Who will kiss Mommy? The little ones, still too young to crawl, looked innocently bewildered. Song Shian feigned disappointment at their lack of action. Oh dear, it seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. He licked his lips, puckered up, and began to lean in toward Lin Shiyu. Just then, as he was mere centimeters away from kissing her, she swiftly turned, planting a soft kiss on their son's forehead. Thank you, Kwaikua and Lele, for helping Mommy break the spell. Song Shian's face fell. The duck he had nearly caught had flown away. No, I am a prince. My kiss is the only one that truly matters. With that, he cupped Lin Shiyu's face and planted a robust kiss on her lips. Lin Shiyu, realizing what had transpired, playfully swatted his chest in a flurry of shyness. The child is still here. Song Shian wore a mischievous smile, assuring that it was fine, they would not comprehend. He leaned in to plant a kiss on her blushing cheek. I'll go check if Tuan Tuan is awake. Just as he spoke, a wailing sound echoed from the crib. Lin Shiyu wriggled out of his embrace and picked up the crying Tuan Tuan. Good baby, are you hungry, Tuan Tuan? As she unfastened her buttons, Tuan Tuan eagerly nestled in, drinking heartily. Slow down, Tuan Tuan, you're hurting Mommy. Tuan Tuan was exerting all her strength to nurse. At just over a month old, the weaning process was still far off. How would she endure this in the future? Yet, witnessing her babies grow day by day under her nurturing filled her with immense satisfaction. as the babies fed and played. Their vigorous sucking had already broken the skin on her nipple, causing it to bleed and scab. Nonetheless, she continued to offer her sustenance to the child, enduring the pain. Song Shian sighed deeply, wishing men could nurse as well. A month prior, there had been no signs of this. Why were the babies behaving this way now? The couple was perplexed, yet they decided to observe for a while longer. Time passed, and soon the swimming center was completed, marking the day of its grand opening. On that day, at 10 in the morning, the baby swimming center officially commenced operations. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Manta tightly grasped Song Shian's hand, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Song, thank you so much for trusting me and bringing me along. Otherwise, I would still be toiling away. From this day forth, I promise, if you say go east, I shall not venture west. If you direct me south, I will not stray north." Song Shian patted Mantu on the shoulder. "All this is brotherhood. My family is rather busy. I'll rely on you to keep an eye on the shop. With me here, you can rest assured, Brother Song." Manta replied, performing a comical salute. Customers began to trickle into the shop, prompting Mantu to busy himself. Lin Shiyu had other matters to attend to. The novice parents entrusted the business to Mantu and temporarily departed. "Brother Song's sister-in-law, take care. I want to see you off." Lin Shiyu, due to her pregnancy and the need to tend to her health, had a multitude of tasks awaiting her at school. Ever since leaving her confinement, her teachers had urged her several times to return. She could no longer postpone. Today, she had to make a trip back to school. In the car, Lin Shiyu appeared in high spirits due to the successful opening of the baby swimming center. She played with the baby in the back seat and suddenly reflected, "Darling, do you recall when I was pregnant with them? I was so lost, fearing whether I could provide for these 4 little ones after they were born. Yin Yin even suggested that if I couldn't support them, she would take 2 of them, so she could avoid facing death herself." Song Shian replied, "That's simply one do. I could never part with my treasures." Lin Shiyu was amused by his Song Shian's serious demeanor. "Ha, I was just joking. You're truly adorable, my love." Hearing his wife praise him, a hint of bashfulness washed over him. "Are you teasing me?" Lin Shiyu repeatedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not." Initially, he was somewhat skeptical, but witnessing her reaction, he was convinced that she was indeed mocking him. However, amidst the playful banter, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards his beloved husband. Without him, raising their children alone would have made it impossible to enjoy such a wonderful life. Song Shian smiled faintly. As a husband and father, he was duty-bound to shoulder this responsibility. "No need to thank me, my dear. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had that quarrel with your family back then." Catching a glimpse of Lin Shiyu pressing her finger to her lips in a gesture for silence through the rearview mirror, he promptly ceased his words. The past was behind them. Now they had a home, a car, and 4 adorable children, and he felt immensely content. Chapter 76. What? Is my wife like this at school? As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at the school. Song Shian parked the car and opened the trunk to retrieve the stroller. Lin Shiyu, glancing at the thick stack of papers in the brown paper bag beside her, inquired curiously, "What is this?" Song Shian explained, "These are promotional posters for our children's swimming center. Mando asked me to promote it at school. Although the students at school might not attend the swimming center, their younger siblings could, like nephews and nieces." Lin Shiyu was taken aback. "There are posters? Let me see." Song Shian placed the poster behind him, saying, "Maybe we should skip this one." "No way. I haven't seen it yet. Let me have a look." Lin Shiyu approached to snatch the poster from his hands. With no place to escape, Song Shian had no choice but to hold the poster high above his head. At over 6 feet tall, he was beyond her reach. No matter how much she jumped, when brute force failed, she decided to employ cunning instead. Lin Shiyu smiled meaningfully at Song Shian, causing a chill to run down his spine. Rubbing her hands together, she said, "Hey, watch me be clever. The tickle attack." "What? You're cheating." "Ha ha ha, stop tickling me. I surrender. I was wrong, my dear." Seeing his good-natured attitude, Lin Shiyu halted her actions and extended her right hand. "How about the flyers?" Song Shian's eyes darted, contemplating escape. "Oh, you think you can run?" This time, she intensified her efforts and Song Shian, unable to maintain control, let the flyers fly into the air. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had frozen. The promotional flyers floated gracefully down, like autumn leaves. And Lin Shiyu picked up the one closest to her, bursting into laughter. The flyer depicted 4 utterly adorable little ones, alongside their extraordinarily eye-catching father, Song Shian. There he was, shirtless, with an impeccable face paired with a flawless physique. How could he not captivate countless mothers? Of course. This was all while ignoring the absurdity of his yellow duck swimming trunks. Ha 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 ha. The stark contrast was simply too much for Lin Shiyu to bear. Hey, are you laughing a bit too loudly? It had always been Song Shian who made her blush. Now, it was his turn. Is it really that funny? Lin Shiyu cradled her belly, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. Why are you hiding so tightly? Let me see. He conceded that there was indeed something humorous about it. This was all the fault of Mantu, who insisted that the promotional flyers needed to stand out to be competitive in the market. Yet, with Song Shian's undeniable charm, they decided to dress him in a pair of playful yellow duck swim trunks, a delightful blend of humor and style. At that moment, Mantu in the swimming pool let out a series of loud sneezes. Who dares to insult me? Meanwhile, near the school entrance, the two picked up the scattered flyers. Let us go, Song Shian urged, pushing the quadruple stroller while Lin Shiyu linked her arm with his. Their arrival at the school gate captivated the attention of all their classmates. The rumor of the school beauty marrying the school heartthrob had already stirred quite the gossip. But now, their simultaneous appearance with their little ones dispelled some of the unfounded tales. Before coming, they had mentally prepared themselves to be the center of attention. As they stepped through the school gates, Lin Shiyu transformed into the persona of an aloof goddess, an aura that demanded distance. With a crisp makeup look and confident strides, she exuded an elegance that belied any post-pregnancy awkwardness. Motherhood had only amplified her allure and self-assurance. Song Shian gazed at his wife in disbelief. Is she always this cool and distant in public? Kwaikua, come here. You're being too noisy. Let me hold you, he urged. Instantly, Lin Shiyu's icy demeanor melted away as she bent down, showering their baby with a gentle and enchanting smile. Kwaikua, do you want to see the outside world? Come to mommy, but no mischief, okay? Her eyes curved into crescent moons, completely shedding the formidable air she had just moments before. Kwaikua, this is the school where mommy and daddy studied. Here lies Su Da's motto. Virtue and knowledge are boundless. Kwaikua, observing the world from this new perspective, found everything fascinating, the older siblings. The grand sculptures, all were wonders in his wide, innocent eyes. He gazed back at his mother, his round eyes sparkling. Do you like this school? When you grow up, let us apply to Suda together and be alumni with mommy and daddy. Shall we? Tilting his head, he flashed a heartwarming smile. You're such a darling. If you keep looking at mommy like that, I might just have to give you a kiss. Lin Shiyu exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to smother Kwaikua's little face with affection. After the playful moment, she suddenly recalled their surroundings, instantly reverting to her high-cold goddess persona. Could that couple be the school beauty and heartthrob? Murmur voice. What looks like there's no one else it could be. Whoa. I only applied to Suda after seeing how handsome Song Shian is online, and now he is already married. Saw my idol. Is there no chance for me? Lamented a heartbroken freshman, clutching her chest by the roadside. A nearby boy responded, Wake up, classmate. What chance is there? Our goddess has already given him a baby. It's heartbreaking, my friend. Yet, there was no denying that this couple was indeed a perfect match. At that moment, when the campus beauty affectionately interacted with the baby, it was simply enchanting. The beauty of the world was intimately intertwined with them. A junior girl passing by sighed, pondering which unfortunate soul could claim that Li surpassed the campus beauty in attractiveness. Her companion chuckled, likely aware of Li's vexation at the rumor she had spread. A curious freshman, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, inquired, Senior, what is the story behind this? You're a freshman, so you might not know, the senior replied. Li is the ex-girlfriend of the campus heartthrob, who broke up with him due to his lack of wealth. And then what happened? The heartthrob ended up with the campus beauty, resulting in a child, leaving Li utterly furious. But if Li was unhappy with the heartthrob's financial status, why would she be upset about his relationship with the campus beauty? The freshman asked. The senior scoffed, continuing, I heard that the heartthrob successfully invested and made quite a fortune. Perhaps he sought reconciliation and was met with anger when it failed. I also heard that Li Li's attempts to latch onto a wealthy suitor backfired when one of the heartthrob-esque friends exposed her true intentions. The scene was quite awkward. The freshman, bewildered, lamented that she had entered school too late, missing out on such juicy gossip. So how did the campus beauty and heartthrob meet and end up together? She wondered. Isn't it obvious? Beautiful people naturally gravitate towards one another. They mingled, got to know each other, and eventually became a couple. I truly envy that. During my 4 years at university, will I also be able to experience a passionate romance like that of Senior Song and Senior Lin, and eventually bring a lovely child into the world? Freshman, wake up. The senior is still single. At that moment, a woman adorned in sunglasses, with her hair dyed a striking yellow and styled in large waves, dressed in a chic outfit, silently absorbed the unfolding drama. Beside her stood a similarly aged girl clad in a miniskirt. This grand entrance could only belong to the infamous ex-girlfriend, Li Li. The gossip from the last encounter with Li Li had indeed spread like wildfire throughout the campus, leading the male students to steer clear of her, fearful of being ensnared and stripped of their wealth. Upon overhearing the freshmen's discussion about her, Li Li's expression was nothing short of spectacular. Had her friends not restrained her, she would have stormed over to deliver a slap. Fuming, Lily removed her sunglasses and stamped her foot in anger. Why are you holding me back? I should confront that little vixen. Li Jia, with so many people discussing you, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, her friend cautioned. Lily turned, her tone accusatory. Didn't you say that Lin Shiyu was wealthy and wouldn't you look at him? Didn't you claim he was merely living off her? How come they appear so blissful now? Does it seem like they're on the verge of breaking up? Her companion was at a loss for words. She had merely offered comforting words to buy time. Who would have thought their relationship was growing increasingly intimate? They even brought their child to campus, which was essentially a public declaration of their relationship. In response to Li Li's skepticism, her friend replied, well, circumstances can change. Perhaps Lin Shiyu doesn't team mind him after all. This statement seemed to subtly point toward someone in particular. Li Li's countenance darkened further as she glared fiercely at Lin Shiyu. Observing her demeanor, her friends hurried to console her, fearing she might act impulsively. Even though Song Shiren had turned his fortunes around, could he truly compare to young Master Fu? Speaking of young Master Fu, Li Li's expression softened slightly. He was a recent overseas student who had returned home, and they had only known each other for less than half a month before becoming involved. The fact that Li Li made such a swift decision to be with him indicated that he possessed considerable influence. Young Master Fu was the heir of the Fu group, the sole child of the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Fu, and the only successor to the family fortune. Having just returned to the country, he was still unaccustomed to local traffic and accidentally bumped into Li Li. Noticing his striking appearance, adorned in bespoke luxury brands, she feigned innocence to catch his attention, leading to a rapid progression in their relationship that culminated in her sharing his bed. Her friends were right. The priority now was to seize this golden opportunity and swiftly realize her ambition of marrying into a wealthy family. Li Li tidied her hair and decided to prepare for her upcoming date with young Master Fu, noting that the sun was threatening to ruin her makeup. She excused herself to the restroom for a touch-up. The weather was sweltering, and Lin Shiyu, having consumed a considerable amount of water in the car, now felt the urgency to relieve herself. Darling, I need to use the restroom. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the shade, Song Shiren replied. Once Lin Shiyu departed, he settled onto a stone bench beneath the trees to rest. A message arrived in the dormitory group chat. Brother Song, Amanda said you and your wife are back. Where are you? He opened the camera, recorded a brief video of his surroundings, and sent it. Subsequently, he took out a small fan to cool the babies beside him, gazing at them with affectionate tenderness. Numerous students passed by, many captivated by the adorable babies, stopping to greet them. What cute little babies. Call me sister. Song Shiren chuckled softly. They were just over a month old and unable to speak. As the two girls looked up, a handsome face caught their attention. They were astonished. You are that. Song Shiren. Yes, it's Song Shiren. One girl gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. So this baby. Song Shiren, perplexed by their reaction, politely replied, the baby is mine. Does that mean the rumors about you marrying the campus beauty Lin Shiyu and having a baby are true? Their inquiry was both unexpected and anticipated. He had foreseen such curiosity. Song Shian nodded. Are we really that famous? The two girls widened their eyes and nodded vigorously. Your story has spread throughout the school. I've been rooting for you both. With handsome men and beautiful women, you must cherish each other. I absolutely cannot miss this. Saying this, one girl removed a small bear keychain from her backpack. Sister has to go to class now, but this adorable bear is a gift for the lovely baby. Song Shian thanked her and accepted the gift, hanging it beside the crib. The two girls, books in hand, turned to wave goodbye. No need to thank us. Until we meet again. As Song Shian gazed at the books in the hands of two girls, a sudden thought struck him. The flyers. He had completely forgotten to distribute them. Hey, classmates, wait a moment. The two girls halted their steps, inquiring about his urgency. Song Shian handed them the promotional flyer, stating, This is for my newly opened baby swimming academy. Please take a look and see if anyone at home might be interested. One of the girls took the flyer and, upon examination, remarked, It looks quite appealing. If I sign up now, will I also benefit from your enthusiastic instruction? Song Shian scratched his head and replied, Considering we are alumni, absolutely. The girl rejoiced, Then I'll enroll my younger brother. I'm already 18, and my mother had another child. I can only take care of him at home. It's driving me to boredom. Enrolling him in a class would give me a chance to have some fun outside. To his surprise, he was fortunate to attract clients even at school. Just scan the QR code above and fill in your information to schedule a time, he instructed. All right. Thank you. We must head to class now. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyu had just finished washing her hands after using the restroom. What a coincidence. I ran into my husband's ex-girlfriend. She noted the girl's arrogance, still flaunting her presence, accompanied by her entourage. It was best to ignore such individuals. As Lin Shiyu turned to leave, a voice called out, Stop! With no one else around, it was evident she was being addressed. Lin Shiyu paused and casually turned around. Lily circled her, scrutinizing her appearance for any flaws. After her inspection, she found Lin Shiyu flawless in both figure and beauty. Even her abdomen remained flat, unaffected by childbirth. However, driven by a petty sense of pride, she turned to her friend and asked, Who do you think is more beautiful, me or her? This left her friend in a difficult position, as standing together, Lin Shiyu utterly eclipsed her. Sister Li, please don't put me in such a predicament. Li Li's expression darkened. As women, though she verbally contested it, deep down she recognized Lin Shiyu's beauty. What puzzled her was why such a beautiful and affluent woman would choose to be with Song Shian. Thus, Li Li curiously inquired, Lin Shiyu, what is it that you love about Song Shian? Is it just his looks? Or perhaps his strong physique? Lin Shiyu and Li Li belonged to entirely different worlds. In Li Li's realm, love was synonymous with wealth. She had previously discarded Song Shian due to his lack of financial means, completely overlooking his kindness towards her. Such mercenary individuals could never comprehend her affection for Song Shian. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Li and smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Seeing that Lin Shiyu was ignoring her, Li Li became increasingly agitated. Lin Shiyu, what are you so proud of? Song Shian is merely a man I discarded. You are simply picking up my leftovers. Li Li swung her arm, poised to teach Lin Shiyu a lesson. A few classmates entering the restroom paused in shock at the scene unfolding before them. At that moment, her phone rang abruptly. The hand raised in anger froze mid-air as she retrieved her phone to answer the call. It was a call from young Master Fu. Li Li abruptly transformed her previously arrogant demeanor, her voice now tinged with coyness. Fu Xiao, what is the matter? Darling, I've arrived at the entrance of your school. Li Li responded shyly. Fu Xiao, you're so kind to come and pick me up. It's only right. I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Suddenly, Li Li seemed to anticipate what Fu Xiao was about to say and switched to speakerphone. I've also bought you that handbag you adore. I'm certain you'll love it. She intentionally raised her voice. Really? But that handbag costs over 100,000. Is that not too extravagant? A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Darling, you deserve the very best. All right, I'm on my way. As the call ended and she learned of the extravagant gift, Li Li's spirits soared, and she flaunted her triumph before Lin Shiyu. Li Li made sure her words were audible, leaving Lin Shiyu speechless. Enduring a moment of calm, stepping back only fuels my anger. If I can't bear it any longer, there's no need to endure. Lin Shiyu was not one to silently tolerate. Li's earlier mockery had not been forgotten. With her back straightened, Lin Shiyu confronted Li. So you think you can just walk away after berating me? In an instant, her aura intensified, ready to retaliate, exuding the presence of a true heroine. The onlookers at the entrance parted to make way for her. Are you the ex-girlfriend who can't let go of my husband after the breakup? You must be joking. Why would I still think about that poor boy, Shian? You are the only one who treats him like a treasure. Lin Shiyu feigned innocence. Then why are you angry that I'm with him now? If you can't forget him, then you must be envious of my happiness. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Lili liftet herchin defianti. No matter how you spin it, he is just a young man who can't integrate into high society, relying on his looks to live off others. Lin Shiyu's gaze turned sharp, and why is he poor? Isn't it because there's a leech beside him sucking him dry? Mocking others for relying on the wealthy while seeking sponsorship herself was truly hypocritical. Lili's expression darkened. So what? At least I'm a woman. My beauty is my asset, and those rich young men are willing to pay for it. It's shameful for a grown man to live off a woman. Isn't it? So you admit it? A public bus. The onlookers gasped, their whispers filling the air. What does the school bell mean by public bus? It means anyone can board. Who would have thought Lili played so recklessly? Lin Shiyu remarked pointedly. Lili fumed, realizing that the seemingly delicate Lin Shiyu possessed formidable strength. Lin Shiyu smiled and continued. What do you have that makes you think those wealthy suitors will keep footing the bill for you? Just your face that constantly needs touch-ups? I advise you, Miss Li, to enrich your mind instead of merely relying on superficial beauty. As she spoke, she glanced at Lili's overly prominent figure. Lili's face twisted in anger, her features contorted. Lin Shiyu's glaring demeanor was a blatant insinuation of her ample bosom and lack of intellect. She yearned to retort, yet found herself bereft of a counter-argument. When it came to beauty, her artificial visage paled in comparison to Lin Shiyu's natural allure, even if it was merely a third of it. In terms of physique, Lin Shiyu's curves were pronounced, her proportions surpassing her own. As for intellect, within the walls of Tsu University, Lin Shiyu reigned supreme, while she merely played the role of a mere footnote. Thus, every word Lin Shiyu uttered pierced her heart like a finely honed sword, each statement striking with unerring precision. In a desperate bid to retaliate, she resorted to personal attacks, proclaiming that despite Lin Shiyu's prowess, Shian had only turned to her after sifting through the remnants of her own heartache. Her companions soon recalled that Shian had only sought her out in the wake of his breakup with their dear Li Jie, merely to distract himself and mend his emotional wounds. Indeed, why else would he not have been by her side throughout her pregnancy, but instead chose to be with her? Lin Shiyu shook her head and let out a disdainful scoff, then raised her voice, delivering her words to Li with overwhelming force. First, it was Shian who rejected you. You are merely the one he cast aside. Second, your desperate pursuit of the campus heartthrob, Shian, has been the talk of the campus websites for quite some time. Do we really need to revisit that? Is he drawn to your youthful beauty or your wealth? It seems that you have benefited more from this relationship than he has. Your vanity seeks the admiration of others, and being with my husband has certainly elevated your status. Hasn't he it? She criticized Shian for his lack of wealth, yet never reflected upon her own financial shortcomings. At least Shian maintained a striking appearance. With every word Lin Shiyu spoke, Li's expression darkened further, her humiliation evident. The most amusing sight was her look of utter defeat. One of Li's followers stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shiyu. What? Do you enjoy being her lackey? Lili pulled her companion behind her, not out of a desire to protect her, but out of fear that Lin Shiyu would utter more words that might cause her follower to abandon her. Lin Shiyu, do not go too far. Lin Shiyu crossed her arms and lifted her chin, her gaze icy as it bore down upon them. Am I the one going too far? Or are you? I merely entered to use the restroom. I am unclear as to who is seeking trouble. Chapter 79. Heart-wrenching comparisons. The pinnacle of human beauty. Lin Shiyu exuded a commanding presence capable of intimidating even the most formidable foes. Observing Li's faltering composure, she anticipated Li's next move. With a swift motion, Lin Shiyu grasped Li's ankle, glaring at her fiercely before forcefully releasing her grip. With a sardonic smile, she taunted, "Are you intending to strike me? My husband is still outside, you know." Lily rubbed her reddened ankle, a malicious glint in her eyes as she retorted, "What does he matter? Be careful, or I'll have young Master Fu deal with you." "Is that so?" With so many classmates present, do you suppose anyone is recording this? Imagine how disappointed young Master Fu would be upon discovering that his beloved is such a person. Lily glanced at the onlooking students, noticing several with their phones raised. Capturing the unfolding scene, her companion sensed the shift in the atmosphere and urged, "Li Jia, young Master Fu is still waiting for you." In deference to Master Fu, I shall refrain from holding a grudge today. Lily adjusted her attire and, as she exited, deliberately bumped into Lin Shiyu's shoulder. Upon impact, Lin Shiyu immediately yanked her back. "Apologize? On what grounds? You collided with me. If you don't apologize, neither of us shall depart." Lily was ready to quarrel with Lin Shiyu, but her friend tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Sisterly, Master Fu is important. We shouldn't keep him waiting too long. Let us apologize now, and we can reclaim our dignity later." Lily begrudgingly conceded and muttered an apology. Only then did Lin Shiyu release her grip. As Li and her companion walked away, Lin Shiyu called after them, "Next time, mind your manners and refrain from disparaging my husband. Otherwise, I shall hurl my shoe at you." While she certainly did not intend to harm Li, she possessed numerous ways to deal with her. Lin Shiyu turned to her classmates at the door and said, "Apologies, everyone, but it's time to disperse." She adjusted her attire slightly, composed her emotions, and set out to find her husband and children. Upon exiting, she spotted Huzi and Nicho enthusiastically distributing flyers at the entrance. In contrast, Song Shian sat on a bench with his head bowed, holding a flyer between two fingers, appearing quite indifferent. "Darling, what are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm handing out flyers. Shouldn't you be more proactive and enthusiastic like Huzi and Nicho?" What was he doing? Song Shian's expression was a mix of grievance and helplessness. Whenever he distributed flyers, everyone who saw the one featuring a person in a little yellow duck swimsuit would inevitably ask if it was him. He even encountered familiar faces, who, not surprisingly, took the opportunity to mock him. At that moment, Huzi and Nicho had finished their task and were walking toward them. The sunlight was blinding, obscuring the white items they held. Song Shian squinted until they drew nearer, at which point he realized with shock, what on earth? How did they manage to wear the promotional posters? The front of their clothing displayed cartoon images of the children, while the back featured a rendition of Song Shian in the duck swimsuit, adorned with charming swimming motifs. He had thought that once the flyers were distributed, everything would be resolved, but now there was a team uniform to wear as well. "Brother Song, this outfit is for you and sister. You should change into it." It was evident that this was the handiwork of Mantu. Donning it meant becoming a walking advertisement, not to mention a rather conspicuous one. Song Shian awkwardly chuckled. "Is it possible for me to abstain from wearing this?" Nicho replied, "Absolutely not. Mantu specifically instructed us to ensure you put it on." Dahu chimed in. "Manta clearly said we must personally help Brother Song get dressed. In that case, I refuse to wear it." Lin Shiyu scratched her head. "I'm not particularly keen on wearing it either." Dahu grinned. "Ah, sister, you need not wear it, but he must." "But why is that?" "Brother Song, it's inconvenient for sister to wear a skirt, and you're not wearing anything." Dahu exchanged a knowing glance with Nicho, who nodded in understanding. "Come on, Brother Song." The two of them hoisted Song Shian toward the restroom. No, I didn't say I would change. Wife, save me. We'll be done quickly. Just give in to us, Brother Song." Lin Shiyu stood by, covering her mouth in laughter. After a while, the three emerged from the restroom. N-Chi and D-H murmured to each other, while S-Ing-S-H-N wore a countenance brimming with pride. "Had I known, I would not have allowed Brother S-Ing to wear that. Isn't that just absurd?" L-N-S-H-Y, perplexed, inquired what was amiss. N-Chi and D-H wore expressions of grievance. After all, sharing an outfit is hardly dreadful. Whoever looks less appealing bears the awkwardness. S-Ing-S-H-N's visage and physique are the epitome of human perfection. He could don anything and exude an air of sophistication, even parading in a promotional flyer like a male model on the runway. L-N-S-H-Y couldn't help but chuckle. They were undeniably amusing. Nonetheless, my husband is indeed handsome. Sister-in-law, that is a bit much. Thus, LNSHY nudged the little ones along, and the trio, clad in their team uniforms, distributed the remaining promotional flyers that SHN held until they were all handed out. Meanwhile, a video of LNSHY confronting LL in the restroom had just been uploaded to the campus website by a fellow student. The comments section had erupted into a frenzy. The goddess is formidable. Is this the real-life version of a lead female character tearing apart a green tea? Campus Bell 666, did I hear correctly? LL is a public bus? I always knew LL was that kind of person. When she was with SHN, she was still stringing me along. What's happening upstairs? The Campus Belle is truly impressive. Her combat prowess is off the charts. I declare the annual protagonist of refreshing narratives must be the Campus Belle. A freshman passing by. Could any seniors enlighten me on what transpired? Not a fan of cilantro. Eagerly seeking the slim, beautiful girl to learn the art of confrontation from the goddess, my mother will no longer worry about me being scorned for my poverty. I never expected the Campus Belle and the Campus Prince to have such a good relationship. Sob, sob, sob. Locked in. SHN is fortunate indeed. I too desire a partner who will defend me. LL, with her surgically enhanced visage, how dare she compare herself to the Campus Belle? What does that ugly senior want? Does she intend to challenge my goddess? The comments were unanimously filled with praise for LNSHY's fearless love and commanding presence, while others hurled metaphorical rotten eggs and vegetables at LL. In the office, LNSHY organized the documents and presented them to the teacher. SHY, I heard you married SHN? LNSHY nodded. So, did you return alone today? She turned her gaze toward the office door, and the counselor followed her line of sight. Upon meeting the teacher's eyes, two of the trio immediately recoiled into a corner. It was undoubtedly HZ and NChi. Despite being seniors, they still reacted like mice encountering a cat when faced with their instructor. In contrast, SHN remained composed and unperturbed. Aren't you three coming in? Hello, teacher. The counselor appraised SHN and LNSHY, exclaiming with a sigh, what a perfect match. How adorable. Is this your baby? Yes, quadruplets. Just over a month old. The teacher glanced at the two students standing nearby, adjusting their glasses. Aren't you two my students? DH and NChi chuckled. Hello, teacher. Were you two submitting your papers? They adopted a coy demeanor. Come on, teacher, take it easy. It turned out that LNSHY's advisor was also the guiding professor for DH and NChi's graduation project, which explained why they had attempted to hide moments ago. Chapter 80, Fierce Wife, You're on Fire. The counselor let out a cold snort at the who and an Ichio. However, their demeanor swiftly took a complete turn as they addressed Lin Shiyu and Song Shian, saying, I wish you both endless happiness. We will. The two responded, their faces radiant with joy. Simultaneously, they seized the opportunity to promote their newly opened baby swimming facility, distributing flyers to the teachers in the office. With a blooming smile, Lin Shiyu said, Counselor, this is the store that Shian and I have opened, and it just launched today with substantial discounts. If you have any relatives or friends who might be interested, please let them know. The counselor chuckled as he accepted the flyer, assuring them that he would certainly recommend it to friends in the future. After all, supporting students in their entrepreneurial endeavors, when possible, is a duty of a teacher. At that moment, a middle-aged male teacher entered, holding a water cup, and glanced at the trio. Oh, that team outfit looks great. It appears you've put in some effort to promote it. Songshan scratched his head shyly. After bidding farewell to the teacher, they stepped out of the office. The babies began to murmur, prompting the four to seek a shaded area. They opened the thermos containing pre-prepared formula and poured it into bottles to feed the little ones. Dahu and Ni Chio lent a helping hand, with each of the four tending to one baby. Just then, Manda called. What's wrong? Is there a problem at the store? No, Brother Song. You must check the link I posted in the group. It's explosive. Song Shian, initially thinking Mantu was referring to something inappropriate, glanced at Lin Shiyu beside him and quickly said, Come on, don't joke around with that stuff in broad daylight. Brother Song, what are you talking about? What? Is that not the case? Manta retorted, as he had always believed in sharing good things with his brothers. With a mischievous laugh, Manta said, I want to spoil it. I have to get back to work. Just take a look. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shiyu leaned closer, while Song Shian instinctively recoiled, fearing it might be something indecent. Song Shian, you're not hiding secrets from me, are you? Wi-Fi. I'm not. Then what are you concealing? Stealing a glance, Song Shian sighed in relief. It was merely a link to the campus website. Here, let me show you. He clicked on it, and the headline boldly proclaimed, shocking. The campus bell rips apart the campus heartthrob's X. If you don't watch, you're not a true Sue. Such sensationalism in headlines. Upon clicking the video, they heard the US words, Lin Shiyu, were you so proud of? Song Shian is just a man I discarded. You merely picked up my leftovers. Shortly after, the scene showed Li Li attempting to strike Lin Shiyu. At this point, Song Shian furrowed his brows, enveloped by fury. How dare that wretched woman attempt to harm his wife? Conversely, Lin Shiyu remained remarkably composed. She had anticipated that such a scene would surface on the campus website. Grasping Song Shian's hand, she reassured him, I'm fine. Let us keep watching. A surge of anger welled within Song Shian. Realizing that while his wife had merely gone to the restroom, she encountered Li Li, who had caused her distress. Lin Shiyu paused the video once more, and as it resumed, Song Shian found himself captivated by what unfolded. One cannot help but admire the formidable presence of my wife. Lin Shiyu lightly huffed, her expression brimming with pride. Of course, does she think she can bully me with her tricks? The others, including Nichio and Deho, raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, impressive. Sister-in-law, well said. I believe Li Li has been far too arrogant. Indeed, just look at her lofty demeanor. It irks me. Laughter erupted, a hearty and joyful sound. The babies, nestled in their strollers, gazed up with wide, round eyes, puzzled by the adult's joviality. Babies, don't you think mommy is amazing? She is so cool. ISNT she? Song Shian remarked, chuckling as he read the comments. Absolutely. Mommy is a woman of strength. The little ones blinked, seemingly understanding their father's words. After feeding the babies, Dahu and Nichio had to leave for some errands. Noticing the time, the couple realized it was getting late, and the babies had finished their formula. They planned to visit the store the next day. Since the introduction of formula, the breastfeeding cloth had been left unused. They couldn't delay returning, as the babies would soon be hungry. Following the last discovery that the babies had lengthy intervals between feedings, the couple had intentionally adjusted their schedule to keep it as consistent as possible. After several attempts, they finally saw some results. That evening, the babies began to whimper, signaling their need for milk. Lin Shiyu cradled Kwaikua and Lele in her arms. Fortunately, Song Shian promptly soothed Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan while Lin Shiyu nestled Kwaikua closer. There, let us have some milk. Kwaikua adeptly found the right spot, eagerly sucking away. After a while, Kwaikua smacked her lips, milk trickling down the corner of her mouth, shaking her head to indicate she was full. Observing this, Lin Shiyu swiftly secured her supplies to prevent any spillage that might lead to a milky bath for Kwaikua. Darling, please take Kwaikua. Song Shian took Kwaikua to pat her back, then handed Tuan Tuan to his wife. Tuan Tuan was a bit of a challenge. The memory of the last time she bit through her supplies lingered painfully. Tuan Tuan, be gentle. Just moments ago, she had been quite well behaved, but now she was sucking with increasing vigor. Seeing his wife in discomfort, Song Shian quickly took all the babies in his arms. If it becomes too much, we can resort to formula. I truly cannot bear to see you like this. It's all right, bring Yuan Yuan over. But it's fine. Yuan Yuan is more manageable. Eventually, under Lin Shiyu's insistence, Song Shian handed Yuan Yuan to her and prepared formula for Tuan Tuan. Lin Shiyu frowned. Compared to the other babies, Yuan Yuan was eating far too little, having barely taken a couple of sips before losing interest. Yuan Yuan, are you full? Lin Shiyu asked with concern. I suspect she isn't hungry. How do you know? While Yuan Yuan had ceased sucking, her little mouth had not left the breast, leading Song Shian to speculate that she merely wanted to hold on to something. These little ones truly confound me, he thought, fetching a pacifier for Yuan Yuan while continuing to pat Kwaikua's back. As he did so, the little one let out a burp, prompting him to quickly catch it with a handkerchief. Hurry, you can't possibly eat all that. Just drink a little less, or you'll end up with a distended belly. After expelling the contents, Kwaikawa seemed much more at ease, sucking on his little hand. Kwaikawa, your hands are dirty. You mustn't put them in your mouth. Having just wiped his mouth, he was now preoccupied with cleaning his hands. Daddy will clean your little hands. We must be good babies who practice hygiene. Once all the babies were tidied up, he bestowed each one with a pacifier. At last, they could enjoy a moment of respite. Chapter 81. The new father faces criticism. The following day, after breakfast and feeding the babies, they organized their travel essentials, and by the time they stepped outside, it was nearly noon. Song Shiran, laden with bags of baby supplies, felt thoroughly prepared for their outing. Darling, remember to grab an umbrella. It's scorching outside. The summer sun was relentless, heating the earth even before midday. Since he hadn't parked in the basement yesterday, the car was likely sweltering. Thus, he turned on the air conditioning in advance. 10 minutes later, Lin Shiyu descended with the babies in tow. Buckle up and prioritize safety. Just as they exited the community, he steered with one hand, while the other grasped his phone, ready to dial Manto's number to inquire about the store's business. Lin Shiyu frowned, snatching the phone from her husband with a hint of reproach. You just reminded me to buckle up, and now you're doing this? Our lives, along with the babies, are in your hands. How can you drive and make calls at the same time? Abu. Look, the babies agree with me. Song Shiran graciously accepted Lin Shiyu's admonishment. After all, she was right. He vowed never to use his phone while driving again. The journey continued smoothly and safely thereafter. Wanda Plaza was indeed a bustling commercial hub, teeming with people, far more than their university town's food street. Parking spots were often elusive. Yet today, fortune smiled upon them as they encountered a vehicle leaving just as they arrived. After securing the car, they took the elevator to the third floor, where they were greeted by the sight of patrons both inside and outside the store. Suddenly, he recognized two familiar figures. Wasn't that Nixie and Dahu? These two had come to lend a hand, having noticed the swimming pool's thriving business. Seeing the crowd of customers, Lin Shiyu exclaimed, "Dear, at this rate, we'll soon break even." Song Shiran smiled, "You little money grubber." However, many of these customers are here due to the significant discounts. Retaining them and attracting more is the key to long-term success. Establishing a solid reputation and providing excellent service will reassure more parents. Ensuring a continuous flow of business, that is when we will truly profit. Lin Shiyu confidently replied, "I believe we can do it. Oh, my husband is not only handsome, but also possesses an astute business mind and foresight. If you don't make money, who will?" Hearing such unwavering support and trust from his wife, anyone would feel genuinely elated and content. As two individuals entered the swimming facility, they observed Mantu bustling about diligently. We finally found a moment of respite. Song Shiran, accompanied by Lin Shiyu and the little ones, approached him. "How is business faring? Are you managing to keep up?" Manta furrowed his brow, responding, "Business is quite good, but we are a bit short-staffed with instructors for the infant swimming classes." It was evident to him that they were indeed understaffed. Even Dahu and Ni Cho had come to assist. Yet numerous parents and their children were still not receiving adequate attention. Both Mantu and Ni Cho had their own tasks to attend to, making the recruitment of new staff an urgent necessity. Song Shiran had already posted a job advertisement online, attracting quite a few applicants. However, upon reviewing their resumes, it became clear that none possessed the requisite certification for infant swimming instruction, rendering them unsuitable for hire. The establishment only had 3 employees, yet the number of baby pools was substantial, making it impossible to manage effectively. Mantu and who could only assist with minor tasks and were unable to take on the responsibility of supervising the infant swimming sessions. Approaching the front desk computer, Song Shiran printed a job advertisement, affixing it to the storefront, aiming for a dual approach with both online and offline efforts to expedite the hiring process. "This should suffice. If anyone comes for an interview, I'll rely on you to screen them," he instructed Mantu, detailing the hiring criteria. "Understood, Sangha," Mantu replied, then inquired, "By the way, when can the first 10 customers who registered experience your exemplary fatherly instruction?" Song Shiran smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked that detail. "My certification will be finalized soon." Later, Please provide me with the details of those customers, and I will explain everything to them. Since deciding to open the infant swimming facility, he had enrolled in the infant swimming instructor certification course. Manta gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Song-ge, you are my idol. Truly a visionary." Song Shian shot him a look, questioning, "What kind of description is that? It sounds rather peculiar." Manta contemplated the necessity of obtaining a certification to continue working at the infant swimming facility, recognizing the wisdom in acquiring additional skills. "Is there a staff member available? I would like to apply for a membership card," he asked. "Song-ge, sister-in-law, I must return to my duties now." "Go ahead," Song Shian replied. After Manta departed, he and his wife took a tour of the establishment, embodying the presence of diligent proprietors overseeing their domain. Upon completing their circuit and listening to parental feedback, they felt the overall experience was quite positive. The four little ones watched in wonder as other children splashed in the pool, their round eyes filled with curiosity. Lin Shiyu suggested, "Perhaps we should take the babies home for a bath. After all, we were not fully prepared this time. Next time, we shall have their own swimming gear ready before bringing them to play with the other children." Song Shian nodded with a smile, eager for the little ones to experience the joy of swimming. However, he believed it would be even better for them to possess their own swimming gear. Naturally, the swimming facility had spare equipment available for use. Yet Song Shian felt his children should stand apart from the rest because they were his beloved little ones. On the way home, even with the air conditioning in the car, the heat hit them as soon as they stepped outside. The little ones murmured in discontent, "Mommy, Daddy, it's hot and uncomfortable." Pushing open the door, Song Shian immediately made his way to the bathroom. "I'll go run a bath for the little ones," he said. An hour had swiftly passed as he busied himself with the task. Once the babies had finished their baths, they appeared refreshed and likely not ready for slumber. Noticing the sweltering heat, Song Shian remarked, "Dear, you're still sipping hot water, which is rather uncharacteristic of you. There's still half a watermelon in the fridge. Why not take it out?" Lin Shiyu's eyes widened in surprise. "I thought we finished it yesterday." "Foolish girl. Keep an eye on the babies while I slice the watermelon for you." Lin Shiyu sweetly replied with an affirmative, settling cross-legged on the sofa to engage the little ones in a game of hide-and-seek. She concealed herself behind the cushions, playfully asking, "Where's Mommy?" Then she suddenly reappeared, exclaiming, "Wow, here I am." She would hide again, and the babies would giggle, searching for her with their round, curious eyes. When she emerged, their faces lit up with joyous smiles, melting her heart entirely. The refreshing watermelon had arrived, much to the delight of the little ones who were endlessly entertained by the game. However, the adults were beginning to tire. After 10 minutes, while the toddlers continued to revel in their play, Lin Shiyu felt her patience waning. "All right, little ones, let us take a break. Mommy will enjoy some watermelon first." Chapter 82. "This watermelon is sweet. Would you like to taste it?" "What is watermelon? Is Mommy going to play with it?" The babies tilted their heads, gazing curiously at the fruit in her hands. Seeing their interest, Lin Shiyu lifted a slice of watermelon and began to educate them. "Do you know what this is? It's watermelon, a summer fruit known for its sweet flavor and juicy texture. Would you like to try some?" Although they didn't quite understand, the sight of the enticing red flesh made their mouths water. They definitely wanted taste. Lin Shiyu wiped their drool with a playful smile, gently brushing the watermelon against their lips. As soon as the little ones tasted the fresh sweetness, they blinked in surprise, pursing their lips, their eyes sparkling with delight. "Is it sweet? Do you like it?" Lin Shiyu inquired, continuing to savor her own piece of watermelon. The babies, watching her relish the fruit, grew impatient. Soon, their tiny hands reached out toward the watermelon, expressing their desire for more. Lin Shiyu offered another piece, allowing them to savor it once more. "All right, this is the last piece." The little ones, still so young, hardly grasped her words. Just after taking a bite, they mimicked Lin Shiyu, pretending their hands held the sweet, thirst-quenching watermelon, and stuffed their little hands into their mouths. "Oh no, be careful not to bite your own hand," she exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the little one, Kwai Kwai, babbled in protest as if to argue. To prevent Kwai Kwai from nibbling on his hand, she quickly gave him a pacifier. Surprisingly, he bit down and promptly spat it out. Although the other babies were not as boisterous as Kwai Kwai, They gazed at their mother with eager anticipation. Lin Shiyu felt somewhat at a loss. The innocent eyes of the children made it difficult for her to refuse them, yet they were still too young to indulge in such treats. Be good, my dears. When you grow a little older, I promise I will scoop out some for each of you, she assured them. Kwaikua, however, continued to fixate on the watermelon resting on the table. Observing this, Lin Shiyu quickly concealed the fruit behind a tissue box, raising her hands in a gesture of apology. There's none left, it's all gone. We'll have to wait until next time. Where did it go again? Kwaikua's eyes remained glued to the spot where the watermelon had been, hoping for its miraculous reappearance. Yet, the watermelon did not return, and Kwaikua's mood began to sour. Pouting, it was evident that tears were on the verge of spilling. Lin Shiyu glanced at Song Shuren, seeking his assistance. Song Shuren wiped his mouth and began clearing the remnants of watermelon from the table. With a smile, he remarked, "My dear, who kindled the flame must also extinguish it. The summer heat made it imperative to discard the fruit scraps promptly, lest they spoil." After tidying up the juice on the coffee table, he took the trash downstairs. Upon his return, he found Lin Shiyu in the room, nursing Kwaikua, her face reflecting a blend of exasperation and affection. "Darling, Kwaikua's appetite is quite formidable. Thankfully, I have milk, or I wouldn't know how to calm him." Song Shuren, observing Kwaikua's enthusiastic feeding, asked playfully, "Kwaikua, Daddy brought back some watermelon. Would you like some?" Lin Shiyu's eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly covered Kwaikua's ears. "You can't hear that, you can't." With a smirk, Song Shuren continued, "It's a delicious and sweet watermelon." Lin Shiyu playfully admonished, "Dear," observing the indifferent Kwaikua. Song Shuren couldn't help but muse, if only Kwaikua had a kindergarten diploma, we might not be in this predicament. He settled beside the stroller and engaged the babies in playful antics. He noticed their grasping abilities had notably improved, and they could hold their heads up for longer durations. Wearing a playful Sun Wukong glove puppet on one hand and a lion puppet on the other, he commenced his delightful performance. With his right hand, he waved the Sun Wukong puppet, exclaiming, "Begone, evil spirits." The left-hand lion puppet dramatically fell to the ground, pleading, "Great sage, spare me. Yea, take that," he roared, as the lion attempted to flee, only to be pursued relentlessly by Sun Wukong. The babies were utterly captivated, their eyes fixated on the puppets in Song Shuren's hands. With a triumphant thud, Sun Wukong vanquished the lion, securing his ultimate victory. The babies erupted into joyous giggles. Lin Shiyu, cradling Kwaikua in her arms and witnessing her husband's merry interaction with the little ones, radiated happiness. After a delightful bout of play, the family of 6 settled into a serene nap. Song Shuren set an alarm, rising early to prepare dinner. A while later, Lin Shiyu awoke and joined him in the kitchen. Engaging in tasks within her capacity, she observed her husband's culinary skills. Dreaming of the day she could prepare a meal for him. "Darling, does this need to marinate for a while?" Indeed, the addition of scallions, ginger, and cooking wine effectively mitigates any unpleasant odors, followed by a marinade of soy sauce and oyster sauce. Lin Shiyu nodded in agreement, following Song Xian's guidance to season the meat. At that moment, a rich aroma of delicacies wafted through the air, harmonized by the gentle sounds of chopping and the sizzling of oil, creating a vivid tableau of ordinary life. Her husband's culinary skills were truly impressive, and admiration filled her gaze. Inhaling the fragrant dishes, she whimsically suggested, "Darling, one day, could you teach me? I wish to prepare a meal for you." He understood Lin Shiyu's kind intentions. "My dear, the kitchen can be quite greasy. Let me cook for you instead." Lin Shiyu pouted. "Are you afraid I might blow up the kitchen, hence your reluctance to teach me?" Song Xian chuckled warmly. "Not at all." Lin Shiyu feigned annoyance, murmuring, "You simply find me lacking." In a hurry, Song Xian clarified, "Not at all. I merely think the kitchen fumes are overwhelming. Your delicate skin could be affected, hindering its breathability and accelerating aging." As he spoke, he gently wrapped his arms around Lin Shiyu's slender waist, tenderly adding, "I only wish for you to remain beautiful. Please don't be upset." Lin Shiyu couldn't help but smile, her lips curving sweetly as she turned to nestle into his embrace, gazing up at him. "All right, I shall make an exception this time." She gave him a playful glance, shyly continuing, and then, with her hands wrapped around his waist, she held him tightly. As Song Shian leaned down, he pressed a kiss against her luscious lips. Now, while the little ones are still asleep, why don't you take the watermelon to the living room? The kitchen is hot and greasy. You and T want to stain your clothes. Standing at the kitchen door, Lin Shiyu playfully remarked, then I'll keep my distance. It's far more entertaining to watch my handsome husband cook than to sit alone in the living room. As they shared a kiss, she felt the warmth of intimacy. In Chapter 83, the innate nature of babies to drink water is highlighted as Song Shian shook his head, feeling helpless. Just as she became engrossed in the moment, she heard a sound. Were the little ones awake? Song Shian temporarily turned off the range hood, and the clarity of the baby's cries became apparent. Lin Shiyu hurriedly ran over to check, and indeed, the babies had awakened, with Tuan Tuan crying heartily. Tuan Tuan's voice had a remarkable resonance. No wonder they could hear it even with the range hood running. Though the babies were born together, each possessed distinct talents. At just over a month old, Tuan Tuan's unique vocal quality was already evident, perhaps a future musician in the making. As a mother, after spending so much time with them, she could decipher different meanings from their cries. The cry for diaper change was distinctly different from that of hunger. The urgent, smacking sounds clearly indicated hunger. Lin Shiyu picked up Tuan Tuan to nurse, while keeping an eye on the other 3 babies. Observing their diapers, she noticed Lei's was quite swollen. She thought to herself that once Tuan Tuan finished nursing, she would promptly change Lei's diaper. Otherwise, discomfort would surely lead to tears. At that moment, Song Shian had prepared the meal and called her to eat. She gently patted the little one while turning her head. Dear, Lei's diaper needs changing. Song Shian responded affirmatively, fetched warm water from the bathroom, laid out a changing mat, and placed Lei upon it. Daddy will give you a wash. Given the sweltering weather, if the diaper were soiled and not changed promptly, it could lead to discomfort for the baby, making them prone to rashes. Thus, it was advisable to wash them during diaper changes to maintain a fresh state. As Song Shian changed Lei's diaper, he remarked, Wife, let us visit the store after dinner. With the new store having opened, he was curious about its evening business after observing a bustling daytime crowd. Lin Shiyu readily agreed. Sure, it's been ages since I strolled out at night. After dinner, the couple organized their belongings and drove to the store. Arriving just past 8 o'clock, they found themselves amidst the post-dinner shopping crowd. Upon entering the store, they were pleasantly surprised by the lively atmosphere. Song Shian overheard several parents discussing the facilities. This place is quite nice. We should get a membership for our baby here. Not to mention, the staff service attitude is remarkably better than the last place I visited. Indeed, I enrolled my child in a class before, and the staff's demeanor turned cold upon learning I had booked a discounted package. I hear the owner of this establishment is quite handsome and fit. Plus, the instructors for baby swimming are certified and very professional. Really? They have health and qualification certificates displayed on the bulletin board. The store exhibits a meticulous and careful attitude towards the babies, which reassures us parents. Absolutely. I should record a video to share in our maternity center's mothers group. At that moment, a young mother recognized Song Shian. Hey, aren't you the handsome guy from the flyer? Song Shian smiled. Indeed, that's me. Are you here to take your baby swimming? No, I am the owner here. Just brought my wife and child to have a look after dinner. The young mother glanced at Lin Shiyu, her eyes wide with disbelief. You are Lin Shiyu, the campus beauty from the Tsu University website, aren't you? Lin Shiyu stared at the young mother, her mind racing. Are you a classmate or a teacher? If a classmate, there aren't many who married young and had children besides myself. As for a teacher, you don't quite look like one. You recognize me? The young mother exclaimed excitedly. I've been graduated for many years. But I recently saw your video where you fiercely confronted your husband's ex-girlfriend on the school website. It was so satisfying to watch. Lin Shiyu bashfully scratched her head, surprised by the video's popularity. Song Shian redirected the conversation. Senior, are you here to take your baby swimming? Yes, I was attracted by the adorable babies on the flyer. Wait, babies? The young mother gazed at the baby in the car, her eyes widening in astonishment. I had always thought it was the same baby, merely different movements and poses. Little did I know they were quadruplets. The babies were born together, sharing a bond of blood, and it is perfectly normal for them to resemble one another. In moments of confusion, Even he struggles to distinguish one from the other. As the conversation flowed, the young mother's baby swimming experience came to an end, and the staff was dressing him. Song Shian inquired, "How did you find the experience?" The mother took her baby from the staff, gazing at his serene demeanor, and smiled gently, indicating that our little customer was quite satisfied. Lin Shiyu, upon hearing this, beamed a sweet smile, saying, "As long as you like it, thank you for your support." The young mother became entranced by Lin Shiyu's charming smile and, enchanted by it, hurried to the front desk to purchase a seasonal pass. After all, in this world, one must never forsake exquisite food and beauty. "Take care," she said as she left, just as Mantu emerged from his busy tasks. "Brother Song, sister-in-law." This afternoon, someone saw the advertisement outside the shop and came in for an interview. "What do you think?" Mantu scratched his head. "She seems quite honest, but when I asked her if she had the necessary certification, she stuttered." Song Shan's demeanor turned serious. "We must discuss salary only based on the possession of the required certification. Otherwise, it is a non-starter. This concerns the safety of the babies. Untrained personnel could pose a risk to them. When it comes to hiring staff, it is better to have fewer than to compromise quality." Manta nodded and proceeded to report on the afternoon's business and the staff's performance before returning to his tasks. Song Shian took Lin Shiyu to inspect the baby swimming room, checking how well the environment had been maintained throughout the day. Upon entering the baby swimming room, they found the surroundings to be exceptionally comfortable and safe. The water in the pool was crystal clear and ideal temperature, with professional staff attending to the babies at each poolside. The babies frolicked joyfully in the water, resembling cheerful little frogs. "Look, dear," Song Shian exclaimed, pointing at a baby approximately 1 year old who had submerged and accidentally gulped down some water. As he sank again, he splashed and inadvertently drank more. Coincidentally, he seemed to synchronize with the cheerful background music of the swimming facility. Surprisingly, the baby did not cry after drinking the water. Instead, he beamed with a silly grin, his excitement palpable. With staff present, the parents felt assured of their children's safety, happily capturing every adorable moment of their little ones with their phones. "I just returned home today, barely settled in, when the matchmaker came knocking. It's quite overwhelming. My friends, I don't wish to celebrate the new year. I'd rather go work. Returning home for the spring festival is rather daunting. I've come to realize that working is far more enjoyable." Chapter 84. My dear, you're my treasure as well. After spending some time together, they stopped by the supermarket on their way home. Upon arrival, Song Shian intended to wipe the babies' bodies clean and asked Lin Shiyu to rest first. Lin Shiyu felt that her husband was bearing the burden of caring for 4 babies alone, and she could not bear to see him struggle. So she insisted on helping out. "The hour grows late. You should finish your evening routine and retire for the night. It is unwise to stay up late, as it can be detrimental to your health. Moreover, our little one will need to be fed in the morning. If you do not rest now, you may find yourself dozing off while nursing. Be good and listen. I shall take care of both you and the baby, and I do not find it burdensome at all." Lin Shiyu clung to Song Shian's arm, insisting on accompanying him, pouting playfully, "But how can I sleep without you?" It was not mere whimsy. She had long grown accustomed to his presence beside her. In his absence, Lin Shiyu felt an unsettling void. Song Shian playfully pinched her nose. "All right, I shall hurry, and then we can go to bed together." Lin Shiyu giggled. "I'll help you. Teamwork makes the task lighter. By the way, my dear, I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" she inquired. "Your mother is already aware of our relationship. I would like to pay a visit to my future father-in-law." Lin Shiyu's expression turned slightly anxious. "But my dad, trust me. I will do my utmost to earn your father's approval. I have a car, a house, and a career. I now possess ample confidence to meet Lin Fu." Lin Shiyu relaxed her brow. "All right, I will inform my mother shortly." The couple tended to their sleeping baby, and Song Shian gently placed the little one in the crib. Lin Shiyu stepped onto the balcony to call her mother, informing her that she would be bringing Song Shian and the baby home the following day. Once the call ended, Song Shian eagerly inquired, "What did she say?" "My mother said we can return tomorrow," filled with both excitement and nervousness. Song Shian feigned calmness as he led Lin Shiyu back to their room. Upon entering, Lin Shiyu's first instinct was to gaze at their adorable little ones. "Darling, look how sweetly the babies sleep. Their tiny mouths and noses are utterly charming. Indeed, they are fast asleep. Tomorrow, we will take them to Grandma's house. Oh, how happy I am. As they slumber, I must say suddenly, Songshan scooped Lin Shiyu up in his arms. What are you doing? He gently laid her on the bed. The babies are resting. What about you? Lin Shiyu blushed and lowered her gaze. I was just preparing to sleep. Songshan tucked her in snugly, turned on a small fan, and sat by the bed, softly patting her back. Are you not joining me in bed? Lin Shiyu asked, puzzled. Alas, I have just started the washing machine. Once the clothes are done, I must hang them out to dry. It will take about half an hour, a rather long time, so you should sleep first. Furthermore, staying up late can diminish milk production, and we have 4 little ones to care for. You wouldn't want them to go hungry, would you? Convinced by Shian's reasoning, Lin Shiyu obediently lay down and closed her eyes. He understood that her concern for him was more than enough. Like a gentle lullaby, he caressed her forehead, akin to a night spirit weaving magic. In a soft voice, Songshan sang a lullaby. Sleep now, my dear little one. The lullaby was meant for the baby, yet Lin Shiyu was his treasure too. Grasping one of his hands and resting her face upon it, she murmured, Darling? How wonderful it is to have you. Perhaps she was a bit weary. After speaking, she drifted into a gentle slumber. Songshan quietly pressed a kiss upon her forehead. Sitting at the bedside, he perused the Douyin videos of the Song families for little ones, captivated from the first clip to the last, finding it utterly insufficient. As his clothes finished washing, he carefully withdrew his hand from beneath Lin Shiyu's head, tiptoeing out of the room to don his shoes. Once the clothes were hung out to dry, Manta called him. Brother Song, can you guess today's revenue? Listening to Mantu's excited tone, he pondered that it should be substantial, but he truly could not ascertain the exact amount. I would guess 5 or 6,000. Too low. 10,000? Still too low. Songshan's curiosity piqued. He could not guess any longer. How much is it then? A total of 199,826, rounding up to nearly 20,000. Songshan was taken aback. How much? Manta jubilantly exclaimed, Brother Song, you heard me right. It's nearly 20,000. Indeed, Brother Song, you are a person of great enterprise. I have never imagined earning so much in a single day. Brother Song, you are my idol. Through the screen, Songshan could almost envision Manta dancing with joy. Meanwhile, within the Lin family's villa, Lin Chongwang sat on the sofa. His brow furrowed as he stared at a cup of tea on the coffee table. His fingers lightly tapped against the cigarette, but producing a faint sound. The tea had cooled, yet his mood remained tumultuous, a mixture of conflicting emotions swirling within him. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled slowly, the smoke billowing into the air. Observing this, Lin's mother took the cigarette from his hand and extinguished it. Did I not tell you? That young man is rather commendable, ambitious, family-oriented, and capable of caring for our Shiyu. You needn't worry. Our daughter will not suffer under his care. Every generation has its own blessings. Lin Chongwang was infuriated, raising his voice in frustration. Blessings for the descendants? What blessings do I have without any descendants to enjoy them? How can I be at ease? Who knows if that scoundrel is only with Shiyu because of the child, and Shiyu has been away for so long. She only encounters him after the child is born. What are his true intentions? Lin's mother grew anxious. Did I not explain it to you the other day? Xiaoshan only found out about this by chance later on and has been taking care of your daughter and our grandchild for quite some time. Keep it down at this hour. You know you're loud enough to wake the neighbors and make a fool of us. Lin Chongwang knew his mother had a point. Yet he still felt as though his prize cabbage had been ravaged by swine, leaving him quite upset. That stubborn girl. After I merely suggested she terminate the pregnancy, she sneaked off to give birth. How can I bear such shame? At her age, having a child, I cannot show my face. Let her do as she pleases. It is her temperament that has not been influenced by you, Lin's mother retorted, downing her cold tea in frustration. The most important thing now is your daughter's happiness. That young man truly possesses commendable qualities. If you doubt it, you can investigate him tomorrow. However, I must warn you, while evaluations are necessary, do not show any displeasure towards the children tomorrow, for my beloved grandson is among them. If you dare to scowl, I shall not forgive you. Chapter 85. A nervous first meeting with the father-in-law, listening to his wife's words. Lin Chongwang embraced the long-held belief that a prosperous business is rooted in respecting one's spouse, even as his wife's sharp tongue left him momentarily breathless. He refrained from retorting. After a brief silence, he could not help but inquire, Shiyu, is she in good health? He pondered the unimaginable pain his daughter must have endured after giving birth to 4 children, akin to traversing the gates of hell 4 times. The toll on a mother's body is undeniably immense. Lin's mother shot him a knowing glance, recognizing the dissonance between his words and his heart, though he claimed indifference. Concern lingered beneath the surface. Stubbornly, Lin Shiyu insisted, her body is a gift from her parents. Why should she harm it? With a hint of amusement in her eyes. Lin's mother reassured him, do not worry, she is being well cared for. Her skin is radiant and smooth. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, rising with a glass of cool water in hand to return to the bedroom. I'm going to sleep. That night, Lin Shiyu found himself restless, unable to catch a moment of slumber. The next day, early in the morning, Shian had already prepared porridge and donned an outfit that his parents adored. Most importantly, he had styled his hair handsomely. Wife, what do you think? He spun around before Lin Shiyu. Handsome? Really? Absolutely. After enjoying breakfast, they set off immediately. On the road, as they drew closer to home, Lin Shiyu's unease became increasingly palpable. Honey, drive a bit slower, she murmured. Should you be eager to return home? Is it not the same? She fretted. After such a prolonged absence, she was returning home with a surprise gift. She wondered how her father would react. A frown graced her face as she glanced at the 4 little ones and Shian. Once we arrive home, if my father says something harsh, do not fret, I am mentally prepared. Whatever your father says, I shall listen earnestly. Even if he scolds or strikes me, it matters not. I will prove my capability to care for his daughter. Lin Shiyu's expression turned serious. I want to allow my father to hurt you. Shian's kindness towards her was not meant to invite her father's wrath. Today, the red lights seemed to multiply, transforming what usually took half an hour into a lengthy journey of 40 to 50 minutes, as if the heavens conspired to delay their return. After passing the final red light and making a turn, they arrived at a picturesque villa district, where the roads were clean and the luxurious private villas stood elegantly. Lin Shiyu instructed him to park in their designated spot, where he retrieved the baby carriage to place the little ones inside. Subsequently, he collected the gifts and fruits prepared for his parents-in-law, and together with Lin Shiyu, they knocked on the door of their home. The door was opened by Uncle Jiang and a kindly maid. Aunt Jiang, it has been a long time. Uncle Jiang, what brings you here? Is Dad heading to the company today? Uncle Jiang shook his head, initially intending to proceed, but the chairman declared that today, upon your return, it should be canceled. Upon seeing Lin Shiyu return, Aunt Jiang greeted her with a warm smile. The young lady is back. Please step inside. The chairman and madam are awaiting you in the living room. The new parents exchanged glances, inhaling deeply in unison, as they gently pushed the baby into the living area. There, Lin's mother, adorned with embroidered glasses, and Lin's father, glancing at the television and then at the clock, awaited them. As Lin Shiyu entered her familiar home and beheld her parents, tears threatened to spill over. Hearing the commotion, Lin's parents paused momentarily before turning around with sudden urgency. Lin's mother hastily jabbed her embroidery needle into the fabric, rose quickly, brushed the threads off her lap, her eyes glistening with tears. Oh, you finally returned. A mother's embrace caused Lin Shiyu's tears to flow freely as she buried her head in her mother's shoulder, softly sobbing, Mom. Lin's mother tenderly comforted her. There. Don't cry. After waiting so long, our daughter is finally home. At that moment, not far away, a pair of eyes observed the mother-daughter reunion, glistening with emotion. Lin Shiyu struggled to suppress the urge to embrace his daughter, overwhelmed with questions, yet he managed to utter a cold remark. So you remember to come home? Huh? The moment his words escaped, Lin's mother shot him a warning glance. Perhaps his voice had been too loud, as the infants in the stroller reacted with varying degrees of fright. The slower baby remained bewildered, while the quicker one burst into tears. Yuan cried out loudly, her little face flushed with distress. Lin Shiyu quickly scooped up Yuan, gently patting her back and whispering soothing words. Lin Shiyu had not intended to frighten the babies. Seeing them cry, he felt a rush of anxiety. He set down the newspaper and strode forward, only to be unceremoniously pushed aside by Lin's mother. What do you think you're doing? These are your own grandchildren. Lin's mother assumed Lin Chongwang disdained the babies and was concerned he might frighten them again. No, Lin Chongwang attempted to explain, but the words caught in his throat. With his father-in-law now present, Song Shian extended his right hand, slightly bowing with a smile. Hello, uncle. I am Song Shian, Shiyu's husband and the father of the children. Lin Chongwang kept his hands behind his back, sizing up the young man before him, though his gaze frequently drifted to his daughter and the baby. Under Lin Shiyu's gentle reassurances, Yuan's flushed cheeks gradually returned to their original fair complexion. The other infants also began to adjust to their new environment. Tuan, wide-eyed, curiously observed the adults surrounding her from within stroller, her grape-like eyes reflecting the innocence of infancy. For reasons unknown, she fixated on Lin Chongwang's face, gradually breaking into a healing smile. Lin Chongwang pondered, is she smiling at me? He wished to feel anger, but the baby's smile softened his heart, leading him to finally extend his hand and shake hands with Song Shian. I shall call you Xiao Shan. Song Shian nodded in agreement. Please, everyone have a seat. They settled down together. Xiao Shan. As Song Shian heard his father-in-law call his name, he hastily rose to his feet. Lin Chongwang gestured for him to sit down and converse. Regarding your relationship with Shiyu, her mother has shared much about it with me. Before your arrival, I pondered over numerous past events. Those matters are bygone. Now that you two have a child, pursuing the past seems futile. However, one thing I must clarify. Is it because my daughter bore your child that you felt compelled to be with her? Song Shian stood once more, casting a glance at Lin Shiyu, and then, with a serious expression, replied, Today is New Year's Eve, and in the blink of an eye, another year has passed. It is once again a day of reunion. I wish the young master and the young ladies and your entire family joy and harmony, good health, and all the best in the coming year. The young author extends New Year greetings to everyone, wishing prosperity. Chapter 86. Ultimate Performance. Father-in-law's approval. Uncle, you can rest assured. I genuinely believe that my feelings for Shiyu are not solely due to the child. I truly love her from the depths of my heart and wish to spend my life with her. After such a long time, fate has reunited Shiyu and me, which speaks volumes. It is a chance for me to make amends, and fortunately, she is willing to give me that opportunity. At this point, Song Shian turned his head to look at Lin Shiyu, revealing a gentle smile. He then earnestly addressed Lin Chongwang. I am prepared to face any challenges and hope you will grant me a chance. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Song Shian showed no signs of evasion. Lin Chongwang leisurely brewed a cup of tea, pouring one for himself and another for Song Shian. He was moved by the young man's earnest demeanor and took a strategic sip of his tea. Well, I shall grant you an opportunity. However, if you treat her poorly, do not say I did not warn you. Song Shian was elated. I heard you have purchased a house and a car. Yes, uncle. I heard from your aunt that you paid in full. Lin Chongwang thought it remarkable for someone of Song Shian's age to afford a house and a car outright. He had some understanding of Song's background, and he knew that being able to purchase a property in Jiangyue entirely with cash, along with a nanny vehicle, was beyond the reach of 99% of people. Therefore, when he learned that his daughter brought Song Shian and the baby home, he was quite curious about what he looked like. To his surprise, he was tall, handsome, and exuded an exceptional aura, seemingly 3 times more charming than Lin Chongwang had been in his youth. Of course, the notion that he was more attractive than Song Shian was a figment of Lin Chongwang's imagination. Yes, uncle, I did pay in full. Song Shian anticipated that Lin Chongwang might be curious about the source of his funds for the house and car. He then explained directly, Uncle, this money was earned through part-time jobs during my university days and various scholarships. Upon learning of the baby, I sought to provide a better life for Shiyu and the little ones, so I made an investment, which has yielded some returns. I also opened a baby swimming center, which provides me with a stable income. Song Shian's sincerity led Lin Chongwang to nod approvingly. His wife had been right. The man his daughter had chosen was indeed commendable. After their interactions, Lin Chongwang's impression of him was quite favorable. If he could remain consistently devoted to his daughter and grandchildren, he would undoubtedly have no objections. He gently nudged another cup of tea forward, his tone softening considerably. Drink up. Allow me to see my 4 grandchildren. Lin Shiyu eagerly brought the little ones closer. As Lin Fu playfully engaged with the children, he inquired, "What are the names of my dear grandchildren?" This question was not merely about the children's names. He also sought to ease the father-daughter relationship. Lin Shiyu joyfully introduced them to her father. This is the eldest, named Song Zishi, with a nickname Kwaikua. The second is Song Yicheng, nicknamed Tuanchuan. The third is Song Zilin, called Lele, and the youngest, Song Yitong, goes by Yuan Yuan. Lin Chongwang laughed heartily. What wonderful names. Happy and joyful, round and complete. Excellent. Nicknames often embody the purest hopes and blessings that parents bestow upon their children. And he now regretted not having given Lin Shiyu a charming nickname as well. Which one is the boy and which is the girl? Kwaikua is the boy, and Tuanchuan is the girl. Lin Chongwang repeatedly praised, wonderful. A perfect mix of both. However, he confessed, I still prefer girls. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiyu shyly leaned against her father's shoulder. Dad, Lin Fu gently patted his daughter's head. It's all in the past. We are home now. This scene had manifested in her dreams countless times. The babies in the stroller waved their rattles joyfully. Goya, they say that grandchildren are especially cherished. And Lin Fu gazed at these little ones with an indescribable joy swelling in his heart. He yearned to embrace them so dearly. His hands reached out, then hesitated, fearing he might frighten them with his clumsiness. After much contemplation and wavering, he decided against it. Lin Shiyu lifted the eldest and turned him toward Lin Chongwang. Kwaikua, this is your grandpa. Lin Chongwang gently tugged at Kwaikua's little hand to greet him. Kwaikua, I'm your grandpa. Call me grandpa. Ah, buabu. Dad, hold him for a moment. Lin Shiyu noticed her father's reluctance to hold the baby, so she handed him the boldest, Kwaikua. Lin Chongwang was somewhat surprised. It had been years since he had held a child, and he felt out of practice. Nonetheless, he could not suppress his inner joy. Dusting off his clothes, he cautiously reached out to take Kwaikua. Oh, the baby is so soft and fragrant. How adorable. Gazing at Kwaikua in his arms, it felt as if Lin Shiyu's birth had occurred just yesterday, and he had only just become a father. To his astonishment, he was already a grandfather. Kwaikua, realizing he was no longer in his mother-esque embrace, grew a bit anxious. It's all right, Kwaikua, this is your grandpa. Mother is right here. Once Kwaikua confirmed that his mother had not left, he seemed to sense the affection emanating from his grandpa, and he remained quiet and calm in Lin Chongwang's arms. As you grow up, remember that grandpa held you. Kwaikua tilted his head, his little hand grasping grandpa's beard, giggling with delight. Kwaikua, no mischief. Let go of my hand. Ah, apu. The more Lin Shiyu tried to stop him, the more excited he became, believing his mother was playing a game with him. Although Lin Chongwang was playfully tugged at by Kwaikua, he remained unperturbed, finding comfort in the moment. Dad, you mustn't indulge him, he heard Lin Shiyu say, just as Kwaikua released his grip. The child's eyes, previously crescent-shaped with laughter, now widened in a comical expression of shock, frozen in place. Alarmed, Lin Chongwang feared that he might have inadvertently frightened the little one. Both he and Kwaikua stood still, their serious countenances adding a layer of hilarity to the scene. Lin Shiyu quickly scooped Kwaikua back into her arms, realizing that the little rascal had simply needed a diaper change. Relieved, Lin Chongwang watched as Lin Shiyu prepared to assist Kwaikua, only for Song Shian to step forward. Shiyu, allow me. You haven't seen your uncle in quite some time. I'm sure you have much to discuss. Go and have a good chat with him. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Unexpectedly, this little scamp displayed a thoughtful nature. Lin Shiyu helped her father settle down, and the two engaged in lively conversation, exchanging words and laughter. Song Shian swiftly changed the diaper and checked on the other little ones, executing the tasks with remarkable skill. Though Lin Chongwang conversed with his daughter, his gaze remained fixed on Song Shian, observing each of his movements. The adeptness he displayed indicated a genuine commitment to caring for the children. Lin's mother nudged her husband's arm, proclaiming proudly, I told you, little Shian is a good child. Lin Chongwang shifted slightly, determined to continue his observations. Before long, noon arrived, and Lin's mother rose to prepare lunch for everyone. Today, she decided to forego Aunt Zhang's cooking, opting instead to express her affection through her own culinary efforts. Shiyu, little Shian, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Lin Shiyu, elated at the prospect of her mother-esque cooking, exclaimed, "I want to eat your 4 happiness meatballs." "Very well, I'll prepare them for you." "Auntie, I'll help you." Song Shian joined Lin's mother in the kitchen, and upon their return, they presented a sumptuous feast. "How delightful!" Lin Shiyu secretly snatched a meatball and popped it into her mouth. "This is it, the taste of my mother." "You little rascal, did you wash your hands?" Lin Shiyu playfully stuck out her tongue at her mother and grinned. "No, I didn't tea. Stealing bites without washing your hands." Lin Shiyu dashed over to hug Lin's mother. Pouting, "Oh, how could I resist when my mom makes such delicious 4 happiness meatballs?" Lin's mother chuckled helplessly and went to wash her hands, ready to enjoy the meal. At the dining table, today's dishes seemed particularly delectable, and Lin Chongwang nearly bit his own tongue in delight. He took a mouthful of rice and remarked, "Dear, your culinary skills have improved yet again." Aside from the meatballs, everything else was prepared by little Shian. Lin's mother, aware of Song Shian's culinary prowess, had graciously relinquished the main cooking duties to him, subtly providing him an opportunity to shine before her husband. Lin Chongwang responded with a surprised, "Oh," realizing that this little rascal had quite the talent, ensuring that his daughter was indeed fortunate. Strictly speaking, he is not particularly rigid. He is quite capable of engaging in reasoned discourse. However, he feels immense pity for his daughter, who has endured such significant grievances. Uncertain of the truth, he was left with a negative impression of Song Shian, who exhibited a lack of responsibility during his daughter's pregnancy. He feared that Song Shian was merely compelled to be with his daughter for the sake of the child, rather than genuinely loving Shiyu, which led to his awkward demeanor. Now that the sequence of events has been clarified, watching Song Shian peel shrimp for Lin Shiyu, as well as his attentive care for the baby earlier, coupled with the resolute gaze he had when making promises, the concerns in Lin Chongwang's heart are gradually dissipating. "Uncle, Aunt, I have another matter I would like to discuss with you." "Go ahead." "It is this. In addition to visiting the 2 elders, I would like to discuss the baby's full moon banquet with you, and I also wish to introduce my parents to you. What do you think, Uncle and Aunt?" "I have no objections," Lin's mother replied, glancing at Lin Chongwang, who paused his chopsticks and nodded. "You 2 are married. It is indeed time to meet the in-laws." Upon hearing her father's agreement, Lin Shiyu excitedly grasped Song Shian's hand, her eyes brimming with delight. "Ah, your hands are oily," Song Shian remarked, observing his hands after peeling shrimp. Caught up in the moment, he had momentarily overlooked it. Lin Shiyu then peeled a shrimp for him as well. "Uncle and Aunt, regarding this matter, my parents have already selected a few dates." After some discussion, they ultimately decided to hold the baby's full moon celebration next Wednesday. Lin's mother smiled warmly at Song Shian. "You're already married, yet you still call us uncle and aunt?" Lin Shiyu discreetly whispered in his ear, "Call them mom and dad." Song Shian was taken aback for a moment, then raised his glass. "Mom, Dad, I toast to you." Lin's mother was delighted. "Eat up." After dinner, Song Shian noticed Lin's mother tidying up the guest room. "Xiao Xian, since you're here, don't be in such a rush to leave. Stay the night. Usually, this room is unoccupied. Let me tidy it up for you." "I apologize for the inconvenience." "Mom, it's no trouble at all. It's quite nice here. You've worked hard all day. You should rest. I can manage on my own. Should we sleep separately? It seems tonight will be a long one." Lin's mother hesitated before saying, "I know you 2 are married, but we have a custom in our family that when a daughter returns home, she cannot sleep with her husband, as it may disturb the fortune of the household." Though Song Shian did not fully comprehend the origins of such customs, he respected them and understood it was only for one night. Lin's mother, citing the need to clean, ushered Song Shian out to the living room. Upon entering the living room, he saw Lin Shiyu playing with the babies. Suddenly, she pulled him into her room. Before he could react, Lin Shiyu had planted several kisses on his face. "Do you know, I am incredibly happy today." Seeing Lin Shiyu, who was clinging to his neck and bouncing with joy, he too was uplifted by her exuberance. However, his attention was soon captured by the decor of the room. Could it be his wife's boudoir? A surge of tension and excitement coursed through Lin Shiyu's heart. Noticing that Song Shian's gaze was not fixed upon her, she grew increasingly alert. "What are you looking at?" Lin Shiyu inquired. "I'm exploring another side of my wife," came his reply. A sudden flutter of her heart ensued as Lin Shiyu's eyes swiftly scanned the bedroom, searching for anything that might be hidden from view. "Why are you so flustered? Is there truly a secret?" I have no secrets, she insisted. Yet, witnessing Lin Shiyu's palpable anxiety, he found it hard to believe her claim. Really, there's nothing to see, she urged. The more she insisted he not look, the more his curiosity intensified. Lin Shiyu began to cover his eyes, only to find that his desire to uncover the truth grew stronger. If there's nothing to hide, why fear your husband's gaze? Though she couldn't quite articulate the source of her unease, she was acutely aware of it. At that moment, Song Shian's attention fell upon a picture frame. Is this you as a child? The photograph depicted a little girl, grinning widely with a gap-toothed smile and two pigtails. Laughing on the beach, Lin Shiyu dashed over to shield the picture. Her cheeks flushed. No, that is absolutely not me. If it's not you, why are you blocking it? Song Shian began to approach to investigate further. Lin Shiyu flipped the photo face down on the table, opened the door, and gently pushed him out. Regardless of age, returning to one's parents' home often reverts one to the little girl once cherished in their palms. A room remains a personal sanctuary, and having someone intrude upon that sacred space is undoubtedly a source of tension and exhilaration, quickening the heartbeat. Chuckling, Song Shian shook his head as he made his way to the living room, his mind still replaying the image of that adorable little girl. So, my wife was such a delightful child. It seems the baby takes after her. Chapter 88. The baby's full moon celebration has arrived. Suddenly, Lin Chongwang's voice echoed in the living room. Can Xiao Xian play chess? Indeed, I can, Song Xian replied with a confident smile. What about Xianqi? When his father-in-law posed the question, was he implying a challenge? Not only can I play Xianqi, but I'm also proficient in Go, Ludo, and military chess. I can handle nearly any game on the market. Oh, how surprising. It's rare to find young people who can play so many games. Come, let us have a match. With a skill in chess that came with system rewards, he felt assured in his abilities. Lin Chongwang began to roll up his sleeves. Outside of work, chess was his sole passion. Unfortunately, those of his own age often deliberately lost to him due to his status as chairman, while younger players lacked the experience, making it challenging to find a suitable opponent. Upon hearing that Song Shian could play, he promptly set up the chessboard. Xiao Xian, you may go first. Very well. Lin Chongwang intentionally allowed Song Shian the first move, as it could reveal the opponent's skill level, whether they were a novice or an experienced player. Song Shian did not hesitate. The chessboard was akin to a battlefield, a contest of wits between men. He advanced a pawn with confidence. Observing this, Lin Chongwang's lips curled into a subtle smile, for it was evident that this move was characteristic of a novice, the sort who only learns to play at the beginning. Lin Chongwang felt a tinge of disappointment and mused, alas, yet another tedious game of chess. He placed his piece on the board. Song Shian's style of play, which blended gentleness with aggression, gradually revealed its sharpness. After several moves, there was indeed a spark of interest. Lin Chongwang's eyes began to glimmer. Song Shian pondered for a moment, declaring, I will move here. Although he possessed a comprehensive understanding of chess strategies from both ancient and modern times, he was still mindful of his father-in-law and chose to temper his approach. He aimed to grant Lin Chongwang a chance to win without making it too conspicuous. Lin Chongwang raised an eyebrow, surveying the board's configuration, and couldn't help but smile enigmatically. Capture. Huh, you shouldn't have moved here. Going in this direction would be wiser. He gestured towards another position. This strategy would be more secure. I can offer you another opportunity. He was well aware that the alternative would indeed be superior, but he felt compelled to afford his father-in-law a moment to shine. Having sacrificed a major piece did not diminish his prowess. He confidently and humbly placed his piece down. Upon hearing his father-in-law's suggestion, Song Shian chuckled. I believe this move better showcases my abilities, though it may be somewhat audacious. I am confident in my capacity to manage the outcome. A move without regret. What a move without regret. Lin Chongwang admired Song Shian's competitive spirit. A gentle smile graced his lips as he recognized Song Shian as a worthy adversary. Very well, since you possess such confidence, let us proceed. The two men sat around the board, engaged in a game of Go that flowed as smoothly as water, with the red and blue stones locked in an intellectual duel. As the game progressed, Song Shian displayed his cunning and skill. He alternated between steadfastly defending his pieces and adeptly launching attacks, each move mesmerizing yet allowing Lin Chongwang room for his next move. prompting Lin to regard him with newfound respect. Excellent move. That was truly unique. I had not anticipated it. Lin Xiongwang gazed at the young man before him, feeling both gratified and cautious. His enthusiasm surged. Continue. Time slipped away, and the pieces on the board dwindled, intensifying the atmosphere. Ultimately, with his remarkable skill and artistry, Song Shian tactfully facilitated his father-in-law's victory. Lin Xiongwang won the game. Grinning broadly, his impression of Song Shian enhanced once more. The following day, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu rose early. Although it was Song Shian who had tended to the baby throughout the night, Lin Shiyu emerged with prominent dark circles under her eyes. Concerned, Song Shian asked, "What is the matter? Did you not sleep well?" Indeed, her eyes had been closed, yet her mind was unusually alert. She could hardly admit that she had struggled to sleep due to missing Song Shian's presence. Lin Shiyu's gaze flickered. "Perhaps it's because the baby isn't here that I found it hard to rest. Would you like to rest a little more?" He inquired. "Not necessary. We must return soon." During breakfast, they discussed their plans to rush back to Sioux City to prepare for the baby's full moon celebration, intending to leave right after the meal. "You're leaving so soon after just one night?" Lin's mother expressed her reluctance to see them go so quickly, although Lin Xiongwang did not voice it. He intended to engage in further sparring with Song Shian today. "Mother, let us return and prepare. In a couple of days, we shall meet again." Lin Xiongwang chuckled. "Mother, you're like a mahjong player waiting for the last player." Lin's mother playfully smacked her husband. "Mother, allow me to introduce someone to you." Lin's mother spent her days at home, often playing mahjong with her girlfriends, yet it was challenging to gather 4 players, resulting in frequent cancellations. Thus, Lin Shiyu introduced Gu Muni to her mother through her friend Gu Yanyan. The two bid farewell to Lin's parents and embarked on their journey back to Sioux City. In the blink of an eye, the day of the baby's 1-month celebration arrived. "Dad, Mom, over here." Lin Shiyu spotted her mother in a red qipao and her father wearing a red tie from several meters away, accompanied by Gu Yanyan and her parents. Upon meeting, Lin's mother and Gu's mother quickly formed a bond, becoming instant friends. "Look, they came together." Lin's mother joyfully waved, "My precious daughter." As soon as they met, Lin's mother scrutinized her daughter from head to toe. "Our Shiyu is truly beautiful. Now that your parents have arrived, let us proceed inside." Lin Shiyu suggested, "Mom, Annie, let us go in first." As the group entered the hotel, the hall was adorned with photos of the Quadruplets' 1-month celebration, featuring signs shaped like the babies, boldly inscribed with the words, "Uncles and aunties, please proceed this way." The Quadruplets, Plump and Cherubic, were clearly well cared for by their parents. Gu's mother lagged behind, captivated by the sign displaying the baby's photos. "Is this their 1-month celebration photo?" Lin Shiyu replied, "Yes, we took special photos for their celebration." "How utterly adorable." Gu's mother gazed enviously at her friend's daughter, who was married and blessed with 4 such charming little angels. Meanwhile, she lamented her own daughter. Despite frequently going out, had yet to find a suitable partner, let alone a boyfriend. However, with such a beautiful mother, it was no wonder the babies were so delightful. Parental genetics play a significant role. Song's mother chimed in, "Which photography studio did this? The pictures are splendid. Perhaps we could invite them to take a group photo later." Gu's father interjected, "We can see the babies once we go in. Why linger here looking at photos?" Lin's father concurred, indeed. Chapter 89. The meeting of both sets of parents. Lin's mother and Gu's mother exchanged knowing glares at their husbands. The men promptly recognized the cue and fell silent. Wives are not to be trifled with. They have their own intentions. Lin Shiyu and Gu Yanyan suppressed their laughter at the sight of their father's discomfort, wary of embarrassing them. Once the photos were taken, Lin Shiyu suggested, "Mom, Auntie, this way please." As they traversed a corridor, a turn led them to the banquet hall for the baby celebration. The lighting in the hall was cleverly arranged, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. The sides were adorned with flowers and an array of delectable dishes, each table covered with a sparkling white tablecloth, laden with a variety of culinary delights and beverages. "Oh, this place is beautifully decorated." After praising, Lin's mother turned to her daughter and asked, "Where are Xiaowen and the little ones?" Although Lin's father did not speak, his eyes were scanning for the children and his son-in-law. Lin Shiyu, unsure of Song Shian's whereabouts at that moment, sent him a WeChat message. Song Shian replied almost instantaneously. Lin Shiyu led everyone across the stage and straight to the backstage. There, a busy figure was adeptly changing the little one's diapers, clearly a devoted father. Honey, just as I replied to your message, Lele had an accident, and I'm changing him into a fresh diaper. Upon hearing this, Song Shian turned around and, noticing the gathering crowd, hastened to ensure the baby was clean and tidy before greeting everyone. Dad, Mom, these two uncles and aunts are my father-in-law and mother-in-law. He recognized Gu Yinyan's parents, but the other two uncles and aunts were unfamiliar to him. One was short with a shiny bald head, yet dressed like a corporate executive. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yinyan. Are these Gu Yinyan's parents? Gu Yinyan stepped forward. Song Gu, this is my dad and mom. Hello, uncle and aunt. Gu's parents were taken aback by Song Shian's striking appearance upon meeting him for the first time. Hello, hello. Such a handsome young man, they exclaimed. It seems good looks run in the family. No wonder the children are so adorable. Embarrassed by their compliments, Song Shian sheepishly scratched his head. After a brief chat, they proceeded to the entrance of the banquet hall to receive guests. In addition to both sets of parents, relatives and friends had also been invited. Guests arrived in droves, filling the venue with lively chatter. Some brought gifts for the baby's full moon celebration, while others presented red envelopes. At that moment, Song Shian's parents arrived as well, having changed into new clothes for the occasion. Song Shian's eyes brightened. Dad, Mom, Xiaohan. Song's mother was delighted to see her son. Song's father patted his shoulder. With a smile, Song Shian introduced Lin Chongwang and Lin's mother. These are my parents. I have a younger brother who couldn't come today because he has classes. I'll introduce him to you next time. Song Shiyu's younger brother, currently in his senior year, was busy preparing for the college entrance examination and couldn't take leave. Meanwhile, Song's parents were momentarily taken aback. Just as they were processing this information, Song Shian continued with the introductions. Mom and Dad, these are Shiyu's parents. Upon hearing their son's words, the couple silently acknowledged the connection. Song's father was the first to react, smiling as he extended his hand with a hint of apology. Hello, in-laws. Rest assured, we will take good care of Shiyu. Lin's father grasped his hand, responding, as in-laws, we are all family now. As long as the children are well, we parents can be content. Lin's mother chimed in, indeed, we, as parents, only want the best for our children. Song's mother replied, having just raised my own child. Now I must help raise my grandchildren. Song Shian interjected, Mom and Dad, you've worked hard all your lives. We will take care of our children ourselves. With a radiant smile, Gu's mother remarked that today youth prefer to raise their own children. However, given that their parents are still quite young, they could very well assist when the time comes for their children to be busy. Ah, your words resonate deeply with me. Once the little ones start school, they can spend their summers at my house and winters at their grandparents'. Song's father chuckled heartily, finding merit in the suggestion. Lin Shiyu and Song Shian exchanged helpless smiles, pondering how their little ones were so young, yet already contemplating the allocation of school holidays. Look at my darling grandchildren. Do you still remember your grandmother? Song's mother bent down to coo with the babies in the stroller. The little ones blinked their big eyes, watching as she lifted Kwaikua, who was miraculously not crying. See, Kwaikua remembers his grandmother. She exclaimed joyfully. Kwaikua, I'm your grandmother. Do you still remember me? Mom, it's only been a few days. Kwaikua surely remembers you. Lin's mother chimed in, cradling the frowning Yuan. The older brother gets to be held, and you must feel a bit neglected, right? Come here, my dear Yuan. As soon as Yuan was in her arms, a smile broke out on her face. Lin's mother teased. Our Yuan is quite the little chameleon, isn't she? Meanwhile, two large men gazed longingly at their wives holding the grandchildren, yearning for a chance to hold them as well. Faced with the soft and fragrant babies, they found themselves at a loss, especially Lin's father, who had frightened the little ones during their first encounter. Who knows if a baby just over a month old holds grudges? Let me hold one too. Lin's father could no longer contain himself. However, whether he spoke too softly or everyone else was lost in the joy of watching the babies, no one paid him any heed. Come on, just let me hold one. He was becoming quite desperate. Lin's mother contemplated handing over the baby, but hesitated. What is the matter? Lin's father asked, a mix of urgency and confusion in his voice. You smoke today, so perhaps you shouldn't hold them. Lin's mother countered. I'm innocent. I didn't tea, he argued. I saw ash in the ashtray this morning. Oh, that was from last night. I didn't tea, clean it out. Lin's mother replied, half convinced, but finally handed the baby to him. Take it slowly, with utmost care. Lin's father cradled Yuan Yuan in his arms, holding his breath for fear that she might not want him to hold her anymore. My precious granddaughter, your grandfather cherishes you dearly. Seeing that everyone else was holding the babies, Song's father felt a surge of impatience. Let me hold one too. He patted his clothes, attempting to brush off the dust accumulated from his travels. The parents took turns playing with the babies, filling the room with laughter and joy. Meanwhile, Gu's mother could only feel a twinge of envy, her frustration growing. Honestly, the more I envy, the angrier I become. She shot a glare at Gu Yinyan. Are you still in a mood to take pictures? When will you bring your partner home for me to see? As a dutiful best friend, Gu Yinyan naturally aimed to capture the beautiful moments of Gu's daily life. Little did she know, even taking a photo could land her in hot water. Mom, I'm not in a rush, she replied sheepishly, her smile faltering. Gu's father chuckled. All you do is smile wide and laugh. What else can you do? No grandchild and no boyfriend in sight. Gu Yinyan's smile slowly faded. Chapter 90. I see that the father of the child is quite the handsome figure. This remark had echoed in her ears a myriad of times, ever since she introduced her mother to Song's mother. Her mother's frequency of urging for marriage and childbirth had escalated dramatically. Gu Yinyan pondered to herself. Had she foreseen this, she would not have made the introduction. For if she could not confront them, she could at least evade them. After capturing photographs of Lin Shiyu, she sought to escape this daunting battlefield while her mother was momentarily distracted. Just as she took a step forward, she was called back by Gu's mother. Where do you think you're going? I'm just going to the restroom. Gu's mother shot her a glance. Every time we mention you, you dash off to the restroom. Are we that bothersome that you wish to flee? Mom, how could you say that? Gu Yinyan lowered her head, a frown adorning her face, as she lamented that her mother could not fathom her desire to make a discreet exit. Just as she contemplated a futile struggle, Lin Shiyu deftly lifted Lei and placed her in Gu's mother's arms. Gu's mother, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh dear, is this little one shy around strangers?" Lin Shiyu cast a knowing glance at Gu Yinyan, who felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude without uttering a word. Without further ado, she made her escape. Lin Shiyu turned back to engage Gu's mother in conversation, remarking that today the little ones were hosting, and naturally, they must treat their guests well. Curiously, the normally reserved baby was particularly well-behaved today. Gu's mother cradled Lei with utmost adoration. Oh, you sweet little one, you shall surely achieve great things as you grow. Lei beamed at her, occasionally reaching up to touch her face. As Gu's mother gazed at the adorable child before her, ripples of affection stirred within her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Gu's father was equally entranced, wishing fervently to take the little one home to nurture himself. He glanced around, realizing his daughter was nowhere to be found, feeling a pang of disappointment. Meanwhile, in Song Xian's arms, Tuan began to emit soft sounds. It appeared the baby was in need of nourishment. Lin Shiyu took Tuan from him. Darling, allow me to handle this. You go and greet the guests. Song Xian nodded in agreement, and Lin Shiyu addressed everyone. Mom and Dad, uncles and aunts, I shall be stepping away for a moment. Go ahead. With that, she carried Tuan to the nursing room on the other side. In the nursing room, Lin Shiyu settled onto a stool and unfastened her clothing. Sweetheart, Mommy will feed you now. With that, she brought the nourishment to Tuan's eager mouth. Tuan's bright eyes squeezed shut as the food approached, and she opened her little mouth, savoring the warmth of the milk, contentedly indulging in her meal. In the banquet hall, the parents continued to admire the babies. Each one took turns cradling the little ones with tender affection. Song's father playfully poked the baby's nose. Oh, what a gem we have here. So lively and charming. Song's mother chimed in with a smile, clearly a little girl, quite round. After a moment of contemplation, Song's father declared, Indeed, she resembles her mother. Beautiful. Lin's father chuckled. Shiyu takes after her mother. Laughter ensued, with Lin's mother reflecting, just think, these two are managing 4 little ones. It's truly no easy feat. Song's mother reflected on the immense energy she had devoted to raising her 2 sons, Song Shian and Song Shiyu. With a sigh, she acknowledged, indeed, even if the children are young and their bodies resilient, one must not overlook their mental well-being. Song's father contemplated for a moment and suggested hiring a postpartum caregiver to alleviate the burden of the children. Song Shian quickly waved his hands in protest. Mom and Dad, there's no need for that. We can take care of the babies ourselves, and besides, we wouldn't feel comfortable with a caregiver. Lin's father interjected. Then why not move in with us? We have extra rooms, and we can help you care for the babies. Song Shian replied, Dad, let's discuss this later. Moving in would not only mean caring for the babies, but also assisting my mother-in-law with cooking and keeping my father-in-law company for chess. Moreover, I wouldn't even be able to sleep with my wife at night. This doesn't lighten the load, it only increases it. Lin Chongwang nodded in agreement. Just then, a group of friends arrived, prompting Song Shian to lead them to their seats. Laughter and the voices of children echoed from the entrance. Hey sister, congratulations on becoming a grandmother, exclaimed a stylishly dressed woman, exuding the aura of an independent individual. This was Liao Shiyan, the aunt mentioned by Lin Shiyu, followed by Lin Shiyu's uncle's family. Among them was a woman holding a 7- or 8-year-old boy, who was Lin Shiyu's cousin, Mingming. Lin's mother accepted the red envelope given by her sister for the babies. Why do you look younger each time I see you? She remarked. Sister, that's the benefit of being unmarried. Liao Shiyan replied with pride. Lin's mother scoffed. Shiyu has already celebrated her full moon. You still gallivant around like you're young. Who will take care of you in your old age if you don't marry or have children? Though Liao Shiyan was the youngest among her siblings, she was now in her 30s, steadfastly adhering to her beliefs against marriage and motherhood. Sister, today is about the babies. Let's not talk about me, Liao Shiyan said, pulling Mingming closer. Mingming, do you remember who this is? She asked, pointing at Lin's mother. Mingming fidgeted with the toy car in his hands and turned to his parents with a look of uncertainty. Second sister, second brother-in-law, the uncle greeted with a smile. Lin's mother, being the second child in her family, had always been referred to as second sister by her uncle. Mingming, didn't we tell you on the way here to greet people properly? Lin's mother gently reminded him. Mingming, feeling shy, hid behind his mother. The uncle, feeling embarrassed, remarked, Oh dear, look at this child. Lin's mother interjected to ease the tension. It's all right. He's just a child. The aunt coaxed her son forward, saying, Mingming, this is your great aunt. You should call her great aunt. Mingming looked up at Lin's mother and, in his innocent voice, said, Great aunt, hello. Oh, Mingming is so well behaved. And who am I? Lin Chongwang asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The aunt guided him. What do you call great aunt's husband? Great uncle, Mingming exclaimed. Oh, our Mingming is so clever. Upon hearing the praise, Mingming beamed with pride. I ranked first in my class on the last exam. How impressive. You'll surely become a great scientist one day, Lin's mother remarked. By the way, brother, isn't my niece here? Lin Shiyu's maternal uncle has a daughter and a son. The daughter, named Susu, is 2 years older than Lin Shiyu and is currently pursuing her master's degree. Their son, Mingming, is around 7 or 8 years old, a result of late childbearing, as they had long desired a son. Susu mentioned that she had to stay in the lab to monitor data and lacked the time to visit. Indeed, Susu is no longer a child. It is high time she settled down. After all, Shiyu has already celebrated her child's full moon banquet. I shall speak to her when I return. The Song family is not acquainted with the relatives from the Lin family, so they could only hold the baby and smile from the sidelines. Lin's mother smacked her forehead, realizing that she had become so engrossed in conversation that she forgot to introduce everyone. This is Shiyu's in-laws, her mother-in-law, and her father-in-law. Hearing this, Uncle Liao Taining extended his hand, greeting warmly, Hello. Mr. and Mrs. Song, holding their baby, managed to free one hand to shake hands with them. At this moment, Lin Shiyu, having finished feeding, emerged holding the baby and coincidentally encountered Gu Yanyan. Upon seeing his wife and Gu Yanyan approaching, Song Shian joined them, carrying the baby as they moved towards their respective parents. With so many relatives present, he was concerned that Lin Shiyu might struggle to manage alone. The atmosphere was quite lively. Amidst the crowd, Mingming inquired, Where's cousin Shiyu? The topics of conversation among the adults were beyond the comprehension of the children, and as they had not yet begun the meal, he felt rather bored. Whenever he visited his aunt's house, cousin Shiyu always played with him. Thus he held deep affection for her. Indeed, It had been quite a while since he last saw the parents of the babies. "Dad, Mom, we are back." The crowd turned at the sound. Song Shian, clad in a deep blue suit, exuded a steadfast yet gentle demeanor, while Lin Shiyu wore a pink dress. Her long hair cascading gracefully as she cradled the charming baby, appearing gentle and endearing. As they drew nearer, Song Shian's tall figure and chiseled features caught attention. From a distance, he seemed cold, but as one approached, his eyes sparkled with warmth and focus, especially when gazing at Shiyu and the baby. Lin's mother introduced. "This is Xiaoshan, the baby's father. Xiaoshan, this is Shiyu's uncle, her aunt, and her younger aunt. You may address them as you wish," she added. "Uncle, aunt, younger aunt, hello." The uncle and aunt were taken aback by Song Shian's striking handsomeness, left momentarily speechless. How could there exist such a stunning individual? The aunt had originally been attracted to the uncle's looks, and now, upon seeing Song Shian, she felt a twinge of regret for having been born too early. The uncle thought to himself, "Thank goodness this young man wasn't born when I was young. Otherwise, I might have never found a wife." The younger aunt whispered to Lin Shiyu, "Your husband is quite handsome." "Indeed he is." Though the younger aunt, Lin Shiyu felt a sisterly bond with her. Cousin Shiyu, come play with me." Mingming tugged at Lin Shiyu's skirt, persistently calling out. Lin Shiyu crouched down, saying, "Mingming, your cousin Shiyu is currently unable to join you. Would you like to play with Sister Yinyan instead?" Gu Yinyan added, "I just downloaded a new game. Would you care to play?" After casting a glance at her parents and receiving their approval, Mingming skipped joyfully to play with Gu Yinyan. "Take me with you." Their aunt, unwilling to engage in their conversation for fear of discussing her own marriage, joined Gu Yinyan and the others in their play. "Who is this adorable baby?" Auntie inquired. "This is Tuan Tuan," was the reply. "This little one is equally charming," Liao Taining remarked, looking at Shiyu. "Shiyu, I can't believe in the blink of an eye you have become a mother. Your mother often asked me to look after you when you were little. I certainly held you plenty back then." Lin Shiyu joked, "Uncle, could I trouble you to help me with the baby as well?" The uncle hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "Oh no, you two shouldn't just be monopolizing the little one." Laughter filled the air as everyone enjoyed their casual conversations about family matters. Meanwhile, Song's mother nudged her son, saying, "Why don't you call your cousin and ask where they are?" "All right, I will inquire," Song Shian replied as he stepped away from the crowd to call his cousin. "Cousin, where are you now?" The noise on the other end was chaotic. "We're just returning to the village to pick up your aunts. We saw a maternity shop while waiting at the traffic lights, and they insisted on stopping to buy some gifts for the babies. You needn't be so formal. Just arriving is enough. The babies have everything they need. Since we are here, we might as well buy a few things. It's not far from your hotel. We'll be there shortly after." "All right, please drive safely." "Okay, see you soon." After hanging up, Song Shian informed his mother. They said they would be arriving shortly. "Oh, good. I was worried they might get lost." Song Shian's aunts lived in the village and rarely came to the city, and Lin's mother was concerned about their unfamiliarity with the area. "Everyone is quite tired from the journey. Let us go inside and chat over some tea," suggested Lin Chongwang with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, it's thoughtful of Xiao Xian to consider this. Let us sit." Song Xian led everyone to the family seating area, leaving 3 vacant seats apart from Lin Shiyu and his own. Annie inquired, "Xiao Xian, haven't your family members arrived yet?" "I just called. They're on their way. Please continue chatting. I'll go greet them at the door." "All right, go ahead." On the stage, Gu Yinyan, the aunt, and Mingming were engrossed in their game. "Sister Yinyan, let me play. Let me play. Here you go. Hey, watch out. No, throw big. Throw big." The sounds of teammates echoed from the phone. What is happening in the mid lane? No signals, even with people arriving. "Come on. We need backup. Backup." Friendly banter. Is the mid lane filled with elementary students or actors? Are they just pretending to play with us? Upon hearing someone scolding him, Mingming became agitated. What's wrong with being an elementary student? "Oh, you really are an elementary student. Have you finished your homework?" The aunt quickly muted the teammate's microphone. "Mingming, let your aunt have a turn. She'll help you out." No. Mingming. Liao Shuiyan immediately attempted to seize Mingming's phone, exclaiming, "We agreed on 5 minutes each, and you have exceeded your time. Little ones must be honest and trustworthy. You're bullying me. You're bullying me. I'm going to tell Dad." Liao Shuiyan promptly released her grip, saying, All right, You continue to play. As Mingming played, Gu Yanyan and Liao Shuyan sat beside, feeling anxious. Go for it. Catch him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hotel, Song Shian was joined by his cousin and two aunts. Cousin, didn't T-uncle come? They have a multitude of tasks in the fields. So they sent me as a representative. As soon as the two aunts got out of the car, they handed Song Shian the baby clothes they had just purchased. These are for the baby. The shopkeeper said they are just right for a 1-month-old. This one is a size up for when the baby grows a bit. Thank you. Aunt, that's very thoughtful of you. The elder aunt surveyed the surroundings and remarked, it's quite beautiful here. The second aunt chimed in, indeed. It seems you are doing well, Xiao Xian. Song Xian, unsure of how to respond, could only muster an awkward smile. Upon entering the hotel, the lavish decor left them in silent awe, as it was their first time in such an upscale establishment. The trio marveled as they followed Song Xian to the banquet hall. Aunts, cousins, please take a seat here, Song Xian said while helping them pull out chairs. This is my cousin. These two are my elder and second aunts. Aunts, this is Shiyu's family, her parents, my father-in-law and mother-in-law, and this is my uncle and aunt. Where did the little aunt and Mingming go? Lin Shiyu replied. They want to play with Gu Yanyan. Lin's mother shook her head. My sister is still so disorganized at her age. You should go find them. Guests are arriving. The elder aunt reassured. It's all right. They'll return when it's time. No need to call them. The second aunt agreed. Yes, let us chat for now. They will be back before the feast begins. After exchanging greetings, everyone engaged in cheerful conversations. Chapter 92. The adorable little one shine. The full moon feast officially begins. As it was the first meeting between the families, the four babies became the perfect topic of conversation. Lin Shiyu conversed with relatives at the dining table, while Song Xian continued to greet the arriving friends at the entrance. In the latter half, a steady stream of guests arrived, mostly distant relatives and friends of their parents. Congratulations! Each person extended their well wishes, to which he responded with a smile and nod, saying, Thank you, please come in. This is a red envelope for the children. Please accept it. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of the babies. Not at all. Xiao Xian, I never thought I would actually partake in the baby's full moon feast. Aunt Li, Mingshun, your presence brings me great joy. Please come inside. Initially, Aunt Li had visited with his mother. How could they not invite her to the baby's full moon banquet? However, since Aunt Li came with her son Song Mingshun, she did not arrive with Song's mother. Aunt Li gently tapped Song Mingshun's head, asserting, I am not deceiving you. Just look at Xiao and he is truly thriving. This hotel must be 4-star, right? Mom, I followed your advice and found a girlfriend. Why are we discussing careers now? Having found a girlfriend, Song Shian immediately seized the crux of the matter. He smiled, wow. You've swiftly exited the single life. Song Ge, please. Do not jest with mistrzostw from Europe. I am nowhere near your level. He then leaned closer to Song Shian and whispered, that girl who agreed to act as my girlfriend is merely a favor. Otherwise, my mom calls me several times a day, urging me on. I can hardly bear it. Song Shian's lips curved into a knowing smile. Brother, you may deceive for a moment, but not for a lifetime. I'll think of a way for that later. But seriously, are you not considering finding a partner? I do want to, but it is not as simple as that. I believe the girl who agreed to play your girlfriend has genuine feelings for you. Song Mingshun pondered this carefully. Could it be? Think it over, brother. Your emotional awareness is astonishingly low, which explains your single status. Song Mingshun continued to mull over Song Shian's words. Aunt Li observed the two, murmuring to herself. What were they whispering about? Song Shian restored his cheerful demeanor. Nothing, Aunt Li. Last time I rushed in without preparing gifts for the little ones. After receiving your invitation, I made a special trip to the town to procure a pair of longevity locks for them. Aunt Li, this is too extravagant. Aunt Li pressed the longevity locks into Song Shian's hand. They are silver, not gold. There is no need for formalities. In their village, there is a tradition where every newborn receives a pair of longevity locks, believed to ward off misfortune, such as illness and calamity. This symbolizes the elders' best wishes for the children's safety and health. Song Mingshun recalled that his family had similarly given him a pair of longevity locks in his infancy. But as he entered school, he and his peers deemed them outdated and removed them. Since they had taken off the locks, he had indeed suffered a significant illness. Whether this was mere coincidence or something more mystical remained a mystery. Better to believe than to dismiss such notions. However, with 4 children in Aunt Lee's family, providing longevity locks for all 4 was a considerable expense, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. Oh, it's already done. I have no grandchildren, so take them for the children. I truly wonder when my son will finally bless me with a chubby grandchild. Song Shian accepted the longevity locks, casting a meaningful glance at Song Mingchen. Mom, let us head inside, Song Mingchen urged as he led Aunt Lee into the banquet hall. As they walked, Aunt Lee continued her gentle reprimands, which were discernible even without listening. Song Shian shook his head, silently praying for Song Mingchen. As the guests began to arrive in earnest, it was time for the banquet to commence. Song Shian returned to his seat at the dining table. The lights gradually dimmed, and photographs of the babies celebrating their first month were displayed on the stage, eliciting a wave of excitement from the audience. The babies had primarily been cared for by their grandparents, and upon the arrival of relatives and friends, many had simply offered monetary gifts before finding their seats, leaving many without the chance to meet the little ones. The little ones are simply adorable. When I arrived, I had yet to see the babies, but I must go and take a look shortly. The Song family is truly fortunate. I must say, little one has always been exceptionally handsome, and it is no surprise that her children are equally charming. At this moment, the host makes an entrance. I understand everyone's emotions. Upon my first glimpse of these 4 little angels, I was utterly astonished, even finding myself at a loss for words to describe their cuteness. However, I kindly ask everyone to be quiet as we officially commence the ceremony. The murmurs from the audience gradually subside. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The crowd bursts into applause. Today marks the 1-month celebration of Mr. Song Shian and Ms. Lin Shiyu's precious son and daughter, a day of immense joy. On this special occasion, we gather together to extend our heartfelt blessings for the safe arrival and healthy growth of these lovely babies. Now, let us invite the families of the babies to the stage to share a few words. The host looks towards Lin Shiyu, who hurriedly gestures to decline. It is not due to social anxiety. Rather, she feels overwhelmed in this moment. Though her heart is filled with countless words, she fears she may be rendered speechless upon stepping up. Song Shian notices his wife's distress. I will do it, he exclaims. So, let us welcome the baby's father to the stage. Song Shian rises, adjusts his attire, and strides confidently onto the stage. Today marks the 1-month milestone for my babies, and I am immensely grateful for everyone's presence to celebrate this occasion. First, allow me to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thanks on behalf of our family for your attendance. Time flies, and I have officially embraced my role as a father. The arrival of my children has brought me both the joy of fatherhood and an understanding of its challenges. As the saying goes, one does not appreciate parental love until they become a parent themselves. Therefore, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to my parents, in-laws, and all of you who have shown me kindness, especially to my wife. Thank you for your hard work. The audience erupts in applause. Lin Shiyu is already on the verge of tears, perhaps touched by Song Shian's acknowledgement of her sacrifices or reminiscing about the difficulties endured over the past month, the trials of childbirth, the pain of postpartum recovery, and the inconveniences of confinement. Countless nights spent rising to feed, change diapers, and soothe the babies to sleep, often to the point of dozing off herself. Not to mention the countless times her milk supply was disrupted by the little ones. These 4 tiny beings have transformed from such minute creatures to now being plump and healthy, filling her with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Though only she and her husband truly comprehend the struggles involved. Due to the hurried preparations, there may be shortcomings in this celebration, but I kindly ask for your understanding. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves, indulge in the festivities, and partake in the food and drink without restraint. Applause fills the room. Chapter 93. Oh dear, how unique each of the quadruplets is. Song Shian steps down. The host adeptly raises the atmosphere, thanking the baby's father for his speech. Looking at Mr. Song, does everyone find him handsome? Handsome. The father is dashing, the mother is beautiful, and the babies have inherited all the best traits from their parents. The girl is simply enchanting, and the boy is quite the handsome lad. The images of the babies displayed on the big screen are already incredibly adorable, aren't they? A few voices from the audience chimed in. Yes, indeed. The host smiled enigmatically, leaving a sense of anticipation in the air. We must broaden our horizons. Our darling is even more adorable in person than in photographs. With that, let us warmly welcome the little ones to the stage. The applause resounded for an extended period, gradually subsiding only when the host gestured for silence. Prior arrangements had been made with the host regarding the flow of the event, and as the applause erupted, Song Shian, cradling his baby, was already waiting backstage. Please welcome our first little angel, Song Zishi. The young and handsome father emerged, carrying a lively and delightful baby. This is Mr. Song's eldest son, affectionately nicknamed Kwaikua. With his round, sparkling eyes surveying the audience, he exhibited no trace of timidity, radiating a charming elder brother demeanor. As the eldest, he possessed greater courage and strength than his younger siblings, embodying the essence of a big brother at such a tender age, though his exuberance often roused his sleeping siblings. Next, we present our second little angel, Song Yicheng. Lin Shiyu entered, holding her second precious child, exuding an elegant aura as she walked. The qipao accentuated her stunning figure, making it impossible to discern that she had given birth. This is Mr. Song's second treasure, the eldest daughter, affectionately called Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan is a sweet and adorable little baby, but do not be deceived by her charming exterior. Within her resides an abundance of energy. Her vocalizations could rival Han Hong's singing on the Tibetan plateau, showcasing her powerful voice. Therefore, her parents have a sentiment to express. Oh, little Tuanchuan, it would be a pity if you do not pursue a career in singing. As if she understood, the second treasure let out a loud cry, startling Lin Shiyu, who thought she might burst into tears. Indeed, our second treasure knows how to steal the spotlight. I truly believe this baby has the potential to become a star. Now, let us welcome our third little angel, Song Zealand. With a beaming smile, Song's mother carried the third treasure onto the stage. This is Mr. Song's youngest son, affectionately known as Lele. Lele, the charming little boy, is the fairest of them all, and even at such a young age, his exquisite features and prominent nose are already evident. A perfect little human specimen. His temperament is remarkably composed. He remains unperturbed by external circumstances, embodying a rather zen-like demeanor. It is indeed challenging to elicit a hearty laugh from this little one. As the saying goes, it has been ages since we have seen the young master smile so joyfully. Laughter erupted from the audience. His disposition contrasts sharply with that of his elder brother, and their parents hope that the two brothers will support and uplift one another, paving the way for a brighter future. Since taking the stage, the older siblings have been fidgeting and observing their surroundings, while Lele sleeps soundly, completely undisturbed by the environment. Finally, we present our last little angel, Song Yitong. Lin's mother hurriedly walked up with the fourth treasure, positioning her accordingly. This is the youngest sibling, affectionately named Yuan Yuan. One look at Yuan Yuan's plump and fair appearance now makes it hard to believe she was once the friliest among the four babies. In Lin's mother's embrace, the rosy-cheeked Yuan Yuan exudes vibrant health, her delicate face adorned with a cheerful smile directed at her grandmother. The name Yuan Yuan truly suits her, as she has indeed become quite round. This little one has established herself as a master of dining. Despite her young age, she consumes an impressive amount of food, earning the title of a true gourmand. With a beaming smile, she inadvertently lets a droplet of saliva escape from the corner of her mouth, lost in thoughts of delectable treats. It must be noted that although they are quadruplets, each possesses a unique character. Have you all noticed that the two boys are named Quail and Lele, while the two girls are named Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan? Here, I extend my heartfelt wishes to this blissful family, hoping that the little ones grow up healthy and happy, fostering a harmonious and united household. After the host introduced the four babies, they gracefully descended from the stage. Some indulged in their meals while others engaged in lively conversation. As the dining progressed, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu, the couple, rose to their feet, carrying teacups to ceremoniously offer tea in place of wine at each table. Naturally, the first to be honored were their parents. Lin Chongwang and Lin's mother were the first to toast with their children. Song Shian slightly lowered his teacup, saying, "Father, today is not convenient. I will accompany you for a drink another day." He was aware that his father-in-law not only enjoyed chess, but also had a penchant for fine wines. which he was more than willing to partake in. Lin Chongwang beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Good. I shall await your company. This is a red envelope for my grandchildren. It must not be kept for yourself, but save for them." Song Shian set down his cup and accepted the thick envelope with both hands, feeling its substantial weight. "Thank you, father." Lin's mother smiled warmly, expressing her hope that the couple would continue to find happiness together. In unison, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu replied, "Thank you, mother." Next came the turn of Song's parents. "Father, mother, we raise our cups to you both," Lin Shiyu said, bending slightly as she extended her teacup. This marked Lin Shiyu's first formal address to them as her parents, stirring a wave of excitement. "A good child. If Xiaoshan ever bullies you, tell Annie, and I shall take care of him." Lin's father shot a stern glance at Song Shian, urging him to treat Shiyu well. Song Shian embraced Lin Shiyu, reassuring, "Father, mother, you can rest assured." A blush graced Lin Shiyu's cheeks as she added, "Father, mother, Shian treats me very well. That's all that matters. It is his duty," they replied. The next to be honored were Lin Shiyu's uncle's family and her aunt. "Uncle, Aunt, Mingming, let us toast in respect." Song Shian filled the teacups, while Lin Shiyu cheerfully remarked, "I hope Aunt finds happiness soon, and that Mingming continues to grow taller and smarter." Since Uncle was driving, he opted for tea, while Aunt and the aunt enjoyed their filled cups of wine. Mingming, of course, sipped on a delightful cola, exclaiming, "May your little one also grow up healthy." After taking a sip of cola, Mingming burped, "Grow up quickly so we can play together." With a chuckle, Aunt produced a red bag from beneath the table, announcing, "I personally crafted this patchwork quilt for the babies. This fabric was collected from 100 friends and classmates, distinct from what you find online. It carries the blessings of 100 households, wishing the babies a thriving growth." Lin Shiyu's eyes glistened with emotion. "Thank you, Aunt." Chapter 94. The struggles of the little ones. The little ones endure much. 5 years of examinations, 3 years of simulations. Who presents gifts under such circumstances? Following the proceedings were Song Shian's aunts and cousin. After toasting to his aunts and cousin, Song Shian and Lin Shiyu moved to the next table. In accordance with the order, the next table housed some of their friends. Song Ge. Before Song Shian could approach, he was spotted by the keen-eyed Mantu. "Your eyes shine like a loach. Sister-in-law, you look stunning today." Lin Shiyu responded with a gentle smile, raising her teacup alongside Song Shian. "Dahu Song Ge. On such a joyous occasion, why drink tea? Join us for a drink." Upon hearing this, Manta grasped the wine jug on the table, preparing to pour a glass for Song Shian. However, Song Shian blocked the cup with one hand while holding his teacup aloft with the other. "No, today we shall substitute tea for wine. Come visit my home another day, and I shall ensure you drink to your heart's content." At this, Manta set down the wine jug. Song Ge, perhaps that S best left aside. They had already witnessed Song Shian's drinking prowess during their school days. He could casually consume beer and down 3.5 bottles of white liquor. Furthermore, whether it was rolling dice or playing rock, paper, scissors, Song Shian consistently dominated, achieving an unrivaled status. His loyalty to friends was equally commendable, which is why everyone respectfully addressed him as Song Ge. Song Ge. Today the stars of the show are the little ones. The brothers have prepared some gifts for them. Song Shian responded with an intrigued, "Oh," curious about the surprises. Starting with Mantu, who exclaimed, 5 years of examinations, 3 years of simulations." Song Shian was both amused and bewildered. "Isn't that a bit premature?" "Not at all. The competition is fierce nowadays. Children must gain an advantage from the very start." Mantu's comedic spirit remained as vibrant as ever. In addition to the unexpected gifts, Manta also presented each child with a generous red envelope. Having worked alongside Song Shian at the swimming pool, his business had flourished, and he had amassed a considerable sum. Receiving Mantu's thoughtful gestures, including the red envelopes and the 5 years of examinations and 3 years of simulations, Song Shian felt a twinge of unease at the thought of the 2 other roommates. "Mantu Yuwunti. Song Ge, do you doubt my capabilities?" Manta proudly revealed a thick stack resembling a book. "What is this?" he asked. "This is a collection of Grimm's fairy tales. I researched online, and children must listen to bedtime stories before sleeping. Here, I have 1,001 nights worth of stories. You can tell one story a day for over 2 years. Surely this is not a gift for the children, but rather for the parents. Typically, Lin Shiyu narrated bedtime stories to the little ones, while Shian was often preoccupied with household chores. Glancing at Lin Shiyu, he noted her expression of utter disillusionment. Tentatively, he inquired, "Did you not know that 80,001 stories contains only 76 tales? Huh? That cannot be right. Have I been deceived by the merchants?" The reaction from Mantu prompted laughter from both of them. "Dear, Mantu means well. Let us accept it." Next, it was Dahu's turn, who awkwardly presented a gift, a preschool education machine. "I consulted my mother, and she said this is quite practical. It will serve well until kindergarten." "Thank you." In addition to Mantu and others, several classmates subsequently presented their gifts prepared for the little ones, while some even offered red envelopes. Since they needed to toast at other tables, they entrusted Gu Yanyan to watch over the gifts for the time being. As a toast of respect, everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. After finishing the toast at their table, Shian and Lin Shiyu moved on to greet other tables. Just then, a voice called out to them, "Nephew." Upon turning around, Shian saw a few people panting with exertion. Aunt, second aunt, third uncle, third aunt, cousin, and younger cousins. "What took you so long?" As they approached, they immediately produced red envelopes, each containing a generous gift of 200 to 300. These were relatives from Shian's maternal side, hailing from nearby towns rather than the same village as Song's father. The saying goes, "A married daughter is like spilled water," and usually, Song's mother and her siblings were preoccupied with their livelihoods. Aside from visiting her family on the second day of the Lunar New Year, they seldom had the chance to gather. This time, invited by Song's mother to attend the full-month celebration. The third uncle had specifically rented a van to bring the entire family over. Since they rarely ventured into the city, they were astounded by how rapidly it transformed. The third aunt shyly remarked, "I told your third uncle to take that overpass, but he missed it and took a detour, which delayed us a bit." The aunt gazed at Shian, exclaiming, "Little Shian, you are becoming more handsome, and this must be your wife. She is truly beautiful, so charming." The second aunt chimed in, "Indeed, her appearance brings joy the more one looks at her." Both aunts took Lin Shiyu's hand, inquiring about her secret to such splendid upkeep. The third uncle remarked, "Little Shian, your mother mentioned you were hosting the full-month banquet at a grand hotel. At first, I thought she was joking, but it turns out to be true. What an accomplishment." He then turned to his twin sons, saying, "Cousin Shian is your role model. Study well, get into a good university, and you will achieve great success and earn a fortune." The third uncle had two sons who were twins, and it seemed that Shian's quadruplets might have inherited some familial traits. They had just entered the first year of high school, and the third uncle, concerned about their ability to keep pace with the academic demands, often encouraged them, thus intensifying their study pressure. "We understand, Dad," the twin cousins replied weakly. To prevent the celebration from turning into a family education session, Shian invited them to take their seats at the dining table. Since they had arrived later, they naturally sat at a table with the teachers. There were 3 subject teachers and a couple who served as advisors, including Shian's high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Due to his strict management, the classmates affectionately referred to him as the merciless teacher. Faced with their teachers, it felt surreal. Just 4 or 5 years ago, they were being reprimanded for early romance, and now they found it hard to believe that these teachers were attending his child's full-month banquet. Holding Lin Shiyu's hand, Shian confidently stood before the teachers and proudly declared, "This is my wife." Sincerely, he expressed his gratitude, especially to Mr. Wang, for imparting invaluable lessons about life, saying, "I'm truly thankful." Teacher Wang smiled with satisfaction, witnessing how the once shy youth had blossomed into a robust man capable of shouldering familial responsibilities. "You have always been a child of great virtue and loyalty. May you and this young lady enjoy a lasting union." "Indeed, we shall," Lin Shiyu's mentor remarked. "We have celebrated the arrival of your child. When might we partake in your wedding festivities?" At Tsu University, it was common knowledge that the campus heartthrob and beauty had united and welcomed 4 adorable offspring. However, whispers of a wedding remained conspicuously absent, leading the teacher to conclude that nuptials had yet to be arranged. "Is it true? You have not yet wed?" Shian clarified, "Our schedules have been quite hectic. But I assure you, I will host an extravagant ceremony for Shiyu in due time." You must remember to invite us, came the enthusiastic response. Naturally, everything will be celebrated over a glass or two. Chapter 95. Showing relatives around the home. Some are quite jealous. After a leisurely 2 hours of dining, as the gathering began to disperse, the teachers bid farewell to Song Shian before departing. Manta returned to the shop to continue overseeing operations, while Dahu and Nishio discreetly took a couple of lighters and left as well. Once the teachers and roommates had exited, the couple began to organize their relatives. Knowing it was a rare occasion for their family to visit, they were reluctant to let them depart too soon. During a conversation, Song's parents revealed that their son owned a spacious flat in Jianyue Bay, piquing the interest of everyone present, particularly the aunts who exchanged knowing glances. The cousins were equally astonished that Song Shian, at such a young age, had purchased property in Jianyue Bay. After discussing it together, the couple decided to take their family for a tour of their home. As they anticipated the visit, dusk began to settle. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu resolved to book a hotel for their guests, as their own living space was limited. Aside from their master bedroom and the nursery for the children, there simply wasn't enough room for such a large gathering. Although the little ones currently shared a bed with their parents, the nursery was already furnished, complete with small beds that would hardly accommodate adults without their feet dangling off the edges. Fortunately, accommodations were readily available, as hotels in the area had vacancies. Once Song Shian had arranged everything, his cousin eagerly suggested, "Shall we set off now?" Lin Shiyu gestured towards the leftover dishes on the table. "Darling, should we take these home? It seems wasteful." Song Shian called over a server and pointed to the plates with ample leftovers, requesting, "Could you please pack these for us?" One of the aunts teased from the side, "You bought a house in Jianyue Bay. Can you not afford these 2 dishes?" Song Shian replied, "Wealth and frugality are not mutually exclusive. This food is nourishment. We can reheat it and enjoy it later." 2 twin cousins helped the server pack up the food. Song Shian and Lin Shiyu had a fondness for these twin brothers. Though young, they were upright and eager to lend a hand. Once everything was packed, the group followed Song Shian back to Jianyue Bay. Upon entering the community, they were immediately taken aback by its splendid surroundings. Aunt pointed at the trees contorted into various shapes and exclaimed, "Wow,